9 Yang Sword Saint Chapter 823 to Chapter 870. The first dark domain and the second dark domain were similar in some ways. At night, the ground was as hard as steel. During the day, the ground was completely melted. Therefore, Yang Dingtian thought that the third dark domain was the same, just much more serious. But in fact, when Yang Dingtian saw this scene, he was completely unable to describe his feelings. The world in front of him was like an absolute mirror. Yes, it was similar to the yin-yang mirror. However, the surface of the yin-yang mirror was a layer of clear water, and below it was something like ice. The third dark domain was like a layer of mercury. Yes, mercury. Not only the surface, but the entire world was filled with mercury. Of course, it was not real mercury, but it looked like mercury. Because when Yang Dingtian stepped on it, he kept falling. The entire world had turned into something like mercury. It was absolutely smooth and flat. With just a little bit of light, the entire third dark domain would become the largest and smoothest mirror. At this moment, the space-splitting fire began to condense into a transparent flame, and suddenly entered Yang Dingtian's sea of qi. Boom! His sea of qi expanded to the limit, and suddenly exploded. Then, his entire body sank into nothingness. He broke through to the 14th rank, 5th rank. Yang Dingtian really did not expect this result. Every time the space-splitting fire devoured the energy of the abyss border, it would grow stronger. However, when Yang Dingtian broke through, Yang Dingtian's cultivation was still very low. It was completely unexpected that it could bring about a breakthrough this time. However, just as Yang Dingtian broke through and completely lost consciousness, his body fell rapidly. When he woke up, Yang Dingtian was shocked to find that the mercury-like liquid in the third dark domain was devouring his life force, devouring his energy, and actually wanted to completely melt him into a part of it. Immediately, Yang Dingtian spat out mystic fire and flew into the sky. Then, he found that the places that were submerged by the mercury-like liquid were actually turning black. This damned place was too scary. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but carefully examine the mercury that filled the world. Without a doubt, this was definitely not mercury. This was the third dark domain, so this strange liquid should be the product of the countless fissions in the second dark domain. The dark domain continued to break apart, and then, under the scorching sun of the two suns, it began to collapse. It began to be invaded by the dark energy, and thus turned into this mercury-like liquid. The entire world had completely melted. At this time, the world should not be completely dead yet. By the time the liquid started to solidify, it meant that it was completely dead. Yang Dingtian took out a metal dagger and dipped it in a terrifying solution. Wow, so heavy, so heavy. The weight of this strange solution was far beyond his imagination. The solution that was less than half a cup in front of him actually weighed more than 10 pounds. This density was simply too frightening. From this, one could see how much the entire world had collapsed. However, just as Yang Dingtian expressed his surprise, the dagger in his hand melted. That's right, it was completely melted. It was melted by this terrifying solution. Yang Dingtian was incomparably shocked. This dagger was a bloody black gold dagger. It was incomparably precious. Of course, this was not the most important thing. The key was that it was extremely sharp and hard, and basically could not be corroded by any liquid. However, it was actually melted before his eyes. And in just a few seconds, it was actually melted. However, he was submerged for a few seconds just now. Why was it only black and not melted? Yang Dingtian was puzzled. However, he completely did not know what to do. Could it be that he had to continue like this, spit out the mystical flame energy and let his body float on the surface? Then, the most important thing was to find a place to sit down and recover his mystical qi, right? Moreover, there was still no air in this world, so flying with mystical qi was not possible. He could only use the mystical flame to fly. The consumption of mystical qi by flying like this was completely incalculable. But now, Yang Dingtian could no longer land, because as long as he came into contact with this terrifying solution, the energy and vitality in his body would be rapidly corroded and devoured. Yang Dingtian could only calculate his mystical qi and extravagantly use the mystical flame to fly and observe this world. The gravity here was too strong, at least dozens or hundreds of times stronger. Therefore, it was very difficult for Yang Dingtian's flying speed to reach the extreme, and he could only maintain it for less than 200 miles per hour. If he flew any faster, his mystical qi would be completely exhausted. After using the mystical flame, Yang Dingtian kept flying towards the third dark realm. Flying. 100 miles. 200 miles. 300 miles. 400 miles. It was exactly the same, all of it was a mercury-like solution. There was no other thing in this world, and Yang Dingtian was the second thing in this world. This was a world that had completely melted, and the entire world was filled with this terrifying devouring solution. In this world, Yang Dingtian did not even have a place to land, let alone find the fifth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship or traces of the Shiwu Piayan. Yang Dingtian suspected that even if there was a scroll of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, it would have been completely melted and disappeared. He flew into the dark realm for a full 500 miles. Yang Dingtian had to go back. If he did not, his mystical qi would not be enough to return to the abyss border. That meant that he had to land. Once he landed, it meant that he would be completely corroded and devoured. One must know that in the third dark realm, Yang Dingtian had no place to stand. Helpless, Yang Dingtian could only fly back. After flying for a full 500 miles, he returned to the starting point of the third dark realm. At this time, his mystical qi was almost exhausted. Yang Dingtian had to find a place to recover his mystical qi. Helpless, Yang Dingtian could only summon the space-splitting fire again and release it into the abyss border. The space-splitting fire once again split into countless black and white flames, and then completely merged into a transparent flame. The entire abyss border turned into a transparent crystal. Yang Dingtian suddenly jumped in. Shuttling, shuttling, shuttling. After what seemed like an instant, or a long time, Yang Dingtian returned to the second dark realm. The space-splitting fire at the abyss border once again merged into one and entered Yang Dingtian's body. At this time, it could no longer bring Yang Dingtian any breakthroughs. The second dark realm was originally like hell. At this time, in Yang Dingtian's eyes, it had become incomparably cute. Although this place was incomparably dark and dangerous, at least there was a place to stand. Yang Dingtian took out a soul sword that was close to the Emperor Grade and dug a deep cave at the end of the second dark realm. He even dug out a two-room room. He even dug out a table, chairs, benches, and a bed. There was no other way. He had to prepare for a long battle. Before he found a way to establish himself in the third dark realm, he could only return to the second dark realm every time to recover his mystical qi. Yang Dingtian lay on the stone bed he had made and sighed in his heart. This was a result that he had never expected. He had resolutely left the second dark realm, but in less than half a day, he had returned with his tail between his legs. Or rather, since coming to the dark realm, most of the things that had happened were not what he had expected. Especially after coming to the second dark realm. Yang Dingtian was prepared to rest for 4 hours before heading to the third dark realm. Because it should be daytime in the third dark realm by then, the situation might be different and he might be able to find something. 4 hours later, Yang Dingtian's mystical qi was fully replenished. Then, he came out of his stone room and released the void fire again. Once again, he passed through the abyss border and headed to the third dark realm. He continued to fall and pass through. After an unknown period of time, Yang Dingtian passed through the abyss border and arrived at the third dark realm. That's right, it was daytime in the third dark realm. Yang Dingtian took a look and was completely stunned once again. He had guessed that the third dark realm's daytime and nighttime were different. That's right, they were different. The third dark realm at night was all melted liquid. What was this world during the day? It was all gaseous. That's right, under the crazy sun of 2 days, the temperature had reached hundreds of thousands of degrees. It was completely unbearable. Then, all the liquid turned into a gaseous state and filled the entire space, the entire world. Therefore, Yang Dingtian could not see the 2 days at all. But just as he passed through, he was instantly blinded. Imagine, the entire world, from the sky to the ground, was filled with dense and fragmented mercury mist. The entire world had become a giant cube mirror. Then, the sun's light shone down, causing countless reflections. The entire world's radiance was almost comparable to the burst of Yang Dingtian's 3 mystic flames. At this moment, even if he were to wear sunglasses, it would be useless as he wouldn't be able to see anything in his field of vision. But there was good news. He could use flying mystic skills during the day because the entire world was gaseous. However, Yang Dingtian had just flown in when he immediately felt an incomparably terrifying corrosive energy. The surrounding silver mist was crazily devouring his life force and corroding his energy. He could not stay for even a minute. Yang Dingtian was really going crazy. The third dark realm at night was already scary enough. But during the day, it was even crazier and scarier. At night, there was no place to stand, but at least he could float in the air. During the day, there was not even an inch of shelter. How was he supposed to find the pig-slaying swordsmanship in this goddamn third dark realm? How was he supposed to find Shiwu Kaiyan? How was he supposed to break through to the half-saint realm? Note, I just got home from outside, so I'm late to update. Sorry. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was at his wit's end. He couldn't even figure out how to explore the third dark realm. He couldn't do it at night, and it was even more dangerous during the day. Yang Dingtian's mind began to turn. He wondered if he could use the demon spirit demon fire energy shield to resist the devouring of the terrifying fog. Yang Dingtian immediately used the demon spirit demon fire energy shield and flew into the world of devouring fog. Whoosh 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 whoosh, in an instant, the demon spirit demon fire energy shield was quickly corroded and melted, becoming a part of the devouring fog. Of course, Yang Dingtian could still continuously release celestial qi to support the energy shield. This way, he could ensure that he wouldn't be devoured. But, the fog didn't just devour celestial qi for battle, it devoured real cultivation. In other words, if he was continuously devoured, it wouldn't take long for Yang Dingtian to return to the level of a novice warrior. Then, his entire body would be completely melted and become a part of the terrifying fog. Now, Yang Dingtian somewhat understood the principle of the third dark realm. The solution here devoured everything, but it also had a priority. It first devoured celestial qi. Energy. After all the energy was devoured and dissolved, it began to devour life. After all the life was devoured, it began to devour matter. This matter included the body, the weapons on the body, and so on. As for things without energy and life, such as the bloody black gold dagger, it would instantly corrode and devour them. Fortunately, Yang Dingtian had placed all his important things in the space ring. Otherwise, if his soul sword that was close to the Emperor grade was devoured, he wouldn't be able to do anything. At this moment, the fog was rapidly devouring Yang Dingtian's celestial qi, forcing Yang Dingtian to immediately retreat. He originally wanted to retreat to the second dark realm. But then he suddenly thought about it. This void-splitting fire was so powerful, and it could be added to any celestial fire. Would it be useful if he mixed the void-splitting fire into the demon spirit demon fire energy shield? Thus, Yang Dingtian immediately released the void-splitting fire and penetrated the energy shield. In an instant, the energy shield changed from a faint mist to a completely transparent layer, as if there was a thin layer of glass. Then, something miraculous happened. The devouring fog outside immediately stopped devouring. Instead, he avoided the void-splitting flames like they were poisonous snakes and scorpions. Sure enough, it worked. Yang Dingtian was pleasantly surprised. That was right. The void fire represented the highest level of death in the dark realm. And this devouring fog was the result of death. No matter how powerful it was no match for the void-splitting flame. Thus, Yang Dingtian blended into the protective barrier of the void fissure fire and easily flew through the thick fog, continuing to explore the third dark domain of the day. To be honest, Yang Dingtian had never explored such a world. It was completely three-dimensional. The previous worlds were basically explored on one side. Even if it was a mountain or a deep cave, it was at least one side. At this moment, the third dark domain was already in chaos. Looking up, they didn't know how high the fog was. Looking down, they didn't know how deep the fog was. Front, back, left, and right, they didn't know how far they were. Moreover, Yang Dingtian's million spirit demon fire was useless here. Once they were released, they would be devoured alive by the devouring fog. Just like that, Yang Dingtian continued to go deeper, deeper, and deeper. 1,000 miles down, that's right, 1,000 miles down. Yang Dingtian had never done this before. Even if it was a deep cave, even if it was at the bottom of the sea, it wouldn't be 1,000 miles down. However, after 1,000 miles down, it was still endless. He couldn't see the bottom. Thus, Yang Dingtian tried to go up again. It was still endless. Endless. After flying 1,000 miles, he still couldn't see the bottom. Yang Dingtian went a few thousand miles further. It was still endless fog. It was really disappointing if he didn't explore it. Once he explored it, he felt even more hopeless. Was this the third dark domain? Was there a Naga relic here? Yao Qi had always believed that if he got the space-splitting fire, he would be able to find the Naga relic. Yang Dingtian realized that this was absolutely true. With the space-splitting fire, he could travel through any abyss. However, to find the Naga relic in the dark domain, which was tens of billions of square kilometers, even if the demon fox tribe lived for a few thousand years. Just the third dark domain alone was enough to make one feel hopeless. Because there was only one thing that one could see. In the entire world, there was only one thing, and that was the devouring fog. At night, it was a thick liquid. During the day, it was a crazy, gaseous fog. After searching for a few hours, Yang Dingtian's celestial qi was about to run out. He immediately returned. Because there was no way for him to recover his battle celestial qi here. When he was recovering his battle celestial qi by devouring the qi condensation pill, he couldn't release any celestial qi, of course. This included the energy shield. Once the energy shield was gone, Yang Dingtian's celestial qi cultivation and body would be devoured. Therefore, in the third dark domain, there was no way for him to recover his celestial qi. Therefore, Yang Dingtian decided to leave first. After returning to the second dark domain to recover his celestial qi, he would come back at night to explore the third dark domain. Because he knew that the new energy shield could protect him from being devoured, he could explore further at night. Therefore, Yang Dingtian temporarily gave up on his exploration and returned to the second dark domain. Yang Dingtian lay comfortably on the stone bed in the cave at the end of the second dark domain. What a pleasure! It seemed that everything was based on comparison. The second dark domain was originally like hell. However, compared to the third dark domain, it was heaven. Fortunately, he did not bring Yao Li and the others into the third dark domain. Otherwise, they would not have been able to stay for even an hour before being devoured alive. After lying down for a while, Yang Dingtian recovered his battle celestial qi. Then, after waiting for a few hours, Yang Dingtian once again traveled through the abyss and arrived at the third dark domain. As expected, it was already night here. All the thick fog had condensed. The entire world seemed to have turned into a thick mercury-like solution. It was bottomless. Yang Dingtian released the demon spirit demon fire energy shield and then entered the void fissure fire. This energy barrier enveloped his entire body and protected him completely. Subsequently, Yang Dingtian stepped on the dense mercury and advanced rapidly. Advance, advance, advance. This time, Yang Dingtian only explored in one direction, and that was the north. 1,000 miles, 2,000 miles, 3,000 miles, 4,000 miles, even though he was running, Yang Dingtian's speed was still close to 1,000 miles per hour. 5,000 miles, 6,000 miles, 7,000 miles, 8,000 miles. Yang Dingtian did not explore anything. The entire world was still filled with a thick liquid. At this time, the sky was about to brighten. Once the sky brightened, the entire world would suddenly expand into a gaseous state. Yang Dingtian continued to explore. Because running like this consumed very little celestial qi, Yang Dingtian had enough celestial qi another 1,000 miles. Finally, the sky brightened. The two suns rose into the sky. Then, Yang Dingtian hurriedly closed his eyes. Otherwise, even if he wore sunglasses, he would still go blind. Because the entire world was reflecting the light. After the sun rose, the temperature rose rapidly. A few hundred degrees, 1,000 degrees, and then a few thousand degrees. The mercury-like solution below began to boil violently. The entire world was boiling crazily. Then, a thick fog rose from the ground. the entire world was rapidly vaporizing. In just 2 hours, every space in the third dark domain was filled with this engulfing fog. Endless engulfing fog. Yang Dingtian continued to explore. Flying. Another 2,000 miles, 3,000 miles, 4,000 miles, still, there was nothing. Yang Dingtian wasn't able to find a second item that was slightly different. It was time to go back. Otherwise, he would never be able to go back. Thus, Yang Dingtian painfully flew south, back to the abyss border. Once again, he used the void fissure fire to pass through the abyss border and return to the second dark domain. When he lay on the stone bed again, Yang Dingtian's entire heart was almost gray. Under such circumstances, what else was there in the third dark domain? What else was there? Now, even if he found something that was not engulfing liquid, Yang Dingtian would be ecstatic, let alone an elemental creature. Now, Yang Dingtian really doubted whether there was anything in the third dark domain. What fifth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship? What traces of Shiwupian? What remains of the Naga Empire? Even if there was, it would have completely disappeared. Therefore, it was impossible to find anything in the third dark domain. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian wavered. An idea appeared in his mind. Should he stop exploring the third dark domain and break through to the half-step saint in the second dark domain? Should he go back to find Dali again? But as soon as this idea appeared, he rejected it. Yang Dingtian must not go back. Even if he could not break through the third dark domain, he must thoroughly prove this point before giving up on the third dark domain. Now, the third dark domain was completely unknown to him. If he gave up now, it would be difficult. Therefore, he rallied his morale and set off again. Just like that, Yang Dingtian went back and forth between the third and second dark domain again and again, countless times. He had explored almost every corner of the third dark domain within 15,000 miles. There was really nothing, only the engulfing liquid. He was really close to despair. It had been a full 2 months. This kind of desperate search had lasted for a full 2 months. And 15,000 miles was Yang Dingtian's limit. If he went any further, he would not be able to return. If he could not return, it would mean that he would die there. Furthermore, every corner within 15,000 miles had been explored, and there was nothing to be found. Then, Yang Dingtian was faced with a choice. First, continue exploring. But the third dark domain was 15,000 miles away. That meant that he would not be able to return and might die there. The second choice was to completely give up on the third dark domain. He would continue to hunt and break through in the second dark domain. Without much thought, Yang Dingtian made his decision. He gritted his teeth and smashed the cozy and comfortable stone room that he had dug out with great difficulty. Then, he charged into the third dark domain without hesitation. Because of the existence of this stone room, Yang Dingtian always felt that he had a way out. After exploring to a certain extent, he would want to return. In his heart, this stone room felt like home. If he kept this thought away, he would not risk his life to explore. Moreover, Yang Dingtian clearly knew that continuing to cultivate in the second dark domain would not yield any results. Because 90% of the elemental creatures here had died. The remaining 10% would not appear for many, many years. In other words, there was nothing to be gained in the second dark domain. The third dark domain was Yang Dingtian's only hope of breaking through to the half-saint realm, even if this hope was extremely slim. Once again, Yang Dingtian used the void fire to cross the border of the abyss and enter the third dark domain. After withdrawing the void-splitting flame, Yang Dingtian turned around and looked at the edge of the abyss. This might be the last time he was going to look at it. Because this time, Yang Dingtian was going to continue exploring and would never turn back. He would either succeed or die in this exploration, yes, either succeed or die in there. Either he succeeded or he died. With such determination, Yang Dingtian released the demon spirit demon fire energy barrier, and then seeped into the raging flames of the void, enveloping and protecting his entire body. Then, he advanced forward at full speed. Yang Dingtian used his fastest speed to advance nearly 10,000 miles. Dawn arrived. The two suns rose into the sky, and the thick devouring liquid in the entire world once again boiled and boiled. Then, it completely vaporized, and the entire world turned into a ball of thick, boundless fog. Yang Dingtian used a flying mystic technique and quickly flew forward. In a short 6 hours, he had already flown 5,000 miles. This was already the furthest he had explored before. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's mystic qi had just been depleted by half, which meant that he could still return safely. If he continued to fly forward, it meant that he could not return. But Yang Dingtian had already made up his mind. Without any hesitation, he flew forward. In a short period of time, he had already flown 1,000 miles. In other words, he was 16,000 miles deep into the third dark realm. At this moment, he did not have the chance to regret even if he wanted to. Next, he really only had 2 outcomes. Either he succeeded in discovering something, or he died. Of course, there was another possibility, which was to discover something and then die. With such determination, Yang Dingtian flew quickly, and flew. He explored places that he had not been to in the past 2 months. But even though he had not been to these places before, they were exactly the same. It was still the same endless devouring fog, and there was no difference. Yang Dingtian continued to fly, and fly, 18,000 miles deep. 20,000 miles. 23,000 miles. 25,000 miles. Yang Dingtian continued to go deeper, deeper, and deeper. But he still did not discover anything, not even a little bit. The entire world was still filled with endless devouring fog. 28,000 miles deep. Yang Dingtian's mystic qi was about to be depleted. At this moment, not only could he not return, he could not recover his mystic qi at all. But in front of him was still the endless devouring fog. The miracle that Yang Dingtian was hoping for did not happen. After going 15,000 miles deep, Yang Dingtian did not discover anything. The remaining Xianxia could probably travel another 800 kilometers, or perhaps 1,000 kilometers, if they did not find anything in the last 801,000 miles, then Yang Dingtian would die here, which would mean that their adventure in the third dark realm would be a complete failure. Yang Dingtian used the last of his profound qi to continue flying. 300 li. 500 li, 800 li. 1,000 li. 1,200 li. It was a little stronger than Yang Dingtian had imagined. The last bit of Xianxia lasted for 1,200 kilometers. However, that was all there was to it. Nothing miraculous happened. Everything around them was still an endless fog of devouring. Yang Dingtian's profound qi was finally completely exhausted. At this moment, he really didn't have any life-saving skills left. He didn't even have enough Xianxia to open up the space with the void-raging flames and head to the dark world. Because of the gravity, he began to fall and fall. Moreover, the energy shield that contained the void-raging flames became thinner and thinner because there was no continuous supply of Xianxia. Soon, it would disappear completely. Once it disappeared, the thick fog of devouring would begin to devour Yang Dingtian's life force and energy. Finally, his body would be completely turned into a ball of thick fog. Yang Dingtian did not have the strength to stop this at all. It was obvious that he had lost this gamble. He continued to fall. 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 Under dozens of times the gravity, the speed at which he was falling was incomparably shocking. 10,000 meters, 50,000 meters, 100,000 meters, 500,000 meters, 1,000,000 meters. That's right. How could there be such a deep world where he had not reached the bottom after falling for 2,000 miles? However, Yang Dingtian still could not see the bottom after falling for 3,000 miles. Everything around him was still an endless fog of devouring. In the process of falling, Yang Dingtian's energy shield finally ran out of energy. Then, the endless fog of devouring finally became excited and began to devour Yang Dingtian's energy and life force. Yang Dingtian only felt that the thick fog of devouring was like the claws of countless demons. They dug into the entrances of his Xian veins and devoured everything in a frenzy. He was still falling with all his might. At this moment, he was falling at dozens of times the speed of sound. Yang Dingtian only felt that the world was spinning. He felt that he was seeing illusions that he had never seen before. Then, he fainted. Before he fainted, he seemed to see a dark night sky and a dazzling river of stars. Yang Dingtian felt as though he had slept for the longest time. He even had a feeling that he would never wake up again after falling asleep. But finally, he woke up from the endless nightmare. He was really lucky that he did not die. It was also very strange that he was not completely devoured and did not completely die. Why was he not dead? Was it because someone had saved him? No, no one had saved him. Because, at this moment, he was floating in the endless night sky. That's right, he was completely weightless. He did not know how deep he had fallen. Perhaps it was 10,000 miles, or 20,000 miles, or even tens of thousands of miles. In short, because the third dark domain was in a gaseous state, there was no bottom at all. He fell out of the third dark domain and even out of the chaotic world, arriving in outer space. Because he still had the vitality pill in his body, he did not die from the lack of oxygen. Instead, he woke up. Yang Dingtian quickly took out another vitality pill to replenish the vitality his body needed. Then, he observed this even more unfamiliar world. He actually fell through the entire world and arrived in outer space. No matter how big the hole in Yang Dingtian's brain was, he did not dare to imagine this scene. Because this scene was very sci-fi and not fantasy. Of course, from a physics point of view, it was impossible to achieve this. Because after falling to a certain extent, it would stop. Because the point of gravity was at the center of the Earth. But, the truth happened just like that. Yang Dingtian fell through the entire third dark domain and arrived in outer space. Yang Dingtian looked up and saw an incomparably huge and strange world. It was a pitch-black dome. Oh, it was flat, not circular. This should be the third dark domain. It should be the color of mercury, but because there was no light, it was completely black. It was boundlessly huge, and he could not see where it ended. Yang Dingtian turned around and looked up again. On the other side, there was an endless night sky and countless stars. He was safe. He did not die. But in the third dark domain, there was still the engulfing fog around him. But now, there was nothing around him. There was no matter, no air. It was a vacuum, an absolute competition. He had already left the dark domain and arrived in outer space. At least here, there was no gravity of the third dark domain. Yang Dingtian used a comfortable position to lie down. Afterward, he didn't care about anything and fell into a deep sleep. A few hours later, Yang Dingtian was woken up by the light. Because, the entire third dark domain had completely turned into an incomparably huge mirror. Endless, endless, endless mirrors. What the naked eye could see were bright reflections. Was it tens of thousands of miles, or hundreds of thousands of miles? Only the heavens knew. In any case, under this light, one could forget about seeing anything because it was completely blind. Yang Dingtian had no choice but to put on his sunglasses, close his eyes, and continue to sleep while floating in the air. This sleep lasted for more than 10 hours. When Yang Dingtian woke up, it was already dark. Everything around him was completely dark. The endless third dark domain above his head turned into an incomparably huge black curtain, covering the sky above his head. And on the other side, there was an even more endless and vast universe. At this moment, Yang Dingtian suddenly had a very boring and even ridiculous idea. Could it be that among the countless stars he saw, one of them was Earth? As long as he had enough chi-gathering pills and vitality pills, he could directly fly to Earth. Therefore, Yang Dingtian could not help but open his eyes wide, looking up at the endless bright starry sky, and began to identify which star would be Earth, and which star would have the characteristics of Earth. However, Yang Dingtian quickly gave up on this ridiculous idea. Because the stars above his head were all about the same, all shining brightly. Yang Dingtian could be sure that Earth was in this endless universe, no matter which plane it was, but it was definitely in this universe. However, Yang Dingtian could not even see the solar system now, let alone Earth. Moreover, the stars that he could see with the naked eye were all fixed stars, and the closest one to him was probably more than a few 100 million kilometers away. Wanting to return to Earth was a complete dream. In fact, he did not even want to return to Earth. Of course, this idea was very unfilial, and he missed his parents very much. But it had to be said that the chaotic world needed Yang Dingtian more. He, Yang Dingtian, was not only the leader of a group of people, but also the husband of several women and the father of a bunch of children. His mission, his home, was in the chaotic world. Yang Dingtian thought of his wife and children, and then completely rejected the endless loneliness and desolation in his heart. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian took out a qi-gathering pill from the space ring to recover his combat qi. Because there was no need to rush, and in order to save the qi-gathering pill, Yang Dingtian fully recovered his combat qi in half an hour. Swoosh! Yang Dingtian spat out the mysterious fire behind him and flew. The instantaneous speed gave him a big fright, and he was shocked. In a vacuum, and in a situation where there was no gravity, the slightest mysterious fire ejection was directly at supersonic speed. This speed was too frightening. Instantly, Yang Dingtian felt that he was like Astro Boy and also like Iron Man. The soles of his feet spat fire as he flew quickly. Under such extreme speed, Yang Dingtian followed the bottom of the third dark world and started to fly rapidly. He was trying to measure how big it was. After spending a few days and nights in outer space, Yang Dingtian flew and measured the area of the third dark realm. It was not a regular map, but it was about 130,000 miles horizontally and 65,000 miles vertically. In other words, Yang Dingtian's desperate exploration had not even reached half of it, or even a quarter. Moreover, Yang Dingtian had also reached the end of the third dark realm, which was the border of the abyss. Logically speaking, he should have seen the second and fourth dark realms. In the end, there was nothing. The end was nothingness, a blurry light shadow, as if there was nothing, but also as if everything was hidden inside. Therefore, Yang Dingtian discovered that the second and third dark realms were connected. They were connected, but they were connected through a certain method, and they did not border on reality. Perhaps it was space-time or a connection between planes. In short, when you saw the third dark realm, you would never see the second and fourth dark realms on either side of it like a puzzle. Therefore, this chaotic world was far more mysterious than he had imagined. But let's put this aside first. The first thing Yang Dingtian needed to find was the secret of the third dark realm. Therefore, Yang Dingtian thought of the stupidest way, and that was to find the center of the third dark realm. Of course, this was an instinct and intuition. He had a feeling that the center of the third dark realm might hold some secrets. However, the second dark realm was simply too big. It spanned more than tens of thousands of miles, and was billions of square kilometers. It was difficult to find the center, and it was impossible to search aimlessly. Moreover, it was an irregular map, and the center was even harder to find. Therefore, Yang Dingtian needed to draw a relatively accurate map of the third dark realm. Yang Dingtian spent every day in space, using the mystical flame to fly, and carefully observed the shape of the third dark realm. After spending half a month, Yang Dingtian managed to draw a relatively accurate drawing of the shape. Then, Yang Dingtian calculated where the center of the third dark realm was. Yes, it was here. The center of the third dark realm was here. After finding the center on the map, Yang Dingtian fully recovered his mystical qi, and then used the mystical flame to fly. He first came to the southeast edge of the third dark realm, and then flew in a straight line to the left, west. After flying for 68,356 miles, he stopped, turned around, and flew up, north, for 29,233 miles. Then, Yang Dingtian flew to the center of the third dark realm. Yes, he found it. He found it. Although it was not very accurate, because the center had moved more than 200 miles northwest. However, Yang Dingtian found the center. It was a whirlpool with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters. It looked very big, but compared to the third dark realm, it was very small. If not for Yang Dingtian's composition, he would not have found this whirlpool. Yang Dingtian kept getting closer, closer, and closer. He saw it clearly. This whirlpool was completely different from the surrounding engulfing fog. It was incomparably mysterious, beautiful, and mysterious. One could see at a glance that there were endless secrets hidden in the whirlpool. Yang Dingtian had finally found the center of the third dark territory after much effort. It was the huge whirlpool that was tens of thousands of meters in diameter. In that case, should he go in? At that moment, Yang Dingtian felt like he was experiencing Yao Qi's emotions again. She knew that she would most likely die if she jumped in. Should she jump in? Yao Qi chose to jump. What should Yang Dingtian do now? Yang Dingtian had really put in a lot of effort and time to find this place. Should he give up after finding it? No one would be willing to do that. However, if he jumped in, he would most likely die. The third dark territory was already so terrifying, let alone the whirlpool at its center. There was a 90% chance that Yang Dingtian would be smashed into smithereens the moment he jumped in. That was because it could be considered as the eye of the third dark territory. However, there was another theory. For example, the eye of a tornado was the safest place. There was a 90% chance that he would die. There was a 10% chance that he would survive. There was a huge difference in the ratio. Should he take the risk? Should he? F***ck, I'll take the risk. Yang Dingtian cursed in his heart. Then, he accelerated the mystic fire to the maximum and charged toward the whirlpool at the center of the third dark territory. Although the third dark territory looked close to Yang Dingtian, it was actually very far away. Yang Dingtian had already calculated that he was about 837 miles away from the third dark territory in space. Yang Dingtian spat out the mystic fire and his speed instantly reached a few times the speed of sound. Suddenly, the third dark territory became bigger and bigger. The huge whirlpool became clearer and clearer. In just 3 minutes, the huge whirlpool was right in front of Yang Dingtian. There was a mysterious light shining in the whirlpool as if it contained infinite secrets. It was not too late for Yang Dingtian to back out. However, he would not back out. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian clenched his teeth and resolutely rushed into this huge whirlpool that seemed to lead to hell. Almost instantaneously, Yang Dingtian quickly felt like he was about to be smashed to pieces and turned into ashes. Soon, he felt that his body no longer belonged to him. Following that, he felt that his spiritual consciousness no longer belonged to him. After that, he didn't know anything and completely lost all consciousness. It was no different from being dead. Yang Dingtian had already lost count of how many times he had lost consciousness. But not once had he been so close to death, so close to death. The feeling this time was exactly the same as death. Therefore, when Yang Dingtian woke up again, he felt as though he was alive again. However, before Yang Dingtian could feel the aftertaste of being revived, he was completely stunned by the situation around him. This was an extremely luxurious room, even more luxurious than the palace of the Golden Peace Tribe of the South Sea. In the Ning clan of the South Sea, gold was everywhere. The room here was filled with gems and crystals. It was a palace of crystals and gems. The big ship under Yang Dingtian was carved out of a huge and complete crystal. The patterns and sculptures on it were all made of crystals of different colors and embellished with gems. In short, this was the most luxurious bed Yang Dingtian had ever seen. The quilt covering him was as soft and light as a cloud, as if it didn't have any weight in his hand. Yang Dingtian gently lifted it. The big cup on the bed weighed less than half a kilogram at most, but it felt warm to the touch. He had never seen such a quilt on Earth. If it appeared on Earth, even if there were millions of them, countless rich people would rush to get it. Looking at everything in the room, whether it was the coffee table or the chairs, there wasn't even any gold. They were all crystals and gems. Even the mirror was a complete piece of crystal, and then a special section was used to create the perfect reflection effect of a mirror. The entire floor was completely made of a kind of crystal that was elastic and not too hard. On top of it was a layer of snow-white carpet. Every hair on the carpet was so soft that it felt dreamy, as if it was breathing all the time. On the table, there were all kinds of delicacies. There were fruits that Yang Dingtian didn't recognize, exquisite pastries, warm barbecued meat, tempting seafood, and a row of fine wines waiting to be chosen. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian had a thought. Was this heaven? Was he really dead? Was that why he had gone to heaven? If it wasn't heaven, how could there be such a dreamy room in the chaotic world? Yang Dingtian couldn't help but get out of bed and found that he was naked. Then, he looked for his space ring in horror. Fortunately, it was still there. Then, he looked for the demon spirit mist cloak and the demon spirit black armor. Soon, he saw them on the crystal clothes rack beside the bed. They had been tidied up elegantly and clean. Yang Dingtian felt insecure without clothes, so Yang Dingtian changed into clothes. However, the underwear was still new. Wearing it, the feeling of gentle caress was so comfortable that it couldn't be described in words. Then, Yang Dingtian put on his demon spirit mist cloak and demon spirit black armor. He usually didn't need to eat, but when he saw the delicious food on the table, he couldn't resist the temptation and sat down on the crystal chair. Wow! What a comfortable chair. After pouring himself a glass of wine, Yang Dingtian picked up a piece of barbecued meat and ate heartily. God, it was too delicious. It was so delicious that Yang Dingtian couldn't believe it. After coming to the chaotic world, his status was so high. Although he didn't deliberately enjoy it, what kind of delicacies hadn't he eaten? However, everything in front of him was too delicious. Yang Dingtian even had a feeling of wanting to cry. It had been almost 2 years since he came to the Dark Realm. He had only eaten proper meals a few times. It had been a year since the last meal. The rest of the time, Yang Dingtian took pills to maintain his life. When he ate delicious food, he really had the feeling of crying. Delicious food was definitely not for filling one's stomach, but for enjoyment. And the wine here was really wonderful to the extreme. The bitterness, sourness, and sweetness, the 3 flavors combined beautifully, exerting an incomparably mysterious taste. No matter which world he was in, these 3 scents should be the most mysterious. For example, the red wine, chocolate, coffee, tea, and so on the earth plane, all have extraordinary attraction, all contain 1, 2, or 3 of these 3 flavors. After eating this meal, Yang Dingtian's happiness index had reached the peak. He swept away all the delicious food on the table, and then drank the wonderful blue wine little by little. Yang Dingtian didn't know what it was made of, but it tasted a bit like the table wine on earth, sour and sweet, very delicious. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, there was a question that Yang Dingtian had never thought about. Where was this? Was he still in the 3rd Dark Realm? All the questions and doubts, Yang Dingtian didn't think about them, and just enjoyed the delicious food and wine in front of him. Anyway, these questions were useless for him to think about. Obviously, there was life here, so he just had to wait for it to appear. As expected, the gorgeous crystal door slowly opened, and a peerlessly beautiful woman walked in. She was a 1 in a million beauty. She wore a long, watery dress that accentuated her slender and alluring figure, making her curves even more alluring. "Sir, you're awake?" The beautiful woman said softly, and then glanced at the messy table, and said, "Sir, you've eaten. As long as you want, you can enjoy any delicious food." "I've eaten, thank you very much." Yang Dingtian said, "Then, can I ask you a few questions?" The beautiful woman smiled softly and said, "Of course, but there are some questions that I may not have the authority to answer, but there will definitely be someone who can answer you." Yang Dingtian said, "May I ask, where is this place? Are we still in the 3rd Dark Realm?" The beautiful woman smiled and said, "This is not within the scope of our answer. However, our master is about to summon you, and I think she should be able to answer your questions. Also, I'm going to take you to see her now." Then, the beautiful woman bent her charming waist slightly and said, "Sir, please." She opened the door and led the way. Yang Dingtian followed. They walked out of the room. Yang Dingtian saw a completely dreamlike palace, even more dreamy than the Silver Palace in Little Western Paradise. The whole palace was still full of crystals and gems. Yang Dingtian had a feeling that he was in the Dragon King's Crystal Palace. However, there was no water here. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath, and it was pure and beautiful air. There were powerful warriors in every corner of the palace. They wore gorgeous armor and held weapons in their hands. They were guarding the place with dignity. These guards were both men and women. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the beautiful woman brought Yang Dingtian to the huge palace at the highest point. After entering the palace, the beautiful woman slowly closed the door. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was the only one in the incomparably huge palace. This huge palace was more than 10,000 square meters in size. Every inch of the floor was filled with precious crystals. There were dozens of huge pillars in the palace, dozens of meters tall and 3 to 4 meters thick, and all of them were completely carved out of crystals. Yang Dingtian was very familiar with the patterns carved on each pillar. They were all kinds of naga. The roof of the palace was dozens of meters above his head, and all the tiles were carved out of crystals. The sunlight shone directly, making the entire palace shine brightly. The tiles were also carved with gorgeous patterns, and there were also countless naga on them. Yang Dingtian was shocked and thought to himself, could it be that this is the ruins of the Naga Empire? At this moment, an incomparably charming voice sounded. Welcome, guest from afar. You are the third human to visit our empire. Note, this chapter took too long to come up with, so the update is a little late. Sorry. I will try to update earlier tomorrow. Thank you. A third human? Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. Then who were the first two humans to come here? Thus, Yang Dingtian could not help but ask his answer. A figure walked into the hall leisurely. Suddenly, the dazzling palace lost all its brilliance. It was as if all the light had gathered on this woman. This was another woman who was as beautiful as Naga Shuang. She was definitely at the top of the beauty pyramid in this world. Whether it was her appearance or her figure, they were all at the peak. In fact, Yang Dingtian could clearly see her face, but he still felt that he could not see it clearly. He felt that it was hazy and mysterious. It was as if this kind of beauty had reached the extreme and exceeded his imagination. Thus, it was difficult to form a very complete and clear image in his mind. This woman was the owner of this place. Esteemed guest, I am very willing to answer your question, but I am very sorry that this question involves others. I have no right to make a decision for them. The mistress said, but if you ask me a question that I can answer, I will definitely answer it. Yang Dingtian thought for a moment and said, then may I ask, is this the third dark realm? The third dark realm? The beautiful mistress looked puzzled. May I ask, what is this term? Yang Dingtian was startled for a moment before he understood. The so-called third dark domain was just a name that he had modified from Little Western Paradise's name. Others wouldn't be able to understand it. Yang Dingtian asked, may I ask, where is this place? Of course it is the Naga Empire, the mistress said. Yang Dingtian was stunned, but hasn't the Naga Empire been destroyed? The mistress said in shock, who told you that the Naga Empire has been destroyed? Yang Dingtian paused. Right, who told him that the Naga Empire had been destroyed? No one told him that the Naga Empire had perished, but almost everyone had this idea in their minds. The Naga Empire had perished, and the reason for the destruction of the ancient Great Nirvana was that Naga had lost its balance. When he heard that the Naga Empire was not destroyed, the impact on Yang Dingtian was huge. After a long while, Yang Dingtian finally reacted from this shocking news and said, but, 10,000 years ago, the world experienced a great calamity. It seems like all the worlds have been destroyed. The beautiful mistress smiled and said, that's right. 10,000 years ago, the world experienced a great calamity. If there is any race that can escape this calamity, it is without a doubt the Naga race. Yang Dingtian said in shock, could it be that the Naga Empire didn't perish during the Great Nirvana apocalypse, but instead escaped? The mistress said, most of them didn't escape. Most of the Naga was destroyed, and only a very small number of them survived. Yang Dingtian said, is it the strongest part that survived? The mistress shook her head and said, no, it should be said that the weakest part survived. Or, at that time, we weren't Naga yet, and hadn't truly been born. Yang Dingtian said, we call the world after the Great Nirvana apocalypse the Umbral Realm. Then, may I ask if your Naga Empire is in this Umbral Realm? The beautiful mistress nodded and said, the Naga Empire used to be very, very big, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. But now, there is only a small part of it left. Yang Dingtian asked. Doubtfully, may I ask, how big is this small part? The mistress said, it should be less than 10,000 miles. Yang Dingtian said, that's still very big. Then may I ask how many people are left in the Naga Empire? The mistress said, the real Naga, 8,538. The second generation of Naga, 53,800. The third generation of Naga, more than 390,000. The fourth generation of Naga, more than 2 million. This many? Yang Dingtian almost clicked his tongue. The mistress said, in fact, the real Naga is less than 10,000. After the second generation, each generation has become weaker and weaker. Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment and said, "Then may I ask, how did your Majesty's people escape the great Nirvana apocalypse?" "Please don't call me queen," the mistress said. "Although we are still called the Naga Empire, we no longer have a queen, nor are we aggressive. We are just a quiet and peaceful race. So, we are already the new Naga Empire." Her words brought a huge shock to Yang Dingtian. Naga was no longer aggressive, but peaceful. Then, the woman said, "My name is Lan Qi, you can call me that. You asked me about how we escaped the great Nirvana apocalypse. It was because the ancient Naga Empire understood that it was because of their crazy devouring that they were far more powerful than this world could bear. Because the Naga Empire destroyed all the underwater races, it led to the backlash of the chaotic world, resulting in the great Nirvana apocalypse. So, when the apocalypse came, all the Naga used up all their energy and sacrificed their lives to protect us, to protect this small world, so that the Naga and the Naga Empire could continue to live." After hearing this, Yang Dingtian fell into a deep silence. Naga was indeed a demigod race. In the great Nirvana apocalypse, they could still protect a world of nearly 10,000 miles. Although, they paid with their own lives. But, Yang Dingtian really wanted to know how the Naga came to be. The environment of the Third Dark Realm was terrible, and Yang Dingtian knew it all too well. How did the beautiful Naga Empire survive in this hell? Then, Yang Dingtian thought of another question. The whirlpool in the center of the Third Dark Realm was undoubtedly the entrance to the Naga Empire. Then, was the nearly 10,000 miles Naga Empire also in the center of the Third Dark Realm? Was it just protected by a powerful energy shield? In the ancient world, countless Nagas sacrificed their lives to build a huge energy shield to protect the nearly 10,000 miles Naga Empire, and survived until now. But if that was the case, why did not a single one of the ancient Naga survive? Could it be that all the Naga were so selfless and generous? This was very difficult. In fact, it could be said that it was simply impossible. There would always be selfish people in any race. But now, not a single one of the ancient Naga survived. That could only mean that the protected new Naga was not suitable for the ancient Naga to survive. Moreover, Yang Dingtian felt that a simple energy shield would not be able to completely protect the nearly 10,000 miles new Naga. Because, the entire world was dying, and it was difficult for a space of 10,000 miles to survive. Yang Dingtian, Miss Lan Qi, may I ask how the ancient Naga managed to protect the 10,000 miles new Naga? Did they use their lives to form an energy shield? Lan Qi was silent for a moment. Yang Dingtian, of course, if you think it is inconvenient, you can choose not to answer me. Lan Qi shook her head. It was not an energy shield. Although this was one of the ideas, it was later discovered that the energy shield could not withstand the invasion of the world's death energy. So, we could only use another method. Yang Dingtian thought for a moment and suddenly said, "Isolate the space, steal the nearly 10,000 miles new Naga space, and then put it into another space. This way, it will not be in the same space as the Naga Empire that is about to be destroyed, and can avoid the fate of destruction." Lan Qi looked at Yang Dingtian in shock and said in disbelief, You are really smart. Are all you humans so smart? No wonder the ancestors of the Naga wanted to inoculate humans. No wonder when the ancient Naga Empire was about to be destroyed, they still needed the help of a human to think of this method of isolating the space. Only by completely isolating this space and cutting off its connection with this chaotic world can it completely protect us. Yang Dingtian was stunned by the scene in his mind. He had actually completely stolen a space that was close to 10,000 miles wide and then isolated it, turning it into an independent world. In other words, Yang Dingtian had entered a completely different space. Although its entrance was in the Third Dark Realm, it was actually no longer in the Third Dark Realm. Its volume in the Third Dark Realm might be infinitely small like a speck of dust. At this time, Yang Dingtian could not help but think of a word. The extreme of fantasy was science fiction. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian's mind recalled what Lan Qi had just said. The ancient Naga race had thought of this method to isolate the space and protect it with the help of a human. Then, could this human be Shiwu Piaoyan? In terms of time, it made sense. Before the apocalypse, Shiwu Piaoyan had been looking for Naga to find a way to save the world. Yang Dingtian immediately asked excitedly, the human who thought of isolating the space and saving the Naga Empire, And also the first human to visit the Naga Empire. Is he called Shiwu Piaoyan? Lan Qi's beautiful eyes lit up. Yes? How did you know? Yang Dingtian was so excited that he almost couldn't control himself, and the blood in his body seemed to be boiling. It was really a feeling of searching high and low for something, only to find it by chance without any effort. He had worked so hard to find traces of Shiwu Piaoyan, the ruins of the Naga Empire, and even the 5th level of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Yang Dingtian was very excited. Did Mr. Shiwu Piaoyan leave some writings or scrolls in the Naga Empire? Lan Qi nodded and said, of course. He stayed in the Naga Empire for almost 10 years. Most of the time, he was debating, thinking, and had an exchange of ideas with the ancient Naga. Then, he wrote a scroll. This method of isolating the space was the result of the exchange between Mr. Shiwu Piaoyan and the Naga. Found it, found it. Yang Dingtian was very excited. Excuse me, where are these scrolls? Yang Dingtian asked. In the Empire Scripture Pavilion. Lan Qi said. Then can I go in and borrow them? Yang Dingtian asked. Lan Qi said, sorry, you can't. Yang Dingtian was startled and asked, why? Because I'm human? Lan Qi said, no, because the Scripture Pavilion has been completely sealed. Yang Dingtian asked, why is that? Lan Qi said, the ancient Naga was uncontrollably powerful. They devoured all the energy in the world and brought a devastating blow to the entire world. New Naga learned from the painful experience and decided to seal all the ancient martial arts manuals. We will not forcibly devour energy and live peacefully. Yang Dingtian was stunned and suddenly fell into a contradictory mood. First, of course, he was very glad that New Naga had changed. But, if he was completely sealed, he would not be able to see it. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian could not help but say, but, I'm human. Lan Qi said, we sealed the entire Scripture Pavilion and did not prohibit New Naga from entering. So, whether it's human or Naga, no one can enter the Scripture Pavilion to borrow. Yang Dingtian was silent for a long time and said, you have taken a new path, of course I'm very happy. Then, can I be bold and ask, is the Naga clan at this time strong? Lan Qi said. We have carried out normal martial arts cultivation, but we are very restrained, so compared to the ancient Naga ancestors, we are naturally weak. But compared to you humans, after all, many of the Naga have lived for tens of thousands of years, so they are definitely much stronger. Yang Dingtian said, about the Scripture Pavilion, can't we discuss it at all? Lan Qi's beautiful face was full of apology. I'm very sorry, this is the ancestors' rule, no one can violate it. Yang Dingtian said, but I'm the successor of Shiwu Piaoyan, can't I? Lan Qi shook her head and said, sorry, we have sealed off the entire Scripture Pavilion. We believe that it is the source of evil, so no one can enter to borrow it. Yang Dingtian immediately sighed and didn't open his mouth to plead. After a long time, Yang Dingtian asked, then can I borrow the martial arts scroll from New Naga? Lan Qi replied, of course, you're welcome to borrow them. We've written everything in the common language of the Chaos Realm, I can personally take you there. Yang Dingtian was stunned and said, you are the ruler of a country and have a lot of things to attend to every day. It is really not good to trouble you with such a small matter. A helpless smile appeared on Lan Qi's beautiful face, and she said, actually, I don't have any business. Your arrival is already the first major event in several hundred years. The whole of New Naga is doing nothing. Yang Dingtian was puzzled. Although there were only a few million people in New Naga, there should be a lot of government affairs. Lan Qi said, our New Naga basically exists in the form of a family, and we don't interfere with each other's business, so there will be no conflicts. As the ruler, I am only in this palace and have no other business. Yang Dingtian was surprised and said, then I can't imagine how the Naga people spent such a lonely time. This is not decades or centuries, but thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Lan Qi said, meditation, because the Naga people have an almost infinite lifespan, so they can only desperately meditate to pass the lonely time. Yang Dingtian said, then has no Naga ever thought of expanding, rushing out of New Naga, and ruling the world again? Lan Qi said, of course there is, but the ancient ancestors had already thought of this possibility, so they have completely blocked our path of expansion. What do you mean? Yang Dingtian asked. After entering the space of New Naga, you can't get out. Lan Qi said. Yang Dingtian was shocked. There was such a thing? They couldn't get out? Suddenly, he hurriedly asked, is it that the Naga people can't get out, or everyone can't get out? Lan Qi said, yes, everyone can't get out. Yang Dingtian was shocked. If everyone couldn't get out, then what should he do? He must go back to the human countries. Yang Dingtian said, Is there no way to get out? Lan Qi shook her head. Yang Dingtian thought for a while and said, if I remember correctly, Mr. Shiwu Piayan wrote a scroll called the Pig-Killing Swordsmanship. In the 5th level of the Pig-Killing Swordsmanship, there is the Great Space Technique. After learning this set of scrolls, you can tear the space and leave here. Lan Qi suddenly trembled, and a quick light flashed in her beautiful eyes, and then she quickly immersed herself, shook her head and said, the ancestors' order can't be disobeyed. Then, Lan Qi said, now, I am sure that you are really Mr. Shiwu Piayan's disciple, because no one else will know this secret. But I'm really sorry, everything in the Sutra Pavilion is the source of all evil, and we can't let anyone in. Yang Dingtian said, I don't dare to do anything else, but I just want to find the 5th level of the Pig-Killing Swordsmanship, is that okay? Lan Qi shook her head awkwardly and said, I'm very sorry, sir. If the Sutra Pavilion is opened, our new Naga will be destroyed. We will go back to the old way of sweeping the world and destroying the world. I believe you don't want to see this. Yang Dingtian sighed and smiled at her. After talking for so long, I didn't introduce myself. I'm very ashamed. My name is Yang Dingtian, the Supreme Commander of the human countries. Nice to meet you, Sir Yang Dingtian. Lan Qi said, how about I take you to see the scrolls of our new Naga? Okay, Yang Dingtian said. Then, Queen Lan Qi led the way and brought Yang Dingtian to the scroll hall in New Naga. The scrolls here were like mountains and seas. Queen Lan Qi said, you can read the scrolls here at will. If you have any questions, you can ask me. It seemed that life in New Naga was really boring to the extreme. The queen actually found great pleasure in reading with Yang Dingtian. Next, Yang Dingtian temporarily put down everything and began to read the scrolls of New Naga. Of course, he didn't give up on the Sutra Pavilion, but this kind of thing couldn't be rushed and had to be done slowly. Anyway, it seemed that Queen Lan Qi would accompany him to read and chat for the rest of the time. He could gradually tell her about what happened in the human kingdom and how he saved the world. He could cultivate her compassion for the human race, and perhaps she would change her mind. Next, Yang Dingtian read the scrolls of New Naga for the whole day. This wasn't an act, and he was even a little addicted to it. This was because the wisdom inside was really as vast as the sea. It was completely incomparable to human martial arts secret manuals. It was even incomparable to the secret manuals of the ancient human countries. This was the first time Yang Dingtian saw a scroll that was comparable to the pig-slaying swordsmanship in terms of depth of wisdom. Even if Yang Dingtian used a macroscopic view to read these scrolls, he would find that the grammar and logic here had reached the most wonderful level. This was very beneficial to Yang Dingtian's study of the divine realm. Of course, if Yang Dingtian wanted to use these scrolls to improve his cultivation, it would be wishful thinking. Because although these scrolls were related to martial arts, they pursued a kind of realm more. After reading a total of 10 scrolls, Yang Dingtian was sure that these scrolls were not so much martial arts secret manuals, but a kind of scripture that cultivated the body and mind. It was obvious that the new Naga was bitterly reflecting on their previous sins. They had completely abandoned the path of devouring energy and obtained the path of cultivation improvement. These scrolls all had a common theme, which was to explore a new path for the Naga, a new way of survival, a way of strength, and even a way of transcendence. Then, unsurprisingly, all the scrolls pointed in the same direction, which was to strengthen the mind and transcendence of the mind. It was not just about devouring energy and improving it. After reading it, Yang Dingtian gasped in amazement and was even filled with admiration. It was no wonder that the new Naga could live through endless years. It turned out that they had been meditating and thinking all this time. In this kind of intelligent meditation, time was completely like a shuttle. Yang Dingtian asked, after the world was destroyed, all the surviving Naga haven't really been born, right? Yes. Queen Lan Qi said, we are still just eggs. Yang Dingtian said in shock. Eggs? Didn't the Naga give birth directly? They are viviparous, not oviparous. Queen Lanchi said, after combining with humans, the remaining powerful Naga are viviparous. However, the combination of Naga and Naga is oviparous. I see. Yang Dingtian said, if I remember correctly, the Naga should be very cruel and bloodthirsty. Their strength and ambition are completely rooted in their blood and genes. Why is the Naga in New Naga so peaceful? Lanchi said, because we are the New Naga. After confirming that the whole world was going to be destroyed, the ancient Naga used a special energy method to give birth to us, the New Naga. Then, after we hatched, we couldn't come into contact with these brutal martial arts secret manuals at all, but brand new wisdom and peace secret manuals, so the attributes of the New Naga have been changed. Then, Lanchi said, of course, the Naga of the mermaid descendants is more peaceful. But the Naga of the sea snake descendants is still a bit manic. Yang Dingtian said in shock, the whole New Naga is divided into two parts. No, there is only one New Naga, Lanchi said, but there are two races, one is the descendant of the sea snake clan, the other is the descendant of the mermaid clan. The ancient Naga arranged for the descendant of the mermaid clan to be the new king to guard the palace, seal and guard the sutra depository. Yang Dingtian said, in other words, as the queen of New Naga, your biggest responsibility is to guard the sutra depository. Yes, the sutra depository is the source of evil in the Naga Empire. Once it is opened, it means the destruction of New Naga. Queen Lanchi said, my life's mission is to guard the sutra depository and seal it. Once it is opened, I can only be destroyed. Although the words were the same as the first time, Yang Dingtian felt a heavy blow deep in his heart. Now, he could clearly feel the weight of these words. New Naga, being sealed in this independent space, was undoubtedly a blessing for the whole chaotic world. Once the Naga race rushed out, the whole world would face enslavement and destruction. However, he really needed the fifth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Therefore, this was really a huge contradiction. And Yang Dingtian also saw in these scrolls that the New Naga race was desperately seeking freedom and liberation. They didn't start by devouring energy to improve their cultivation. Instead, they sought spiritual breakthroughs and freedom. In fact, this had already risen to the level of cosmology. Just like humans, they walked the path of technological advancement. They first left their home, then left their hometown, and then left their country. Now, they had already left Earth and set foot on the moon. In the future, they might set foot on Mars and then leave the solar system. And New Naga, who were completely sealed in an independent space, worked hard to seek spiritual breakthroughs and transcendence. This was a great direction. Even Yang Dingtian felt that this was an eternal and correct direction. Therefore, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but sigh deeply. The Naga race was indeed a great race. Whether it was the exploration of martial arts or the exploration of wisdom, they were far superior to humans. However, this was also a long and hopeless direction. Therefore, in the New Naga race, there must be many Naga who had lost confidence in the direction of spiritual breakthroughs. They wanted to return to the old path of devouring and evolving, breaking through and leveling up, and continue to sweep the world and destroy the world. Therefore, the sutra depository in the palace became particularly important. It also became the greatest hope for some Naga to break through the imprisonment of space and sweep the world. Once they obtained the martial arts manuals and space scrolls in the sutra depository, the Naga race could leave New Naga that imprisoned space and attack any place. Moreover, in these wisdom scrolls of New Naga, Yang Dingtian had already smelled a hint of negativity and disappointment. It was obvious that they had not made any progress in spiritual exploration for a long, long time. This was a dangerous signal. Just as Yang Dingtian and Queen Lanchi were reading and communicating, suddenly, a female Naga general entered and reported, "My lord, Bui Kao of the Sea Serpent clan heard that a distinguished human guest had come to the palace, so he specially came to see you. There's another human guest with him." Another human guest? Yang Dingtian was shocked. Could it be the demon King Wendian? Suddenly, he felt aghast. Queen Lanchi frowned slightly. Yang Dingtian asked, "You don't like this Bui Kao?" Queen Lanchi said, "He is too enthusiastic about the sutra depository, and he has a dangerous aura." Then, Queen Lanchi said, "Let them in." Was the human beside Bui Cao the demon King Wendian? He would know soon. Soon, the two of them appeared in front of Yang Dingtian. One of the figures looked very imposing. He was more than 2 meters tall and was wearing a golden robe. There were 2 slightly protruding horns on his head. However, the first thing that attracted Yang Dingtian's attention wasn't the sharp horn on his forehead, but his large and straight nose. Yang Dingtian had never seen such a straight nose before. Generally, the straighter a man's nose was, the better it looked. However, this man's nose was extremely straight, but it did not look good at all. Moreover, his facial features were very handsome. The edges and corners were extremely distinct, as if they had been chopped by a knife or an axe. However, it was also very strange. This face, which should have looked very handsome, was not good-looking at all. Instead, it made people feel awkward. In short, as soon as this person appeared, he seemed to be showing off his abilities, as if he was going to sting people. He should be the leader of the Naga sea snake tribe, Bui Cao. On the other hand, the man next to him was the exact opposite. His slender body looked very weak next to Bui Cao. His facial features did not look particularly exquisite or handsome. However, when put together, they looked very delicate and had a very charming aura. That mysterious and intimate temperament was extremely rare. This was because mystery and intimacy were 2 completely contradictory temperaments. It was very difficult to mix them together. For example, Yang Dingtian was more sunny and gave people a sense of intimacy, but there was no sense of mystery at all. The man in front of him had ordinary facial features but a beautiful face, but he gave people this contradictory quality. He was mysterious and intimate. As soon as he came in, Yang Dingtian almost did not look at Bui Cao. Instead, he looked directly at the beautiful man. The beautiful man did the same. After coming in, he did not even look at Queen Lanchi. His gaze fell directly on Yang Dingtian's face. Just by looking at each other, the two of them seemed to have communicated countless times. In fact, Yang Dingtian could even read a sentence from the other party's eyes, "You are that person." At the same time, Yang Dingtian also read the other party's identity almost immediately. Yang Dingtian had never seen him before. Sometimes, there really wasn't anything unexpected in this world. Things that were expected would happen so blatantly. Lady Lanchi. Bui Cao bowed stiffly and said, "I heard that there is a distinguished human guest coming to New Naga. Is that the one next to you?" Lanchi did not hide her displeasure. She nodded and said, "That's right. This is the commander of the human nations, His Excellency Yang Dingtian." Bui Cao looked at Yang Dingtian and said, "Mr. Yang Dingtian, it must have been very hard for you to come to New Naga." "It's not just tough, it's practically a narrow escape," Yang Dingtian said. "Ha ha ha ha." Bui Cao laughed. "Of course. How could mere mortals enter the noble Naga Empire? For you, this is like going from the mortal world to the immortal world." The sense of superiority in Bui Cao's words was almost bursting. Yang Dingtian smiled but did not reply. Lanchi said, "Is there anything else, Sir Bui Cao? If not, I'll continue reading with His Excellency Yang Dingtian." Boo. Cao's eyes flashed, then he laughed. "What, the Queen of New Naga can't stand loneliness anymore and wants to fly off with a man?" Lanchi's eyes turned cold. "Bui Cao, don't talk nonsense." Bui Cao didn't bother about Lanchi and looked at Yang Dingtian, "This human guest, most of the people in this palace are females. You might feel uncomfortable with them. Why don't you come with me to the old capital? Besides, I already have a human by my side, so I should have more in common with my compatriots." Yang Dingtian smiled. "Thank you for your invitation. I've just arrived and am curious about the scrolls and books here. If you're still hospitable after staying in the palace for a long time, I'm willing to be your guest." Bui Cao stared at Yang Dingtian for a long time, then smiled. "There are many beauties in the palace, especially the one by your side. But don't forget who you are. You're just a human. Don't be delusional. I'll say it harshly, but when it comes to mating, Naga will show her true colors first. I'm afraid that your thing will be crushed to pieces along with you." As soon as he said this, Lanchi's expression turned cold. She said angrily, "Bui Cao, don't use your dirty thoughts to judge others. Yang Dingtian smiled. Thank you for your warning, Sir Buikao. I'll be sure to pay attention. Buikao looked deeply at Yang Dingtian. Are you sure you won't come with me to the old capital? Yang Dingtian nodded and didn't reply. Buikao no longer hid the killing intent in his eyes. He left with the handsome man beside him. This time, it seemed like he was really here to look at Yang Dingtian and give him a warning. He didn't mention anything about the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion. Even after the two of them had left, Yang Dingtian didn't have the chance to speak to that handsome man. What's the name of the human beside Buikao? Yang Dingtian suddenly asked. Unnamed. Lan Qi said. Yang Dingtian was startled for a moment. This name was really strange. Yang Dingtian asked, that's strange. Why didn't Buikao mention anything about the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion? Lan Qi said, he didn't need to. It's useless even if he did. Yang Dingtian and Lan Qi continued to read the scrolls and discuss with each other. However, Yang Dingtian's state of mind was no longer calm. The handsome man's figure kept appearing in his mind. He and Queen Lan Qi kept reading until the sky turned dark. Then, the two of them ate together. The dishes were still exquisite, and the wine was still mellow. Only the two of them enjoyed it. Queen Lan Qi ate very slowly, as if she was savoring the taste of every dish. Yang Dingtian ate very quickly. Seeing Yang Dingtian eating heartily, Queen Lan Qi showed an envious look. You must be very busy. That's why you don't even have time to eat. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, yes, I rarely eat a proper meal. Queen Lan Qi said, in fact, we don't need to eat anymore. But our days are so boring that we need to eat to pass the time. As the two of them ate, the beautiful maid beside them kept serving new dishes, snacks, and fruits. Yang Dingtian noticed that her body was covered with scales. However, they weren't snake scales. Instead, they were fish scales. This is the second Naga of New Naga, Queen Lan Qi said. Queen Lan Qi said, in fact, only our generation can completely transform into human form. Even our generation can't completely transform into human form. For example, Buikao grew horns on his head. I also have mermaid characteristics. Oh? Yang Dingtian asked curiously. Mermaid characteristics on your body? Why don't I see them? Where are they? Queen Lan Qi smiled gracefully. It's not convenient for you to see them. Yang Dingtian immediately felt very embarrassed. Soon, another Naga came over. However, this Naga only had less than half human characteristics. The lower half of her body was completely snake. This is the third Naga of New Naga. She is actually the offspring of a mermaid descendant Naga and a sea snake descendant Naga, but she shows the characteristics of a sea snake, Queen Lan Qi said. Yang Dingtian glanced at the third Naga. Her face was very beautiful and gentle. It didn't look like the face of a sea snake at all. When her tail swam, she looked very elegant. When Yang Dingtian looked over, her beautiful face blushed slightly. Yang Dingtian asked, why can't I see the characteristics of a third Naga with mermaid characteristics? Lan Qi sighed. It's difficult for the third generation Naga of the mermaid clan to swim on land, so most of them live underwater. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Isn't this becoming more and more disadvantageous for you? The power of the sea snake descendants in Naga will become stronger and stronger. Lan Qi said, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, you are very sharp. That's right, after the third generation Naga, the mermaids can only live underwater. And now the palace is on the ground. So Buikao's clan is becoming stronger and stronger, and his ambition is becoming more and more difficult to stop. Yang Dingtian said, I found out today that he is still restraining himself because he seems to admire you very much. Lan Qi sighed. It should be so my palace can still be safe and sound. Yang Dingtian asked, what if Buikao rebels? What should we do? Lan Qi was silent for a moment, then shook her head and said, I don't know. In fact, as you can see, our exploration in the spiritual realm has reached a bottleneck, and the whole of New Naga is immersed in darkness and disappointment. So we are becoming more and more dissatisfied with the restrictions of our ancestors. Once this dissatisfaction erupts under Buikao's control, I don't know what the result will be. Yang Dingtian thought for a while and asked, is the current power gap very big? Yes. Lan Qi nodded and said, Bui Cao is very authoritarian to his people, and I am very democratic. But at the critical moment, democracy means lax. In case Bui Cao rebels and attacks the palace to open the hidden scriptures pavilion, learn the space scroll, and try to break out of the confinement of New Naga, I don't know how many Naga will be willing to follow me to stop all this from happening. Because following the creed of the ancestors is equivalent to imprisoning oneself, which is equivalent to sacrificing oneself. And in this world, no matter which race it is, there are always few who are willing to sacrifice themselves. Yang Dingtian nodded. It could be imagined that the sea serpents were cruel and cold-blooded. Even Queen Poisa could completely ignore the lives of tens of millions of half-humans. And the Mer people were more intelligent, but they were naturally romantic, and might be inferior in terms of combat power. Once Bui Cao rebelled, the consequences would be unimaginable. And at this time, Yang Dingtian completely understood one thing. In fact, in New Naga, there was no real Naga at all. The only real Naga in this world was Duguoxuang. The so-called real Naga was actually only one kind. That was the viviparous Naga, the product of the imperfect first-generation Naga and humans. And Queen Lan Qi in front of him, including the more than 8,000 most powerful Naga in New Naga, was actually the product of Naga and Naga. They could be considered the second generation of Naga. The strength of their bodies was originally far inferior to that of the real first generation of Naga. In short, only the first generation of Naga and humans were the real half-gods. During the conversation, Yang Dingtian could clearly feel the difference between Queen Lan Qi and the Naga Shuang. Although the Naga Shuang was incomparably attached to Yang Dingtian and lovable, she was cold, bloodthirsty, and completely indifferent to life. And Queen Lan Qi in front of him was undoubtedly the genetic attributes of the Mer people. She was very romantic, curious, and kind, and had a natural compassion for life. Although she was the so-called queen, she was no longer the real Naga. Next, she began to curiously inquire about Yang Dingtian's life, the family around him, and the matters of the human kingdom. Yang Dingtian spoke in great detail, but he didn't mention anything about the doomsday battle at the beginning, nor did he say that the human kingdom was about to face destruction, nor did he mention the demon king Wendian. He only talked about his wife and child. And Queen Lan Qi liked hearing this very much, especially every time Yang Dingtian talked about his child. The light in her beautiful eyes seemed to be intoxicated. She even instinctively reached out as if she wanted to touch Yang Dingtian's newborn daughter's little face. Although Shuang was his lover, Yang Dingtian had to admit that the heart of Queen Lan Qi in front of him was really incomparably beautiful. In the following time, Queen Lan Qi and Yang Dingtian were completely inseparable. They read together, ate together, and slept together. Of course, they didn't sleep together. Yang Dingtian also completely understood how lonely and boring this so-called queen was. Her only mission was to guard the scripture depository and seal it. After that, she really had nothing to do at all, nor did she have any government affairs. Thus, Yang Dingtian taught her chess, Go, Do Diju, Mahjong, and so on. Instantly, she seemed to have fallen into a sea of joy and spent the happiest time of her life. And as he interacted with her, Yang Dingtian's heart became more and more conflicted. Should he open the scripture depository or not? Although this was very important to him, it seemed to be even more important to Queen Lan Qi. One night, after Yang Dingtian and Queen Lan Qi finished playing chess, they returned to their bedroom and saw the handsome human male. He was sitting there quietly, waiting. Uninvited guest, please forgive me. He smiled. Yang Dingtian paused for a moment, then sat opposite him and said, Excuse me, are you Lord Wendian? Oh, yes, I am Wendian, the demon king Wendian that you all speak of, the handsome man said. Although he had already guessed it, Yang Dingtian was still shocked. Then, he said, Your Excellency Demon King, why have you come? The demon king Wendian said, I want to make a deal with you. Deal? What deal? The demon king Wendian was undoubtedly Yang Dingtian's greatest enemy. He was also the biggest boss in this world. However, he had suddenly appeared in front of Yang Dingtian. He didn't summon the wind and rain, nor did he summon mountains and tsunamis. There was no earth-shattering darkness as his background. Wentian's appearance this time wasn't even as impressive as the Wentian clone in the Ghost Hell region. For the first time, he followed behind Bui Cao without saying a word. The second time, he sat there quietly, waiting for Yang Dingtian's arrival. No matter if it was in terms of appearance or temperament, he didn't seem like a boss. If there were history books, the meeting between Wentian and Yang Dingtian should be filled with a sense of destiny. But in reality, it was so ordinary and ordinary. "Can I ask, how did you find New Naga?" Yang Dingtian asked curiously. Wentian spread out his hands and said, "How did you find it? How did you come here?" "Naturally, I came here the same way," Yang Dingtian said, "but this is the third dark domain. There is a devouring fog everywhere. Even with the devil spirit demon flame energy barrier, I couldn't reach the center of the whirlpool and fell out." "You don't have the devil spirit demon flame or an energy barrier. How did you pass through the 60,000 miles of devouring fog?" Wentian said, "I used the spatial rend flame. I could directly open a clean path. The spatial rend flame can devour the energy at the edge of the abyss. This so-called devouring fog is only the lowest level of energy at the edge of the abyss. The spatial rend flame is even more so." Instantly, Yang Dingtian was stunned. Then, he cursed in his heart, F***ck. He could have just used the spatial rend flame, but he had to add more feet to the devil spirit demon flame energy barrier. He had wasted a large amount of Xianxia. Yang Dingtian slapped his forehead in annoyance. "Alright, you can speak," Yang Dingtian said. Wentian said, "What do you want to come to New Naga?" Yang Dingtian was surprised. "You don't know?" "Of course I don't know." Wentian said, "Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, although we have been mortal enemies for life, and although I am certain that you are that so-called God's chosen spokesperson, this is still the first time we have met." "Fuck," Yang Dingtian said, "We've met before. In the Ghost Hell region, wasn't the soul clone that stole the Netherworld ghost flame sent by you? Wasn't that also a part of you? He said very arrogantly that I tore through space and traversed hundreds of thousands of miles to come here. That guy was just bragging." Wentian said, "How awesome is the greater space technique? The scripture depository hasn't been opened yet, so how could I possibly learn it? That's just a soul clone of mine, and I've been hiding in the nether plane for a long time. He's seen you, but I haven't." "Oh, so that's how it is." Yang Dingtian was puzzled. "Can a person have several soul avatars?" "Ah, this is the highest mystical skill of the Temple of Annihilation." Wentian said, "Do you know about the soul-devouring art?" "I know." Yang Dingtian said, "I even know it." Wentian said, "Oh, you even know it? What do you know?" Yang Dingtian said, "Soul assimilation and soul explosion?" Soul assimilation draws out a person's soul, turning them into an idiot. Soul explosion is to use the extracted soul puppet to attack a living person, turning them into an idiot. Wentian said in astonishment, "You've learned it?" "Ah." Yang Dingtian said. "Aren't you from the Tiando League? How did you learn my supreme evil ways?" Wentian said. Yang Dingtian said, "When I was very young, I was forced into my brain." Wentian spread out his hands and said, "AI, what a pity. Your so-called soul assimilation art is a disguised version that I modified." "What?" Yang Dingtian was astonished. The soul-devouring art had been modified by Wentian. Wentian said, "The real soul-devouring art is to draw out another person's soul and turn it into a puppet soul without consciousness. After injecting your own consciousness into it, it will become a soul clone." Yang Dingtian was truly shocked. He said in disbelief, "In other words, as long as you are willing, you can have countless clones." "Ah, that's what it means." Wentian said, "However, it's impossible to have countless clones. A person's soul energy is limited. Splitting into several clones is unbearable. Look at me, I'm always in low spirits and have frequent headaches. This is the consequence of having a soul clone." At this moment, Yang Dingtian was truly shocked. This soul-devouring art was truly a supreme evil art. A person could have several clones, and each of them had their own consciousness. This was too terrifying. Following which, Yang Dingtian thought of a question. Wentian modified the evil soul art? That meant that he also knew the logic secrets in the secret manual. The secret manual was equivalent to the secret of a computer's software. He also comprehended the secret of the God realm. In fact, he could even modify it himself. This meant that his realm was even higher than Yang Dingtian's. His grandfather. Yang Dingtian involuntarily spoke in Mandarin. Wendian trembled violently as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. He asked loudly, "Brother, you also came from Earth?" At this moment, Wendian was speaking in Mandarin. Moreover, he was even eating seafood. Ah. Yang Dingtian nodded his head. Instantly, Wendian was wild with joy. He rushed forward and hugged Yang Dingtian tightly, as he patted his back with all his might. After that, tears flowed out from his eyes. Heavens, I really don't dare to believe that this is the truth. Wendian was incomparably agitated. Alaskan, where are you from? Northeast. Yang Dingtian replied. After that, he recalled that the name Wendian gave him here was unnamed. He couldn't help but ask, You are from Peking University? Wendian nodded his head forcefully. Peking University? You guessed it from my name? What about you? I'm from Tsinghua University. Yang Dingtian replied. The Demon King Wendian instantly cursed in anger. King Chaos God, you purposely chose people from Earth to scam? You purposely chose people from China to scam? Also, you only chose people from Peking University and Tsinghua University. What do you want the students from other universities to think? Wendian's cold humor caused Yang Dingtian to be unable to recover from his shock. After that, the Demon King Wendian asked, Oh right, brother, when did you come from Earth? 7 years ago. Yang Dingtian continued, when I transmigrated here, it should be 2007. You have only been here for 7 years and you are already so awesome? Wendian exclaimed. Brother, you are good. You are stronger than your elder brother. Which year did you come from? Yang Dingtian asked. 1979, not long after the college entrance exam was reinstated. This brother went to the countryside and came back. In my first year, I didn't manage to get into Peking University. But in my second year, I did. The Demon King Wendian said, K his grandpa. This daddy just got into Peking University and my wife got into Renmin University. Just like that, this daddy transmigrated here. K the ancestors of the Chaos God. After the excitement, Wendian's body suddenly swayed. He hurriedly covered his head and sat down. His expression was one of pain. After a few minutes, he finally recovered. He panted heavily and said, This is the after effects of my soul splitting. Usually, I don't dare to be too happy or sad. When my head hurts, I really want to die. K the ancestors of the Chaos God. After he was done, Wendian immediately stood up and took 2 cups and a bottle of wine. Come. Brother, there are a few happy things in life. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land is one of them. Looking at the entire history of the world, there is no one more awesome than meeting an old friend in a foreign land. If the people of Earth heard about this, they would definitely be so shocked that their jaws would drop. After that, Yang Dingtian started drinking with the Demon King in a daze. After drinking too much, they would talk too much. The Demon King had long tossed the matter of the transaction to the back of his mind. He told Yang Dingtian about his awe-inspiring history during the Cultural Revolution and how many women liked him when he was in the countryside. When he talked about old Mao, he was filled with extreme worship and also extreme hatred. When he talked about American imperialism and Su Xiao, he gnashed his teeth. After 200 years, he was still so angry. It was really not easy. When he talked about China's backwardness, he pounded his chest with all his might. Brother, the two of us can be considered to be extremely awesome in this chaos world. Wendian said, if we transmigrate back to Earth one day, I guarantee that we will beat Su Xiao until he shits. What American emperor? British emperor? They will all be trampled under our feet. At this moment, Yang Dingtian replied, about that, the Soviet Union has already disintegrated. Wendian was shocked. When did this happen? 1991, Yang Dingtian replied. Wendian, who was chattering nonstop, suddenly stopped. His expression became desolate. Even the Soviet Union is no longer viable? Then can socialism still be saved? If the Soviet Union is gone, then wouldn't the United States be suppressing China to death? Brother, when you came, was China still doing well? It was still okay. Yang Dingtian, some people say that China has become the last fortress and savior of capitalism. In 2007, when I came, China's GDP was ranked third in the world. In a few years, it will surpass Japan and become the world's number 2. In 20 years, it will surpass America and become the world's number 1. F***K. Wendian muttered to himself. It seems that China doesn't need the two of us. Instantly, Yang Dingtian was once again stunned by this cold humor. The two of them talked non-stop and chatted for 4 hours. By then, the sky had already turned dark. Most of the time, Yang Dingtian was the one listening while Wendian was the one talking. Wendian's eloquence was truly awesome. His debating skills were also absolutely unparalleled. As expected of someone who had been trained in a special era. When it came to debating, even 10 Yang Dingtian wouldn't be his match. In the end, the two of them finished all the wine. Wendian's eyes were blurry. He shook the empty wine bottle and exhaled a mouthful of alcohol. He said loudly, "Today is the happiest day of this brother of mine in the past 200 years. Then, he stepped forward and hooked his arm around Yang Dingtian's shoulder. He said drunkenly, "Brother, we are both transmigrated here. So, we are family. In the entire chaos world, only the two of us are from Earth. So, we have to be close. In this way, if the two of us join hands, we will definitely be able to make a name for ourselves in the chaos world." Yang Dingtian couldn't help but say, "Brother, you are now the overlord of the evil ways, the absolute ruler of several planes. I am the supreme commander of the human countries. This should be considered not bad, right? There is no position higher than the two of us." Wendian seemed to have choked. After being stunned for a while, he said, "Sigh, I'm used to saying this. Back then, when I was going to Beijing to study with a few friends, I said this sentence. In any case, we are all from Earth, so we have to be of one heart. You and your elder brother should join hands and take down that dogshit chaos god, okay?" Yang Dingtian didn't say anything. "Why? You don't hate that chaos god who brought you here?" Wendian asked. "Do you feel that you are very honored to be chosen by him? Also, you went from a mere ordinary human to the ruler of a human country in the chaos world. Do you feel very honored and grateful to him?" Yang Dingtian still shook his head. "Maybe I hate him, but now is not the time to hate him. At least, I don't hate him that much. Useless. The Demon King Wendian spoke in a stern voice. "What I hate the most is other people controlling my fate. It's fine that my fate has been controlled because that is also my dream. No matter what the reality is, my dream is right. What right does this dogshit chaos god have to make me like a chess piece? What right does he have to make me the supreme leader of the so-called evil ways 200 years ago? And then, he wants to destroy me alive. Moreover, he wants to destroy the woman I love the most to do so. What right does he have? What right does he have to control my fate?" After that, the Demon King Wendian pointed at Yang Dingtian's nose and scolded, "You useless person, how can you allow others to control your fate? You are a walking corpse with no dreams and no pursuits." "I have dreams," Yang Dingtian said. "What?" Wendian asked. "To save the chaos world," Yang Dingtian said. "Pooey." Wendian spat and said, "Naive, hypocritical, stupid, idiotic, brainwashed fool. What you are doing is compromising. What you are doing is surrendering. You just happened to fall into the trap of our greatest enemy, the chaos god. We are believers of Marxism. We should be fearless. What chaos god? He is nothing but dogshit. Didn't he want to control my fate? Didn't he want to destroy me 200 years ago? In the end, his greatest fighter, Nihility Piaoling, became my woman and I planted an evil spirit in her. The few major planes of the chaos world have all fallen into my hands. The Underworld Empire, the Little Western Paradise, and New Naga are about to fall into my hands. The Chaos God is nothing but a fart. You are actually scared by this fart and are actually afraid of him. Ha ha ha. What a good for nothing. Yang Dingtian said with a stern expression, I have things that I fear. For example, the lives of countless people, for example, my family. But the so-called Chaos God is definitely not one of them. Then let me tell you. Why don't you join forces with me to deal with the Chaos God? The Demon King Wendian said sternly, you are greedy for the power and fame he gives you. Yang Dingtian said word by word, if you give up on the idea of mutual destruction and destroying the world, I will join forces with you. As soon as these words came out, the Demon King Wendian instantly fell silent. Yang Dingtian's words directly hit the deepest part of his heart. Mutual destruction was the only way for him to defeat the Chaos God. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian spoke, Wendian, I suddenly feel that the two of us don't need to consider ourselves as earthlings anymore. You are Wendian and I am Yang Dingtian. This point can no longer be changed. The smile on Wendian's face instantly disappeared. Yang Dingtian continued, actually, there are some things that I don't understand. Where did your hatred come from? Why are you so intent on destroying the world? It seems like there's no need to do so. Just because you feel like you are being toyed with? Just because the primal chaos god manipulated your fate? Wendian fell silent and asked, Yang Dingtian, do you have a wife in the primal chaos world? Do you have children? Yes. Yang Dingtian continued, I have more than one wife and more than one child. If someone defiled your wife or killed your child, what would you do? Wendian asked. Yang Dingtian replied, I would kill their entire family and end their bloodline. I would dig up their ancestral graves and grind their bones to dust. Good, well said. Wendian continued, then what would you do as a person? Yang Dingtian replied, I would be crippled. I would have nothing left to live for. Well said. Wendian replied, my 4 wives were tortured and killed. All of my children were killed as well. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's body twitched violently. After that, he asked in a trembling voice, when? Wendian replied, before I became the Demon King, I had just transmigrated here. Other than missing my wife and unborn child on Earth, not long after, I started to accept everything in the primal chaos world. Because, the body I took over became a genius. I became the most outstanding youth of the evil ways. I had 4 beautiful and adorable wives. Is your wife adorable? Very, very, very. Yang Dingtian replied. Wendian continued, my wife is the same. She is very, very, very beautiful and adorable. And I also became the direct disciple of the previous Demon King. I am proud of my success. Do you know how miserable the evil ways were after their defeat? They could only stay near the Devil Domain and the water they drank was polluted by the Ecstasy River. Maybe you don't know, but in the evil ways territory, out of every 10 children born, 3 of them are abnormal. 4 to 5 of them will die young. Only 2 to 3 of them will survive. And the average lifespan of the people in the territory rarely exceeds 40. So, do you know how much we yearned for the outside world at that time? Yang Dingtian fell into silence. Wendian continued, Master spent his life painstakingly scheming against the Heavenly Tao Union and enduring humiliation. In addition to the Heavenly Tao Union's internal division, Master allowed the evil Tao to survive. To see the evil ways as the evil ways to the evil ways. My Master's lifelong dream was to take back the territory that belonged to the Temple of Annihilation and let the people of the evil ways live there. However, at that time, the evil Tao had experienced a great defeat 400 years ago, and was completely torn apart. Yang Dingtian knew nothing about this period of history. Wendian continued, my master was already over 100 years old. It was very difficult for him to complete this mission. Thus, he could only place all his hopes on me. At that time I was immersed in my reforms in the territory. I was also living a happy life with my wife and children. I didn't put the Tian Dao League in my heart. Until my master suddenly died. Suddenly died? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, suddenly died. Wendian continued, thus, I became the new head of the Temple of Annihilation. The evil ways were already torn apart. At that time I was still so young. How could I convince the people to accept me as the head of the Temple of Annihilation? Thus, when I accepted the Temple of Annihilation, looked at the torn-apart evil ways, and looked at the people living in humiliation, how difficult was it for me? I had no choice but to put down the happiness of being with my family and devote myself to the cause of the Temple of Annihilation. However, even in the Temple of Annihilation, it was difficult for me to convince the people. I had no one to rely on and was bullied time and time again. The scene that Yang Dingtian imagined was very similar to his own experience. After Shimen Wuya died, he became the Lord of Cloud Heaven City in name. However, at that time, Shimen Ju and Yang Yan didn't put him in their eyes and forced him into a dead end several times. Those days were very difficult. Wendian continued, and the most vicious ones were your Tiando League, especially the Yinyang School and the Black Sky Sect. They exploited us like pigs and dogs. Today, they wanted this, tomorrow, they wanted that. As long as we discovered any minerals in our territory, they would immediately force me to cede them. Not only that, they even made me the Temple of Annihilation their secret fighter to get rid of dissidents in the Tiando League. Of course, I rejected them. Thus, everyone in the Tiando League felt that I wasn't suitable to be the head of the Temple of Annihilation. Thus, they colluded with the traitors in the Temple of Annihilation to plot against me and steal the position of the head of the temple. Speaking up to here, Wendian became completely silent. After a long time, he said, after a narrow escape from death, I managed to survive this great conspiracy. However, I carried the crime of murdering my master and was robbed of the position of the head of the Temple of Annihilation. I was forced to flee to the ends of the earth. My wives were all tortured and killed. My children were all killed. Instantly, Yang Dingtian felt a heart-wrenching pain. Without a doubt, if he had suffered such a heavy injury, he would have directly turned into a demon and destroyed everything. Wendian continued, thus, I swore at that time that I would become stronger, stronger, stronger. I would complete the task that my master failed to complete. I would send all my enemies to hell. Then, I suddenly had many fortuitous encounters and quickly became stronger, stronger, stronger. It was as if countless secret manuals, precious weapons, mysterious secret realms, and heaven and earth mystic flames were all surging towards me. Not only that, the most beautiful woman in the world appeared and saved my withered and shattered heart. Then, I regained my love. Of course, Yang Dingtian knew that this woman was the Nihility Piaoling, the head of the hidden sect. Wendian continued, what happened after that was nothing to write home about. I became extremely powerful and broke through to the half-saint realm before the age of 40. I unified the evil ways and discovered a mysterious place. I established an incomparably powerful Legion of Doom. I wanted to destroy the Tiando League and unify the entire world. I wanted to completely end the fate of the Great War of Annihilation every 200 years. Taking a deep breath, Wendian continued, however, at a certain point in time, before the Great War of Annihilation, I discovered that everything seemed to be controlled by the hand of God. The woman I loved the most was actually my greatest enemy. The head of the hidden sect approached me so that she could eventually kill me. The Nihility Piaoling killed my final conscience. The Great War of Annihilation that I started was destined to fail. All of my tragic experiences, my fate, they were all indulged in. Everything I've been fighting for is meaningless. That God destroyed everything I had. After that, he wanted to trample me to death like a bedbug. Wendian's eyes constricted, Yang Dingtian, just when you thought that you were the main character, you were actually just a bedbug. Someone killed your master and your entire family in order to turn you into a devil. What would you do? Should I kill him? If you can't kill him, then perish together with him? Wendian pursed his lips, what a pity. This God is too powerful. I can't even see his figure. There's no other way. In that case, I'll just destroy the entire primal chaos world. If the entire primal chaos world is destroyed, this God probably won't be able to survive. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, how long before the Great War of Annihilation, did you know that you were indulged? Did you know that you would definitely lose? It wasn't too early or too late. Wendian continued, at least, it allowed me to set up everything. However, it was still too rushed. Yang Dingtian stared at Wendian, I know that it's impossible for me to convince you. There's nothing in this world that can resolve the hatred in your heart. Mei Chem, the Demon King Wentian nodded and said, Yang Ding Tian, can it be that you don't want to use your brain to think about the meaning of saving the world? Why would there be a great war of annihilation every 200 years? Why would over 100 million people die every time? Moreover, the evil ways would always fail every time. It's not that there weren't any wise and far-sighted leaders who wanted to resolve the conflict and stop the war between the Tiando League and the evil ways. However, these wise leaders were all dead. For example, my master wanted to stop the war with the Tiando League many times and restore relations. He didn't even hesitate to submit to the Tiando League. After that, he died. Yang Dingtian didn't reply. The Demon King Wentian coldly laughed. The so-called Great War of Annihilation is simply a game for God. He's too bored. He plays chess with himself. The chess piece in his left hand is me and the chess piece in his right hand is you. He wants us to kill each other until rivers of blood flow and the sky turns dark so that he can relieve his boredom. Could it be that you are willing to be fooled and become that idiot, that smelly bug? Yang Dingtian stared at Wentian and said, Your Majesty Demon King, I'm not as smart as you. The problems you mentioned are very crucial. They are the biggest and most crucial secrets of this world. However, I'm very sorry. I don't have the time to think about such a deep problem. I have to solve the problem in front of me first before I can think about such a deep problem. Idiot. The Demon King Wentian sternly said, Mao Zedong once said that the most important problem in a revolution is who is our enemy and who is our friend. You don't even know the true enemy and you are blindly throwing your head and spilling your blood. You are extremely stupid. Yang Dingtian said, I'm still sorry. I'm not as smart as you. Therefore, the first thing I want to do is to save the human countries. I know that your Legion of Doom is made up of tens of millions of Maori barbarians who have been completely transformed. They are Maori barbarians who are like wild beasts and demons. They will completely destroy the human countries. Hundreds of millions of people will die. All the families in the primal chaos world, all the farms, all the children, they will all die. What does their death have to do with you? The Demon King Wentian coldly said, When my wives were raped and killed, when my 9 children were killed, when my beloved woman betrayed me and killed me, did anyone pity me? Yang Dingtian said, I still say the same thing. I will unearth the truth about the god of primal chaos. However, before that, I will save the human countries and destroy your Legion of Doom. Ha 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 ha. The Demon King Wentian laughed wildly and said, Who do you think you are? You want to destroy my Legion of Doom? Do you know how powerful my Legion of Doom is? You clearly know that not only do I have the Legion of Doom, I also have the Underworld Empire and Little Western Paradise. How ridiculous is it for a mere human Tiando League to defeat me? Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, after all, I came more than 200 years before you. I'm not afraid to say something that will hurt your self-esteem. I have never regarded you as an opponent. My opponent has always been the god of primal chaos. I know, so the two of us have nothing to talk about. Yang Dingtian said. The Demon King Wentian grinned and said, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, how about I make a deal with you? Speak. Yang Dingtian said. Do you want to leave this place and return to the human countries? The Demon King Wentian said. Of course. Yang Dingtian said. The Demon King Wentian said, It's very simple. Open the scripture pavilion and obtain the spatial scroll inside. This was written by the Shiwu Piayan and the ancient Naga. Yang Dingtian said, I also want to obtain it, but it's a pity that Queen Lan Chi will definitely not open the scripture pavilion. The Demon King Wentian said, If you want her to open the scripture pavilion, it's very simple. You just have to conquer her. Hee hee. Yang Dingtian used the most perfunctory word on earth to reply. Of course, Wentian didn't understand the meaning behind it, but he understood Yang Dingtian's meaning. He smiled and said, Do you think that you can't do this? After all, you are a human and she is a Naga. Even if she sympathizes with life, she still looks down on humans. Don't worry, I have a way. Then, Wentian took out a bottle and said, There is a medicine in this bottle that is specially used to deal with the Naga. It is absolutely effective. As long as Queen Lan Chi smells it, I guarantee that she will immediately be aroused. At that time you will be able to obtain her easily. You also know that Naga are incomparably loyal to their partners. After you conquer her, won't it be easy for you to obtain the things in the scripture pavilion? Yang Dingtian said, since there are so many benefits, why don't you do it yourself? Wendian said, I don't have the chance to be alone with Queen Lan Qi. She is very close to you and doesn't guard against you. That's why you have a chance. Yang Dingtian was about to speak, but he was stopped by Wendian. It's up to you whether you do it or not. Don't speak. I'm a little tired of your righteous and hypocritical words. It's fine if it's just hypocrisy, but if it's also a stupid truth, I can't tolerate it at all. My fellow earthlings are so stupid. It's really unbearable. After speaking, Wendian placed the bottle on the table and left alone, instantly disappearing without a trace. After Wendian left, Yang Dingtian sat down and cleared the messy thoughts in his heart. After an unknown period of time, a figure suddenly appeared behind Yang Dingtian. It was Queen Lan Qi. She gently said, why didn't you go to the library this morning? I waited for you for a long time but you didn't come. Why are you sitting here in a daze? Yang Dingtian suddenly woke up. In the end, he discovered that it was already bright outside. He had actually sat there in a daze for a few hours. Okay, I'll go now. Yang Dingtian. Bang! At this moment, the evil medicine bottle on the table suddenly exploded. Yang Dingtian was greatly shocked. This Wendian was up to no good. The moment the bottle of aphrodisiac exploded, Yang Dingtian grabbed Queen Lan Qi's arm and flashed away like a bolt of lightning. But he was still a little too slow. It wasn't that he wasn't fast enough. Instead, he saw that the energy of the aphrodisiac had already seeped into their bodies when it exploded. Instantly, Yang Dingtian felt his heart skip a beat. His body heated up, and his mind shook. Queen Lan Qi's beautiful eyes also trembled. Her entire body was boiling hot, and her beautiful face was flushed red. Of course, that was all. It was impossible to make a fire out of wood. Yang Dingtian used his Xianxia to suppress it, and with great difficulty, he suppressed this strange and charming energy. He panted slightly and said, What is in this bottle? Why is it so fast? And when it exploded, there was no smoke at all. Queen Lan Qi breathed slightly, and the breath she exhaled was fragrant and hot. She said, this is a type of spiritual energy that is impossible to guard against. It directly penetrates into one's consciousness and spirit to arouse one's lust. Yang Dingtian was speechless. There was a spiritual energy medicine in New Naga. Queen Lan Qi didn't question Yang Dingtian. Instead, she said in a very gentle tone, who left this bottle? It's the human beside Buikao. He's the demon king Wendian, Yang Dingtian said. He's Wendian? Queen Lan Qi said in shock. Your greatest enemy, Wendian? Yes, but I'm afraid I'm not qualified to be his enemy yet, Yang Dingtian said. Queen Lan Qi said, does he want something to happen between the two of us so that I can help you open the scripture depository and get Mr. Shiwu Piayan's scroll? Yes, that's his goal. He wants to use me to open the scripture depository, Yang Dingtian said. Queen Lan Qi said softly, Mr. Yang Dingtian, I want to tell you first that no matter what happens in the future, I won't open the scripture depository. I hope you understand this. Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment, then nodded. I know. Queen Lan Qi also fell silent. If she didn't open the scripture depository, it meant that Yang Dingtian would never be able to leave New Naga's isolated space. It meant that he would never be able to reunite with his wife and children, and save the human kingdom. Queen Lan Qi suddenly was filled with guilt. Suddenly, she raised her head and said, as long as you don't open the scripture pavilion, I can help you with anything else. For the rest of the time, Yang Dingtian continued to read and chat with Queen Lan Qi every day. He knew everything about the New Naga Empire, and Queen Lan Qi knew everything about the human kingdoms. Of heaven to heaven. To heaven of heaven too. Yang Dingtian nodded. But don't you have to guard the scripture depository? Queen Lan Qi smiled. Even if I'm not here, no one can open the scripture depository. Then, Yang Dingtian walked out of the New Naga Palace for the first time. This place was truly like a fairyland. Of course, it wasn't like the illusory fairyland of the Western paradise. It was just the beautiful scenery, the bright sun, the blue sky, and the clean world. Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that the celestial qi energy here was much richer and purer than that of the human kingdom. Also, he discovered many plants and animals that he had never seen before. It seemed that many animals and plants had gone extinct during the last great nirvana apocalypse. The two of them rode a 7-colored phoenix and flew toward the east. After flying for 2,000 miles, they saw the sea. It was like a mirror. Isn't the Naga Empire at the bottom of the sea? Yang Dingtian suddenly asked. Yes, but the original Naga Empire at the bottom of the sea was too ferocious. So, the ancient ancestors chose a peaceful land for us. Of course, there's also the sea. Queen Lanchi said, perhaps living on land can make our hearts more peaceful. Where are we going? Yang Dingtian asked. To the end of the world. Queen Lanchi said, I can't open the scripture depository, but you can't stay here. You have to return to the human kingdom and complete your mission. So, we have to find a way to get out. Yang Dingtian nodded. Then, the two of them rode the phoenix and kept flying. They flew for another 2,000 miles. Finally, Yang Dingtian saw the end of the new Naga Empire, and he gasped in amazement. This was the first time Yang Dingtian saw the end of the world. It wasn't an illusion, nor was it the border of the abyss. It was really the end. The entire sea suddenly came to an end. Then, all the seawater poured down into the endless abyss like the most magnificent waterfall in the world. And the seawater flowed to who knew where. At this rate, New Naga's seawater would dry up sooner or later. The end of this world was complete nothingness. There was nothing, not even light. Yang Dingtian asked, what will happen if we keep flying in the direction of the end? Queen Lanchi said, forever, forever nothingness. Has anyone tried? Yang Dingtian asked. Of course, many people have tried, including me. Queen Lanchi said, I almost couldn't come back. If I had gone another 100 miles, I wouldn't have been able to come back. I would have fallen and been lost in nothingness forever. Yang Dingtian asked, is the end of every world like this? Yes, it's the same. Queen Lanchi said, the end of this world is the only way to leave New Naga, right? But I don't want you to try because there's no hope. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, I know. This is actually space being lost. This part of space is an eternal cycle and repetition. There's no end. Queen Lanchi said, have you ever thought about what you will do if you can't leave this place forever? Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, I don't know. I've never thought about it. Queen Lanchi fell silent, and then she said, that Devil King Wendian definitely wants to leave as well, right? Yang Dingtian nodded and said, there's something strange. I'm sure that this person is the demon King Wendian's spiritual main body and not a soul clone. And although I've never seen him, I still have some impression of his face. It doesn't seem like this face. Yes, and then? Queen Lanchi asked. Yang Dingtian said, his woman, his direct disciple, seems to be thinking of a way to revive him. But he's clearly alive and well. Why does he need to be revived? Queen Lanchi said, then why did he come to New Naga? Yang Dingtian said, to control New Naga and join his battle with the god of chaos. Finally, to destroy this world and perish together with the god of chaos. Queen Lanchi said, actually, that's why he's doing everything he can to open the scripture pavilion and let all Naga obtain space techniques so that they can leave this confined space and go to the chaos world, repeating the mistakes of the ancient Naga? Yes. Yang Dingtian nodded. Queen Lanchi nodded and didn't say anything else. Then, the two of them floated at the end of the world and watched the most spectacular ocean waterfall in history. They watched the sun set at the end of the world. Yang Dingtian suddenly realized that the sun here rose from the west and set in the east. Therefore, this was also the most beautiful and largest sunset he had ever seen. Yang Dingtian, let's go back, Queen Lanchi said. Yang Dingtian nodded. After returning to the palace, Queen Lanchi helped Yang Dingtian search for clues of the greater space technique in the vast scrolls. Although they couldn't open the scripture pavilion, they hoped that the two of them could work together to develop the greater space technique and help Yang Dingtian leave. At first, the two of them were still excited. But later, the two of them gradually gave up hope and felt that they were ridiculous. The ignorant were truly fearless. They actually wanted to develop the greater space technique by themselves. In a sense, this was a very difficult science. And Yang Dingtian wanted to develop the greater space technique at this moment. It was equivalent to wanting to create a nuclear bomb without even developing the formula for gunpowder. It was completely a fool's dream. This wasn't looking for a secret manual or a mystic flame. It was full of opportunities. This was a very, very serious matter. It couldn't be solved by luck. Perhaps one day, Queen Lan Qi and all the wise men in New Naga would be able to develop it, but that might be 100 years later. And in New Naga, the greater space technique was an absolute taboo. Anyone who researched it would be executed if they were discovered. Yang Dingtian couldn't take either of the two paths. It was impossible to leave from the end of the world. It was a space that was constantly duplicating. It was even more impossible to research the greater space technique. He might not be able to develop it even if he died. Therefore, if Yang Dingtian wanted to leave this place and return to the human kingdom to save the world, there was only one way, and that was the scripture pavilion. From then on, Yang Dingtian never asked Queen Lan Qi for help again. He knew very well that the consequences of opening the scripture pavilion were 10,000 times worse than opening Pandora's box and releasing the demons. Time passed day by day. 10 days, half a month, 1 month, 2 months. Yang Dingtian never mentioned it. As for Queen Lan Qi, she felt more and more guilty and sad. She didn't know if it was because of guilt or because she was too lonely, but the two of them were still inseparable. Sometimes, the two of them would even sleep on 2 beds in the same room. However, from beginning to end, the two of them didn't have any physical contact. Not even physical contact. Suddenly, from one day onwards, Queen Lan Qi also fell silent. Although the two of them still read books and ate together, they didn't speak much. Until one night. The 2 moons were like discs. Queen Lan Qi suddenly looked up and said softly, "Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, if you really can't leave forever, what are your plans?" Yang Dingtian, "I've never thought about it." Queen Lan Qi said, "Then, why don't I marry you and you stay here forever?" Yang Dingtian was stunned. After hearing Queen Lan Qi's words, Yang Dingtian was stunned. He looked at her for a long time and said, "Your Majesty, what did you say?" "Don't call me queen." "I'm not a queen," Queen Lan Qi said. Her tone was a little impatient, as if she didn't like this word. Yang Dingtian asked, "Miss Lan Qi, what did you mean by that?" Queen Lan Qi said, "If you can never leave here, I'm willing to marry you and let you live here for the rest of your life." Yang Dingtian asked, "Do you like me? Like a man and a woman?" Queen Lan Qi shook her head and said, "It's very comfortable to be with you." Yang Dingtian asked, "That is to say, you don't like me that much? You just treat me as a very good friend, right?" Queen Lan Qi was silent. Yang Dingtian asked, "So it's because you feel guilty that you want to make it up to me?" Queen Lan Qi said, "I feel very sorry for you. You can obviously leave here and get the 5th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, and that scroll does indeed belong to you. But because of our ban, you have no choice but to be trapped here." Yang Dingtian said, "I'm trapped here because I trespassed. Guarding the Sutra Pavilion is your lifelong mission. You didn't let me down at all. So, don't say anything like marrying me, lest both of us feel very uncomfortable." Queen Lan Qi stood there awkwardly. Yang Dingtian couldn't imagine that the new Naga Empire's queen was actually such a kind-hearted and pure Naga. Compared to the ancient Naga Empire's ferociousness and bloodthirstiness, they were 2 extremes. Perhaps this was deliberately done by the ancient Naga. Only someone as pure and kind as Lan Qi could truly guard the Sutra Pavilion and not let this Pandora's box be opened. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian said, "Miss Lan Qi, since this Sutra Pavilion is the source of evil, why not just destroy it? Wouldn't it be solved once and for all?" Queen Lan Qi said, "I don't know. Maybe our intelligence and our exploration of the spiritual realm are not at that level, so we can't understand the reason." Then, the two of them fell into a slightly awkward silence. "Madame Lan Qi, what have you been doing all these years?" Yang Dingtian suddenly asked. "We humans have lived for only a few decades, and our hearts are filled with vicissitudes of life. But you have lived for tens of thousands of years, why do you still maintain a youthful mentality? Sleep and think, Queen Xianxia said. Time passed by in a flash. It seemed incomparably long, but it also seemed to pass in an instant. Actually, if you don't throw yourself into love and hate, your state of mind won't change. Yang Dingtian nodded. Without experiencing the twists and turns of love, a person's heart would not grow, nor would it age. Of course, the emotional twists and turns were joy, anger, sorrow, joy, the 7 emotions and 6 desires. The joy brought by every success, the blow brought by every setback, the sweetness brought by every love, and the torment brought by every pain made people mature, but at the same time, it also made their state of mind become more and more ancient. That was why people grew old. Then in these endless years, have you ever liked anyone? Oh, it seems to be a male Naga? Yang Dingtian asked. Queen Xianxia thought for a while, and her beautiful face blushed slightly. Then, she nodded. Tell me about him, Yang Dingtian said. That was a very, very long time ago. He was a very, very cold and special Naga descendant of the sea serpent. He wasn't good-looking, but he was very tasteful. His pursuit of me was very bold and intense. I couldn't bear it and fell in love with him, Queen Xianxia said. Of course, we didn't copulate. You know, we Naga can only have one partner in our lifetime, so copulation is very sacred. It's an exchange of body energy, and it's truly entering each other. Yang Dingtian nodded. Queen Xianxia said, later, we also had to prepare for the wedding. Before the wedding, I asked him what his greatest dream was. He said that he wanted to leave the confinement space of New Naga and go to the vast and boundless world to restore the glory of our ancient ancestors. Yang Dingtian's brows immediately furrowed. Queen Xianxia said, so, I felt that he came for the Sutra Pavilion and not because he loved me at all. So, I angrily denounced his betrayal and publicly broke off the engagement. Yang Dingtian asked, and then? Queen Xianxia said, then, in order to prove himself, he went to the end of the East Sea world alone. He never returned and was completely lost in the endless void, disappearing forever. Yang Dingtian asked, is it the end of the world we went to see today? Yes, Queen Xianxia said. Later, I went to the end of the world many times to look for him, but I couldn't find any trace of him. I also knew that he would never come back, because he went forward without hesitation. Yang Dingtian asked, do you love him very much? Before we Naga mate, there is no such thing as deep love, Queen Xianxia said. But at least, he is the only male Naga that I have ever loved. Perhaps it sounds more natural to call him a man. Yang Dingtian said, he indeed didn't let you down or betray your feelings. Queen Xianxia said, but it was right that we didn't marry. Once we did, his ambition might have changed my will, and we would end up repeating the mistakes of the ancient Naga and destroying the entire world. You don't know, but once the Naga mate marries, not only does she give up her body and heart, but she also gives up half of her will. The union of our Naga is a true and complete union. It is as if the two of us have completely merged together and then divided into two again. In the following days, Queen Xianxia and Yang Dingtian were inseparable. Every day, they would read books, play chess, play cards, and talk together. Yang Dingtian had never had such a pure female friend. He didn't expect to meet one here. He was also completely sure why the ancient Naga had given the heavy responsibility of sealing and defending the hidden scriptures pavilion to Queen Xianxia. She was really absolutely peaceful and had almost no desires. She was pure and kind, but her willpower was absolutely firm. She was completely one-track minded and couldn't be changed. Yang Dingtian tried his best to think of a way to leave this place while being intimate with Queen Xianxia. Until one day, the demon king Wendian came again. This time, his arrival was completely aboveboard. He appeared as the messenger of the sea snake descendant Naga chief Bui Kao and formally proposed to Queen Xianxia. Moreover, he sent an incomparably sumptuous gift. Moreover, the news of the proposal had spread throughout the new Naga Empire. It even woke up most of the Naga experts who were meditating. For this, Yang Dingtian also saw the first court meeting of the new Naga palace. It was also the first time he saw the big shots of new Naga. New Naga had a family system. After two Naga married, a family would be born. either male or female Naga would be the chief. They would give birth to nearly 10 descendants, which were all the second-generation Naga of New Naga. Then, the second-generation Naga would marry into a new family through the marriage of various families and give birth to the third-generation Naga. Of course, even if this new Naga was the first-generation Naga, it couldn't be considered a true demigod Naga. There was only one demigod Naga in this world, and that was Duguashwang. Now, New Naga was already in its fourth generation. Of course, it wasn't that they couldn't continue to reproduce, but this so-called fourth-generation Naga was already quite weak. They didn't even look like humans anymore. They were even worse than the original faces of the Sea Snake Mermaid clan. This method of reproduction that was worse than the previous generation could not continue. Otherwise, the new Naga Empire would be finished. But through the marriage of the fourth generation, New Naga had formed the power structure of dozens of large families and hundreds of small families. The so-called Queen Lanqi occupied the palace, but she didn't have much power. At the court meeting, Yang Dingtian saw Queen Lanqi in her royal robe for the first time. In the hall below stood hundreds of family chiefs. The demon king Wentian was the envoy. In the hall, in front of all the family chiefs, he formally proposed to Bui Cao. Without a doubt, this wasn't a proposal. This was a forced marriage. This was the final ultimatum, and also a showdown for Bui Cao. Peaceful means before resorting to force. First, propose marriage, then force the emperor to abdicate. If Queen Lanqi agreed to the marriage, then Bui Cao was willing to wait and influence Queen Lanqi through his partner's will to open the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion. But if Queen Lanqi didn't agree to the marriage, then Bui Cao would personally come to the palace next time with thousands of troops. At this moment, Yang Dingtian understood. When the demon king Wentian gave Yang Dingtian the aphrodisiac bottle, he didn't care if it would work. As long as Queen Lanqi acted close to Yang Dingtian, it would be enough. The reason why Bui Cao didn't make a move was because of his love for Queen Lanqi. But now, Queen Lanqi was behaving so intimately with Yang Dingtian. Of course, he was extremely jealous and had lost his last hope and patience. He was preparing to rebel and force Queen Lanqi to hand over the control of the scripture depository. The reason why the demon king Wentian proposed was to make Bui Cao completely selfish and make him rebel. He knew that Queen Lanqi would definitely refuse. Therefore, he never thought of asking Yang Dingtian to help him open the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion or anything like that. He didn't even want the things in the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion for himself. He wanted Naga to rise again and walk the old path of destroying the world, becoming a chess piece in his battle against the god of chaos. After hearing the demon king Wentian's public proposal, Queen Lanqi didn't leave any suspense and directly rejected Bui Cao's proposal. Got it. After receiving Queen Lanqi's rejection, the demon king Wentian bowed and said, "I'll report back to Lord Bui Cao now." Then, he turned and walked out. All the Naga leaders present had solemn expressions, and their gazes changed drastically. This was because the next Bui Cao would bring thousands of troops. New Naga was about to face its first civil war in history. The order of tens of thousands of years was about to be completely overturned. Note, brothers, if you have votes, don't waste them. You can vote for me. Thank you. After taking off the complicated robe, Queen Lanqi's expression didn't change at all. She was still chatting with Yang Dingtian, playing chess, reading, and playing cards as if nothing had happened. Aren't you worried? Yang Dingtian asked. Queen Lanqi said, "Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, have you encountered something similar before?" "Many times," Yang Dingtian said. Queen Lanqi said, "What was the result?" Yang Dingtian said, "Turned danger into safety." Queen Lanqi said, "Why did you turn danger into safety?" Yang Dingtian said, "Because we have specific rules, and I broke these rules and won the final victory. Moreover, it was because of the so-called god of chaos's favor." "You are very humble." "You didn't mention your reasons at all," Queen Lanqi said. "In other words, you can repeatedly create miracles?" Yang Dingtian said, "Only under certain conditions." "I want to ask, will there be a miracle this time?" Queen Lanqi said, "I don't know. It depends on what the members of New Naga think. If they think the same as Bui Cao, then there will be no miracle. If they think the same as me, then there will be a miracle." Yang Dingtian said, then aren't you going to fight for their position? Queen Lanqi shook her head and said, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, it's useless. Our position has been gradually formed over thousands of years. It can't be changed. Yang Dingtian said, then what can we do before Buikao comes? Queen Lanqi said, nothing. When it's time to play chess, play chess. When it's time to read, read. Then, in the following time, Queen Lanqi really did as he said. She played chess when she should, read when she should. She didn't lobby the leaders of the Naga families at all, nor did she prepare the army for war. It was as if nothing had happened. Just like that, time passed day by day. Buikao was obviously a very impatient person and didn't have much patience. In less than a month, he had already come. He led hundreds of thousands of Naga soldiers and surrounded the entire new Naga imperial city. Yang Dingtian and Queen Lanqi stepped onto the glorious city walls. Immediately, he saw the Naga army outside the city. They covered the sky and covered the earth, making it difficult for even birds to cross. Buikao's forces were all out. In the entire new Naga, there were more than 2 million people. Because the descendants of the sea serpents were more lascivious, they had more offspring. Therefore, the entire Naga of the sea serpents had about 1.5 million people, while the Naga of the mermaids only had less than 900,000 people. Yang Dingtian saw clearly that among the hundreds of thousands of sea serpents in the Naga army, only a few thousand were in human form. Half of them were in human form, and there were only tens of thousands. Most of them didn't look like humans at all. They were just ferocious sea serpents. They didn't look much different from the sea serpents of Queen Poise's Naga Empire, except that they were slightly bigger. Moreover, these sea serpents came in all kinds of colors. There were red, blue, white, transparent, and even winged sea serpents. Yang Dingtian sighed again. In this world, other than Duguoxuang, there really wasn't a real Naga. Queen Lanqi and Buikao were the next generation of Naga. The remaining third and fourth generation couldn't be considered Naga at all. But even so, this force was still incomparably powerful. Yang Dingtian asked Queen Lanqi about the cultivation level of new Naga at this time. In the end, the level that Queen Lanqi mentioned was something that Yang Dingtian couldn't understand. The cultivation level of martial arts was a division in the human countries, another division in the Little Western Paradise, and another division in the Naga. But Yang Dingtian roughly knew that in the Little Western Paradise, one had to reach the Great Grandmaster level to barely enter the ranks. In New Naga, it seemed that one had to reach the level of a half-saint to barely enter the ranks. As for how high Queen Lanqi's cultivation level was, Yang Dingtian wasn't sure. In short, Yang Dingtian and Queen Lanqi's beautiful and delicate servant girl had a slight spar. Afterward, Yang Dingtian had a rough idea of his cultivation and what rank he was in the new Naga Empire. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was even more convinced that the imprisonment space of new Naga couldn't be opened. Otherwise, it would be a complete catastrophe for the entire chaotic world. The Little Western Paradise couldn't be saved, nor could the human countries. The palace of New Naga was very large, covering dozens of square kilometers. But, the palace was the king's city. Therefore, the king's city of New Naga was very small. Moreover, there were no citizens in this king's city. All of the citizens were scattered in the various territories of the empire. Therefore, there were no citizens under Queen Lanqi's rule. There were only the army guarding the king's city, her maids, wise men, and so on. In short, there were less than 80,000 Naga in the entire king's city. Or it could be said that it was a fake Naga, because there was only one real Naga in the world. In other words, Queen Lanqi could only command these 80,000 troops. Buikao had 800,000 to 900,000 troops, which was 10 times the number. Queen Lanqi glanced indifferently at the overwhelming number of rebels outside, then looked further into the wilderness. There were no reinforcements. Then, she said to Yang Dingtian, "Do you see that? The people of New Naga don't want to be imprisoned in this space. They all want to go out." Yang Dingtian asked, "Have you sent people to the territories of the major families to ask for help?" "No." Queen Lanqi said, "There's no need to ask for help. When the king's city is attacked, all the families must send troops to rescue the king. This is clearly written in the treaty. Now that Buikao's troops are at the city gates, no family has come to rescue the king. This shows their attitude. Even the mermaids of Naga didn't come to rescue the king. Yang Dingtian asked, even the mermaids don't plan to rescue the king? Aren't you the leader of the mermaids? Queen Lanqi smiled and said, I haven't mated or given birth. How can I be the leader? I'm just the master of this king's city. Of course, Buikao couldn't reproduce hundreds of thousands of people because he wasn't married either. Among the sea snake descendants of Naga, there were a total of 30 leaders. They were all ambitious. Buikao wasn't married, and he was the strongest, so he became the highest leader of the sea snake descendants of Naga. 900,000 against 80,000. The difference was 10 times. Yang Dingtian really didn't know how to fight this battle. Moreover, this wasn't a war he could understand. Even though it was fake Naga, this level wasn't something humans could touch. The leader of the rebel army, Buikao, walked out of the crowd and slowly walked to the king's city. He knelt down on one knee and said, Queen Lanqi, I, Buikao, formally propose to you in front of the king's city in front of nearly 1 million troops. Please accept my love and give birth to children with me. No. Queen Lanqi said straightforwardly. She had always been like this. Basically, she wouldn't hesitate or think. She was always straightforward. Buikao's body trembled. Then, he said, in that case, Buikao has something to report. Speak, Queen Lanqi said. Buikao said, Your Majesty, as you can see, the new Naga's exploration of the spiritual realm has been stagnant for 3,000 years. There's no hope at all. Moreover, our 4th generation can't give birth to children at all. If we're still trapped in this space, the demigods of this world, the overlords of the chaotic world, will be completely wiped out in our hands. Your Majesty, for the continuation of our race, please take pity on our descendants and open the scripture pavilion. Let the Naga break out of the prison and be liberated. Then, Buikao knelt down on both knees and kowtowed deeply to Queen Lanqi. At this time, Yang Dingtian felt that Buikao's rebellion really wasn't intentional. He had no choice but to do so. Perhaps he really didn't want to steal Queen Lanqi's throne. He really did love her. However, these two thoughts were completely opposite. Otherwise, Buikao would have rebelled long ago. No. Queen Lanqi was still as decisive as ever. Buikao's face twitched, and tears fell. He said, Your Majesty, you may think that I'm ambitious because I want to fight for the throne. But as long as you promise me to open the scripture pavilion and save the Naga Empire, I'll immediately kill myself in front of you. No. Lanqi was still as resolute as ever. At this time, Yang Dingtian felt that Queen Lanqi, a delicate beauty, had become a cold and hard person. And the iron-willed Buikao had become a weak person. Sighing deeply, Buikao said, Lanqi, I know you're determined. Why don't you think that you're the only one who's right? You love Zhou, and his ideals are the same as mine. He only wanted to save the Naga, but you accused him of betrayal and ulterior motives. You made him so heartbroken that he escaped to the end of the world and completely disappeared from this world. Look around King City. Is there a family that came to save the king? No, it's not that you're a traitor. You're a queen that we all respect and admire, even though you've never used any power or issued any orders to any family. However, I beg you to reflect on your thinking and doubt your correctness, okay? No. Queen Lanqi still said the same 2 words. Buikao knelt on the ground for a long time. Then, he raised his head and said, Lanqi, don't blame me. Then, he slowly stood up. The tears in his eyes instantly disappeared. His face once again became firm and resolute. He roared, Formation! Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in an instant, nearly 1 million fake Naga soldiers formed a 5-star formation and surrounded the entire king city. Then, countless fake Naga soldiers flew into the sky like meteors and densely distributed on every coordinate. In just a short 15 minutes, the entire king city was completely surrounded. Not only on the ground, but also in the air. King City suddenly darkened. Even the sun couldn't shine in. Attack! Buikao suddenly ordered. The power of nearly 1 million fake Naga soldiers instantly shot out and blasted towards King City. Note, asking for a guaranteed ticket, thank you. Yang Dingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. Then, countless beams of energy crazily attacked, shining with all kinds of lights. The whole scene was incomparably beautiful. This was how the fake Naga army fought. No crossbows, no trebuchets, no cannons, nothing. It was purely an energy attack. Yang Dingtian didn't know what would happen if King City was hit by nearly 1,000,000 energy attacks, but if these energy attacks hit Zhongjing, it was guaranteed that the entire city would be flattened. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but look at Queen Lanqi. It seemed that this King City, which was only a few square kilometers, couldn't withstand nearly 1,000,000 energy attacks at all. However, Yang Dingtian's worries were unnecessary for the time being. Before these countless energy attacks could enter King City, they were directly blocked by a huge energy shield. Then, they suddenly exploded and disappeared without a trace. This huge King City was actually protected by an invisible energy shield. Seeing this, Buikao was also stunned. Then, he shouted, "Continue, attack with all your strength." Immediately, millions of Naga sea snake descendants crazily attacked. Boundless energy slammed into the huge energy barrier. However, it disappeared without a trace like mud sinking into the sea. Clearly, other than Queen Lanqi, no one else knew about this energy barrier. This was because not only were the rebels outside surprised, but even the defenders inside were ecstatic and shocked. Buikao didn't believe it. He ordered nearly 1,000,000 troops to attack with all their strength. He thought that no matter what kind of energy shield it was, there was always a limit to its energy. It could eventually be destroyed. But soon, Buikao and the others were completely disappointed. This was because the millions of troops attacked for a full hour. Each Naga had attacked hundreds of times. In total, they attacked hundreds of millions of times. And this huge energy shield was still intact. It didn't even change in the slightest. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be surprised. He looked at Queen Lanqi. Could there really be an energy shield that could never be destroyed in this world? Queen Lanqi said, "This energy barrier doesn't devour energy at all. Instead, it guides the energy and directs the energy of the attack to other places. Therefore, it will never be broken. I only just found out that there was an energy shield, but I didn't know it was so powerful." Yang Dingtian gasped in amazement. Soon, Buikao also noticed this and immediately ordered the attack to stop. There was no doubt that this huge energy shield was set up by the ancient Naga for this day. After a short pause for an hour, Buikao quickly launched a second wave of attacks. The millions of rebel soldiers suddenly sat cross-legged in the air, their hands clasped together as they chanted a mysterious and complicated incantation. Suddenly, waves of energy burst out from every Naga's body. Bang, 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 millions of shockwaves condensed together. In an instant, Yang Dingtian saw a wondrous sight. Outside the monarch city, all the protruding objects in their field of vision were suddenly smashed into pieces. PFFF, the huge tree was directly smashed into pieces and turned into fine powder. PFFF, the mountain-like boulder was directly smashed into pieces and turned into fine powder. The energy of millions of shockwaves became stronger and more terrifying, although it was impossible to see it with the naked eye. Next, the mountains thousands of meters above sea level in the distance suddenly shattered layer by layer and disappeared from sight. Then, the river outside the monarch city, the turbulent river water above was directly turned into ashes and completely disappeared. Finally, the entire earth began to shatter, collapse, and overturn. The land of thousands of meters suddenly collapsed and turned into a bottomless abyss. In just a short quarter of an hour, the land within 100 miles had all collapsed and disappeared without a trace, turning into a bottomless abyss. But, the entire monarch city was still standing firmly in the center, motionless and undamaged. Yang Dingtian was completely shocked. This was not the real Naga, but the pseudo-Naga of the later era. It was already so powerful. It actually made the river disappear, the mountains disappear, and finally the entire earth disappear. However, such powerful shockwave energy still could not do anything to this energy shield. Monarch City was still safe and sound. At this time, if one looked from the sky, they would find that Monarch City had become a completely isolated island, even more exaggerated than a nail house after a demolition site. The entire Monarch City was floating alone above a huge abyss because the land below Monarch City had collapsed and turned into an unfathomable abyss. The entire hundreds of miles around Monarch City seemed to have become a bottomless dark abyss. But this energy shield was so heaven-defying that it was still safe and sound under such heaven-defying attacks. Buikao's second wave of attack was a complete failure. Not long after the second wave of attack, Buikao launched his third attack. The second wave of attack was so heaven-defying and amazing. Yang Dingtian did not know what the third wave of attack would be like. The result was very, very simple. Countless Naga rebels crazily attacked the energy shield, trying to break the energy shield with their bodies and enter Monarch City. Normally, Buikao's method was very reasonable. Because the energy shield could guide the energy, but it might not be able to block the physical body. However, when countless Naga rebels rushed into the energy shield, a strange scene happened again. Whoosh 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 whoosh, when these Naga rebels rushed into the energy shield, there was no resistance or rebound. They rushed in so easily. However, that was the end of it. Immediately after that, the rebel soldiers who had rushed in suddenly disappeared. Yes, they disappeared, completely disappeared without a trace, as if they had evaporated from the world. Seeing this scene, not only Yang Dingtian, but also Buikao was completely stunned. The attack on the energy shield suddenly became a suicide attack, and a suicide attack that was completely ineffective. Buikao hurriedly stopped this terrible suicide attack. The third wave of attack was officially announced as a failure. After the 3 waves of attack by millions of rebels, Buikao's attack immediately fell into a complete pause, and then he had a discussion with all the rebel leaders. Of course, there was only one thing to discuss, and that was how to break the energy shield. There were a total of dozens of relatively large families in Naga of the sea snake descendants. These dozens of patriarchs were all frowning, because they could not think of any way to break the energy shield at all. At first, the patriarchs all offered suggestions, but none of them were effective. This energy shield was simply unbreakable. Then, everyone present fell into silence. Our ancestors had long thought of today's scene, so they set up this energy shield, one of the patriarchs said. Our ancestors were demigods, and they were much stronger than us. We can't break this energy shield. Buikao's face was also a little dejected. Are we destined to be imprisoned in this space forever? Are we just going to watch the Naga go extinct? One of the patriarchs said, perhaps it's just as Queen Lanchi said, our ancestors wanted us to achieve a breakthrough and freedom in the spiritual realm. Impossible, another patriarch said. Another clan leader said, research in the spiritual realm has been fruitless for thousands of years. Even the wise ones have given up. At this moment, the demon king Wendian suddenly said, Sir Buikao, perhaps it's time to consider the jade-shattering plan. After hearing this, Buikao's expression changed. No, impossible. I will never use despicable means to kill the woman I love. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the patriarchs present changed. Then, someone asked, unnamed, what is the jade-shattering plan? The demon king Wendian said, a long time ago, we planted a spy in the royal city. She can help us get rid of Queen Lanchi. As long as Queen Lanchi dies, all difficulties will be solved. A patriarch said, are there enough spies in the royal city? Yes, the demon king Wendian said, but we don't need many to kill Queen Lanchi. Just one is enough. Buikao suddenly roared, impossible, I will never agree. The demon king Wendian did not persuade him. Instead, he retreated. For the next 2 days, Buikao's rebel army did not attack. Thousands of miles away, the mermaid Naga family at the bottom of the sea finally had some reaction. Just as Queen Lanchi said, even the mermaid Naga family did not support her. They did not want to be imprisoned in this space. Although they did not participate in the rebellion, they hoped that Buikao could successfully open the hidden scripture pavilion. The entire Naga family could break out of this prison and enter the chaotic world. However, after seeing the battle in the royal city, many mermaid Naga experts fell into deep thought. Perhaps Lanchi's insistence was right. Moreover, this energy shield was set up by their ancient ancestors. It was impossible for them to break it. However, it was impossible for the mermaid family to immediately send troops to attack Buikao. They were not so stupid for the time being. In the end, the mermaid Naga family living at the bottom of the sea sent a messenger to see Bui Cow. Your Excellency Bui Cow, the mermaid Naga family has decided to give you 3 days. If you can't break the energy shield in 3 days, we hope that you will stop the civil war and withdraw your troops. Otherwise, the mermaid family will send troops to save the king, the messenger said. After hearing the message, Bui Cow was not angry. He nodded and said, I understand. Please pass on my thanks to the order. Even Bui Cow himself would choose to withdraw if he could not break the energy shield in 3 days, let alone the mermaid family. This was because this was not a battle of life and death, but a battle of routes. Of course, if he withdrew his troops, not only would Bui Cow lose his position as leader, but he would also lose his life. He could only commit suicide. Time passed very quickly. 2 days had passed. In these 2 days, the millions of rebels thought of many ideas and put them into action. However, they all failed without exception. This energy shield was simply unbreakable. Bui Cow's vigorous rebellion was basically defeated. Bui Cow once again summoned all the leaders for a meeting. Of course, this meeting was not about how to break the energy shield, but whether to carry out the Jade Shattering Plan and kill Queen Lan Chi. Bui Cow looked at the leaders and said, those who agree with the Jade Shattering Plan. Before he could finish, the Demon King Wentian said, those who do not agree with the Jade Shattering Plan, raise your hand. After hearing this, Bui Cow was stunned at first, but he did not blame him. He quickly understood. After all, Lan Chi was the queen of New Naga. If she said that she agreed to assassinate her, no one would dare to raise their hand. Therefore, the Demon King Wentian did the opposite, but his goal was the same. As expected, no one raised their hand. This meant that everyone agreed to carry out the Jade Shattering Plan and kill Queen Lan Chi. Bui Cow gasped for breath. He clenched his teeth so hard that he almost bled. He gulped down all the wine in the crystal cup and then crushed the cup into pieces. In that case, the decision is passed. We will carry out the Jade Shattering Plan against Queen Lan Chi. Queen Lan Chi and Yang Dingtian were still playing chess and chatting. I also didn't expect this result. I was already prepared to die, Queen Lan Chi said. At this moment, the beautiful maid beside Lan Chi walked in and said, Master, it's time to eat. Okay, Lan Chi said indifferently. Then, she looked at Yang Dingtian and said, eat. Let's go after eating. Note, please guarantee the minimum number of votes. Thank you, everyone. Yang Dingtian was very familiar with this very beautiful maid because she was the first person he saw when he came to New Naga. Moreover, when Yang Dingtian played cards and mahjong with Queen Lan Chi every day, she was basically by his side. She was like a sister to Queen Lan Chi. She was holding a small pot of soup in her hand, and then more than a dozen maids were holding more than a dozen delicious dishes, wine, and food. Speaking of which, Yang Dingtian ate the best food during his time in New Naga. All of them were delicacies in the world. Master, this soup was stewed before the war. It's only done now, the maid said. Is it finally done? Queen Lan Chi was pleasantly surprised and said to Yang Dingtian, this soup is stewed with a fish of Cassiopeia from the bottom of the sea. This fish has been growing for at least hundreds of years. It's an extremely rare delicacy in New Naga. It's also very rare for me to eat it. Yang Dingtian looked at the fish. In the crystal pot, the rain was still like a long leaf. Its appearance was not damaged at all. It was as if it was alive, but it was motionless. Just looking at the fish's face, it gave off a solemn feeling. Moreover, this soup was still incomparably clear, like clear water. It didn't smell the slightest fragrance. All the fragrance is locked in the soup, Queen Lan Chi said. This is definitely the best delicacy in the world. You must try it. Yang Dingtian remembered that he seemed to have seen this fish before. In the illusion of the Forbidden Continent, in the Sixth World, he vaguely saw this fish at the bottom of the sea. However, the fish of Cassiopeia he saw was very big, at least a few meters long. Yang Dingtian said, this fish seems to have existed for hundreds of millions of years. I've seen it before, but it seems very big. Queen Lan Chi said, this fish is very small at first, but it's very ferocious. It can eat anything and keeps growing. After growing for 1,000 years, it stops hunting and stays motionless in the cave. Therefore, its body will begin to shrink until it's as big as when it was born, and then it will die. This fish of Cassiopeia is less than a foot long, so it's very, very old. It's very, very rare. Yang Dingtian immediately clicked his tongue in wonder. Nature was really full of wonders. However, as an ingredient, the fish of Cassiopeia was the best in the world. Then, Queen Lanqi personally scooped 2 bowls for Yang Dingtian and herself. Yang Dingtian picked it up and tasted it. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt the nerves in his brain shake violently. Then, it was as if all his nerves and sense of touch had hit the tongue in his mouth. Yang Dingtian even felt his nerves jumping. There was no way to describe this feeling with words. It was a feeling that was both unknown and known at the same time. It was overwhelming you alive, and then instantly disintegrating your will. Yang Dingtian had never tasted such a delicacy before. If there was a pure gourmet who asked him to taste this and lose a few years of his life, he might be willing to do so. Queen Lanqi's performance was better than Yang Dingtian's. After drinking mouthful by mouthful, she was intoxicated and reminiscing about the aftertaste. Although their eating speed wasn't considered fast, Yang Dingtian and Lanqi still managed to finish this small pot of soup. Yang Dingtian wasn't satisfied and still wanted to scoop up the fish of Cassiopeia. The beautiful maid wanted to stop him, but Queen Lanqi smiled and let him go. Yang Dingtian scooped up the fish of Cassiopeia and took a bite. Crack. F*ck, Yang Dingtian's teeth were about to fall out. This fish was harder than a rock. It was impossible to eat. Queen Lanqi smiled and said, "This fish of Cassiopeia has shrunk from dozens of feet to less than a foot now. Its body is as hard as iron, and its meat can't be eaten. It can only be stewed." Yang Dingtian immediately felt that it was a pity. He said, "Is it possible that it can be eaten?" Queen Lanqi supported her chin with her jade-like hand and said, "Then try it." Yang Dingtian took out a soul sword that was close to the emperor grade and stabbed down. Immediately, the fish of Cassiopeia was cut open easily, and then he released the million-spirit demon fire to roast it. The temperature was over 1,000 degrees before the fish of Cassiopeia slowly changed. However, it did not soften but was directly burned. It seemed that it really could not be eaten. And strangely, there was no smoke when the fish of Cassiopeia was burned. Yang Dingtian immediately wanted to give up. Suddenly, a colorless smoke rose from the ground. Then, there was clearly a mysterious and incomparably terrifying energy in the smoke, an energy that was close to devouring. Yang Dingtian and Queen Lanqi were stunned, and then their expressions suddenly changed. The fish of Cassiopeia was poisonous, and it was an extremely terrifying energy poison. Yang Dingtian drew his sword at lightning speed and was about to stab at the beautiful maid. Swoosh! Suddenly, her figure retreated dozens of meters like lightning. Queen Lanqi immediately calmed down and said slowly, "Why?" The beautiful maid said, "Master, please turn off the energy barrier and open the scripture pavilion. In this way, you will still be the queen of New Naga. Otherwise?" Queen Lanqi said indifferently. Otherwise, we can only watch you die," the beautiful maid said. Queen Lanqi asked again, "Why?" "For our Naga race, for my lover," the beautiful maid said. "Who is your lover?" Queen Lanqi asked. The beautiful maid said, "He is a unique person in this world." Yang Dingtian immediately knew that this beautiful maid's so-called lover was the demon king Wentian. It seemed that he really did not have any scruples using the handsome man trap. The beautiful maid said, "Master, your insistence is wrong. If you completely trap us in this confined space, you will completely destroy our Naga empire." Queen Lanqi said, "If I let you out, the entire world will be completely destroyed. In the end, the Naga race will also be destroyed." "What does the destruction of the entire world have to do with our Naga race?" the beautiful maid said, "The survival of the fittest and the elimination of the weak. The law of the jungle is the law of survival." These words sounded like the demon King Wentian's words. "Master, turn off the energy barrier and open the scripture pavilion. Save the Naga race," the beautiful maid said. "No." Queen Lanqi said slowly, "What poison did you give us?" "The poison of nothingness. It will dissolve the energy in your body inch by inch, making you powerless. In the end, your body and life will be completely destroyed," the beautiful maid said. Only my lover has the antidote in his hands. He can save you. However, you need to turn off the energy barrier. Only then can he come in and save you. No. Queen Xianxia said indifferently, I can tell you that even if I die, this energy barrier will not be opened. The beautiful maid's face turned cold, and she said, then don't blame us. Then, she suddenly waved her hand. Whoosh 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 whoosh, immediately, thousands of warriors arrived outside the main hall like shooting stars. Even if you kill me, I won't compromise, Queen Xianxia said. No, we won't kill you. The beautiful maid said, we will capture the human beside you and use his life to threaten you to open the scripture pavilion. Go. The beautiful maid suddenly gave the order. Immediately, countless fake Naga rushed over, completely unafraid of death. Queen Xianxia suddenly rolled up her sleeves. Swish, in an instant, dozens of Naga that rushed up were instantly shattered and turned into ashes. Then, she suddenly staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood. Whoosh 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 whoosh, countless Naga rushed toward Yang Dingtian like a tide, launching suicidal attacks. Queen Xianxia did not draw her sword. Her weapon was her sleeve, which swept past like the wind. In an instant, wave after wave of Naga rebels were all turned into ashes. However, her expression became uglier and uglier, and she vomited more and more blood. Kill them. We are all risking our lives for our ideals. The more energy you use, the faster you will die. The beautiful maid, Wentian's lover, sneered. Whoosh 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 whoosh, sure enough, more and more Naga rebels swarmed over. More and more Naga rebels launched waves of suicidal attacks toward Queen Xianxia. The poison of nothingness frantically disintegrated Queen Xianxia's energy and crazily devoured her vitality. At this moment, Yang Dingtian finally felt that the so-called piece of new Naga was still fake. Most Naga wanted to break out of this cage and engulf the entire chaotic world. Queen Xianxia was almost deserted by everyone. Yang Dingtian had been observing the route and then circulating his qi. He found that this so-called poison of nothingness was actually useless against him. His qi was still very smooth. He found the route. Yang Dingtian suddenly grabbed Queen Xianxia and suddenly moved. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, then, he used the demon spirit mist cloak's flash technique and disappeared from the rebel army's sight. The demon King Wentian's lover was shocked when she saw Yang Dingtian and Queen Xianxia disappear in front of her. Then, she said coldly, go and search. Search every corner of the royal city. Yang Dingtian quickly flashed around and discovered that many of the Naga warriors were already lying on the ground in disarray. Moreover, there were already chaotic battles everywhere in the royal city. After all, there were still troops loyal to Queen Xianxia who were fighting desperately with the rebel army. Yang Dingtian desperately flashed, but he could hardly find a place without people. After all, the entire royal city was only a few square kilometers. Finally, Yang Dingtian still managed to find a secluded place in the library. Then, he helped Queen Xianxia sit down. At this moment, Queen Xianxia was already very weak. Her beautiful face was completely pale. I will save you. I will save you. Yang Dingtian kept saying, I will also eat that so-called poison of nothingness. I will be fine. I will definitely save you. Yang Dingtian quickly pressed his palm on Queen Xianxia's qi. No need to trouble yourself. I am dead for sure. Queen Xianxia smiled and said, Yang Dingtian, I am dead for sure. I will entrust the sutra depository to you. I will give the sutra depository to you. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Note, it's so late today. I am really ashamed. Why are you giving it to me? Yang Dingtian asked. Queen Xianxia said, because you're the only one I trust now, and I'm about to die. Don't speak. I've said it before. I won't let you die. I'll save you. Yang Dingtian said, I was also poisoned by the so-called poison of nothingness, but I'm fine. I can definitely save you. Then, Yang Dingtian directly pressed on Queen Xianxia's lower abdomen and injected mystic qi to sense the changes in her energy C and mystic qi. In the end, he couldn't feel anything. Yang Dingtian's attributeless mystic qi could easily enter Queen Xianxia's mystic meridians, but he couldn't feel anything strange. Of course, he couldn't feel the so-called poison of nothingness either. Then, Yang Dingtian thought of something. His blood had been tempered thousands of times, and it seemed to be completely unafraid of any poison. Thus, he hurriedly cut open his own bloodline and Queen Lanqi's bloodline, and then injected his blood into Queen Lanqi's bloodline. Still, there were no changes. Yang Dingtian was completely at a loss. Then, he said to Queen Lanqi, "Can you think of a way to open the entrance to your energy sea and let me feel the changes in your energy sea?" Queen Lanqi nodded. Then, Yang Dingtian summoned Queen Poisa in his mind and said, "Xianxia, can your consciousness enter other people's energy sea?" Queen Poisa directly said, "No." There was no other way. Yang Dingtian could only release countless resentful spirits, which entered Yang Dingtian's energy sea along with the attributeless mystic qi. Yang Dingtian could feel some changes through the resentful spirits, but it was very, very vague. It was impossible for it to be as clear as Queen Poisa's divine sense. But even so, Yang Dingtian still felt it. Queen Lanqi's energy sea was constantly splitting and dissolving. It was constantly fusing and turning into nothingness. This scene was very similar to the void-raging fire. At the border of the abyss, the void-splitting fire devoured countless energies like this. And it just so happened that the demon king Wentian had the void-splitting fire, so the so-called poison of nothingness was definitely related to the void-splitting fire. In that case, would Yang Dingtian be able to neutralize the poison of nothingness in Queen Lanqi's body with the void-splitting flame? And so, Yang Dingtian carefully injected a bit of spatial-rending fire into Queen Lanqi's profound veins. Immediately, Queen Lanqi's delicate body trembled, and the energy in her sea of qi started to decompose and melt even faster. Not only would the void-splitting flame not be able to cure the poison of nothingness, it would even worsen the effects. However, this was normal because the demon king Wentian already knew that Yang Dingtian had the void crack fire, so it was impossible for him to poison Queen Lanqi that Yang Dingtian could neutralize. What to do? What to do? Yang Dingtian was burning with anxiety. He looked at Queen Lanqi, who was losing her life force. At this moment, there were some energy fluctuations outside. Yang Dingtian had placed countless resentful spirits in the surroundings of the library. If anyone were to approach the library, Yang Dingtian would know. Those rebels had already searched the library. Yang Dingtian didn't flash away. Instead, he directly brought Queen Lanqi into stealth mode. Then, he stood there motionless. Soon, the demon king Wentian's lover. She led dozens of Naga experts into the library. Among them, there was an old man. He should be a wise man. "Please search if Queen Lanqi and the humans are in the library," the demon king Wentian's lover said. The old man nodded. Then, he closed his eyes. Then, Yang Dingtian saw another shocking scene. Countless golden rays of light flew out from the Naga old man's head. At first, it was only about 1 cubic meter. Then, this golden light began to expand and split. 1 cube became 2, and then 4. In the end, the entire library was filled with this golden cube. This kind of mental energy could enter any object, including books and tables, so it could completely fill the entire space. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath. He knew that he would definitely be discovered. Invisibility was useless. That's right. Yang Dingtian's invisibility was to completely steal a space and isolate it. It was considered a spatial technique, but it wasn't a real spatial technique. This small space couldn't be independent of a large space. It was just hidden. When others rushed over, there would still be a physical impact. A real spatial isolation was a completely independent space that others couldn't touch at all. This old man's mental energy was not only the same as the countless wraiths of the million-spirit demon fire, but it could also detect any object. Moreover, it could also completely measure the volume of the entire space. In other words, he would soon know that this library was missing a few cubic meters of space and would discover Yang Dingtian hiding inside. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was prepared to flash out at any time. Suddenly, the old man said, "The queen and that human aren't inside." Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be stunned. It was obvious that this old man had completely discovered that he had stolen the space here and discovered that he was hiding inside. However, he didn't expose him. After Wintian's lover discovered this, she was still unwilling to give up and searched. Then, she said, continue searching. Then, she led everyone and left. Yang Dingtian didn't let down his guard. He was still in the state of invisibility. At this time, Queen Lan Qi was already very weak. She placed her hand on her chest and began to condense energy. A ball of light gradually gathered in her hand. It was a small, colorless cube. Then, this cube continued to grow bigger and bigger. What are you doing? Yang Dingtian mouthed. This is the scripture depository. I'll hand it over to you while I'm still alive, Queen Lan Qi said. Then, it will be under your control. Yang Dingtian was instantly shocked. He said, This is the key to the scripture depository? No, this is the scripture depository, Queen Lan Qi said. Such a small cube was actually the scripture depository. Yang Dingtian's thoughts were once again impacted. However, he quickly understood. The so-called scripture depository was energy and information. Of course, it could be a pure energy body. It wasn't like the human countries, where countless scrolls were stored in a building. That was why it was called the scripture depository. This was equivalent to ancient China. The library was definitely a house filled with books. But now, the library was completely digital. Millions of books. Tens of millions of books could be stored in a hard disk. Take the scripture depository. You must not let it fall into the hands of any Naga, Queen Lan Qi said. Queen Lan Qi said, as for whether you want to study the contents, it's all up to you. Yang Dingtian looked at the cube in Queen Lan Qi's hand. This should be an unprecedented temptation. Yao Qi, the demon king Wendian, had done everything possible to find the Naga ruins. What he wanted was the Naga's treasures, the Naga's martial arts scrolls. And this cube contained almost all of the Naga's martial arts wisdom. You can become invisible. Take the scripture depository's cube and leave the palace. Hide in any corner of New Naga, Queen Lan Qi said. Yang Dingtian looked at the dying Queen Lan Qi. At this time, taking the scripture depository's cube and leaving the palace seemed to be in his best interest. But if he did that, Queen Lan Qi would definitely die here. As for saving Queen Lan Qi, Yang Dingtian actually had one last move that he hadn't used. That was the real Naga. Duguo Shuang. Although Yang Dingtian didn't know how Shuang'er would save Queen Lan Qi, she was the only one in the world. The real demigod Naga. However, Duguo Shuang was Yang Dingtian's greatest trump card and also his last trump card. Once she was exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, Duguo Shuang might not be able to save Queen Lan Qi. But if he didn't try, Yang Dingtian really couldn't just watch Queen Lan Qi die. Although he and Queen Lan Qi didn't have any romantic relationship, they were definitely close friends and like-minded people. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian said, Keep the scripture depository first. I'll try my best to save you one last time. If I can't save you, I'll take the scripture depository's cube and leave. If I can save you, then, that's the best. Queen Lan Qi looked deeply at Yang Dingtian. Are you sure? I'm sure, Yang Dingtian said. Then, in the isolated space, Yang Dingtian reached into the space ring and woke up the sleeping Naga Shuang. As he woke her up, he wrote on her delicate body. Shuang'er, when you wake up, don't make a sound or generate any energy waves. Of course, Yang Dingtian tried his best to make the isolated space a vacuum, so even if he made a sound, it wouldn't be transmitted out. After a full 3 minutes, Yang Dingtian woke up Naga Shuang. Swoosh. She suddenly came out of the space ring and wrapped her body around Yang Dingtian. She pouted her beautiful little mouth and kissed Yang Dingtian. Shuang'er's kiss was very greedy. It lasted for a full 2 minutes. When Queen Lan Qi saw Shuang'er, she was completely stunned. This was the real Naga. Although Queen Lan Qi's generation was also called Naga, she could only be considered a later generation Naga. She definitely wasn't a real demigod Naga. The moment Shuang'er appeared, although she hadn't completely transformed, she could smell that this was a real Naga, a demigod Naga. Queen Lan Qi's delicate body began to tremble. She suddenly had the urge to worship Shuang'er, even though Shuang'er was much weaker than her. She really didn't expect that there would be a real Naga in this world, a real demigod Naga. Soon, Naga Shuang also noticed Queen Lan Qi. She was immediately filled with hostility and said coldly, "Who are you?" "Husband, who is she?" Yang Dingtian said, "She's just a good friend of mine." You're not allowed to seduce my husband. Otherwise, I'll definitely bite you to death," Du Guoshuang said coldly. "Yes," Queen Lan Qi said. Yang Dingtian said, "Shuang she's called Lan Qi. She's been poisoned by a bad person. She's a later generation Naga. Can you save her?" Naga Shuang stared at Queen Lan Qi for a long time. Then, a green light suddenly drilled into her body. "Note, brothers, I beg for a few monthly votes, please." It was like a gust of wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. In a short period of time, the hundreds of rebels led by Wentian's lover were all killed. 70% of them were killed by Queen Lan Qi. The remaining 30% were devoured alive by the Naga Shuang. At this time, Shuang had become a huge snow-white Naga. Her body was covered in blood, and she no longer looked like a human. In fact, one couldn't even tell that she was a snake. She looked very similar to a dragon. Gradually, horns, sharp fangs, a body that was dozens of meters long, and sharp claws appeared. This was the original form of the Naga. It was instinctively different from the sea serpents and mermaids. At this time, there was only one person left, and that was the demon King Wentian's lover. Queen Lan Qi and the Naga Shuang had their eyes on her at the same time. This beautiful maid's entire body was trembling. She was completely shocked by the Naga Shuang and Queen Lan Qi's massacre. Although her cultivation was actually higher than the Naga Shuang's, she was suppressed by this energy field. It was hard for her to muster up any courage to resist. Speaking of which, they were already the second generation of the new Naga. "Sir Yang Dingtian, she was once my maid and a good sister." "Let me end her," Queen Lan Qi said. Wentian's lover said coldly, "No need. I will end it myself." Then, she suddenly pulled out her sword and was about to commit suicide. However, Naga Shuang's huge body suddenly pounced forward. Her sharp claws immediately tore Wentian's fragrant body into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere, and pieces of flesh splattered everywhere. Wentian's lover didn't even have time to scream before her body was smashed into pieces. Then, the Naga Shuang opened her mouth and quickly devoured Wentian's lover's energy, blood, and other things. At this time, Yang Dingtian finally saw how she devoured. First, she turned her poison into green energy liquid and then quickly devoured it. The whole process was so fast that Yang Dingtian couldn't even see it clearly. After devouring Wentian's lover, the Naga Shuang glared at Lan Qi with bloodthirsty eyes. She actually wanted to pounce over and bite Lan Qi. The real Naga was like this. When their eyes were red from killing, they would completely lose their minds. Queen Lan Qi was shocked. She immediately circulated her mystic qi and prepared to block the attack. Although Naga Shuang's aura made her heart palpitate, he was still the first generation of new Naga, and his cultivation was much higher than Shuang's. Therefore, he would not be completely subdued by her and would still have room to resist. "Shuang, you can't do this, you can't do this," Yang Dingtian said loudly. Then, he carefully stepped forward to gently caress her neck. "Ayo!" Suddenly, the Naga Shuang let out a roar. Aiming at Yang Dingtian's arm, the Naga Shuang bit down. Yang Dingtian immediately felt a sharp pain. The Naga's unique poison surged into his body, and Yang Dingtian instantly lost all feeling in his body. When Naga Shuang had just sucked Yang Dingtian's first mouthful of blood, she suddenly let out a miserable shriek. Her huge body trembled as her body gradually shrunk and turned back into a human. However, she was still bloodthirsty. After Shuang woke up, she stared blankly at the deep wound on Yang Dingtian's arm. Then, she suddenly let out a miserable cry. "Kacha!" Then, she suddenly bit down on her own snow-white arm. Instantly, her flesh became a mess and blood gushed out. She had bitten Yang Dingtian again, so she didn't know what to do. Therefore, she used self-mutilation to express her guilt and pain. Biting once wasn't enough. She desperately bit her own body. Yang Dingtian was shocked. He hurriedly stepped forward and hugged her delicate body tightly. Then, Xianxia began to cry silently. She cried as Yang Dingtian hugged her. The first time she had bitten Yang Dingtian, she desperately apologized and said sorry. This time, she didn't apologize. Instead, she cried herself hoarse. After all, she was a Naga. Although her body was badly mutilated by her own bite, she quickly recovered without any scars. Yang Dingtian used the condensation bead to gently wipe Xianxia's body, washing her snow-white body clean again. Queen Lanqi stood guard outside the library with her sword, preventing anyone from seeing anything inside. The Naga Xianxia cried for a full quarter of an hour. Then, she raised her breathtakingly beautiful face and said, "Husband, I want to go in and sleep." Then, she kissed Yang Dingtian and went into his spatial ring to sleep. This was the first time the Naga Xianxia took the initiative to go in and sleep. Perhaps she didn't want to stay outside anymore. She wanted to sleep all the time so that she wouldn't become violent and bloodthirsty again and bite the person she loved. Although she saved me, I still have to say that in this world, she alone can slaughter everything and destroy the world, Queen Lanqi said. She's different from the ancient Naga in my impression. Although our ancestors also devoured energy, they still needed to cultivate. They weren't as direct as her, who actually relied on devouring lives to increase their energy. Yang Dingtian said, "I don't know why it's like this, but don't worry, I'll definitely keep an eye on her." Queen Lanqi nodded and said, "Next time, you can't let her appear in a dangerous situation. Otherwise, if she goes berserk, I'm afraid that even your life will be in danger." Yang Dingtian nodded. This was the second time Xianxia had bitten him. The first time, she woke up right after biting him and didn't cause any harm. The second time, not only did she bite him fiercely, but she also directly injected venom. Fortunately, it was Yang Dingtian. If it were anyone else, they would have died long ago. But the third time, whether Xianxia could wake up before she bit Yang Dingtian to death was really unknown. Therefore, just as Queen Lanqi said, no matter how dangerous the situation was, perhaps Xianxia couldn't wake up. Thinking about it, directly devouring the energy essence or hell magic crystals was the most suitable. Xianxia would transform while she was asleep. Let's go. We have to settle the internal problems before dealing with external problems, Queen Lanqi said. Then, she directly raised her sword and charged out. At this moment, it was a chaotic battle in Monarch City. The rebels and the forces loyal to Queen Lanqi were fighting fiercely. In fact, there were more people loyal to Queen Lanqi in Monarch City. However, a large portion of them were guarding the city walls and monitoring the rebels outside. Some were scattered everywhere and didn't gather at all. Although the rebels only had less than 1/3 of them, because they gathered together, they had the upper hand for a while and almost took away Yang Dingtian's lifespan. Meanwhile, Yang Dingtian had also discovered that there were plenty of first-generation Nagas in Monarch City. There were at least a few hundred of them. However, except for Queen Lanqi, the rest were all spiritual sages. Moreover, even during the battle, many of them still hadn't woken up from their meditation. It wasn't strange when he thought about it. All those who pursued martial arts would definitely go to hand in their marriage and establish their own family instead of staying in Monarch City to serve Queen Lanqi. Queen Lanqi brought Yang Dingtian to the entrance of the underground palace. The rebels focused on two directions. One was to chase after Queen Lanqi, and the other was more to attack the underground palace. This was because hundreds of Naga sages were meditating in the underground palace. A considerable portion of the forces loyal to Queen Lanqi were guarding the underground palace. This was because to New Naga, the hundreds of meditating sages in the underground palace were even more important than Queen Lanqi. This was because they represented the future direction of New Naga. When Queen Lanqi and Yang Dingtian arrived at the underground palace, the battle here had already reached the most critical moment. Thousands of guardians had already died and countless were injured. The rebels had also suffered countless casualties. However, they would soon break through the defense line and rush into the underground palace. Once they rushed into the underground palace, even if there were only one or two of them, they would be able to kill all the meditating Naga sages in the underground palace. This was because meditating Naga sages didn't have any resistance. In fact, Naga sages who studied the spiritual realm were very weak in martial arts. As soon as Queen Lanqi arrived, she didn't say anything and directly started a massacre. In a short period of time, all the rebels at the entrance of the underground palace were killed, protecting the direction of the underground palace from being broken through. Next, Queen Lanqi continued to kill. After half a day, she finally killed all the rebels. The entire king city was filled with corpses and blood flowed like a river. This sudden rebellion was finally completely suppressed. King City, which originally had 80,000 fake Naga, was now left with less than half. The rest had all died. However, when Queen Lanqi led Yang Dingtian to the top of King City again, Bui Cao, the demon king Wendian, and all the rebel leaders were shocked. Queen Lanqi looked at Bui Cao and said, "Your plan has failed. All the rebels have been killed by me." Bui Cao looked at the demon king Wendian in disbelief and said, "Didn't you say that your poison of nothingness has no cure?" "Absolutely no cure," the demon king Wendian said. "Then, could it be that she wasn't poisoned at all and your lover poisoned her and was discovered?" Bui Cao asked. The demon king Wendian said, "That's not important anymore. The important thing is that the agreed time of 3 days is up." Yes, the agreed time with the underwater races, the Merfolk Naga, was up. If they didn't defeat them in 3 days, Bui Cao would have to retreat. Otherwise, the underwater races would send troops to save the king. Bui Cao looked at the eastern sky. The sun was about to fall to the end of the world, and the sky was about to turn dark. The Naga army of the seafloor merfolk might already be on the way. The internal strife in King City didn't kill Queen Lanqi, and the energy shield still couldn't be opened. In Bui Cao's opinion, the only way was to retreat. If they didn't retreat, a war would really break out when the Merfolk Naga arrived. It would mean a world war in New Naga. This would be a devastating blow to New Naga. And if they retreated, they would return empty-handed. Then, someone would definitely be responsible for this rebellion. Therefore, Bui Cao would definitely die. When he announced his retreat, it would be time for him to commit suicide. "Mr. Unnamed, I'm actually not afraid of death, but I'm afraid of meaningless death." Bui Cao said slowly to the demon king Wendian, "You're right. Queen Lanqi's plan won't work at all. If this continues, the Naga will be destroyed. Unfortunately, the heavens aren't helping me. Even if I'm completely despicable to assassinate the woman I love, I still failed. Perhaps this is the will of the heavens." Bui Cao slowly pulled out his huge sword and looked up at Queen Lanqi on King City. Then, he looked at the densely packed Naga rebels behind him. He clearly had 1,000,000 troops, but they were completely useless. Boom boom boom, suddenly, the entire air shook violently. The entire ground trembled and rumbled. The distant plains were suddenly engulfed by huge waves. The waves were hundreds of kilometers long and surged over. The Merfolk Naga army had arrived. They could actually leave the sea, but every time they moved out, they were still used to bringing the sea with them. That's right, bringing the sea to land, while their hundreds of thousands of troops were still in the sea. The distant horizon was completely covered by the ocean. Hundreds of thousands of mermaids and mermen were quickly approaching in the waves. After a few days of rebellion, their army finally arrived. Even though they didn't want to come, even though they hoped that Bui Cao would succeed. The Merfolk Naga army didn't directly rush to confront Bui Cao's army. Instead, they stopped dozens of miles away. Because of the waves, the hundreds of thousands of troops covered the sky and the sun. Their momentum was even greater than the 1,000,000 sea snake Naga rebels. The army didn't want to fight, so they stopped dozens of miles away and waited for Bui Cao's decision. The final moment has finally arrived. Bui Cao said slowly, "Sir, you and the patriarchs can bring the sea snake Naga army back to the territory. I'm very sorry, but I can't continue to fight side by side with you." Bui Cao raised his sword and was about to kill himself and announce a retreat. At this time, the demon king Wendian suddenly said, "Sir, wait a moment. I might be able to open this energy barrier." Bui Cao said in shock, "No, impossible. This energy barrier can't be opened." The demon king Wendian said, "I can only say that it's possible. I can only try. And even if it's opened, there's only a small gap. It should only allow one person to enter." Bui Cao's eyes lit up, "Then please, sir, try immediately. Even if I die, I want to die under her sword and not commit suicide out of cowardice." The Demon King Wendian nodded. Whoosh. Wendian suddenly summoned a black flame and a white flame. Then, they condensed together into a colorless flame. Yang Dingtian couldn't be more familiar with the void-splitting flame. This void-splitting flame flew directly to the energy barrier. Whoosh. The void-splitting flame burned the energy barrier. Sure enough, a small hole appeared. The void-splitting flame could indeed tear open the energy barrier, but only by a little. The Demon King Wendian used all his strength and could only make this hole slightly bigger. Then, it was extremely difficult to maintain this small gap. Thank you, sir. Buikao suddenly turned into a stream of light, passed through the small gap in the energy shield, and entered King City. Wendian's body trembled, and the gap in the energy barrier closed again. Buikao looked at Queen Lan Qi and said, Lan Qi, when I came in, I didn't think of leaving alive. How about this, let's have a duel. If you win, I'll kill myself. New Naga will continue on your path. We'll work hard to break through in the spiritual realm. Buikao's voice was very loud, and all the Naga present heard him. He looked at Queen Lan Qi affectionately and said, if you lose, please hand over the scripture pavilion. Then, you can continue to live. How about it? After hearing Buikao's words, all the Naga present were completely silent. No one made a sound. Even the Naga mermaids in the distance didn't have any objections. Instead, their eyes shone with anticipation. The duel would determine the winner. If Buikao lost, he would kill himself, and New Naga would continue to follow Queen Lan Qi's will. If Buikao won, Lan Qi wouldn't have to die. She just had to hand over the scripture pavilion. The entire world was completely silent. All the Naga were waiting for Queen Lan Qi's response. Queen Lan Qi was still so decisive. Without hesitation, she said directly, okay, I agree to the duel. But if I lose, I won't live. I'll die. Buikao was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, okay. Then, within the energy barrier, Queen Lan Qi and Buikao used the final duel to decide the fate of New Naga, or the fate of the entire chaotic world. Note, please guarantee the minimum number of votes, please. In fact, Yang Dingtian really wanted Queen Lan Qi to kill the Scourge, the Demon King Wendian. However, this was impossible. In Naga, which had more than 1 million people, they were all biased toward Buikao, the tragic loser. In their eyes, Buikao had died for them. Therefore, if Queen Lan Qi killed the Demon King Wendian, she would only arouse public anger. Yang Dingtian used the void-splitting fire and opened a very small entrance in the energy shield with great difficulty. Queen Lan Qi turned into a stream of light and directly entered. 15 minutes later, she closed the energy shield, and Yang Dingtian entered the royal city. After entering the royal city, Yang Dingtian immediately handed the cube of the sutra depository to Queen Lan Qi. Queen Lan Qi looked at Yang Dingtian and was silent for a moment. Then, she took back the energy body of the sutra depository and put it into her body. She said, I want to drink wine. Get drunk with me. On the table, there was a sumptuous meal and countless fine wines. Yang Dingtian and Queen Lan Qi didn't know how much wine they had drunk. Moreover, the two of them deliberately didn't use energy to make themselves drunk. The two of them didn't say anything. They just kept drinking, drinking, and drinking. After drinking a lot of wine, Queen Lan Qi suddenly said, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, do you think I'm wrong? Is my insistence wrong? Yang Dingtian said, I'm not qualified to judge whether you're right or not. But in my hometown, there's a saying that the truth is often in the hands of a few people. Queen Lan Qi was stunned after hearing this. She said, then is this saying the truth? Yes, this saying is the truth. In my world, it has been verified countless times. This saying is the truth, Yang Dingtian said. If this sentence doesn't make you feel at ease, there's another sentence. If what you do makes your enemy feel uneasy, it proves that you're doing the right thing. Lan Qi said, Buikao is not my enemy. But the Demon King Wendian is. Yang Dingtian said, Buikao's rebellion was largely instigated by the Demon King Wendian. Otherwise, he would have continued to wait. Queen Lan Qi thought for a while and nodded. Yes, you're right. If it can make the enemy uneasy, it must be the right thing to do. This statement seemed to have allowed Queen Lan Qi to obtain some relief. Subsequently, she continued to drink. Yang Dingtian also accompanied her to drink. Then, the two of them were completely drunk and passed out. It was common to have sex after drinking. But such a melodramatic incident didn't happen to Yang Dingtian. Even though the two of them, Queen Lan Qi, and Lan Qi, Lan Qi and Lan Qi, Lan lands. Even though Queen Lan Qi's body was pressing down on Yang Dingtian's body. Her queen and her she was her she her then her was a she king with his mind full of worries. It was very difficult for Yang Dingtian to have any desires. After Queen Lan Qi woke up, she got up from Yang Dingtian's body and shook her slightly dazed head. Her exquisite hairstyle was messed up and her hair was disheveled. She took a glance at Yang Dingtian before she staggered and left. Similarly, she didn't say anything. Yang Dingtian also got up and patted his head to get rid of his hangover. Soon, a few unfamiliar maids came in and bathed and changed Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian noticed that these maids barely had human characteristics. This was already the third generation of Naga. Too many post-era Nagas had died in the rebellion in the king's city, making it difficult to find maids with a complete human appearance. After bathing and changing his clothes, Queen Lan Qi came again not long after. Yang Dingtian was slightly surprised. He originally thought that Queen Lan Qi wouldn't appear for at least a few days. Who knew that she would come after taking a bath and changing her clothes? She was wearing a very simple snow-white dress, and her hair wasn't even combed. Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, can you accompany me to the depths of the world's end? Queen Lan Qi asked. Okay. Yang Dingtian nodded. Then, Yang Dingtian and Queen Lan Qi rode a huge white eagle and flew toward the eastern end of the world. A few hours later, they arrived at the end of the world thousands of miles away. They saw the magnificent waterfall again. They watched the endless seawater rush into the endless abyss and disappear without a trace. In front of them was the endless void. However, Queen Lan Qi didn't stop them. Instead, she continued forward. Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, do you know? At the peak of the Naga Empire, there weren't more than 30,000 Naga people in the world, Queen Lan Qi said. Therefore, in the ancient Naga Empire, most of the tens of billions of subjects were sea serpents, mermaids, and other underwater races. The number of Naga people was less than 1 in a million. Of course, the ancient Naga not only massacred the other underwater civilizations in the world, but even the sea serpents and mermaids were almost wiped out. Yang Dingtian had seen this scene before. In the underwater maze city, a spiritual Naga instantly turned all the sea serpents in the city into stone. Why? Yang Dingtian asked. The sea serpents and mermaids can be considered the ancestors of Naga. Queen Lan Qi said they thought that they could stop the apocalypse from coming. Of course, they couldn't stop it in the end. Then, Queen Lan Qi said, at that time, the Naga Empire spanned hundreds of thousands of miles, and its territory was hundreds or thousands of times larger than it is now. However, only tens of thousands of Naga people lived in it. Now, in just 10,000 miles of New Naga, there are millions of Naga people living in it. Although we aren't the real Naga, this 10,000 miles of New Naga is really too small. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, I know. Millions of Naga Empire's descendants can easily destroy this new Naga Empire, but they can also easily rebuild it. New Naga is really too small for you. Yes, this is a prison, Queen Lan Qi said. Yang Dingtian didn't say anything, but he agreed with Queen Lan Qi's words. This was a prison. However, this is a prison. That's correct, Queen Lan Qi said. We were imprisoned because we committed a crime. Is it that easy to leave the prison? Once the sentence is over and the reformation is over, we can leave. How can we break out by force? I am clearly right. Why did I become an absolute loner? Yang Dingtian said slowly, because this world is a prison. All the Naga people are prisoners, and you are the only guard. Naturally, you are on opposing sides. From the standpoint of a prisoner, of course, rebellion are the right thing to do. Queen Lan Qi didn't say anything, but there was no doubt that her body and mind were greatly damaged because of this rebellion. Then, the two of them rode the white eagle and kept moving forward. They moved forward in the endless void. New Naga behind them could no longer be seen. Everything around them was nothingness. They moved forward 5,000 miles. 10,000 miles. 20,000 miles. 50,000 miles. 100,000 miles. 200,000 miles. 300,000 miles. It was still the endless void. It had been nearly half a month since they left the world's end and entered the void. This was the endless void. It was an endless cycle and duplication. There was no end. Yang Dingtian had a feeling. It was like riding a flying mount in World of Warcraft, flying toward the endless sea. However, in World of Warcraft, one would quickly get tired and die. Finally, Queen Lanqi suddenly said, "The farthest I went was here." Yang Dingtian didn't say anything. Queen Lanqi suddenly asked, "Say, if we continue forward, will we encounter Yinzhou?" Yinzhou was his lover. Because he and Queen Lanqi were on different sides, they ended the engagement. Thus, his body entered the void of the world's end and completely disappeared. "We won't," Yang Dingtian said. "Yes, we won't." "He's already dead," Queen Lanqi said. "Alright, let's go back." Then, Queen Lanqi and Yang Dingtian rode the White Eagle back. On the way back, Queen Lanqi suddenly said, "Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, is this new Naga?" Yang Dingtian knew what she was going to say, but he shook his head and said, "I don't know if this is new Naga." "It shouldn't be." "This is the void," Queen Lanqi said. "Since this is not new Naga, it is the void. Then, all the rules should also be the void." Yang Dingtian was silent. Then, she placed her palm on her chest and energy began to condense. The golden cube of the scripture pavilion condensed in her palm. She looked at the cube and said, "Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, there should be half a month before we return to New Naga. So, you only have half a month." Then, Queen Lanqi handed the cube of the scripture pavilion to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian took it and said, "Lanqi, are you sure you want to do this?" "Yes," Queen Lanqi said. "Because you are the savior." "But my human kingdom isn't that important to New Naga," Yang Dingtian said. Queen Lanqi said, "I vaguely feel that you might not only save the human kingdom. I don't want to find that 1,000 years later, or 2,000 years later, we have broken through in the spiritual domain, left this prison, and entered the chaotic world, only to find that it has become a dead land. The entire world has been completely destroyed. Thank you." Yang Dingtian bowed deeply to Queen Lanqi. Then, he sat down cross-legged and held the cube of energy in his hand. He wanted to enter the scripture pavilion to search for the 5th stage of the pig-killing swordsmanship, the greater space technique. He had half a month. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and slowly injected his divine sense into the cube of the scripture pavilion. Originally, Yang Dingtian thought that it would be very difficult to enter the cube of the hidden scriptures pavilion. However, Yang Dingtian entered the cube of the hidden scriptures pavilion almost effortlessly. This kind of success almost made him feel stunned. This hidden scriptures pavilion was so important. Shouldn't there be countless passwords? Shouldn't there be an extremely mysterious and difficult secret door? How did he get in so easily? After entering, Yang Dingtian was completely stunned again. An incomparably huge world came directly to him. After Yang Dingtian's divine sense entered the cube of the hidden scriptures pavilion, he immediately entered a spiritual illusion. This was an incomparably huge hidden scriptures pavilion. How big was it exactly? God knows, maybe a few million square meters, maybe tens of millions of square meters. In short, after entering, it was completely like a vast ocean. The number of scrolls and books inside was completely astronomical, like the stars in the sky. Previously, Yang Dingtian was still thinking that if he was able to enter smoothly, half a month would be more than enough. Now, it seemed that half a month was completely not enough. This was because there were too many scrolls and books here. It was not just tens of thousands or millions, but tens of millions or more. Inside the incomparably huge hidden scriptures pavilion, there were layers upon layers of shelves filled with countless scrolls. Among these countless scrolls, it was extremely difficult to find the pig-slaying swordsmanship. And the most important thing was that these scrolls were not divided into categories. Yang Dingtian had to start searching from the first scroll. Picking up the first scroll and looking at it, he was very glad. The words on it were recognized by Yang Tian, which was the common language of the chaotic continent. In this regard, the Naga race was very impressive. The common language of this world was actually the common language of the human continent. As a half-god race, the Naga race was the ruler of the world. In fact, they could have invented their own language, which was absolutely superior. However, they did not. Instead, they directly used the common language of the human countries. The scroll in Yang Dingtian's hand at this time turned out to be the first era of climate science. Yang Dingtian flipped through it slightly. The so-called first era turned out to be something that happened hundreds of millions of years ago. Yang Dingtian took a closer look and found that it happened to be the time of the hard rock plains. And this scroll was over 1 million words. Then, Yang Dingtian began to pick up the second scroll. When he opened it, he saw that it was the double sun and double moon of the first era. This scroll also had a few million words. Then, Yang Dingtian picked up the third scroll and opened it. It was the material science of the first era. Yang Dingtian continued to pick up the scrolls below and discovered that they were all from the first era. He knew that this hidden scriptures pavilion was not purely a martial arts secret book room. It was too narrow-minded to say that. There were definitely martial arts scrolls here, but the proportion was very, very small. This sutra depository actually contained the entire history of civilization, natural history, and philosophy of the entire chaos world. In short, all the content of the chaotic world was in this hidden scriptures pavilion. The content of these scrolls was not only about the Naga race, but also the crystallization of all the intelligent races in the history of the chaotic world. However, the Naga race spent countless years to gather all this wisdom and knowledge. Yang Dingtian understood. When the world was destroyed 10,000 years ago, the Naga race thought that this was the complete destruction of the chaotic world. There would not be any civilization left. There would not be any living land left. Therefore, they did their best to isolate a space of 10,000 miles. It was independent of the chaotic world and avoided the great nirvana. The price was the death of the entire Naga race. The 10,000 miles of new Naga's territory was exchanged with the lives of all the demigods of Naga. Then, the ancient Naga race had all the knowledge, wisdom, and civilization of the chaotic world in this hidden scriptures pavilion cube. Passing down the legacy was equivalent to if one day Earth was completely destroyed. Then humans would definitely build a huge spaceship and put a small number of elite humans in it to sail into the depths of the universe. And all the history, material, nature, philosophy, art, and other knowledge and civilization of Earth would be gathered into a digital library and sailed into the universe together. Even if the humans on Earth were to perish, the civilization of Earth would be preserved. Therefore, this new Naga race was equivalent to a spaceship independent of the world. This hidden scriptures pavilion contained all the records of the chaotic world. No wonder it was so vast. No wonder this hidden scriptures pavilion existed in the form of an energy cube. Because in the hearts of the ancient Naga race, this cube might be passed down for hundreds of millions of years, and any real scrolls or hidden scriptures pavilion building would turn to ashes at most in a few tens of thousands of years. Only the energy cube might exist for countless years. If Yang Dingtian had time, he would definitely carefully read all the contents in the hidden scriptures pavilion. Unfortunately, he did not have time. He was very pressed. Therefore, he could only look for the pig-slaying swordsmanship. This hidden scriptures pavilion was not divided into categories, but according to the span of time. The scrolls of the first era were at the front. Then, the scrolls before the Great Nirvana age would definitely be at the back. Therefore, Yang Dingtian flew to the back of the hidden scriptures pavilion and began to search, starting from the last scroll. How far was it to fly from the front of the hidden scriptures pavilion to the back? It was a full 100 miles. That's right, it was 100 miles. This hidden scriptures pavilion was even bigger than Yang Dingtian had imagined. The number of scrolls here was even more than Yang Dingtian had imagined. Yang Dingtian picked up the last scroll. When he opened it, his body trembled slightly because this was a declaration of destruction. On it, there were countless Naga emblems and signatures. All of them were bloody signatures. These were the signatures of 30,000 Naga before they died. That's right, this new Naga that was tens of thousands of miles wide was completely isolated and surrounded by an incomparably powerful energy. And this energy was produced by the deaths of the 30,000 demigods of Naga. The 30,000 Naga did not die after the arrival of the Great Nirvana Age. Instead, before the Great Nirvana Age, they chose to self-destruct and turn into ashes. Their deaths caused the front part of the energy that could destroy the world to burst forth. It was the most powerful energy in history that had completely isolated the territory of 10,000 miles. In fact, the incomparably rich profound chi of new Naga was left behind after the ancient Naga was turned into ashes, including this exuberant life force. In other words, every inch of land, every flower, and every plant in new Naga was the flesh and blood of the ancient Naga. At the end of the 30,000 emblems, the ancient Naga did not say too much. For the future Naga, he only said a few words. My descendants will not walk my path. While Yang Dingtian was shocked, he was also slightly gratified. Although the Naga had destroyed the world, they finally repented before they died. And although Queen Lan Chi was opposed to the entire new Naga and was completely isolated, there were still 30,000 ancestors who stood with her. The entire continent of the Naga Empire, flowers, and rivers stood with her. Next, Yang Dingtian continued to look for the pig-slaying swordsmanship scroll. He picked up the second-to-last scroll. On the scroll was written, Introduction to Spatial Isolation. This was what the new Naga people dreamed of. Yang Dingtian could not help but be filled with interest. But after opening it, Yang Dingtian found that it was a complete mess. Inputting profound chi was completely useless. It was completely unreadable. It was purely a pile of gibberish. It was not the common language of the chaotic world, nor was it the common code of the secret manual. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Could this be a mistake? Was there a mistake when the ancient Naga recorded these words? Soon, Yang Dingtian denied this point. Because the third-to-last scroll, the fourth-to-last scroll, and even most of the scrolls after that were all gibberish. Yang Dingtian understood that this was not gibberish. It was a precautionary measure of the Naga people. The contents were all encrypted and could not be read or opened. Only when the new Naga people's spirit broke through to a certain level could these scrolls be opened. In other words, it did not matter if the Hidden Sutra Pavilion was opened. Because the new Naga people could not read or practice. There was only one way to practice, and that was to break through to a certain level of spirit. However, in this way, Yang Dingtian was in big trouble. If the new Naga people could not read it, Yang Dingtian could not read it either. Now, Yang Dingtian could only hope that the pig-slaying swordsmanship was different. Next, he only did one thing. He kept opening the scrolls and putting them back. Opening and putting them back. Just like that, he kept repeating it. Soon, a day and a night passed. Yang Dingtian had flipped through tens of thousands of scrolls, and only about 1% of them could be read, and all of them had nothing to do with martial arts. Yang Dingtian did not find the fifth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. The next day, Yang Dingtian flipped through tens of thousands of scrolls again, but still did not find the fifth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. The third day. The fourth day. The fifth day. The sixth day. 11 days passed. Yang Dingtian had already flipped through hundreds of thousands of scrolls, but still did not find the fifth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. He looked at the vast number of scrolls and almost lost confidence. If they were to continue flipping like this, it would really take forever. Half a month's time was really not enough at all. Moreover, this was an illusion, and there was no way to get the help of countless resentful spirits. Even if there was, countless resentful spirits were illiterate. In this way, Yang Dingtian was completely mechanically flipping through the scrolls. Just when Yang Dingtian was almost numb. Suddenly, a huge line of words appeared directly in front of Yang Dingtian's eyes. Pig-slaying swordsmanship, 5th stage, great space technique. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was so excited that he almost fainted. He found it. Just when he was completely numb, the pig-slaying swordsmanship suddenly appeared in front of him. Note, bosses, please give us your votes. Yang Dingtian held back the ecstasy in his heart and couldn't wait to open the scroll of the 5th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Then, he was completely dumbfounded. Like the previous scrolls, it was a pile of garbled code that could not be deciphered at all. Of course, it didn't matter if one could read or not. In fact, no one in the human countries could read the scrolls, let alone write them. Only a few spiritual masters could write a small number of spiritual scrolls. The logic of spiritual scrolls and martial arts scrolls was completely different. The martial arts scrolls were countless times more complicated. Therefore, when one got a scroll, one didn't need to read it at all. One only needed to input chi and divine sense to practice it. It was like a computer user downloading a software. He only needed to click on the install button to run it. He didn't need to understand the code at all. Therefore, Yang Dingtian tried to input chi and divine sense. Unsurprisingly, he was rejected directly. Yang Dingtian didn't guess wrongly. These encrypted scrolls weren't just different in terms of simple codes. They were encrypted from the very foundation. Not only could one not decipher it, but one could also not practice it at all. This was the most tragic thing. It was like finally getting a stunning beauty and was about to push her down. In the end, he found that she was wearing impenetrable chastity iron pants and couldn't enter her at all. Yang Dingtian had gone through a lot of hardships to get the 5th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, but he found that he couldn't practice it. He quickly suppressed his complicated thoughts and tried to calm himself down. There was no doubt that this scroll of the 5th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship was written by Shiwu Piaoyan. However, the reason why he encrypted it was definitely not to guard against Yang Dingtian, but to imitate the future Naga. The 5th stage was directly related to the Great Space Technique, which was too important for new Naga. Although the future Naga might not be able to practice it directly, they could decipher the contents and obtain the essence of the Great Space Technique. Once the future Naga obtained the Great Space Technique, they could jump out of the confinement space of new Naga. Then, the whole world would face a catastrophe again. In this case, Shiwu Piaoyan must have some measures to allow the cultivator of the pig-slaying swordsmanship to practice it. There must be a back door to this scroll of the 5th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Then, what was this back door? The pig-slaying swordsmanship was completely different from the other scrolls. After learning it, it would turn into ashes, so it was absolutely unique. Therefore, this backdoor must have targeted the characteristics of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Then, what were the uniqueness of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, Yin-Yang Qi transformation technique? Yin and Yang reversal? Chaos Qi. The first thing that came to Yang Dingtian's mind was the Chaos Qi. He knew that of all the people he had met, he was the only one who possessed primal chaos profound Qi. Hence, Yang Dingtian poured the Chaos Mystic Qi into the rank 5 scroll. There was no response. The scroll still refused to allow Yang Dingtian to enter. It seemed like Yang Dingtian might not have encountered anyone who possessed the primal Chaos Mystic Qi, but it wasn't unique. To the extremely powerful Naga race, they might have already reversed their Yin and Yang and possessed the primal Chaos Mystic Qi. Then, Yang Dingtian tried to inject both Yin and Yang Qi into the scroll at the same time, but the scroll of the 5th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship still had no reaction. Yang Dingtian tried to run the Yin and Yang Qi transformation technique, but it still didn't work. In the end, Yang Dingtian even foolishly performed a set of pig-slaying swordsmanship on the scroll. Of course, it still didn't work. Thus, Yang Dingtian was really at his wit's end. This didn't work, that didn't work. How could he enter the scroll of the 5th stage? Yang Dingtian racked his brains, but he couldn't think of a way at all. Next, he tried countless methods, many of which were completely mysterious, but without exception, all of them failed. He was really at his wit's end. Thus, Yang Dingtian forced himself to calm down again and consider the problem from Shiwu Piaoyan's point of view. Shiwu Piaoyan must give the 5th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship to his successor, and he must ensure that it would only be given to his successor. If the Chaos Qi was not safe, the Yin and Yang dual attributes were not safe, and the Yin and Yang Qi transformation technique was not safe, then what was completely safe? What if he wrote the last code of the 2nd volume of the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship? In this way, he could completely prove that he was his successor. This was because the code of the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship was incomparably large. The code of the deepest level could only be seen after entering the illusion. Fortunately, when Yang Dingtian was free, He had been studying the code of the pig-slaying swordsmanship scroll, especially the last code of the fourth stage. He didn't know how many times he had studied it. Thus, Yang Dingtian quickly used the chaos chi and entered the last code of the fourth stage on the scroll of the fifth stage. Yang Dingtian wrote very quickly. In just a quarter of an hour, he had completely entered thousands of codes. Boom! Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt a golden light flash in front of his eyes. Yang Dingtian was ecstatic. This really worked. Suddenly, these golden lights quickly condensed into a figure. It was the figure that Yang Dingtian was very familiar with, Shiwu Piayan, the ancient savior, his real mentor. Yang Dingtian was ecstatic and shouted, "Teacher!" At this time, Shiwu Piayan's hair and beard were all white. His appearance was completely different from when he was at the fourth stage. There were even deep wrinkles on his face. It was as if many years had passed. It was unknown how long it took him to write the fifth stage. Shiwu Piayan smiled slightly and said, "Before entering the fifth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, tell me, where did I write the fourth stage?" Yang Dingtian was stunned. It was a double password? The underwater maze of the sea serpent Rakshasa Empire, Yang Dingtian said. Shiwu Piayan smiled and said, "After leaving the underwater maze, where did I go?" Yang Dingtian said, "You were going to the Naga Empire, but the Naga Empire was in another world, so you had to study space techniques. So you went to the border of the abyss to study the void beasts there." Then, Yang Dingtian said, "Teacher, it is obvious that you had already arrived in the Naga Empire before you had studied space techniques." Shiwu Piayan laughed happily and said, "You are indeed my successor, ha ha ha." Then, Shiwu Piayan asked, "Good boy, tell me, what is your name? Where are you from?" Yang Dingtian was speechless. He didn't know how many times he had answered this question. Every time he learned the pig-slaying swordsmanship, he had to repeat it. However, Yang Dingtian still told him in detail everything that had happened since he transmigrated from Earth to the present. He was particularly clear and detailed about the incident in the Yin-Yang Mirror and the Yin sect. Of course, it was different from before. This time, Yang Dingtian emphasized on Demon King Wen Tian's matters. There was also the Little Western Paradise, the second dark domain, the third dark domain, and the new Naga Empire. It took more than 2 hours for Yang Dingtian to explain everything clearly. After listening, Shiwu Piayan let out a deep sigh. "Child, I really can't imagine that you have experienced so much hardship for the fifth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship." Shiwu Piayan said, "Fortunately, you have great luck and a strong will. Otherwise, it would be impossible to reach New Naga." Yang Dingtian said, "But the Demon King Wendian is also here." Shiwu Piayan said, "This person is very amazing. His wisdom is far better than yours, and his will is not inferior to yours. He is definitely your greatest enemy. According to his plan, if he succeeds, he will definitely be able to destroy the whole world." Yang Dingtian said, "Fortunately, he will be trapped in the confinement space of New Naga forever and can't leave." Shiwu Piayan said, "Are you sure that this is his real body?" Yang Dingtian was silent and said, "I'm sure that this is his soul. But I don't know if this is his real body." Shiwu Piayan said, "Child, based on your description of him, I feel that this person is definitely not as simple as you think. From the Underworld Empire to the Little Western Paradise, he has never been defeated. Then in the New Naga Empire, could it be that he failed so easily?" Yang Dingtian said, "But I really can't think of anything else he has in New Naga. I think that as long as he is completely trapped here, everything will be over. Moreover, the space techniques in the energy body of this Sutra Pavilion are all encrypted. Unless the spirit of the future Naga people breaks through to a certain extent, it will never be unlocked. And by the time they break through, I don't know how many thousands of years it will take." Shiwu Piayan said, "I hope so." Yang Dingtian suddenly remembered the second dark realm and the incomparably powerful stone man entrusted to him. He immediately asked, "By the way, Master, do you remember one of your followers? A stone man, you taught him language and thought, and then you left him in the second dark realm." Shiwu Piayan shook his head and said, "Silly child, before I wrote the fifth stage of the pig-killing swordsmanship, the great nirvana had not happened and the second dark realm had not been formed. How could I have met the stone man? That should have happened after I left the Naga Empire and went to the dark realm." Yang Dingtian asked, you went to the Dark Realm? Shi Wupian said, yes, I stayed in the Naga Empire for decades and studied the space technique with countless Naga wise men and wrote the 5th stage of the pig-killing swordsmanship. And I learned the truth that the world had been destroyed many times. So in order to further save the world and to find out the truth of the world's destruction, I decided to go to the world of death, which is the Dark Realm you mentioned. Yang Dingtian asked, but, you didn't get the void-splitting fire. How did you pass through the abyss border and reach the Naga Empire? Shi Wupian said, to go to the Naga Empire, you don't need to pass through the abyss border, nor do you need the void-splitting fire. The Naga Empire is at the bottom of the sea. The reason why no one has discovered it is that the Naga Empire has completely blocked all contact with the outside world. Yang Dingtian asked, then, in the Naga Empire, did you find out the reason for the world's destruction? Shi Wupian said, on the surface, of course, it was because the Naga race was extremely powerful, which caused the world to be unbalanced and exceeded the burden of the chaotic world, so it led to the Great Nirvana. But I don't know the deeper and more direct reasons. So, I decided to go to the Dark Realm you mentioned to study it. Yang Dingtian suddenly thought of a question and asked, Master, I find that you have aged a lot. After you finished writing the 4th stage, how long did it take you to write the 5th stage? 139 years, Shi Wupian said. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was silent, and infinite admiration surged in his heart. A person, in order to save the world, wrote the greatest scroll in history. It took hundreds of years to write the 1st stage. Master, will there be a 6th stage? Yang Dingtian asked. Shi Wupian said, there will be. Because the 5th stage is not enough to save the world. I hope that after discovering the most direct and specific reason for the world's destruction, I can write the 6th stage of the pig-killing swordsmanship, so as to completely save the world and put an end to the Great Nirvana. I used to think that the world was completely destroyed after my Great Nirvana. Fortunately, there was still a last piece of living land left. Yang Dingtian said, but, if there is another Great Nirvana, the last piece of living land will be completely destroyed, and the entire chaotic world will be completely dead. So, the heavy responsibility of saving the world completely falls on you. Shi Wupian said, if you fail, the chaotic world will be completely destroyed. Yang Dingtian fell into silence again. Shi Wupian said, well, child. Learn the 5th stage of the space technique first. Win the great war of the evil ways first. Yes. Yang Dingtian said. Then, Yang Dingtian sat down cross-legged, waiting for Shi Wupian to teach him the pig-killing swordsmanship's great space technique. First of all, let me reiterate that the great space technique of the 5th stage of the pig-killing swordsmanship is beyond the scope of martial arts. Whether you can learn it or not depends entirely on your comprehension. It has little to do with your Shin Meridian's talent. Shi Wupian said, those with high comprehension ability may learn it in a short time. Those with low comprehension ability will definitely not be able to learn it for the rest of their lives. Yes, Master. Yang Dingtian said. Shi Wupian said, fortunately, you came from another world, so your thinking is very detached. Otherwise, if you were born in the chaotic world, no matter how high your talent is, you wouldn't be able to learn the 5th stage of the pig-killing swordsmanship. Now I finally understand why I didn't pass the pig-killing swordsmanship to the Shiwu clan. It's because they can't learn it because they are from the chaotic world. Therefore, I can only write a simplified low-level version of the swaying calamity crossing sword. Then, Shi Wupian's eyes fell on Yang Dingtian's face and said, I thought of another thing. Maybe it's not an accident that you came to the chaotic world from another world. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's body shook violently. Well, let's start. Shi Wupian said, the first move of the great space technique is called space isolation. Yang Dingtian suddenly pricked up his ears. This space isolation sounded similar to the space isolation of the invisibility technique, but it was completely different. Space isolation was much more mysterious. It was the most mysterious and profound thing in the world, which had transcended martial arts. The first move, space isolation. Why do you have to learn the first move, space isolation? Because the space door created by the second move has to be placed in a completely isolated space. Otherwise, it will disappear as soon as it appears. Shi Wupiayan said, child, let me ask you, what does space isolation mean? It steals a space. Yang Dingtian said, for example, in a 10 square meter room, 1 square meter is stolen, but you can't see or feel it at all. That 1 square meter is in this room, but you can't find it at all. Of course, this square meter is the name of our Earth. Yes, you are very smart. Shi Wupiayan said, I am really looking forward to the next learning. Then, how do you think you should steal this space? Yang Dingtian fell into deep thought, then shook his head and said, I don't know. Teacher, but I know a kind of stealth mystic skill, which is also in an isolated space. No creature can find it except the undead. Shi Wupiayan said, show it to me. Yang Dingtian immediately displayed the stealth mystic skill and disappeared completely in the illusion. Yes, this hidden scriptures pavilion was an illusion, but the stealth mystic skill was also a kind of energy technique, so it was still effective here. Shi Wupiayan laughed and said, child, I can still see you. Although your mystic skill is quite mysterious, it is not a real space technique, but a pseudo-space technique. You are not in an isolated space, but a mirror effect similar to space. Do you understand? Yang Dingtian thought for a while and said, it is like using a few mirrors to block a certain space, but the mirrors can project the light behind, so it creates the stealth effect. Yes. Shi Wupiayan said, of course, it has already begun to involve space techniques. Even in my era, your mystic skill was very amazing. However, a powerful spirit master at my level would be able to easily discover it. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, I understand. I will be careful in the future. It turned out that the stealth mystic skill that he had always been proud of was not a real isolated space. But it was also true. If it was a real isolated space, he wouldn't be able to reach in and touch things inside. This was just a spatial mirror effect. Alright, child, tell me, what do you mean by space isolation? Shi Wupiayan asked. Yang Dingtian thought for a while and then shook his head. Even the Naga of the later era could not understand such a profound thing, let alone Yang Dingtian. Silly child, you have been imprisoned by your own thoughts, Shi Wupiayan said with a smile. You must understand. Think boldly and let go of all your imaginations. No matter how absurd they are, it doesn't matter. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian recalled a joke from Earth. At that time, the Hadron Collision experiment was being conducted in Europe. Many people joked that it wouldn't create a portal or a black hole. It's not that you don't know, said Shi Wupiayan. You're very open-minded, but you don't dare to say anything. Just say whatever you want. Therefore, Yang Dingtian boldly said, black hole, devour everything. Shi Wupiayan suddenly clapped his hands. Yes. Shi Wupiayan praised. Son, although there is no such thing as a black hole in the chaotic world, it is still a black hole. But I immediately understood what you said. This is because wisdom is interconnected. As for how to isolate space and how to find your so-called black hole, I walked hundreds of thousands of miles and searched for it for 8 years. In the end, I found it in the celestial Red Sea. I've been to the celestial Red Sea. It is a forbidden area of energy. The seawater there contains dark crystals that can form black holes, Yang Dingtian said. Yes, where have you been? After the Great Nirvana, it still exists? Shi Wupiayan was surprised. Then do you know? Perhaps the deepest secret of this world is hidden under the celestial Red Sea? Evil energy, Yang Dingtian said, the celestial Red Sea was polluted by evil spirits, which is why it became a forbidden area of energy. In other words, the so-called energy black holes and dark crystals are pollutants of evil spirits. Suddenly, Shi Wupiayan was silent. He looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief and muttered to himself, Son, you have only been in this world for a few years. But your understanding of this most profound knowledge has exceeded my 100 years. Could it be that the transcendental thinking from a different world is so amazing? After a sigh, Shi Wupiayan said, let's continue. If you want to isolate space, you must go to the celestial Red Sea and extract a dark crystal from the endless seawater. Then, it will evolve into an energy body and use this energy body to isolate a space. It will devour everything in this space. Then, this space will be stolen and disappear. Do you understand? Yang Dingtian nodded and said, I understand. Shiwu Piayan laughed and said, and you just told me that you used the dark flame to devour the dark crystal and create a new dark flame. This is really heaven's will, ha ha ha. Suddenly, Shiwu Piayan let out an incomparably carefree laugh. Yang Dingtian suddenly said with difficulty, Teacher, but my darkness mystic flame has already entered a complete hibernation. It has devoured countless dark crystals, the essence of the fallen silver dragon, and countless Naga deep-sea black poison. What? Shiwu Piayan let out a sharp cry and said, why didn't you say it just now? Yang Dingtian said, there are too many things, and this matter is very important. I need to tell you specifically. By the way, that dark green dark flame has now become a giant dragon, entrenched in the depths of my sea of qi. At this time it has fallen into complete dormancy. Giant dragon? Giant dragon? Shiwu Piayan's figure began to tremble. Although it was an illusion spiritual body, his face was still pale. What's wrong, teacher? Teacher? Yang Dingtian asked. Shiwu Piayan was suffocated for a while, then waved his hand and said, it's nothing. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Let's wait and see. Now, it's not the time for you to know. Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly trembled. Why did this sound so scary? Could it be that this dark green dragon was a disaster? Shiwu Piayan said, your dark flame is completely dormant and can't be awakened? Yes, master. Yang Dingtian said, last time, it resisted an attack that was more than 100 times stronger than me, so it fell into a deep sleep. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian asked, Teacher, without the darkness mystic flame, does it mean that the subsequent cultivation cannot be carried out? Shiwu Piayan said, fortunately, I made sufficient preparations at that time. I thought that my successor might have a heaven and earth mystic flame, but he might not have the dark crystal. And for the purpose of research, I collected a lot of dark crystals in the celestial Red Sea and used a lot in New Naga. But there are still a lot left, and one of them is sealed in this scroll. Yang Dingtian suddenly said in astonishment, Master, can the dark crystal be sealed in an energy body? Shiwu Piayan said, of course, the dark crystal is a kind of energy body, and it may not necessarily be a solid substance. Then, Shiwu Piayan stretched out his hand, and an energy jade box appeared in his hand. It was indeed a dark crystal, but this dark crystal was not a solid crystal, but a kind of jumping energy body, a bit like a flame. Master, what is the energy level of this dark crystal? How much water of the celestial Red Sea was used to refine it? Yang Dingtian asked. Shiwu Piayan said, an astronomical number, much more than the dark crystals you have swallowed in the past. Yang Dingtian suddenly smacked his tongue and said, then I probably can't bear it. I'm here, what are you worried about? Shiwu Piayan said, and then he handed over the energy jade box. Yang Dingtian took the energy jade box and looked at the dark crystal rising inside. Only God knew how much energy it had. Shiwu Piayan said with certainty that it was bigger than the dark crystals he had swallowed in the past. Previously, when he swallowed the dark crystal, Yang Dingtian's body was shattered, and the whole world changed dramatically. However, this was the scripture pavilion of the ancient Naga, and beside him was Shiwu Piayan's spiritual body. Although he didn't know what Shiwu Piayan's cultivation level was, he must have been at the demigod realm, because more than 100 years before he wrote the 5th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, he was already the number 1 in the ancient human kingdom. He took a deep breath. Yang Dingtian began to devour the dark crystal. Whoosh, the endless dark crystal suddenly drilled into his Xian veins and poured into his sea of qi. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's inner world seemed to have completely entered the end of the world. Boom, in an instant, almost in an instant, he was about to be completely annihilated. The energy level of this dark crystal was too powerful. So much so that his body didn't even crack and burn, and he was about to be annihilated. However, an incomparably powerful energy suddenly came crashing down, forcefully blocking the destructive energy of the dark crystal. Then, at this moment, the dark green dragon in the depths of Yang Dingtian's sea of qi suddenly woke up. Seeing the dark crystal, it suddenly seemed to have gone completely crazy. The terrifying dragon stretched out countless tentacles, and a huge dragon head also suddenly emerged from the depths of Yang Dingtian's sea of qi. It didn't even care that Yang Dingtian would be directly smashed to pieces like this. Ha 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 ha. The dark green dragon laughed wildly. Boom boom boom. Yang Dingtian's sea of qi was completely turned upside down. The dark green dragon crazily devoured the dark crystal with incomparable greed. At this time, Yang Dingtian's sea of qi was fortunately suppressed by Shiwu Piayan's energy. Otherwise, it would have been shattered and turned into ashes. At this moment, Shiwu Piayan suddenly stopped the output of the dark crystal, and then his spiritual energy suddenly drilled into Yang Dingtian's sea of qi, confronting the dark green dragon. When the dark green dragon saw the intruder, it instantly opened its mouth, wanting to tear and devour frantically. I don't know if your existence is a blessing or a curse. I know that in the future, you will be so powerful that even I can't catch up to you. But now, you are still not my opponent. Shiwu Piayan said coldly to the dark green dragon, you are still in your embryonic form. Since you are entrenched in my disciple's body and he gave birth to you, I will take it as the will of heaven. No matter what the consequences are, I accept it. Now, you and I make a deal. The dark green dragon stared at Shiwu Piayan with incomparable ferocity. It resisted the desire to crush this huge spiritual energy and slowly nodded. I can continue to inject the dark crystal for you to devour and make you stronger, but in exchange, you must split out an independent dark profound flame for my disciple to use, Shiwu Piayan said. The dark green dragon suddenly roared. Split out the dark profound flame from its body? Easier said than done. Dragons were the greediest race in this world, even if it was an energy dragon. Trying to take a share of its energy was simply a pipe dream. Shiwu Piayan said, the dark crystal I will give you to devour is 3 times more than the dark profound flame you will split out. You will benefit. The dark green dragon roared a few times and then nodded. Then, full of anger, it spat out a dark flame. This was the dark profound flame, a part of the dark green dragon's body. Not enough, not enough. Shiwu Piayan said. The dark green dragon continued to spit. Not enough, not enough. Shiwu Piayan said, at least, it is more than 100 times more powerful than the previous pure dark profound flame. Roar. The dark green dragon roared wildly and continued to spit out flames with great heartache. In the end, it spat out an energy level that was 100 times more powerful than Yang Dingtian's pure dark profound flame. Then, it was unwillingly placed in Yang Dingtian's sea of qi. It's your turn. The dark green dragon opened its mouth to Shiwu Piayan. Although it didn't say anything, it meant this. Shiwu Piayan nodded and immediately continued to release the dark crystal. Wow. Suddenly, the dark green dragon seemed to have ascended to the sky, crazily devouring the dark energy, and then dancing wildly in the depths of Yang Dingtian's sea of qi. It was a wonderful feeling. Yang Dingtian, on the other hand, couldn't bear it anymore and completely fainted. When Yang Dingtian woke up in the illusion of the scripture pavilion, the devouring of the dark crystal was over. The dark green dragon had already dove into the depths of his sea of qi contentedly, burping and snorting. Well, now you have another dark profound flame that you can summon at any time. Shiwu Piayan said, give it a try. Yang Dingtian felt his sea of qi and found that there was indeed another profound flame. It was a pure dark profound flame, not a dark green profound flame. Moreover, the energy level of this dark profound flame was so powerful. It was more than 100 times more powerful than the previous pure dark profound flame. Yang Dingtian immediately summoned it. A dark profound flame that completely devoured the light was burning in the air, shining with an incomparably strange and mysterious darkness. Well, child, get ready. Shiwu Piayan said, I want to input the operating logic of the dark profound flame spatial isolation into your brain, your profound veins, and your sea of qi. Yes. Yang Dingtian said. Suddenly, Shiwu Piayan turned into a stream of light and poured countless codes into Yang Dingtian's brain. Note, please vote. In fact, regarding the greater space technique, Shiwu Piayan originally wanted Yang Dingtian to comprehend it himself. For example, how to use the dark mystic flame to create an isolated space. This was the simplest part of the greater space technique. However, if he used the scroll code, it would take more than a few million. It was still an extremely complicated process. Even if Shiwu Piayan knew it, it would take a long time for Yang Dingtian to fully comprehend it. What Yang Dingtian lacked the most now was time. Therefore, Shiwu Piayan could only directly transform it with energy and input the code directly. It was like directly installing software on a computer and running it directly. In an instant, countless complex and mysterious energy methods transformed Yang Dingtian's mystic meridians, engraved his brain, and transformed his energy operation method. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's entire body was undergoing a baptism. He had no consciousness. He only felt countless lights and energy shuttling and circulating in his body. The whole process was relatively slow. At least, it was much slower than installing software on a computer. After an unknown amount of time, Shiwu Piayan injected the energy operation method and logic of the first move, space isolation, into Yang Dingtian's body. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian didn't need to understand at all. These countless energy logic and codes were deeply engraved in Yang Dingtian's mind and stayed there forever. Shiwu Piayan said, "Well, the first move, space isolation, has entered your body. Like I said, this is already beyond the scope of martial arts. Even if these things enter your mind, can you successfully use them? Can you use them well? It all depended on one's talent and intelligence. More importantly, intelligence. Try it." Yang Dingtian understood. It was like installing some software on a computer, such as Photoshop, but you might not be able to use it well. Or, if you installed League of Legends on your computer, you might not be able to play well. Of course, this greater space technique was much more profound and mysterious. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and began to try the first move of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, space isolation. He began to control the mystic flame. The dark mystic flame grew bigger, bigger, bigger. It became a flame that was about 1 cubic meter in size. He used a special energy method to gradually change the way the darkness profound flame operated. This was a very complicated and mysterious process. Under Yang Dingtian's control, the darkness celestial flame gradually turned into a whirlpool shape and started to spin and spin. There couldn't be the slightest mistake in this process, or else it would fail. Then, the flames began to hollow out. Instantly, the entire darkness mystic flame seemed to have turned into the shape of a water droplet. There was a complicated and mysterious vortex in the middle, and a space of 1 cubic meter appeared in the vortex. Then, the whirlpool of the dark celestial flame spun continuously and produced a huge suction force that was enough to devour everything, including space. After reaching the limit, swoosh! Everything in this space was instantly devoured by the darkness profound flame. After that, Yang Dingtian extinguished the darkness mystic flame and this space completely disappeared. It disappeared from this world and was completely stolen away. Of course, Yang Dingtian knew where the space was. He took out something and threw it into the air. Then, the item disappeared into thin air. Of course, it didn't really disappear, but entered another isolated space. Then, Yang Dingtian had learned the first move of the 5th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, isolated space. He learned it in one try, and succeeded in one try. Shiwu Piayan, who was on the side, was completely stunned and muttered to himself, "Even I, the so-called number 1 expert of the ancient civilization, can't help but be jealous." Then, Shiwu Piayan said, "Then, let's start learning the second move, space leap." Shiwu Piayan was about to speak, but suddenly stopped and said, "Well, child, you're still the first to speak. What do you think the so-called space leap is?" "Creating a space door, a space crack, from one space to another," Yang Dingtian said. "Oh my God." Shiwu Piayan said, "A warrior of the chaotic world needs to understand this theory for at least a few decades, or even a lifetime. Because he must first completely overturn everything in his mind, completely empty his mind, and then put this theory in. You will know it in an instant." "So, what method do you think can be used to create a space door?" "The resonance of two powerful energies, distort the space force field, and create a space crack," Yang Dingtian said. Shiwu Piayan seemed to be struck by lightning and couldn't speak for a long time. Although I don't know the terms, resonance, and position you said. But, I know what you said is right." Shiwu Piayan muttered to himself, "I studied these theories for 50 years before I completely understood them." Did it take half a quarter of an hour?" Yang Dingtian said embarrassedly, Senior, in fact, these theories have been described in more detail in our world. It's just that they have never been realized. Heaven's will, heaven's will. Shiwu Piayan said, then you should now understand the use of the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Understood. Yang Dingtian said, the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, the great Yin Yang scripture, is for the fifth stage. Transform my Xian veins, let me master the two energies of Yin and Yang, and then create resonance in the isolated space. What are you going to do? Shiwu Piayan asked. I have two heaven and earth Xian fires in my body, one is a Yang 100 million spirit demonic fire, and the other is a Yin I spirit heavenly fire. Yang Dingtian said, I intend to let the two Xian fires collide in the isolated space with different frequencies and energy levels. Until I find a successful frequency and create a space door. Shiwu Piayan was completely silent again. After a long time, he asked again, is this also the theory of your world? Yes. Yang Dingtian said, in fact, the countries in our world have undergone many similar experiments. For example, the Hadron Impact. Shiwu Piayan said, then you can start. By the way, do you know why you have to learn in the illusion? To save time and energy. Yang Dingtian said, because in the illusion of the mind, time can almost stop, which is several times, dozens of times, or even hundreds of times slower than in the real environment. This kind of energy collision requires countless experiments to find the right frequency and the right energy level to successfully create a space door. If it were in the real world, it would take a lot of time and a lot of energy. Shiwu Piayan licked his lips and said, maybe you can be my teacher. Then, you can start by yourself. Then, in the illusion of the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion, Yang Dingtian began the experiment. First, he used the dark Xian fire to create a completely isolated space. Then, he introduced the Yin and Yang Xian fires into the space and began to collide violently. It was not the chaotic Xian fire, but the Yin and Yang Xian fire. Boom! A white light that was countless times brighter than the sun burst out with extremely terrifying energy. It was almost like a nuclear bomb explosion. It was not lightning, but a direct Xian fire. Yes, the collision of the two Xian fires was so amazing. Fortunately, in the isolated space, the energy could not overflow. Otherwise, the consequences would be that everything within hundreds of meters or thousands of meters would be turned into ashes and smashed into pieces. The first experiment failed. Of course, failure was normal. This could be said to be the most complicated experiment, and even the slightest mistake could not be made. Yang Dingtian was completely mentally prepared. He adjusted the energy ratio between the two sides and adjusted the energy speed during the collision. The second experiment was carried out. It still failed. The third time was still a failure. The fourth time, the fifth time, the sixth time, countless times, failure, 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 failure. Yang Dingtian did not know how many failures he had experienced. Shiwu Piayan laughed and said, Child, it seems that this won't work. You need to enter a deeper level of meditation illusion. Otherwise, a few years won't be enough for you. Then, Shiwu Piayan took Yang Dingtian into a deeper level of meditation illusion. Here, time was many, many times slower than in reality. A dozen times, dozens of times, hundreds of times, Yang Dingtian completely understood why he had to conduct the experiment in the illusion. Because in reality, it was impossible to succeed even in 10 lifetimes. In terms of time, 100 years was not enough. In terms of energy, with Yang Dingtian's cultivation, he could only support 1,000 experiments in a year. In the illusion, Yang Dingtian might have failed more than hundreds of thousands of times. If he did 1,000,000 experiments in a real environment, it would take 1,000 years. One day, Yang Dingtian asked Shiwu Piayan which level of illusion he was in. How many times was the time in the illusion compared to the real time? Then, Shiwu Piayan told Yang Dingtian the answer. Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. He told Yang Dingtian that he had brought Yang Dingtian into the 9th level of the illusion of consciousness. As for the time multiplier, 2 hours in reality should be equivalent to about 1.5 months in the illusion. And there was another huge advantage. That was, in the illusion, when the mysterious fire collided, it did not need energy, so there was no need to recover energy at all. He could continue the experiment without interruption. Therefore, in theory, Yang Dingtian could conduct tens of millions of experiments in the illusion of consciousness. Of course, the premise was that Yang Dingtian did not collapse. Indeed, the most difficult thing was that Yang Dingtian did not collapse. When hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even more almost identical experiments were carried out, anyone would collapse, including Yang Dingtian. Therefore, Shiwu Piayan temporarily transformed Yang Dingtian's consciousness, making his nerves and consciousness numb. Once a person fell into numbness, it was not easy to collapse. Of course, it could also be said that numbness itself was collapse. However, this kind of numbness was similar to robots and computers. No matter how many times the same actions were repeated, they would not get tired, irritated, or crazy. In this way, again and again, again and again. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian succeeded once. Yang Dingtian succeeded. After the collision of the mysterious fire of Yin Yang, a beautiful door of light and shadow appeared in the isolated space. Note, please vote. Thank you, brothers. Yang Dingtian, who was numb, suddenly woke up after a long time. Then he fell into infinite surprise and ecstasy. I did it. I did it. I can leave this damn place. Yang Dingtian shouted crazily. Shiwu Piayan was still smiling, watching Yang Dingtian go crazy. After a long time, Yang Dingtian suddenly asked, Teacher, is the 5th stage of the pig-killing swordsmanship over? Is there a third move? No, Shiwu Piayan said. Yang Dingtian was suddenly surprised, and then he said timidly, but I haven't broken through to the half-saint level. And teacher, it seems that the 5th stage of the pig-killing swordsmanship is useless to me, although it is extremely mysterious. Yang Dingtian's words were really heartless. It was like a child complaining that the gift given by his parents was not good enough. However, Yang Dingtian did not lie. The 1st stage of the pig-killing swordsmanship was very powerful, making Yang Dingtian almost invincible in swordsmanship. The 2nd stage was not very noticeable. The 3rd stage, Yin and Yang Qi transformation technique, made Yang Dingtian's cultivation efficiency double with half the effort, and could dissolve any kind of qi. The 4th stage, Yin and Yang heaven and earth skill, was the most useful to Yang Dingtian. In particular, the existence of the chaotic attribute, as well as the mysterious fire lightning, almost became the foundation of Yang Dingtian's life. The 5th stage, the great space skill, was the most mysterious, and also the most coveted skill in Nunaga. Of course, if Yang Dingtian wanted to leave the confinement space of Nunaga, he had to learn the great space skill. However, it did not seem to improve his fighting strength that much. The reason why Yang Dingtian came was that he felt that the 5th stage of the pig-killing swordsmanship could help him break through to the half-saint level. Ha ha ha. Shiwu Piayan laughed and said, Silly boy, first of all, I deliberately poured a lot of energy into the first few stages of the pig-slaying swordsmanship to bring about a breakthrough in your cultivation. Therefore, when the energy from the scroll enters your body, it will bring about a huge breakthrough in your qi. Secondly, the first 4 stages were still considered pure martial arts scrolls, but the 5th stage greater space art was already completely beyond the scope of martial arts. Of course, when the energy of the scroll entered your body, engraved memories in your brain, changed the way your profound veins operated, and entered the code. Complicated adjustments have been made to the way your darkness mystic flame operates and the way your yin-yang mystic flame operates. A certain amount of energy has also entered your body. But if you want to rely on this energy to break through, it's impossible. Yang Dingtian smiled embarrassedly, Teacher, with this 5th rank, I will be able to leave this place. Furthermore, it is already worth it to be able to meet you again. As for breaking through to the half-saint realm, I can go to other places. Silly boy, Shiwu Piayan said with a smile. You still think that the greater space technique is useless to you. Can you imagine what it can bring you? Yang Dingtian thought for a while and said, You can let me leave Nunaga. And during the battle, in case of extreme danger, I can open the space door and leave directly. Shiwu Piayan shook his head and said, Without the greater space technique, where did you get this ring? Yang Dingtian was suddenly stunned and said, My space ring, was it made by the greater space technique? Shi Wupiayan nodded and said, the ring on your hand should be the experimental product of the greater space technique that I and ancient Naga studied. We made several rings in total, but I didn't expect that one of them would be in your hand. Yang Dingtian was shocked. It turned out that this was how the greater space ring came about. This ring was given to him by Shiman Ningning. Why did Shiman Ningning have the greater space ring made by ancient Naga? Suddenly, Shiman Ningning's identity became even more confusing in Yang Dingtian's eyes. He originally thought that Shiman Ningning would be the most senior spy of the Temple of Annihilation, but it seemed that she was not. The people of the Temple of Annihilation did not have the right to possess the greater space ring of ancient Naga. However, Shi Wupiayan's expression became dignified and he said, child, do you know? At that time, we only made 9 greater space rings, which should have been in the confinement space of New Naga. It was impossible for them to leak out. But now, they have leaked out. Do you know what this means? Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat and he said, it means that there are deserters in ancient Naga, and at least one of them did not disappear and create this isolated space. Shi Wupiayan nodded and said, otherwise, the greater space ring would not have leaked out. Yang Dingtian said, Master, this greater space ring was given to me by a lover of mine. Her name is Shiman Ningning, and she once brought me the deep-sea black poison. After she was poisoned, she suddenly became very powerful and slaughtered thousands of people in an instant. Shi Wupiayan gasped and said, there is really a Naga who did not abide by the ancient agreement and escaped without permission. Your lover, Shiman Ningning, may be a descendant of Naga. Yang Dingtian said, but her cultivation is very weak, almost no cultivation at all. She is a very, very, very talented spiritual master. At this point, Yang Dingtian immediately understood. In order to make up for her heinous crimes, ancient Naga sacrificed herself and created the confinement space of New Naga. And she let her descendants take another path, a spiritual breakthrough. Therefore, in the later generations of Naga, there were a group of wise people who had extremely high spiritual talent but very low martial talent. Shiman Ningning was such a wise person with a spiritual talent. She was from the later generations of Naga, so she did not have the deep-sea black poison. However, her parents had it, so she did not know how far she had gone to find her parents for the deep-sea black poison. After she was poisoned, not only was she fine, but she also became very powerful. It was like after Queen Lan Chi was poisoned by the deep-sea black poison, she became much stronger and defeated Bui Cao. Everything was echoing. Shiman Ningning's identity was solved. She was the descendant of the defectors of ancient Naga. She was from the later generations of Naga. Yang Dingtian suddenly gasped. He did not expect that when he was very, very weak, there would be a later generations of Naga by his side, and she was his lover. Then, where did Shiman Ningning go now? Moreover, this also meant that Xuan'er was no longer the only demigod Naga in the chaotic world. As a later generations of Naga, how could Shiman Ningning be in such a small force like Cloud Sky City? How could she become Shiman Wuya's adopted daughter? This was a complete mystery. Also, were Shiman Ningning's Naga parents enemies or friends? Child, you can't figure out these things now. Anyway, one day, you will meet her, Shi Wupiayan said. Yang Dingtian immediately nodded. Subsequently, he recalled something and asked, that's right. Teacher, is this spatial ring also an isolated space? Shi Wupiayan said, yes, you finally remembered. However, it is very difficult for an isolated space to exist directly in an ordinary environment. It will be turned into ashes in an instant. Yang Dingtian said, but when I just removed the mystic fire, the isolated space was still there. After that, Yang Dingtian patted his head and said, I'm confused. This is an illusion. Yes, in a real environment, it will disappear in an instant. It must be under the protection of the dark mystic fire vortex, Shi Wupiayan said. However, there is something that can directly lock the isolated space. What is it? Yang Dingtian asked. Void stone and dark crystal. Shi Wupiayan said, through the carving of energy, you can create a permanent dark vortex in the void stone. In this way, the isolated space can exist in the void stone. Then you can carve anything with the void stone, such as a ring. Yang Dingtian said, does the void stone mean that it usually doesn't exist and only shows its original form when energy is injected? Yes, Shiwu Piayan said. Yang Dingtian said, does that mean that I can also make a space ring as long as I have the void stone? Yes. Shiwu Piayan said, of course, child. It is a very complicated and difficult process to carve a black vortex with energy. It is also a very powerful cultivation process. Once you succeed, you will gain a lot. Yang Dingtian suddenly became excited. A space ring was the most awesome thing in the chaotic world. If he could make one and give one to each of his confidants, how convenient it would be to transport things. Teacher, where can I find the void stone? Yang Dingtian asked. Shiwu Piayan said, it is everywhere, but under normal circumstances, it is impossible to find it. Then how can I find it? Yang Dingtian asked. When you get close to a place and find an energy vortex, all the energy is involuntarily swept in. There is a void stone there, Shiwu Piayan said. Then, you can find it and inject energy, and it will show its form. Yang Dingtian asked, then where does it like to appear? Shiwu Piayan said, it is at the bottom of the sea in Nunaga. The closer you are to the end of the world, the greater the possibility of finding it. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be eager to try. Shiwu Piayan said, next, what is the use of the greater space technique? Think about it. Yang Dingtian said, can I go wherever I want in the future? Just open a space door and jump in. Shiwu Piayan was shocked and said, child, even I am shocked by your words. In theory, yes, but in practice, it is impossible because it requires almost infinite energy. Yang Dingtian said, then if I can fold space, I can go wherever I want. Shiwu Piayan was stunned. He was indeed deeply shocked by Yang Dingtian's theory. He muttered to himself, yes, folding space, folding space. Why didn't we think of it at that time? Child, if only we had met you earlier. Yang Dingtian asked, teacher, how far can I jump with the space door? Shiwu Piayan said, with your cultivation, it should be infinitely close. Yang Dingtian was a little disappointed. Shiwu Piayan said, although it is infinitely far, you can freely travel between planes. And this distance is not significant for the space door. You can only open the space door when you are in danger and let all your companions escape quickly. Or, you can directly sneak into a certain place. Yang Dingtian thought of this scene. He led his powerful confidants directly to open the space door and instantly enter the enemy's rear. Just thinking about it made him excited. Or even more exaggerated, he could directly build a missile and then set up a space door. The missile could pass through the space door and hit the Vulture Palace in an instant. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian hurriedly asked, is this possible? Of course it is. Shiwu Piayan said, this is a directional space door. The stronger your cultivation is, the more energy you inject into it, and the greater the space door can cross. So, the idea in your mind is completely possible. Yang Dingtian was very excited. Shiwu Piayan said, well, silly child, you worked so hard to find the 5th level of the pig-slaying swordsmanship just to break through to the half-saint realm, right? Yang Dingtian nodded quickly. Shiwu Piayan said, although the 5th level of the pig-slaying swordsmanship can't help you achieve your goal. But it is not difficult for you to break through to the half-saint realm now. Yang Dingtian was pleasantly surprised. Can I do it now? Shiwu Piayan said, your cultivation, according to what you said, should be the 3rd grade of the 14th level. Yang Dingtian nodded. Originally, Yang Dingtian had broken through to the 5th grade of the 14th level, but when he was passing through and swallowing the thick fog, a lot of energy was swallowed and fell to the 3rd grade of the 14th level. Shiwu Piayan said, don't you still have 3 16th level energy bodies and 1 18th level energy body? Yes, Yang Dingtian had a 16th level energy essence, 2 16th level hell magic crystals, and 1 18th level hell magic crystal. Yang Dingtian said, unfortunately, I can't swallow 16th level energy essences with my current cultivation. And I can't transform the hell magic crystals into energy essences that can be swallowed and remove the death energy inside. Shiwu Piayan suddenly laughed and said, silly child, you can't swallow 16th level energy essences and remove the death energy in front of me. Yang Dingtian was stunned and said, you can? Shiwu Piayan said, I can negotiate with the abyssal dragon. Do you think I can? Yang Dingtian was surprised and said, okay, then take out the energy essences and hell magic crystals. Help me. Before he could finish speaking, the 4 energy bodies floated directly from reality into the illusory realm. Among them, the huge one, pale golden and almost colorless, was the 18th level hell magic crystal. Shi Wupiayan easily stripped the death energy of the hell magic crystal and turned it into pure energy essence. Then, he easily condensed 3 16th level energy essences. Originally, it was not enough to become a 17th level ultimate energy essence, but Shi Wupiayan compressed it and made it a mid-16th level ultimate energy essence. Yang Dingtian immediately gasped in amazement. Then, Shi Wupiayan handed the mid-16th level ultimate energy essence to Yang Dingtian. Swallow it and see how much you can break through. Yang Dingtian took it, put it in the palm of his hand, closed his eyes, and swallowed it. Note, please vote. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian thought that this was an illusion. Could it be that he could devour the energy essence? Suddenly, he couldn't help but voice his doubts. Shi Wupiayan smiled and said, child, you are separating illusion and reality too far apart. Some things can cross between reality and illusion, such as energy bodies. You just need to devour them. Oh, okay, Yang Dingtian said. Then, he closed his eyes and began to devour the 16th level ultimate energy essence. Suddenly, an incomparably powerful energy poured in an instant. It was stronger than any energy essence that Yang Dingtian had devoured in the past. According to common practice, with such a strong and dense energy pouring into the Xian meridians and Sea of Qi, blood would be spurted out in almost the next second. Then, the Xian meridians would crack, and the whole body would explode. However, just as Yang Dingtian felt that his eyes were white, he was about to faint, and his whole body was about to explode in an instant. Suddenly, a powerful energy shrouded him, suppressing this tearing tendency. Then, the energy essence surged in an instant. In just a moment, Yang Dingtian's Sea of Qi began to expand, and then in an instant, it exploded. Boom! His whole body completely sank into nothingness. Then, Yang Dingtian's Sea of Qi began to break through and rushed to the 14th level 4th rank again. After only a quarter of an hour, Yang Dingtian's Sea of Qi was filled again and began to expand. Boom! The world in the depths of the Sea of Qi exploded again. Yang Dingtian broke through again and returned to the previous highest level, the 5th level 14th level. Nearly a quarter of an hour later, Yang Dingtian's Sea of Qi exploded again and broke through the 6th level 14th level. Another quarter of an hour later, Yang Dingtian's Sea of Qi expanded again, but this time it was not so strong and seemed to be a little weak. However, Yang Dingtian's luck was very good. Boom! The world in the Sea of Qi exploded again, and Yang Dingtian's cultivation broke through again, reaching the 7th level 14th level. Finally, the energy of the 16th level medium limit was completely consumed, allowing Yang Dingtian to break through to the 4th level. After opening his eyes, Yang Dingtian finally could not help but ask, Teacher, you're just a spiritual body. How can you be so powerful? Shi Wupiayan reached out and touched Yang Dingtian's head. He said, Child, I am just a spiritual body. How could I have such powerful energy? It's because I'm inside the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion's cube. I can borrow the energy inside. This is an incomparably huge energy field. Yang Dingtian nodded. He finally understood. Then, he asked Shi Wupiayan, do you want to use this level 18 energy essence as well? Of course, said Shi Wupiayan. Yang Dingtian said, but there's only one of him. He can't become an ultimate energy essence, can he? Shi Wupiayan laughed. Who told you that an energy essence cannot become an ultimate energy essence? The so-called ultimate energy essence is not an increase in energy level, but an increase in energy density and the amount of energy that can be produced per unit of time, right? Yang Dingtian nodded. Shi Wupiayan said, usually, you need several energy essences to fuse. That's because your cultivation is not high enough and you can't forcibly compress its energy density. But I can do it easily. After saying that, Shi Wupiayan easily used the energy field of the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion to compress this level 18 intermediate energy essence into a very dense ultimate energy essence. Yang Dingtian asked, after being compressed, what level of ultimate energy essence is it equivalent to? Shiwu Piayan said, it's still a level 18 intermediate energy essence. If you want to equate it, then it's probably stronger than the level 18 ultimate energy essence you swallowed before. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath. This was an energy essence that was 3 or 4 levels higher than his own. If it weren't for Shiwu Piayan, swallowing such an energy essence would definitely be a dead end. There was a 1000% chance that he would turn into ashes. He put this level 18 energy essence in his hand, and then a warm energy shrouded him directly. It almost protected every inch of Yang Dingtian's body, except for his sea of qi. For Yang Dingtian, this 18th rank energy essence was too shocking. So much so that Shiwu Piayan had to treat it seriously and protect Yang Dingtian to the extreme. Okay, child, you can start now, Shiwu Piayan said. After Yang Dingtian took a deep breath, he began to swallow. Then, he only felt a flash of golden light, and he instantly lost all his consciousness. The integration of this energy was completely destructive, and crazy. Although Yang Dingtian's body was protected to the extreme, his entire consciousness was instantly short-circuited. Of course, Yang Dingtian soon woke up. Then he found that his whole body didn't seem to be his at all. He couldn't feel anything. Soon, his sea of qi began to expand. Oh, no, it didn't even expand before it exploded. The level 18 energy essence made Yang Dingtian break through to the level 8 of the 14th level. Then, it also made Yang Dingtian break through to the level 9 of the 18th level. Next was the most important process of breaking through to the level 15 half-saint. Yang Dingtian's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. The 15th level was almost one of the most difficult hurdles. Under normal circumstances, if one's luck was very good, it would take 5 level 16 energy essences to go from the level 9 of the 14th level to the 15th level. Then, was the compressed level 18 energy essence in Yang Dingtian's hand enough at this time? He didn't have any confidence at all. He even had an 80% chance of failure. However, reality almost didn't give him a chance to be nervous. There was no suspense. Unparalleled powerful energy poured into his sea of qi. Soon, it began to expand. Yes, it kept expanding. If it didn't explode, it couldn't break through. Then, Yang Dingtian felt a sense of suffocation. He felt that his sea of qi began to overturn. It began to feel as if it was going to be completely destroyed. Yang Dingtian entered the most dangerous situation. Because this kind of energy was too eager for quick success, the sea of qi finally solidified and became stagnant. In other words, the qi energy was already enough for a breakthrough. But the sea of qi didn't change. It couldn't produce a qualitative change. However, the qi energy was still pouring in. There was only one result in this afternoon. That was, the sea of qi would really explode. It would completely explode. Yang Dingtian's whole body would be completely destroyed. At this time, Shiwu Piayan couldn't care about anything else. A powerful spiritual energy poured in and blocked the entrance of Yang Dingtian's sea of qi, preventing the energy from continuing to enter. At the same time, the black-green giant dragon, who felt the danger of destruction, finally stopped trembling after the devouring. Suddenly, countless tentacles stretched out from the abyss of the sea of qi. The tentacles swept up the qi energy that had been filled to the extreme. They spun quickly and then scattered. Boom! The energy in Yang Dingtian's sea of qi finally exploded. Then, his whole body and divine sense fell into nothingness. He had broken through to the 15th level. He had broken through to the half-saint level. Although it was a little thrilling, he had broken through to the half-saint level. However, it seemed that because it was too smooth, there was no sacred and grand feeling. Yes, because of the existence of Shiwu Piayan's spiritual body in the energy field of the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion, it was so easy to break through to the half-saint level. Compared to breaking through to Martial Venerable, Supreme Master, and Great Grandmaster, Yang Dingtian's breakthrough to the half-saint level was the easiest. Wu Yuming, after countless years, relied on evil spirits to break through to the half-saint level. Wu Daozi also broke through to the half-saint level many years after entering the infinite Great Grandmaster level, relying on evil spirits. Yang Dingtian, from entering the infinite Great Grandmaster level to breaking through to the half-saint level, took about 2 years. It was really incredible to the extreme. From then on, Yang Dingtian really realized how cool it was to have a strong backer. In order to break through to the half-saint level, others had almost put in a lifetime of effort. But in front of Shiwu Piaoyan, it was so easy to break through. Without Shiwu Piaoyan, Yang Dingtian really didn't know how long it would take for him to break through. Because in the second dark realm, it was almost impossible to hunt elemental creatures. Relying on normal cultivation, even with Yang Dingtian's talent, it might take countless years. Moreover, the human countries didn't have enough energy density. However, after breaking through to the half-saint level, Yang Dingtian's breakthrough still didn't stop. Soon, his sea of qi began to expand again. Boom! Another breakthrough, reaching the first rank of the 15th level. However, the breakthrough didn't stop. After a full quarter of an hour, Yang Dingtian's energy reserve expanded again. Boom! Yang Dingtian broke through again, reaching the second rank of the 15th level. Yang Dingtian was really going crazy, however, the breakthrough wasn't over yet. After nearly half an hour, Yang Dingtian's energy reserve began to expand again. This kind of surprise almost made Yang Dingtian's nerves numb. It was like a person who bought a lottery ticket and only wanted to win 100,000, but in the end, he won 30 million. Boom! Yang Dingtian's energy reserve broke through again. He actually broke through to the third rank of the 15th level. Finally, the crazy breakthrough stopped. This 18th level high-density ultimate energy essence was completely exhausted. It actually allowed Yang Dingtian to break through a big level and 5 ranks. It was really too heaven-defying. Of course, at this time, Yang Dingtian's energy reserve had only reached the third rank of the 15th level. His real cultivation was still at the 9th rank of the 14th level. Because his energy reserve and the entire Xian meridians needed to be sublimated. Otherwise, even if he had the cultivation of a half-saint, he couldn't use it. Yang Dingtian asked, "Teacher, can my mystic fire lightning help me sublimate my energy reserve and Xian meridians and reach the true cultivation of a half-saint?" Shiwu Piaoyan said, "Of course. At this time, the power of your mystic fire lightning has completely surpassed the 19th level." Yang Dingtian said, "But I can't control this energy level well. If it's too high, I will be directly struck into ashes." Shiwu Piaoyan suddenly laughed and said, "Are you kidding? What do I do? What does the giant dragon in your energy reserve do? You can directly strike it with the highest level of mystic fire lightning." Immediately, Yang Dingtian felt that having such a huge backer was truly a very, 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 very good thing. Whoosh! He released the million spirit demonic fire with the chaotic attribute. Whoosh! Then, he released the demon spirit demonic fire with the chaotic attribute. Finally, he summoned the void-splitting fire with the chaotic attribute. 3 mystic fire suddenly flew to the top of his head. At the same time, Shiwu Piaoyan suddenly released an energy shield to ensure that the mystic fire lightning was completely shielded within the energy shield. Bang! The 3 mystic fires fiercely collided. Boom! Once again, the light was like a nuclear bomb explosion. Unparalleled powerful energy suddenly poured into Yang Dingtian's body. This energy was actually not enough. Yes, such a heaven-defying mystic fire lightning was actually not enough for Yang Dingtian's energy reserve to sublimate. This was a saint-level energy of nearly 20 levels. However, Shiwu Piaoyan obviously thought of this. Almost at the same time, an incomparably powerful lightning suddenly struck Yang Dingtian and poured into his body. The energy was enough. All the energy suddenly drilled into Yang Dingtian's energy reserve. There was no trace on the surface of his body. The 3 mystic fire lightning and the lightning energy created by Shiwu Piaoyan's spiritual body all poured into Yang Dingtian's energy reserve and instantly condensed into an extremely small point. Then, it suddenly exploded. Boom! Yang Dingtian's energy reserve seemed to have experienced the explosion of a nuclear bomb again. Then, this incomparably powerful energy was instantly swallowed by his energy reserve and suddenly transformed and upgraded. Yang Dingtian, in terms of cultivation, had really broken through the half-saint level and reached the 3rd grade of the 15th level. He had become one of the few half-saints in the world. Note, the protagonist has broken through to the half-saint level. Brothers, please vote. Please support. For a long time, Yang Dingtian was still immersed in the joy of breaking through to the semi-saint realm. Then he asked, "Teacher, you said that you would go to the world of death to find the ultimate way to save the world and put an end to the great nirvana extinction, right?" Shi Wupiayan said, "Yes, but I really can't guarantee success. I even think the probability of success will be very low." Yang Dingtian said, "I also saw that the world of death has been devouring the world of life. The border of the abyss is spreading every day. This trend seems to be very, very difficult to stop." Shi Wupiayan said, "Child, so I can't guarantee that there will be a sixth level of the pig-killing swordsmanship. If there is a sixth level, then I should have found the way to save the world. If not, then..." Yang Dingtian asked, "Do you have any ideas now? For example, what will the sixth level of the pig-killing swordsmanship be about?" Shi Wupiayan shook his head and said, "I still don't know. At that time I was with the Naga for many years, but I couldn't find a way to save the world. So the ancient Naga could only sacrifice the whole clan and create this isolated space with the space technique." Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment and said, "Teacher, I should go out. Do you have any other orders?" Shi Wupiayan thought for a while and shook his head. "Originally, I wanted to tell you not to let the real Naga in your space ring completely transform. But now, I don't know what to do because there are obviously other real demigods in the world, at least one Naga. If it is an enemy, then you have to rely on your Naga wife to defeat her." Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "I know. I will find the most gentle way to let her transform. Do you have any instructions for the giant dragon in my Sea of Qi?" Shi Wupiayan shook his head and said, "Everything is up to fate." Yang Dingtian looked at Shi Wupiayan and his slightly aged face. He really didn't know when they would meet again. He didn't even know if they would ever meet again. Yang Dingtian suddenly felt a little sour. "Okay, you can leave now." Shi Wupiayan waved his hand. "Yes, teacher." Yang Dingtian then bowed deeply to him. Then, the Shi Wupiayan disappeared completely, and Yang Dingtian exited the deepest level of the illusion. As if countless reflections were shuttling back and forth, Yang Dingtian first returned to the great illusion realm of the scripture depository. Then, the scene changed again. Yang Dingtian left the sutra depository and returned to reality. Then, Yang Dingtian saw that he was floating on the sea with Queen Lanqi beside him. Yang Dingtian was stunned. "More than half a month? Is that a long time?" Queen Lanqi shook her head and said, "Not very long, only more than 5 days." Yang Dingtian bowed and said, "Thank you, Lanqi. Oh, by the way, I'll return the sutra depository cube to you." When he was about to return it, he found that his hands were empty. Queen Lanqi said, "When you came out, the sutra depository cube had already returned to my body." Yang Dingtian asked, "By the way, did you see a huge lightning bolt strike my head?" Lanqi said, "I felt it, but I couldn't see it. There was a space that wrapped your body directly. I couldn't find anything inside." Yang Dingtian entered the soul ring to check and found that the hell magic crystals had long disappeared without a trace. He checked his cultivation again and found that it was indeed much stronger. It was a complete qualitative leap and sublimation. Just as Shi Wupiayan said, sometimes the boundary between illusion and reality was not so clear, and energy could directly shuttle between them. Then, Yang Dingtian began to try the 5th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, the Great Space Technique. First, he released the dark profound flame, and then used an incomparably mysterious method to make the dark profound flame spin into a profound flame. The entire process was extremely complicated, but because Yang Dingtian had learned the pig-slaying sword art scroll, the procedures were already engraved in his brain and mystic meridians. Hence, there was no need for Yang Dingtian to understand it and was able to operate it immediately. Suddenly, a complete dark profound flame vortex was created, and a black hole space created by the dark profound flame was created. Then, this black hole gradually swallowed everything in this space. As a result, this space was completely stolen and isolated. Then, Yang Dingtian used the modified yin-yang profound flame to collide in the space. He used an extremely special energy level and energy frequency to collide. Boom! In the isolated space, an extremely bright light burst out. Then, a beautiful space door appeared in the isolated space. It was indeed mysterious and magical to the extreme. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian thought that when creating the space door, Shiwu Piayan could also directly tell Yang Dingtian the energy level, energy attribute, and energy frequency of the profound flame's collision. There was no need for countless experiments. Just like other secret manuals, it could be directly engraved in the profound meridians and consciousness. However, in order to let Yang Dingtian have a deeper understanding, Shiwu Piayan let him carry out countless experiments, and he reaped the joy of this success. Yang Dingtian dispersed the dark profound flame vortex. Suddenly, this beautiful little space door directly appeared in the air. When Queen Lanqi saw this, she immediately suffocated. Her beautiful face flushed red, revealing a look of disbelief. In the air, the space door only existed for a moment, and then it immediately disappeared. Queen Lanqi reacted after a long time and said, Yang Dingtian, this is the space technique. Through this door, you can leave the confinement space of New Naga? Yang Dingtian nodded. Queen Lanqi immediately covered her heart, suppressing the strong impulse in her heart. This was something that all Naga people dreamed of. Buikao started a rebellion of millions of Naga people and finally died for the space door. Now, this space door appeared in front of her, and it was created by a human. How could Queen Lanqi not be excited and shocked? After a long time, Queen Lanqi calmed her breathing and said, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, you shouldn't have released this space door, because it is also very tempting to me. As soon as these words came out, Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly jumped, and an incomparably tempting thought surged in his mind. This Queen Lanqi was so powerful. If she followed him back to the human countries and fought side by side with him, wouldn't that be a good thing? However, he quickly gave up this tempting idea. Because it was impossible. First of all, Queen Lanqi had to guard New Naga. This was her mission. Secondly, Yang Dingtian's space door's energy was limited. It couldn't pass through a powerful Naga like Queen Lanqi. It could only pass through energy bodies with the same cultivation level as him or lower. Okay, let's go back, Queen Lanqi said. Accompany me for a few more days, then return to the human countries. Yang Dingtian looked at the bottom of the sea and said, Lanqi, the sea at the end of the world is below, right? Yes, Queen Lanqi said. Yang Dingtian said, if you don't have anything urgent, let's go to the bottom of the sea and look for a kind of void stone. Queen Lanqi said, Void stone? This thing is useless. Why are you looking for it? Yang Dingtian said, to create a space ring. Queen Lanqi said, You know how to create a space ring? Yang Dingtian said, I can only try. I don't know if I will succeed. By the way, my teacher said that there are a total of 9 space rings. Most of them are in New Naga. Do you know? Queen Lanqi shook her head and said, I don't know. I have never seen or heard of it. Yang Dingtian thought for a while and said, Oh, then maybe space rings are also taboo in New Naga. If you have something to do, can you go back to the capital first? Queen Lanqi said, What can happen to me? It's not like you don't know that I'm bored to death every day. Then, Yang Dingtian and Queen Lanqi went to the bottom of the sea to look for void stones. It was very troublesome for others to find void stones. They had to release a powerful energy field to cover the surrounding area and find an energy vortex. No matter how powerful a person was, their energy field could only cover a diameter of a dozen miles at most. Moreover, the consumption of Xianxia was extremely fast. Yang Dingtian was different. The countless rays he released could easily cover a diameter of more than 100 miles. Moreover, the consumption of Xianxia was almost negligible. After going to the bottom of the sea, Yang Dingtian immediately released countless rays to cover a diameter of 100 miles. He didn't find anything. Yang Dingtian moved to the next area and still didn't find anything. It seemed that there weren't as many void stones as he thought. Yang Dingtian moved to the next area. Just like that, Yang Dingtian searched a radius of 1,000 miles before finding the first void stone. Queen Lanqi seemed to be even more excited than him. She rushed over and injected energy into the entire area. Suddenly, a void stone about an inch long grew in a pile of crystals. Queen Lanqi quickly picked it and played with it in her hands for a while before handing it to Yang Dingtian. This thing was useless to her. She just liked to play and enjoy the fun of finding things. The two of them searched for a day and a night. Yang Dingtian finally found a dozen void stones. The small ones were only half an inch long, and the big ones were only 2 to 3 inches long. With these gains, Yang Dingtian and Queen Lan Qi returned to the capital. Yang Dingtian was going to use these void stones to carve a small dark vortex with energy. Then, he would create a permanent isolated space. This way, a rare treasure, the space ring, would be born. Of course, Yang Dingtian didn't know if it would succeed. But whether it succeeded or not, Yang Dingtian would leave New Naga and return to the human countries in 3 days. The feeling of passing through the space portal was far less mysterious than passing through the abyss border. It was just a flash of light before his eyes and a chill on his face. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian passed through the space portal. Suddenly, his vision darkened, and he felt the energy in his body flowing away quickly. After jumping through the space portal, Yang Dingtian left the confinement space of New Naga and returned to the third dark realm. Moreover, it was nighttime, and there was thick devouring slurry everywhere like mercury. At the same time, the moment Yang Dingtian passed through, the space portal in New Naga turned into ashes and disappeared completely. Recalling what the Demon King Wendian said, Yang Dingtian immediately released the void-splitting fire. Sure enough, the feeling of energy flowing away immediately stopped. Moreover, the devouring slurry within a few meters of the void-splitting fire was turned into ashes. Yang Dingtian's surroundings had instantly turned into a clean space. This void-rending flame was indeed powerful. When he looked back, he could not see the existence of the New Naga space at all. It was correct to not see it because it was an isolated space, so in the real world, it was infinitely small. However, Yang Dingtian knew that it was actually beside him. Of course, if Yang Dingtian opened another space portal, he would not be able to go to New Naga. Because Yang Dingtian did not know where its singularity was. The space portal could only be overlapped with it for Yang Dingtian to jump in. Otherwise, Yang Dingtian's space portal was completely infinite, and it would be very difficult to jump in accurately. Therefore, if Yang Dingtian wanted to enter New Naga, there was only one way, and that was to fall into outer space again and find the entrance to the black hole vortex in New Naga. Once he entered, he would immediately be swallowed into the confinement space of New Naga. He took one last look at the invisible singularity of New Naga in this space and then turned to leave. He had no interest in moving forward in the thick liquid. Thus, he used the mystic flame to spurt out and continuously flew upwards. After flying for 2,000 miles, they finally rushed out of the devouring slurry and arrived in the vacuum. He raised his head and saw the tranquil night sky again. Yang Dingtian identified the direction and then used the mystic flame to fly in the direction of the second dark domain. In a vacuum, the speed of Yang Dingtian's mysterious fire was already very shocking. It was several times faster than the speed of sound, and could travel several thousand miles per hour. About 10 hours later, Yang Dingtian's mystic flame spurted out and flew for tens of thousands of miles. The abyss leading to the second dark domain was already in sight. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's profound qi had yet to be exhausted. Breaking through to the half-step sage realm was indeed different. Previously, Yang Dingtian's Xian flame could only fly for more than 5,000 kilometers before his Xian qi would be exhausted. But now, it was more than 2 to 3 times. However, there was still some Xian qi left. Looking at the border of the abyss, Yang Dingtian suddenly felt a very familiar feeling. He released the void-splitting fire and quickly devoured and refined the energy of the border of the abyss. The void-splitting fire began to split and split into countless black and white flames that filled the entire border of the abyss. Then, it began to fuse into a transparent void-splitting fire. The entire border of the abyss turned into a transparent crystal. Yang Dingtian suddenly leaped in and once again enjoyed the space-time traversing and the bizarre feeling. A moment later, he suddenly passed through the border of the abyss and arrived at the third dark domain. The familiar third dark domain was completely scorching hot. The light from the 2 suns made it impossible to see anything. Yang Dingtian quickly put on his sunglasses and then used his near-emperor-grade soul sword to start digging a deep cave. After digging a few hundred meters, Yang Dingtian recovered his Xian qi in the cave and began to absorb Xian qi. Soon, he completely recovered his combat Xian qi. Yang Dingtian was not in a hurry to return to the surface to find Yao Li and the rest. Instead, he closed his eyes to rest. That was because Yang Dingtian felt that Yao Li's team would not come out to hunt during the day. After waiting for a few hours, it should be dawn. Because the surrounding temperature was rapidly dropping, Yang Dingtian left the cave and returned to the surface. Then, he continued to head south and released the Million Spirit Demonic Fire's infinite race to search for any energy fluctuations. Because, whether it was elemental creatures or fox demon experts, as long as there was any movement, the countless race would be affected. Just like that, Yang Dingtian searched an area of more than 100 miles each time. Just like that, he searched the area one by one. An entire night passed, but the countless race did not move at all. Yang Dingtian was instantly flabbergasted. For the entire night, Yang Dingtian had searched the entire area within a radius of over 1,000 miles, but there wasn't any movement. This also meant that he didn't discover any demon fox race experts, nor did he discover any elemental creatures. When it was almost daytime, Yang Dingtian sat down cross-legged to recover his Xianxia. Then, under the baking of 2 days, when the entire world was red and melting, Yang Dingtian searched again. If there was no harvest during the day, perhaps there would be at night. In the end, an entire day passed and there was still no harvest. He did not find any elemental creatures, nor did he find any fox demon experts. Yang Dingtian was flabbergasted. How long had it been since he left the second dark realm? It had been almost 8 months. Could it be that one day in the new Naga's confinement space was equivalent to a month or a year outside? Otherwise, why was there not a single ghost in the second dark realm? Soon enough, Yang Dingtian threw away this ridiculous thought. It was impossible. This wasn't heaven and earth, and it wasn't interstellar transmigration or anything like that. Then why was there not a single ghost in sight? It should be the result of the Great Fission. That disaster had caused 90% of the elemental creatures in the second dark realm to be annihilated. The remaining 10% of elemental creatures had probably been hiding underground for a long time, unwilling to come out. If that was the case, the fox demon experts had no hope of hunting and could not leave. Then, there was only one result. The first possibility was internal strife. The second possibility was that they were all hiding underground, entering deep sleep and meditation, waiting for the door of darkness to open in the Skull Hall. However, that would take more than 190 years. If that was the case, it was normal that there was not a single ghost. In that case, Yao Li was very likely waiting in the original cave for Yang Dingtian to return. It was either the 4-room, 2-hall cave that the Moro young master Yaoling had snatched, or the 2-room cave later. Those 2 caves should be in the center of the second dark realm. Thus, Yang Dingtian took advantage of the darkness and immediately ran toward the center of the second dark realm at full speed. Yang Dingtian ran very quickly, covering nearly 1,000 kilometers in an hour. Even so, it took him 2 days and 2 nights to reach the center of the second dark realm. After more than 40 hours, Yang Dingtian reached the center of the second dark realm, near the 4-room, 2-hall cave that he had dug. Of course, because of the Great Fission, the underground cave had been completely destroyed, but it was more or less in the same direction. When he was more than 100 kilometers away, Yang Dingtian did not dare to let his guard down. He released countless wraiths to investigate. As expected, he soon discovered an unprecedentedly strong energy fluctuation. Thus, Yang Dingtian cautiously made his way toward the source of the energy fluctuation. When Yang Dingtian arrived at that place, he was immediately stunned. There was actually a huge castle standing here. When did this happen? This was the second dark realm. The ground would be melted by the heat of day and night. A castle built on the ground would be melted by the heat of day and night and would collapse. However, Yang Dingtian soon discovered that the castle was not made of stone, but a metal that glowed with blue light. It had a very high melting point, and even 2 days would not be enough to melt it. Not only was there a castle, but there were also guards on the castle. They were all elites of the Fox clan, and they were on full alert. Yang Dingtian was instantly flabbergasted. What exactly did this mean? Could it be that because they could not hunt elemental creatures, someone decided to establish a regime here? Yang Dingtian immediately entered the castle to see if he could find Yao Li, Yao Zi, and the others. He searched every corner of the castle, but did not find Yao Li, Yao Zi, Bo Lu, Ah Wen, or Ah Wu. There were more than 100 Fox clan members in the castle. Soon, Yang Dingtian knew whose castle this was. It was the castle of the young master of the Moro clan, Yao Leng. This was because Yang Dingtian saw him on the throne of the castle. There was oxygen in the castle because there were pills everywhere, and the air was steaming. Have the people we sent out not found Yao Li yet? Yao Leng asked. Not yet, young master. A half-saint beside him bowed and said, however, we have a general direction. However, Yao Ming has also sent out many elites to find Yao Li and the others. Yao Leng said, we must not let Yao Ming catch Yao Li and the others, or the consequences will be unimaginable. The half-saint said, then, what should we do if the two sides meet and fight for Yao Li? Yao Leng said, even if we have to fight, we must take Yao Li back. Yes. The half-saint said, I will go immediately. Then, the half-saint left, and only Yao Leng was left in the castle hall. He sat on the cold iron chair, looked up at the roof, and muttered to himself, Sir Yang Dingtian, where are you? I really miss you. How good would it be if you were here? Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be surprised. That was not to the extent of missing him. Although he and Yao Leng had become friends, and both sides appreciated each other, it was not to the extent of missing him. This time, Yang Dingtian was preparing something in the second dark realm. He did not interfere in any battles and directly found Yao Li and the others, then immediately left and returned to the human countries. Just like this, Yang Dingtian prepared to leave the castle immediately to look for Yao Li and Yao Zi sisters. Right at this moment, another Fox clan expert came in and said, young master, the prospective wife is in great danger. She vomited black blood again. I'm afraid she won't live for long. Yao Leng trembled suddenly, his face twitching as he said in a cold voice, Yao Ming, I must take revenge for this. Yang Dingtian was stunned when he heard this. When did Yao Leng have a prospective wife? Wasn't he always infatuated with Jia? Then, Yao Leng immediately got up and went to see his so-called prospective wife. His prospective wife was underground. Yang Dingtian turned invisible and followed him into the underground cave. The top of this castle was no longer big, but the bottom was even bigger with many caves. Coming into a cave, Yang Dingtian immediately smelled a pungent medicinal smell. In the entire castle, this room was considered the best condition. At least, there was a lot of silk and a thin blanket. Very soon, Yang Dingtian saw Yao Leng's so-called prospective wife. He recognized this woman at a glance. She was from the Shadow Spear clan and could be considered Jia's cousin. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Jia, there were some similarities. What was her name again? It seemed to be Yaomi. Yao Leng should love the house and its crow. Because he was infatuated with Jia, he got together with this Yaomi. Furthermore, this Yaomi was following the Golden Awe clan's young master Yao Ming, Yao Li's elder brother, at that time. However, because Yao Ming was unfair, Yao Leng revealed the demeanor of a leader at the crucial moment. Therefore, Yao Mi chose to leave Yao Ming's team and joined Yao Leng's side. It was also because of these various reasons that Yao Leng got together with her and became a prospective husband and wife. However, this Yao Mi was poisoned by some unknown poison. Her entire skin was purple, and the blood flowing out of the corner of her mouth was also black. Her breathing was weak. Clearly, she didn't have long to live. Looking at her face that was somewhat similar to Jia's, Yang Dingtian's heart softened and wanted to appear to save her. He should be able to save her. This was clearly a material poison and not a mental poison. Yang Dingtian's blood could cure hundreds of poisons. However, Yang Dingtian held himself back. Right now, the most important thing was to find Yao Li and the others. Then, he would immediately leave this troublesome place. Once he showed himself, he might bring trouble. As for bringing Yao Leng back to the human nations, or even letting Yao Leng help in the Great War of Extinction, Yang Dingtian had no such thoughts. Yao Leng was involved in too many fox demon experts. He wasn't pure at all. It was impossible to drag him along to the human countries. It was impossible to get them to help in the battle. Instead, it would only bring about disaster. Yao Li, Yao Zi, and the others were an absolutely pure group. Moreover, they had been with Yang Dingtian for a year or two. They trusted him with their lives and had absolute trust in him. That was why Yang Dingtian dared to pull them into the Council of Light. Therefore, Yang Dingtian could only harden his heart and turn around to leave. Yang Dingtian turned invisible and left the castle to search for Yaoli, and the others. Just as he left the castle not far away, Yang Dingtian suddenly felt an incomparably powerful energy fluctuation. Immediately after, he saw a figure flying over quickly. Yang Dingtian immediately stopped. This figure whizzed over, and the direction just happened to be that castle. Not only that, but there was also a familiar elemental creature lying on his body. A demon spirit, a rank 18 demon spirit. This demon spirit directly lay on his shoulder and chattered endlessly, but did not kill him. His speed was very fast, but Yang Dingtian still vaguely remembered that this was the trusted aide of the Golden clan's young lord, Yao Ming. He was also an expert above half-sage. Really strange, why did the demon spirit not kill him? Instead, he lay on his shoulder as if he had become his pet. Very soon, Yang Dingtian thought of the reason. He had evil spirit energy on him. This was the only reason. However, Yang Dingtian had already given the 4th grade evil spirit energy to Yaoli. Why would it fall into Yao Ming's hands? Why would Yao Ming's half-sage trusted aide bring a rank 18 demon spirit to Yao Ling's castle? Yang Dingtian quickly figured it out. It was for a massacre. That's right, he used this rank 18 demon spirit to lure Yao Ling's castle to start a massacre and wipe out all of Yao Ling's people. How vicious was that? How vicious was this demonic cry? Moreover, after the Great Fission, how did Yao Ming find this rank 18 demon spirit? Now, Yang Dingtian was most concerned about Yao Li. What happened to Yao Zi? A rank 4 demon spirit actually fell into Yao Ming's hands. What did this mean? No matter how much of a beast Yao Ming was, he shouldn't be so vicious to his own sister, right? Yang Dingtian was suddenly a little anxious. Yao Li, Bo Lu, and the others were not only his biggest helpers in the future. The most important thing was that after spending 1 or 2 years together, Yang Dingtian completely regarded them as his best friends. However, the most dangerous thing now should be Yao Ling's castle. This rank 18 demon spirit was enough to wipe out all of the Fox clan experts in the castle. Then, should Yang Dingtian go back and save them? Facing Jia's cousin, Yang Dingtian could harden his heart and not save her. However, facing 100 or 200 Fox clan experts, Yang Dingtian really couldn't harden his heart. One had to know that most of them had fought side by side with Yang Dingtian before. They even offered their energy essence for Yang Dingtian to break through. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian still couldn't leave them in the lurch. Therefore, he immediately went back at full speed. By the time Yang Dingtian returned to Yaolin Castle, the massacre of the rank 18 demon spirit had already begun. As for Yao Ming's half-saint confidant, after luring the demon spirit to Yaolin Castle, he had already disappeared. Yang Dingtian didn't know how he got rid of this rank 18 demon spirit and lured its attention to the Fox clan experts in Yaolin Castle. In short, the massacre of Yaolin's subordinates by the rank 18 demon spirit had already begun. At this moment, Yaoling had already organized all the experts to kill this rank 18 demon spirit together. However, this demon spirit's speed was simply too fast. They couldn't hit it at all. Therefore, the entire scene was a one-sided massacre. Countless demonic fox experts were torn to shreds before being devoured alive. The entire special metal castle seemed to have turned into hell. The Golden clan's young lord, Yao Ming, was truly vicious. He actually wanted to wipe out Yaoling's group once and for all. They were all born from the same father. There was a world of difference between him and Yao Li and Yao Zi. If Yang Dingtian didn't make a move to save them, all the demon fox race experts in this castle would be wiped out. This was because Yaoling's 100 experts didn't even have the strength to fight back. Of course, Yang Dingtian didn't have any more evil spirit energy on him. Therefore, he couldn't attract the demon spirit's attention. However, he still had one more trump card. That was the rank 19 demon spirit pet. It was the rank 19 demon spirit whose limbs were cut off and whose eyes were blindfolded. At that time, it was lying on Yang Dingtian's shoulder and refused to leave. Later on, Yang Dingtian wanted to go to the third dark realm. He couldn't bring it across the border of the abyss. Therefore, Yang Dingtian directly used the energy cloak to wrap it up and put it into his spatial ring. Fortunately, when the Naga Xuan devoured the Helm magic crystal, she didn't devour this rank 19 demon spirit as well. After Yang Dingtian appeared, Yaoling's group was stunned. Then, they were overjoyed. Before they could greet him, Yang Dingtian directly threw out this rank 19 demon spirit that didn't have any limbs or claws and didn't have any lethality. As expected, the same kind was the greatest enemy. That rank 18 demon spirit that was slaughtering was shocked. Then, it immediately flashed over and stared at this rank 19 demon spirit. Then, the two demon spirits suddenly became the greatest enemies and began to kill each other crazily. Of course, Yang Dingtian's rank 19 demon spirit pet didn't have any attack power. It could only roar crazily as if its limbs were still there. As for that rank 18 demon spirit, it used its sharp claws to attack the rank 19 demon spirit. However, Yang Dingtian's pet was now a body of energy. No matter how sharp its claws were, they couldn't cause any damage. Therefore, the two incomparably powerful demon spirits began to attack each other crazily. However, they couldn't cause any damage at all. This scene reminded Yang Dingtian of a very funny emoticon when he was chatting on QQ back on Earth. Two Pikachu were crazily slapping each other in the face. Yang Dingtian stepped forward and pulled out his near-emperor grade soul sword. He injected the million spirit demon fire and void-rending fire into it. Then, he wildly attacked the rank 18 demon spirit's limbs. If it was in the past, this would definitely take a lot of effort and who knows how long it would take. But now, in just a little more than a quarter of an hour, Yang Dingtian cut off the limbs of this rank 18 demon spirit. Then, he quickly wrapped its eyes with an energy cloth. Suddenly, this rank 18 demon spirit could only be reduced to a pet without any attack power. The remaining rank 19 demon spirit was already chattering non-stop as if its claws were still attacking crazily. Yang Dingtian used his energy cloak to wrap it up. Mr. Yang Dingtian. Then, he heard Yaoling's excited cry. He rushed over and hugged Yang Dingtian tightly. Then, he patted Yang Dingtian's back hard and said, finally see you again. We missed you very much. I didn't expect you to save us again. You saved us again. Yang Dingtian smiled slightly. Yaolin let go of Yang Dingtian, then led all his subordinates and bowed to Yang Dingtian in an orderly manner. Thank you, Mr. Yang Dingtian, for saving our lives. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, Mr. Yaoling, gentlemen, I trust you have been well since we last met. Then, Yang Dingtian handed the rank 18 demon spirit in his hand to Yaoling and said, Yao Ming may use the same vicious trick in the future. This rank 18 shadow demon spirit, is for you. It should be able to resist the slaughter of all the demon spirits. Yaoling was slightly stunned and said, Mr. Yang Dingtian, this is equivalent to a rank 18 energy essence. Yang Dingtian said, in comparison, the lives of more than 100 demon foxes are much more valuable. Yaoling received it and bowed deeply, saying, the demon foxes thank Mr. Yang Dingtian for his great kindness. Yang Dingtian said, then, I will take my leave. I still have to look for Yao Li and Yao Zi. Sir, please wait. Yaoling said, you'll be weak if you go alone. Why don't you stay here first? We'll come up with a plan to find or rescue Yao Li and her sister. It might be better to be careful. Yang Dingtian could conceal himself, so there was no need for too many people. However, he thought of Jia's cousin, Yao Mi. Since she had already shown up, why not save her? Thus, Yang Dingtian nodded and stayed for the time being. Yang Dingtian instantly became a distinguished guest in the castle. The castle's reserves were very, very few. Almost everyone survived by consuming pills. There was also some fresh food, but it was brought from Little Western Paradise a few years ago. It was all stored in special crystal boxes to keep it fresh. It was almost never used. Even Yaolin couldn't bear to eat it. However, at the banquet for Yang Dingtian, in front of him there was a plate of fruits, a plate of meat, and a full bottle of wine. In front of others, there was at most a small cup of wine. Even in front of Yaoling, there was only a small plate of snacks. The banquet for him to entertain Yang Dingtian was already very sumptuous. How could Yang Dingtian be willing to eat it? He said to put it back, but Yao Leng said that if he took it out and put it back, it would spoil. Thus, Yang Dingtian wanted to share it with everyone, but no one was willing. Thus, Yang Dingtian didn't argue and ate the plate of barbecued meat in front of him. During the banquet, Yang Dingtian deliberately asked, Sir Yao Leng, in the battle between you and Yao Ming of the Golden Horn clan, which side did the Shadow Spear clan stand on? Yao Leng said, Yao Nu's son, Yao Yi, stands on Yao Ming's side. His niece, Yao Mi, stands on my side. Moreover, she has already become my woman. Yang Dingtian immediately said, then congratulations. He raised his wine cup to celebrate, then said with a smile, why don't I see Miss Yao Mi today? Could it be that Sir Yao Leng is hiding a mistress? Yao Leng said bitterly, Sir Yang Dingtian, you must be joking. Miss Yao Mi. I'm afraid she doesn't have long to live. Yang Dingtian asked in shock, why is that? Yao Leng said angrily, being poisoned is the work of that beast, Yao Ming. He coveted Jia but failed, so he set his sights on Yao Mi. In the end, Miss Yao Mi favored me, so he ruthlessly dealt with me. Yang Dingtian said angrily, this bastard is actually so vicious? Then, Yang Dingtian said, I also have some insights into the use of poison. Why don't you take me to see if there's still a chance to salvage the situation? Yao Leng was pleasantly surprised. Really? Yang Dingtian nodded. Yao Leng immediately stood up from his seat in excitement, cupped his hands, and said, if your excellency Yang Dingtian is able to save Miss Yao Mi, then Yao Leng will be indescribably grateful. Then, he led the way in front, bringing Yang Dingtian into the secret underground room, to the room where Yao Mi was. In a mere 2 to 4 hours, Yao Mi's complexion already became even worse. She was practically unconscious already. Yao Leng was originally filled with hope, but seeing her appearance of being on the verge of death, he did not dare to have any hope and immediately said, for Sir to come and take a look, I'm already incomparably grateful. No matter what the result is, I'll remember Sir's kindness. Yang Dingtian nodded and pretended to take Yao Mi's pulse. Really weak, practically unable to feel the existence of a pulse. Then, he flipped Yao Mi's eyes. It was already infiltrated very severely by the poison, and her pupils were about to scatter. She was really going to die very soon. Furthermore, her entire body was thoroughly ice cold, not much better than ice. Her entire body already turned from black to blue. And seeing Yang Dingtian's actions, Yao Leng immediately did not even dare to breathe loudly. Looking at Yang Dingtian's actions, he immediately felt that it was profound and mysterious. After acting, Yang Dingtian nodded and said, I can try, but what the result will be, I dare not guarantee. Yao Leng said, please. No matter what the result is, I'll be incomparably grateful. Yang Dingtian did not want others to see that his blood could be detoxified. Hence, he said, however, Your Excellency Yao Leng, please leave. Although Yao Leng was very grateful to him and was very enthusiastic, one must not be without vigilance. Yao Leng was stunned, then nodded and said, all right, then I'll be outside. If Sir needs anything, just call out directly. Okay, Yang Dingtian said. Then, Yao Leng retreated and closed the stone door. Inside the entire stone room, only Yang Dingtian and Yao Mi, 2 people were left. Yang Dingtian took out a needle and inserted it into his arm's blood vessel, drawing out a bit of fresh blood. Of course, whether Yang Dingtian's blood was really useful or not, he did not know. He used his blood to save Zhao Mu and also saved Dongfang Bingling. But what they were inflicted with was ice-cold poison. It was true that Yang Dingtian's entire body had been tempered by the deep-sea mystic poison. But if it could not be detoxified, it was also possible that this needle would poison Yao Mi to death. However, since Yao Mi was already like this, he might as well treat it as a living horse. Yang Dingtian found the location of her heart and directly inserted this needle, then injected the blood inside into her heart. In just a moment, Yao Mi's body suddenly trembled violently trembling, then a painful sound came from her throat. Immediately after, a lot of black blood and blue blood spurted out regardless. This intense reaction made Yang Dingtian jump in fright. And Yao Leng, who was outside, also immediately rushed in. Pfff. Yao Mi suddenly sat up abruptly, then suddenly spat out a piece of solidified blue blood clot, then suddenly lay down on the bed again. Then, her breathing actually gradually became stronger, and the color of her skin actually gradually recovered its snow-white color. She was actually saved. Yaoleng was completely and utterly shocked, completely in awe. Immediately, she bowed deeply to Yang Dingtian, and said, "Mr. is really a god." "Alright, then I should leave." Yang Dingtian said, "Mr. Yaoleng, goodbye." Yaoleng immediately stopped Yang Dingtian. "Mister, you are our great benefactor, how can you just leave like this?" No, we must repay you well and serve you well. I know you are very worried about Yaoli and Yaozi sisters, I will send all the experts out to search, how about that?" "There is no need for that. I can go by myself." Yang Dingtian replied. "No, definitely not." Yaoleng immediately grabbed Yang Dingtian's arm, and said, "Mister, if you just leave like this, Yaoleng will definitely feel uneasy." Yang Dingtian smiled, and said seriously, "It is better to forget each other in the pugilistic world than to help each other in times of need." There was still a smile on Yaoleng's face, but her gaze became serious, and she said, "Actually, I have something to ask of you." Yang Dingtian's gaze trembled slightly, and he said, "Mr. Yaoleng, please speak." Yaoleng said, "As a human, you definitely did not enter the dark realm through the door of darkness in the Great Hall of Skulls, so there is only one way, which is to pass through the abyss border. May I be so bold as to ask how you came here?" Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly jumped, and he said with a smile, "What if I say it is not convenient for me to answer?" Yaoleng took 3 steps back, and bowed deeply, and said, "After the Great Fission, the entire Dark Realm has no harvest, only the Shadow Demon is unparalleled on the surface, we are already on the verge of death. Mister, please tell me how to pass through the abyss border for the sake of the hundreds of lives of the Fox clan, so that I can bring everyone back to Little Western Paradise. Mister's great kindness, the entire Little Western Paradise will never forget." Yang Dingtian fell into silence. Yaoleng had directly pointed out this point, then could the void fire allow so many people to pass through the abyss border? Even if it could, should he really do it? In fact, if it was only to help these people return to Little Western Paradise, then it would not be a big problem. However, Yang Dingtian wanted Yaoli, Yaozi, Bo Lu, and the others to stay in the human countries and help the Tiando League in the Great War of Extinction. They would help guard the door of the human countries. Moreover, once Yang Dingtian helped Yaoleng and the others return to Little Western Paradise, it was equivalent to letting Yongshi Wentian know that he had obtained the void fire, and that he had seen through him. At that time, Jia and her child might be in danger. After a long time, Yang Dingtian suddenly said, "Mr. Yaoleng, you sent people to look for Yaoli and Yaozi not because you care about them, but because of me." Yang Dingtian now understood the meaning of Yaoleng's words when no one was around. He said how much he missed Yang Dingtian and how much it would be if Yang Dingtian was here. Yang Dingtian found it strange at that time. They were not that close, so how could he miss him? So, this was the reason. Yang Dingtian said seriously, "Mr. Yaoleng, what if it's not convenient for me to say?" Yaoleng said, "That's not important. Please stay and let me repay your kindness." Yang Dingtian said, "What if I insist on leaving?" Yaoleng said, "That's not the way to treat a guest. As the host, even if I have to force you to stay, I have to treat Mr. Yang Dingtian well." Yaoleng's face was still full of smiles, but his eyes were no longer smiling. He grabbed Yang Dingtian's arm and did not let go. When he looked up, the thick door in front of him had already closed. Yang Dingtian could not flash away even if he wanted to. Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly turned cold. Although he had already thought of this outcome, he didn't save Yaomi when he was about to die. But when this situation really happened, he still felt cold all over. Yaoleng performed very well on the day of the Great Fission. He treated Yang Dingtian as a savior and provided Yang Dingtian with all his strength to break through. However, when everyone thought that the Great Fission was over and Yao Ming proposed to expel Yang Dingtian, he did not try to stop him. Today, Yang Dingtian saved hundreds of fox demons again and saved the life of his woman, Yaomi. However, this did not stop Yaoleng from turning hostile for benefits. The fox demons were an advanced civilization, so this situation was very normal. However, Yang Dingtian still felt a chill down his spine. Yaoleng waved his hand, and 5 half-sages and above appeared. Then he said with a smile, "Mr. Yang Dingtian, how can you leave? You must be treated well, so I have no choice but to force you to stay. Then, the 5 15th, 16th, and 17th level experts immediately surrounded Yang Dingtian and locked onto Yang Dingtian's profound veins. Mr. Yang Dingtian, please come to our most honorable room, Yaoling said. Then, the 5 half-sages and above led Yang Dingtian into a stone room. There was a huge energy formation inside, forming an energy prison. It was very similar to the energy prison that imprisoned Yongxi Wendian. Mister, please be at ease and stay here as a guest. We will save Yao Li and Yao Zi with all our strength. Yaoling bowed and left. As for the 5 half-saints, they also retreated. The 5 of you, serve Mr. Yang Dingtian well here, Yaoling said loudly. If he needs anything, you must satisfy it. Yes, the 5 half-sages and above replied loudly. Then, they sat down and guarded the door. Yang Dingtian easily broke through the seal on his profound veins. Now, unless it was a demi-saint expert, no one would be able to lock onto Yang Dingtian's profound veins. Yaoling only knew about Yang Dingtian's cultivation half a year ago. It was easy to break through the seal on his profound veins, but it was very difficult to break out of the energy prison. Yang Dingtian gave it a try. The moment he touched the energy wall, he was bounced back. The indestructible soul sword that was close to the emperor grade was also useless. Yang Dingtian tried to use the void-rending fire, but it was useless. Even the countless wraiths couldn't break out of the energy prison. He took a deep breath. This energy prison might be able to trap anyone, including Yongxi Wendian. But now, it couldn't trap Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian released the darkness mystic flame and created a dark vortex. It turned into a black hole and started to isolate the space. Then, he used the energy of the mystic flame to bombard the isolated space with a specific frequency to create a spatial door. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian jumped into the spatial door and jumped out of the energy prison. Then, Yang Dingtian shouted, "Men! What do you want, mister?" The half-sages outside asked. "I want to talk to Yaoling." Yang Dingtian said, "Bring me there." A moment later, the thick stone door opened. The 5 half-sages entered, only to find that the energy prison was empty. Moreover, the entire stone room was empty. The 5 demon fox experts were completely stunned. What was going on? How did he disappear into thin air? Whoosh! Yang Dingtian turned invisible and immediately rushed out. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. He rushed out of the underground, rushed out of Yaoling's castle, and disappeared into the second dark domain. After Yaoling received the news, he was like a bolt from the blue. Impossible, impossible. This energy prison is so powerful that no one can break through it. Although Yang Dingtian is very mysterious, his cultivation hasn't even broken through to the half-sages. Yaoling said loudly, "Go and find him. Send out all the experts. Find him even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground." Yes. Then, all the experts in Yaoling's castle came out in full force. Yaoling sat on the metal throne. His eyes flashed with a strange light, and said, "I must leave this place. I must leave this place and return to Little Western Paradise. No matter what the cost." 15 minutes later. Yang Dingtian appeared in the main hall of the castle again. He was not far away from Yaoling. Of course, he was invisible. That's right, he was back again. He didn't go far. After leaving the castle, he lurked not far away. When Yaoling sent out all the experts, he came back secretly. This was a typical story of the farmer and the snake. Although Yang Dingtian was mentally prepared, he still felt incomparably angry when it really happened. After suffering such a loss, it was impossible for him not to take revenge. Yang Dingtian stared at Yaoling's face. He came in front of him invisible and pulled out his near-emperor grade soul sword. Then, he suddenly flashed over. Poochie! Yaoling only felt a chill in his crotch. Then, he realized that the most important part of his man had disappeared. Ah! Suddenly, he let out an incomparably miserable scream. Yang Dingtian suddenly appeared. The near-emperor grade soul sword in his hand shook lightly. Yaoling's man's thing was instantly shattered. Yaoling desperately covered his vital parts. He looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief and said hoarsely, Yang Dingtian, you. Yang Dingtian said slowly, if you didn't forcefully imprison me and just asked me to take you away, I might have agreed. But you actually dared to forcefully imprison me. You're really courting death. Yao Ling said with a fierce face, I've always been such a person. Don't you know? Could it be that because we appreciated each other and fought side by side, we became close friends? You're too naive. Yes. Yang Dingtian said with a smile, so I'm here to clean up the future trouble. You? Are you my opponent? Although you castrated me, you're still not my opponent. Yao Ling completely isolated himself from the pain. Then, he pulled out his sharp sword and said slowly, since we've torn our faces, it's good. Hand over the method to pass through the abyss border. Pa. Yang Dingtian suddenly struck down with a devil sky-splitting lightning. Suddenly, Yao Ling trembled. His entire body was completely paralyzed, and he was completely unable to move. Pa 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 pa. Yang Dingtian's devil sky-splitting lightning struck down crazily. Yao Ling's body was completely charred black. He trembled crazily and held crazily. You broke through the 15th rank? Yao Ling pointed at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. His voice was completely hoarse. Yes. Yang Dingtian said, although in terms of cultivation, you're a little higher than me. But I can easily crush those of the same level as me. You're no exception. Originally, the hatred between you and me was not to the point of killing you. But in order to avoid future trouble, I'd better kill you. Crackle 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 crackle, Yang Dingtian's devil sky-splitting lightning struck down with incomparable ferocity. Directly, Yao Ling's entire body was completely burned into a pile of charcoal. At this moment, a scream suddenly came from behind him. It was Yao Mi, the Yao Mi that he had just saved not long ago. Yang Dingtian tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, and he immediately wanted to kill her. But after thinking about it, he gave up. Anyway, she couldn't leave the Dark Realm for 200 years. Yang Dingtian nodded at Yao Mi and felt that an expert was approaching quickly. He directly turned invisible and used the demon spirit mist cloak flash technique. He left the castle like lightning and instantly disappeared without a trace. Note, a little late, sorry. Following that, Yang Dingtian searched for Yao Li and the others in the vast second Dark Realm. Of course, he was also looking for Yao Ming's lair. After a day and a night, Yang Dingtian searched for thousands of miles but still could not find Yao Li, Yao Zi, and the others. The situation was indeed much more complicated than Yang Dingtian had expected. Because there was no harvest in the second Dark Realm, it had turned this place into a huge prison. The Fox clan's experts were unable to harvest anything here. Then, they knew that Yang Dingtian had a way to travel through the border of the abyss, so both sides tried their best to find Yang Dingtian. Then, Yao Li and the others became the best hostages. From that fourth-grade evil spirit, he could roughly guess that Yao Li and the others had fallen into the hands of her brother, Yao Ming. Sure enough, after 2 days and 2 nights, Yang Dingtian found Yao Ming's lair 7,000 miles to the west. Unlike Yao Ling, Yao Ming's lair did not have a castle. It was directly underground. What was exposed outside was only an entrance guarded by experts. Soon enough, Yang Dingtian knew that Yao Li and Yao Zi were in the lair of the Golden Ah clan Xiao Ming. That was because Ah Wen's mystic meridians were directly locked, and then he was hung high on a metal flagpole. It was very obvious that this was done to attract Yang Dingtian. Yao Ming clearly wanted to let Yang Dingtian know that Yao Li and Yao Zi were in his hands. This was not even a trap. He just wanted to find Yang Dingtian. Sure enough, there were a few words engraved on the thick flagpole. Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, welcome for a chat. It was directly written in the common language of the human countries. Yang Dingtian noticed that the entrance was not only guarded by experts, but it was also tightly shut. It was impossible to sneak in to save people. That would be walking right into a trap. Unless, Yang Dingtian had a high-level devil spirit that he could let in for a massacre. Yang Dingtian could take advantage of the chaos to enter and save people. But Yang Dingtian quickly gave up on the idea. He wasn't a demon lord. Even if these people were fox demons, he couldn't just let the demon spirit go in and kill them. Furthermore, when Mo Ling started his massacre, no matter who it was, even Yao Li and Yao Zi were killed together. He couldn't sneak in to save people, and he couldn't let Mo Ling in to slaughter them either. Then the only way was to have a talk with Yao Ming. Of course, they would talk in the vast dark realm outside, and Yao Ming could only send one person. In that case, Yang Dingtian wouldn't be in any danger. Yao Ming was much older than Yao Qi and had been a half-saint for a long time. However, Yang Dingtian wasn't afraid of him now. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian appeared. Very soon, the 4 half-saints guarding the entrance of the lair noticed. They were shocked, but they didn't chase after them. One of them quickly entered the lair to inform Yao Ming. When Ah Wen, who was on the flagpole, saw Yang Dingtian, he suddenly became very excited and shouted, "Mr. Yang Dingtian, go, go." Of course, this was a vacuum, and his voice couldn't be transmitted. Yang Dingtian directly used his celestial qi energy to transmit his voice over. "Your young master wants to talk with me, so let's talk. Only he can come alone. As long as anyone follows him, I'll immediately disappear without a trace. You should know that it's harder than ascending to heaven to catch me on the ground." After one of the half-saints heard this, he immediately entered the lair and reported Yang Dingtian's words to Yao Ming. After only a quarter of an hour, Yao Ming appeared on the ground. Sure enough, he was alone. When he saw Yang Dingtian, a smile appeared on his face. As he walked, he said, "Mr. Yang Dingtian, I trust you've been well since we last met. 8 months ago, I was really ignorant and offended you. I apologize to you here." Well said, Yang Dingtian said. Yao Ming said, "Mr. Yang Dingtian, are you coming from Yao Ling's side? I advise you not to trust him. Although he acted selflessly on the Great Fission Day, he learned it from Yao Qi. He hates Yao Qi, but he's always seen her as a role model. He's still a selfish and vicious person at the bottom of his heart." Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "I'll figure this out myself." Yao Ming quickly arrived in front of Yang Dingtian. The two of them were about 10 meters apart. Yang Dingtian said, "What do you want, Mr. Yao Ming? What do you want in order to release Yao Li, Yao Zi, Bo Lu, Ah Wen, and Ah Wu?" Yao Ming said, "I'll get straight to the point. My condition is very simple. I heard that you can cross the border of the abyss?" "Yes." Yang Dingtian nodded. "That's your specialty. I won't ask how you did it." Yao Ming said, "I know that this world is divided into the first dark realm, second dark realm, third dark realm, fourth dark realm, and even above, right?" Yang Dingtian nodded. Yao Ming said, "My condition is very simple. Help us go to the third dark realm, and I'll release Yao Li, Yao Zi, and the others." Yang Dingtian was stunned. He thought that Yao Ming, like Yao Leng, wanted to find a way to cross the border of the abyss and return to the Little Western Paradise. He didn't expect Yao Ming to be even more ambitious. He actually wanted to go to the third dark realm. Yang Dingtian immediately said, "You want to go to the third dark realm to cultivate?" Yao Ming nodded and said, "Of course. Otherwise, would we have nothing to do for the past 200 years? Of course, we can return to the Little Western Paradise, but there's nothing to do in the Little Western Paradise." Yang Dingtian said, "But how can you be sure that you can break through the third dark realm? Maybe it's very dangerous there, and you can't cultivate at all." Yao Ming smiled and said, "Let me ask you. Have you been to the third dark realm?" Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "I have." Yao Ming said, "Then have you broken through?" Yang Dingtian nodded again and said, "I've broken through to the 15th rank." Yao Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. He smiled and said, "Since you can break through, it proves that the third dark realm is very promising." Yang Dingtian said, "But how can you be sure that if I can cultivate there, you can too?" "Ha ha 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 ha." Yao Ming laughed loudly and said, "We're all stronger than you, and we're from the Fox clan of the demonic ghosts. You're just a human. If you can do it, why can't we?" Then, Yao Ming said, "I know that in your heart, I'm just a villain. Then I'll tell you directly. As long as you let us enter the third dark realm, I'll give Yao Li, Bo Lu, Ah Wen, and Ah Wu to you. After all, they're my sisters. I can't really kill them." Yang Dingtian said, "Then have you thought about how you'll come back?" Yao Ming said, didn't you hear me? I'll give Yao Li, Bo Lu, Ah Wen, and Ah Wu to you. Little Z will still have to follow us. So, after 30 years, you'll have to come and get us. This Yao Ming had considered everything thoroughly. But how could he be sure that Yang Dingtian wouldn't die an unnatural death within these 30 years? After all, the Armageddon War was about to begin. How about it? Sir Yang Dingtian, do you accept this deal? Yao Ming asked. Yes, I have no other choice. Yang Dingtian said. An hour later, Yang Dingtian saw Yao Li, Yao Zi, Bo Lu, and Ah Wu again. Immediately, the bodies of several people trembled. Seeing him again after more than half a year, they were incomparably emotional. However, the two sides didn't have any chance to communicate. Yang Dingtian also kept a distance from Yao Ming's team. He definitely wouldn't let himself be surrounded. Yao Ming led 13 half-step saints and above, along with Yang Dingtian, Yao Li, Yao Zi, and the other hostages, directly north to the abyss border. This group of people traveled thousands of miles in a day, constantly going north. Yang Dingtian was always on guard and kept an absolute distance from Yao Ming's team. Just like that, after a few days and nights, they traveled tens of thousands of miles and arrived at the northern end of the second dark realm. Yang Dingtian once again arrived at the abyss border. At the end of the abyss border was the third dark realm. Yang Dingtian really didn't expect that there would be a time when he would return to the abyss border. Let's begin, Sir Yang Dingtian. Let's see your wonderful performance. Yao Ming smiled. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and began to release the void-splitting fire directly at the abyss border. Suddenly, a beautiful scene appeared. The void-splitting fire began to split, and split. It became countless black and white flames, filling the entire abyss border. Yao Ming and the others were completely suffocated. They looked at all this in disbelief. Then, these black and white flames began to fuse and become transparent flames. Suddenly, the entire abyss border became transparent like crystal. Yao Ming and the others were completely dumbfounded. Yang Dingtian said, okay, the abyss border has evolved. You can go over. Let go of Yao Li and Yao Zi. Yao Ming gasped for breath. Even though there was no air here, he suppressed the excitement in his heart and smiled at Yang Dingtian. In order for us to be at ease, I would like to invite Sir Yang Dingtian to follow us. Yang Dingtian frowned slightly and said, Yao Ming, you can't let me go, right? Of course, if Yang Dingtian went back, how would Yao Ming and the others leave the third dark realm and return to the Little Western Paradise? Come pick them up 30 years later? Was that a lie? Yao Ming immediately chuckled, and then he placed his sword against Yao Li's neck and said, no matter what, you don't have a choice, right? If you don't come with us, Yao Li and Yao Zi will die. Yang Dingtian said, she's your sister. Yao Ming shrugged and said, it doesn't matter. Yao Li's eyes almost split open, and she said loudly, Yang Dingtian, go, go. Otherwise, I'll die in front of you. Yang Dingtian fell silent, and then he said, Yao Ming, I can go to the third dark realm with you, but you must let Yao Li and Yao Zi go. Yao Ming smiled and said, that's impossible. You won't listen if I let them go. You can flash, so who can catch you? Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, since it's like that, then kill them. I won't submit. Yao Ming's face suddenly twitched, and then he smiled, how about this? I can let Yao Zi, Bo Lu, Ah Wen, and Ah Wu go. However, Yao Zi must stay behind with us. What do you think? I must have a hostage that can control you. Yao Ming was very smart, and he immediately noticed that Yao Li was the most important to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian thought for a while, and then he nodded, all right, let them go. Yao Ming waved his hand and said, let them go. In an instant, over a dozen half-saints released Bo Lu and the others from their shackles. On the other hand, Yao Ming personally grabbed Yao Li's arm. Bo Lu spoke slowly, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, we'll stay together if we stay, and we'll leave together if we leave. Yao Zi spoke loudly, right, if worst comes to worst, we'll die together. Yang Dingtian spoke word by word, from now onward, I'm your new leader. So, obey my orders and leave immediately. Bo Lu instantly shuddered. Yang Dingtian spoke word by word once more, leave. Immediately. Now. This is an order. Bo Lu glanced deeply at Yang Dingtian, and then he didn't say another word before grabbing Yao Zi and dashing off swiftly. On the other hand, a Wen and a Wu glanced at Yang Dingtian before they dashed off as well. In the blink of an eye, all of them had vanished without a trace. "Alright, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, please go ahead," said Yao Ming. Yang Dingtian glanced at Yao Ming and laughed coldly in his heart, "Vicious idiot. If you want to die, then I'll grant you your wish." After that, Yang Dingtian didn't say another word and directly jumped into the purified abyss. When he saw Yang Dingtian jump down, Yao Ming immediately pulled Zhao Li along and jumped down as well. The remaining half-saints all jumped down as well. Of course, the best way was to snatch Zhao Li from Yao Ming's hands when passing through the abyss border. However, no one could do this because when passing through the abyss border, one's entire body would fall into a very strange state. It was as if one was traveling through time and space, completely unable to move. Yang Dingtian's plan was to instantly enter the third dark realm because it was daytime there and there was a thick devouring fog everywhere. Once Yao Ming passed, all the energy in his body would be crazily devoured. In an instant, his reaction would be to protect himself. At that time, he would not be able to care about Yao Li at all. The dozen or so half-step saints who had been surrounding him could not care about him at all. At this moment, Yang Dingtian immediately made his move. He flashed and snatched Zhao Li, then flashed away. As for Yao Ming and the dozen or so half-step saints, they would stay in the third dark realm. There was a saying that one would not die if one did not seek death. When passing through the abyss border, time seemed to stop, so there was basically no concept of time. The first time would feel like a long, long time. And Yang Dingtian would have a general feeling and roughly know when the travel would end. When the travel was about to end, Yang Dingtian silently counted in his heart. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 1, 0, whoosh, Yang Dingtian suddenly rushed out of the abyss border and arrived at the third dark realm. At this moment, there was a thick devouring fog everywhere. Under the sunlight, the entire world was golden and could not see anything at all. Yang Dingtian held his breath and immediately enveloped his entire body with the void-rending fire to purify the surrounding illusion. In an instant, whoosh. Yao Ming grabbed Zhao Li's hand tightly and rushed out of the abyss border, suddenly appearing in this field of vision. The first time he entered the third dark realm, he was temporarily at a loss because he could not react in time. The feeling of traveling through time and space stopped. Then, he felt his body being devoured and constantly falling. He would fall into extreme fear. Almost everyone was no exception. This was because most people's reactions to the unknown were similar. Sure enough, after coming over, Yao Ming was temporarily at a loss. Then, he felt the energy in his body being devoured crazily. He cried out in anger and used his profound qi to desperately protect himself. Now was the time to make a move. So. Yang Dingtian suddenly flashed over. Like lightning, he directly snatched Zhao Li away. Then, he used blink and instantly disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the dozen or so half-saints by Yao Ming's side had completed their teleportation and charged into the third dark domain. At this time, the edge of the abyss began to condense rapidly, and it was about to recover into a void-rending fire. Yao Ming felt his energy being devoured and Zhao Li disappearing from his hand. He immediately knew that he had been tricked by Yang Dingtian. He was furious. If they chased after Yang Dingtian, they would soon be dead. Trying to catch up to Yang Dingtian in the third dark domain was simply a pipe dream. Of course, if they didn't chase after Yang Dingtian, they would be dead for sure. It was just a matter of time. In short, Yao Ming and the others were doomed because they did not have the spatial rending flame or an energy shield. Once all of their energy was devoured, it would be their time of death. At this time, Yang Dingtian had already disappeared without a trace. But, what Yang Dingtian did not know was, Yao Ming did not chase after them, nor did he wait for death. Instead, he made an unexpected move. Whoosh! He suddenly jumped into the abyss border. That's right, he jumped back. At this time, the transparent spatial rending fire at the abyss border was rapidly shrinking and condensing. If he did that, it was very likely that he would be reduced to ashes. After seeing Yao Ming's action, the remaining dozen or so half-saints also jumped into the abyss border in an attempt to return to the second dark domain. Yao Ming succeeded. Before the spatial rending fire completely condensed and the abyss border completely recovered, he successfully returned to the second dark domain. It was a narrow escape. However, the dozen or so half-saints around him were not so lucky. Only 4 of them returned to the second dark domain in one piece. 4 of them were already badly mutilated. The remaining half were completely reduced to ashes. They did not even have a complete corpse. Yao Ming immediately gritted his teeth and said sternly, Yang Ding Tian, Yang Ding Tian. I will definitely tear you to pieces. Yao Li, Yao Zi, I will tear you to pieces. Tear you to pieces. He had always been confident in his cunning, but he did not expect to fall into Yang Dingtian's trap. He did go to the third dark domain, but he returned after half a fart's time. More than half of the half-saints around him had been killed. Now, he was completely at a disadvantage in his battle with Yao Leng. Yao Ming gritted his teeth and thought for a while. Yang Ding Tian will definitely return to the second dark domain. We will patrol the abyss border. We must catch them. A half-saint beside him said hatefully, Young master, should we go to Yao Zi and Bo Lu? They must not have gone far. Yao Ming said, Are you an idiot? Right now, capturing Yang Ding Tian is easier than capturing Bo Lu and Yao Zi. Then, Yao Ming led the remaining half-saints and quickly patrolled along the abyss border. They must encounter Yang Ding Tian, then capture and torture him to death. Of course, Yao Ming could only dream on. After the void fissure fire at the abyss border completely condensed, it directly flew several hundred kilometers and re-entered Yang Dingtian's body. Meanwhile, Yang Dingtian had completely disregarded the mystic qi as he hugged Yaoli and constantly flashed towards the south. In an instant, he flashed 1,000 to 2,000 kilometers. The void fissure fire enveloped the 2 of them. Everywhere it passed, it purified any devouring fog. The 2 of them were safe and sound. Yaoli seemed to be a little embarrassed being hugged by Yang Dingtian like this, but she still stared at Yang Dingtian's face. They had not seen each other for more than half a year. When they met again, she was actually saved. This feeling was really very strange. Very soon, Yang Dingtian arrived at the abyss border 2,000 kilometers to the south. He released the void fissure fire to the abyss border once more. Immediately, the void fissure fire split apart again, splitting into countless black and white dual fires, then started condensing into transparent fire. The entire abyss border became transparent crystal, thoroughly purified. Yang Dingtian pulled Zhao Li's hand and suddenly leaped, jumping into the abyss border. A moment later, Yang Dingtian leaped out of the abyss border and returned to the second dark domain. Then, he did not stop at all, directly speeding toward the southern part of the second dark domain. Because when Yang Dingtian told Bo Lu and the rest to hurry up and leave just now, it was to have them go to the place where they met for the first time. Yang Dingtian used mouth movements. Yao Zi, Ah Wen, and Ah Wu did not notice. But Bo Lu clearly noticed it and immediately led the 3 of them to speed toward that place. Yang Dingtian brought Yao Li and swiftly flashed, heading toward the agreed place. His speed was so fast that it defied the natural order. Moreover, he did not care about the consumption of celestial qi at all, using the demonic spirit mist cloak's flash technique. When his celestial qi was exhausted, he immediately sat down cross-legged and used the mystic gathering pill to recover, while Yao Li stood guard beside him. Just like that, in just a few hours, Yang Dingtian actually caught up with Bo Lu and Yao Zi. They were still far from the rendezvous point, but he had caught up. Of course, this was not a chance encounter. In the vast dark domain, the probability of a chance encounter was almost 0. It was Yang Dingtian who calculated their route and roughly knew where they were, so he specifically chased after them. After meeting, Yao Zi shouted loudly, wanting to rush into Yang Dingtian's arms immediately. She completely ignored Yao Li's stern gaze. Yang Dingtian let her hug him for 2 seconds, then directly pulled her by the arm. Without any greetings, he quickly sped toward the south without any pause. Right now, the second dark domain was too chaotic and too complicated. Yang Dingtian had become the greatest enemy of both camps at the same time. They had to leave this place as soon as possible. If they encountered a large number of experts from both camps, Yang Dingtian might be able to escape, but if he wanted to escape with the 5 of them, it would not be so easy. Therefore, after meeting them, they only nodded and continued to run toward the south. As they ran, Yang Dingtian released countless wraith detection. If they encountered any energy fluctuations, they would immediately change their route to avoid them. This was because they were not elemental creatures, but fox demon experts from both camps. After a few days and nights, the 5 of them finally ran for tens of thousands of miles without sleep and rest. They arrived at the southern end of the second dark domain. In front of them was the border of the abyss. Passing through this border of the abyss was the first dark domain. Yang Dingtian, Yao Li, and Bo Lu looked at each other. Subsequently, Yang Dingtian turned to look at the second dark domain behind them and laughed. Now, even if you don't follow me back to the human kingdoms, the second dark domain has turned into a mess. Of course we'll go with you. Yao Zi grabbed Yang Dingtian's arm tightly and said, I want to follow you for the rest of my life. The days when you weren't around felt like years to me, so I've already confirmed my feelings. Yang Dingtian's mind automatically filtered out the childish words behind Yao Zi's words. The days felt like years to her, not because Yang Dingtian was not around, but because there was no harvest in the second dark domain. Everyone would feel the same way. Yao Li said, we've already sworn that we'll follow you and fight alongside you for the rest of our lives. Unfortunately, we haven't broken through to half-saint. Yang Dingtian sighed. In the future, it might be very, very difficult to break through to half-saint. Then, Yang Dingtian released the Void Fissure fire and entered the border of the abyss. The Void Fissure fire quickly split and finally condensed into a transparent flame. Immediately, the border of the abyss was purified like a crystal. Are you ready? Follow me home, to my home, Yang Dingtian said. Your home is my home, Yao Zi hurriedly said. Yang Dingtian automatically filtered again and then jumped into the abyss. Yao Li, Yao Zi, Bo Lu, and the others also jumped into the abyss and followed Yang Dingtian back to the human countries. After entering the first dark realm, everyone was finally completely safe. Then, the 6 of them once again dug a deep cave with 4 rooms and 2 living rooms. They rested and chatted inside. The situation in the second dark realm was more serious than Yang Dingtian had imagined. Elemental creatures did not appear very rarely, but they did not appear at all. The only ones that appeared were demon spirits. However, every time it appeared, it meant a disaster. In the Great Fission, the only ones that were not affected were the demon spirits. After the Great Fission, many demon spirits came to the surface and dominated, killing countless people. Yao Li and the others listened to Yang Dingtian completely. After the Great Fission ended, Yao Leng warmly invited them to join, but Yao Li did not agree. Instead, she left resolutely. 3 days after the Great Fission ended, Yao Leng and Yao Ming's teams did not kill each other. However, 3 days later, they began to fight non-stop. However, this battle did not last very long because both sides could be considered to be evenly matched. Of course, there was something more important, and that was the extinction of elemental creatures. This was the most serious fact. This meant that hundreds of Fox Clan experts had to stay in the second dark realm without air and food for close to 200 years. This was a complete nightmare. They were martial artists, not meditators, nor artists. It was very difficult for them to pass the time. Later, both teams thought of Yang Dingtian. They thought that he was a human and did not come from the door of darkness. He must have passed through the border of the abyss. Therefore, both teams began to search for Yang Dingtian again. Although Yao Li and the others tried their best to hide, they were still discovered more than half a month ago. They were all captured by Yao Ming and used as hostages to threaten Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian did not tell Yao Li and the others about the new Naga. However, Yang Dingtian told them everything about Yao Leng. Yao Zi said in surprise, he's that shameless? Yao Li and Bo Lu were not surprised. Yao Li said, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, Yao Leng's behavior is very common in Little Western Paradise. We've lived for too long, so our hearts are cold. We've thought through everything thoroughly. For the sake of benefits, for the sake of survival, they'll do anything. Then, Yao Li said, in fact, before I met His Excellency Yang Dingtian, I always thought that the most outstanding leader was someone like my sworn brother Yao Qi. Furthermore, I can say that if Yao Leng was replaced by Yao Qi, he would have performed even better during the Great Fission. But after the Great Fission, he will be even more ruthless towards His Excellency Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian hesitated for a moment and said, as for Mr. Yao Qi's ruthlessness, I have fully understood it. Yao Li did not pay attention to Yang Dingtian's words at first. Then, she said in shock, how do you know brother Yao Qi? He went to the human countries? He once mentioned something about the human countries to me. It seemed like Yao Rao had successfully borrowed a seed from the human countries. He wanted to bring her back and marry her. Then, Yao Li's eyes widened. She said, the seed that Yao Rao borrowed, could it be yours, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian? Yang Dingtian nodded and said, that's right. Yao Rao is my wife. We have a baby left. The baby of the demigod's descendant, Yang Yi. Yao Li and Yao Zi were instantly stunned. Then, Yao Zi's beautiful eyes lit up. She actually looked directly at Yang Dingtian's private parts. F***ck, this little girl's gaze is too direct. She's completely restless. Clearly, she was very curious about the baby of the demigod's descendant. She also wanted to have one with Yang Dingtian. However, Yao Li thought of something else and said, then, did my elder brother Yao Qi go to the human countries and snatch your wife and child away? Because no one can stop him when he wants to do something. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, yes, he went to my house and killed Yao Li. He stole Yao Rao and Yang Yi. Yao Li's expression changed. Yao Zi was furious. She said, how could he do that? I'm done with him. Don't worry, Mr. Yang Dingtian. After we return to the Little Western Paradise, we'll definitely force him to return your wife and child. Yao Li's face was pale. Clearly, no one could stop Yao Qi from doing anything. Even she could not stop him, let alone Yao Zi. I'm sorry. Yao Li said, why didn't you say so before? Yang Dingtian said, it wasn't the right time to say it. However, now that you're going to follow me back to the human countries, I have to make things clear. Yao Li did not know what to say. She could only say again, I'm sorry. No need to be sorry. Yang Dingtian said, I've already been to the Little Western Paradise and brought back my wife and child. They're not hurt at all. Yao Zi was shocked. How is that possible? Yao Qi is very powerful. You're no match for him now. Back then, you weren't even worth a finger of his. F***ck, this girl is so direct. Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment and said, there are many things that don't depend on martial arts. Then, Yang Dingtian said to Yao Li, there's something you need to be mentally prepared for. Yao Li looked up and said, tell me. Yang Dingtian said, Yao Qi is dead, what? Yao Li's body trembled as if she was struck by lightning. She lost all reaction. After a long while, her beautiful eyes lost focus. She said, how is that possible? How is that possible? He's so powerful. How could he die? Who else in this world can kill him? It seemed that Yao Li's admiration for Yao Qi was deeply engraved in her bones. Yang Dingtian said, speaking of which, I have a lot to do with his death. Yao Li said, you killed him? No. Yang Dingtian said, I'm not that powerful. If he wanted to kill me, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. However, I'm the one who indirectly caused his death. Tell me. Yao Li grabbed Yang Dingtian's arm and stabbed it into his flesh. Yang Dingtian said, I'll tell you everything in detail. I won't exaggerate or embellish anything. Of course, if you don't want to go to the human world with me, I can help you. I can help you return to the Little Western Paradise. No, I'm determined to go with you, Yao Zi said quickly. Yao Qi is so shameless. He deserves to die. It seemed that Yao Zi was not interested in Yao Qi at all. Yao Li said, all right, tell me. Yang Dingtian said, I'll have to start with Yao Rao and me. Then, Yang Dingtian told her the whole story. From her meeting Yao Rao, to her getting pregnant, to Yao Rao giving birth to Yang Yi, to Yao Li's appearance and coercion. To Yao Qi killing Yao Li and kidnapping Yao Rao and Yang Yi. Yang Dingtian was a little more concise about this part. However, from Yang Dingtian swallowing Yao Li's silver dragon blood essence, entering the Little Western Paradise, and turning into the speechless tribe, Yang Dingtian told her everything in great detail. He did not miss a single detail. Wow, Mr. Yang Dingtian, you can turn into the speechless tribe. Then I love you even more, Yao Zi said. Immediately, Yao Li gnashed her teeth and wished for nothing more than to slap her younger sister. Yang Dingtian continued. He told her how he met Jia, met Yao Qi, and became the great sage's disciple. Then, he told her how he was seen through by Yao Qi and how he was played by Yao Qi. Finally, he told her how Yong Shi and Wendian plotted to kill Yao Qi. How did Yao Qi die in front of him? Every detail was explained clearly. Of course, Yang Dingtian did not tell her that Yong Shi was taken over by Wendian. It was not time yet. Finally, Yang Dingtian said, Yao Li, you're right. No one can kill Yao Qi except for himself. Back then, he knew that it might be a trap, but he still jumped in anyway. Then, Yang Dingtian said mockingly, actually, I'm the same. If I were him, I would have jumped in too. It's just that I was blessed. I jumped in and got the void fire. But when he jumped in, he was turned into ashes. Yao Li did not react after hearing that. Yao Zi's eyes were full of stars. She said, so Yao Qi is so powerful. I always thought that he was boring and stupid. Mr. Yang Dingtian, you're so useless. Not only were you played by Yao Qi, but you were also played by Jia. Yang Dingtian smiled bitterly. This little girl was too direct. Yao Zi said, sigh, I really regret not realizing Yao Qi's power earlier. If I knew that he was so cool, I might have fallen in love with him. Yang Dingtian was speechless. Suddenly, Bolu said, Chairman Yao Qi is the most outstanding leader and hero. But to people like us, Mr. Yang Dingtian is the most worthy leader to follow. Then, Bolu said, Princess Yao Li, I don't care what your decision is, but as long as Mr. Yang Dingtian is alive, I will follow him. So, if you want to return to Little Western Paradise, please forgive me for not being able to follow you. Al Wen and Al Wu nodded. Us too. To Bolu, Al Wen, and Al Wu, Yao Qi's wisdom was not very attractive to them. It was too scary to follow such a leader. What they wanted was recognition, equality, and trust. Yao Zi stared at Yang Dingtian for a long time. Just now, Yang Dingtian had said that she was useless. But Yao Qi was the main character. She was so smart, so powerful, so cool. She was an idol. Yang Dingtian was completely overshadowed by her. Yao Zi felt that liking Yang Dingtian didn't give her any face at all. But then again, it was not good to fall in love with someone else. Then, she comforted herself. Although Yang Dingtian was not as powerful as Yao Qi, he should be the second most powerful. However, he should be ranked second. Furthermore, Yao Qi treated Yang Dingtian as a close friend before her death. It was evident that Yang Dingtian was still very formidable. Then, Yao Zi suddenly said, Mr. Yang Dingtian, after Jia gave birth to the child, she was really close to you. To stop her unrealistic thoughts, Yang Dingtian nodded and admitted, yes, yes. Although we were enemies, Jia is my wife now. That's great. Yao Zi said, Jia is the most outstanding woman in Little Western Paradise. She's the dream lover of the young masters of the big tribes. She's also Yao Qi's fiancé. She's so powerful and beautiful. Even someone with such a high status would like you. It's obvious that you're a good person. Liking you is very honorable. Yang Dingtian was speechless. Yao Zi's brain could not be measured by a normal female's. She was very similar to the two-dimensional girls on Earth. Her way of thinking had always been very strange. Yang Dingtian looked at Yao Li and said, all right, take your time to digest this. We'll have a good night's sleep tonight and leave tomorrow. You can think about it. There's no rush to make a decision. Yao Li shook her head and said, there's no need to think about it. I'm not a narrow-minded woman. Brother Yao Qi was not killed by you. Even if you killed him, I won't change my mind. There's no right or wrong between the two of you. You're all standing on your own side. Moreover, he's the one who wronged you, not the other way around. Then, Yao Li desperately raised her head and held back her tears. She said, "This is good too. I can follow you wholeheartedly and complete your career. Perhaps your career is the way of the king. It's the greatest." Yang Dingtian said, "All reality, all life, is great. Therefore, saving reality is definitely a great thing." Then, Yang Dingtian said, "Alright, let's go to sleep. We'll leave tomorrow morning." Then, the 6 of them returned to their own rooms. Yao Zi's beautiful eyes turned, as if she had a different idea. But soon, her sister Yao Li grabbed her by the ear and pulled her into her own room. It seemed that Yao Li would definitely not shower tonight. Even if she did, she would shower with Yao Zi. In any case, Yao Zi could not be allowed to leave his side. Otherwise, she would definitely come to Yang Dingtian's room. The next morning, even though the entire first dark realm was melted by the sun, the 6 of them still got up and hurried on. However, they were not as desperate as they were in the second dark realm because it was safe here. Of course, they occasionally encountered elemental creatures, but they were no longer in the mood to hunt because the elemental creatures here were too weak. 3 days and 3 nights later, the 6 of them reached the end of the first dark realm. The border of the abyss appeared in front of them again. After passing through the border of the abyss, they would arrive at the human kingdom. Yang Dingtian released the void fissure fire and purified the border of the abyss. Then, the 6 of them jumped in. As if they were traveling through time, the 6 of them passed through the border of the abyss. When they opened their eyes again, they were already filled with ice and snow. They had returned to the human kingdom. This was the extreme north of the human kingdom, the border of the abyss. Previously, the cold at the border of the abyss was almost unbearable for Yang Dingtian. However, now that he had broken through to the half-saint realm, the cold was not too serious for him. In fact, his mystic fire could even provide heat for the others. After a few days and nights, the 6 of them walked out of the terrifying coastal area. Then, they stepped on the ice and snow that filled the sky. Tens of thousands of miles to the southwest was Cloud Sky City, their home. Yang Dingtian led the 5 of them and could not wait to return home as quickly as possible. That night, Yang Dingtian experienced what it meant to be like a wolf or a tiger. He also understood what it meant to not judge a book by its cover. Yan Yan was born with a big chest, but she was the most useless when it came to that. She was defeated very early on. Qin Jiaojiao was very loud at the start, but in the end, she was about to cry and hide in a corner, trembling. Mu Lianyi's body was the strongest, but she couldn't do it either and was defeated very quickly. Ning Rower was not to be underestimated. She really made Yang Dingtian see her in a new light. It seemed like she was only dabbling in it before. Now, little Ningning was already in her teens. She had always wanted to have a child, but she wasn't able to conceive 2 years ago. Now that Yang Dingtian had returned, it just so happened that it was her period. Hence, she was going all out and was determined to get pregnant. Otherwise, she didn't know when Yang Dingtian would return. The most amazing ones were Wu Maji and Yao Rao. These 2 were really demons who wanted to eat up all the bones in a person. They were completely sucking the marrow out of him. They only stopped when it was almost dawn when Yang Dingtian's toes were about to cramp. In the end, they didn't even have time to talk about Li Qing or how much they missed him. They just lay down and fell asleep. Yang Dingtian didn't even have time to take a shower. He slept all the way until night fell. Yang Dingtian was about to get up when Wu Maji said, "Anyway, it's already dark. Why don't we not get up and continue?" Yang Dingtian jumped out of bed in shock and ran to take a shower and change his clothes. Wu Maji covered her mouth and giggled on the bed. She didn't have any intention of getting up to help Yang Dingtian shower and change his clothes. It was Yan Yan who rubbed her waist and tried her best to get up and help Yang Dingtian shower. In the bathtub, Yan Yan gently helped Yang Dingtian wash his body, shave his beard, and comb his hair. Logically speaking, the 2 of them should have countless things to say, but neither of them wanted to open their mouths. They just wanted to enjoy this quiet sweetness. Originally, Yang Dingtian should have asked if his family was doing well. "Are the children well behaved? How much I miss you." Yan Yan, on the other hand, should she ask if Yang Dingtian had a hard time in the past 2 years? They missed him so much. They were together every day, praying for him. Master's wife and his mother, Madame Shimin, didn't even dare to eat meat anymore. They were wholeheartedly accumulating good karma for Yang Dingtian. However, the two of them realized that they didn't need to say anything. That kind of longing, had already been deeply engraved in the bones. Yan Yan quickly helped Yang Dingtian put on his clothes and combed his hair. Finally, Yang Dingtian looked like a human again. He was 10 years younger and no longer looked like a middle-aged uncle in his 30s or 40s. Then, Yang Dingtian suddenly remembered something. He took out a gemstone from his space ring and put it on Yan Yan's snow-white neck. He said softly, "A friend asked me to give this to you." "Is it a man or a woman?" Yan Yan asked. "A woman." Yang Dingtian said, "The Queen of New Naga." "Wow, that's amazing." Yan Yan said, "Why didn't you bring her home?" "I don't mind her being an elder sister." Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "We are just good friends." Yan Yan said, "I don't believe that she gave this to me. She must have said that it was for the woman you love the most, right?" Yang Dingtian touched her butt and said, "Didn't they say that pregnancy makes one stupid for 3 years? How did you become so smart?" Yan Yan stroked the pendant and said, "Husband, do the other sisters have this?" "No, only you have it." Yang Dingtian said. "That's great." Yan Yan kissed him happily and said, "I love you so much." Yang Dingtian was speechless. "Aren't you sisters very close now?" After helping Yang Dingtian take care of everything, Yan Yan said, "Okay, you can take care of your business. Master and Martial Uncle Qin must have been waiting for you for a long time." "Where is our baby girl?" Yang Dingtian asked. "My mother is taking care of her." Yan Yan said, "When you come back to sleep, I will carry her for you to play with." "Okay." Yang Dingtian kissed her lips and pinched her small waist before leaving. Master Dongfang Minmi, Qin Wanzhou, and the other higher-ups of the Council of Light didn't wait for long. It was only 8 hours. When Yang Dingtian entered, they were chatting happily with Yao Li and Bo Lu. When he entered, everyone's eyes immediately looked over. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but blush. After all, he had just returned and had been debauched for an entire day. It was really embarrassing. Master Dongfang Minmi smiled and said, "Actually, we can wait until tomorrow." Immediately, Yang Dingtian felt even more embarrassed. Next, they didn't immediately get down to business. Instead, they held a small banquet. It could be considered as a welcome for Yang Dingtian and also as a reception for friends and comrades from afar. This was even better because this way, Yang Dingtian's wives and children could all be at the banquet. Not only that, Qin Huayu and Song Lihua's children and Kuei Ning's children also came. That's right, Qin Huayu and Song Lihua also had children. Kuei Ning and 5th Miss Qin also had children. Even Zhao Mu had already married and had children. As for Zhu Hongxue, he was still alone. And he didn't seem to have any intention of marrying. This person's brain was more stubborn. It would probably take a long time for him to come around. Yang Dingtian's eldest daughter, Yang Ningning, had also applied for leave from the Heavenly Edict Academy and was brought back by Qin Mingli. Yang Dingtian almost didn't dare to recognize her. She, who was about 13 years old, was already slender and very beautiful. "Daddy." When she saw Yang Dingtian, she rushed over like a flame and hung on Yang Dingtian's neck. Then, Ning Rower cast a serious gaze from the side. However, the lethality to little Ningning was completely zero. Little Ningning hung on Yang Dingtian's neck and carefully looked at Yang Dingtian's face for a while. Then, she said, "Daddy, you've become more handsome." Then, she kissed Yang Dingtian's beard stubble and came down. Then, she walked to Qin Huayu and called out obediently, "Daddy, Auntie." She only called Qin Huayu Daddy when she grew up in the past 1 or 2 years. However, she had a good relationship with Song Lihua and even admired Song Lihua a little. She felt that she was very capable. Moreover, she had repeatedly expressed in front of Song Lihua that it was a loss for her to marry her biological father. She said that her father wasn't worthy of Song Lihua. Even when Qin Huayu was beside her, she still said the same thing. Qin Huayu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he also deeply agreed. Because more and more people came. Other than the frontline commanders and those on duty at the Tiando League, the remaining higher-ups of the Council of Light were almost all here. Therefore, the banquet had to be expanded. They didn't talk about business at the banquet. Yang Dingtian carried his youngest daughter, Yang Yan, and shuttled through the crowd to talk. This little baby was already 3 years old. She was really, really, really cute. Her little face was really like an apple, delicate and pink. She was so soft in his arms that Yang Dingtian couldn't bear to let go. This baby actually didn't know Yang Dingtian. But she wasn't shy at all. She smiled sweetly at everyone. She was the kind of baby that made people's hearts melt just by looking at her. She really, really wanted to be liked by everyone. Yang Qin was already 4 years old, almost 5 years old. She had been like a princess since she was young. Now, she didn't like to be carried. She liked to wear the most beautiful clothes and let others hold her hand. Otherwise, she would just sit there quietly. And Wumaji's daughter was also almost 4 years old. Although she was Ah Chao's twin, she really showed an incomparably stunning beauty. It wasn't just Yang Dingtian. Almost everyone present had never seen such a beautiful little girl. She had snow white and pink skin, big blue eyes that were like gemstones, and her hair was golden. She was like a doll carved out of white jade. This kind of beauty made even Yang Dingtian feel like he had to be careful when carrying her. Moreover, this little girl was so young, but she was already so arrogant. This made many little boys feel pressured and didn't dare to play with her. However, when she saw Yang Dingtian carrying Yang Yan, even though she tried her best to hold it in, she still pursed her lips and couldn't help but tear up. Today, she wore the most beautiful clothes, just to make her father like her the most. She wanted to be her father's most beautiful daughter. When Yang Dingtian saw this, he used his other hand to carry his doll-like daughter. He couldn't help but kiss her little face. Then, he simply sat down, one on each side of his knee. Then, he let Yang Qin lean in his arms. He interacted with his 3 daughters while chatting with the Council of Light's higher-ups. Yang Dingtian had always been very sensitive to children's hearts. He was already an incompetent father, so he was very, very concerned about their feelings. As for boys, he didn't need to carry them in his arms. Yang Dingtian realized that among his sons, Yang Yi was the smartest. Yang Li's personality was the strongest. As for Ah Cho, he was a little heartless and clingy. He was also Yang Li's follower. Therefore, not only his master's wife and mother-in-law, even Dongfang Minmi said that Ah Cho was the most fortunate. Yan Yan felt that Yang Li was too strong-willed and had a strong personality. She was just like his mother, afraid that he wouldn't easily find happiness in the future. As for Yang Yichen, although he was the second oldest child, he was the one who needed the most love. Because his biological father left, he was more dependent on the love of his elders. Because of this, among the few little boys, Yang Dingtian purposely acted as if he was the closest to him. And now, Yang Yichen's identity had become Yang Dingtian's adopted son. He was the future lord of Cloud Sky City, and this had been announced to the public long ago. Therefore, even Yang Li kept saying that he was the future lord of Cloud Sky City. Just like this, the banquet was carried out in laughter. After the banquet ended, Yang Dingtian and the higher-ups of the Council of Light entered the conference room to listen to the reports of the important matters of the human countries in the past 2 years. As there were too many things to report, they started with the most important things. The first thing was the drastic changes in the Vulture Palace. The changes in the Vulture Palace were completely different from what Yang Dingtian had imagined. ********* Note, brothers, please give me 2 monthly votes. In Yang Dingtian's imagination, Wu Daozi and Wu Lingzi would definitely have internal strife and kill each other. But the result was, Wu Lingzi surrendered. Yes, he surrendered. As a result, Wu Daozi became the new master of the Vulture Palace, and Wu Lingzi became the supreme elder of the Vulture Palace. Yes, it was the supreme elder, not the supreme palace master. And the young palace master of the Vulture Palace directly became Yang Dingtian's wife, Spirit Rabbit. As for the original little Princess Vulture, she was sent out again to protect herself by marriage. This time, she was betrothed to Dongli, but Dongli was already a eunuch. In short, Wu Lingzi, a weirdo, had greatly refreshed the bottom line of a peerless master. It was completely unimaginable that a person could be so cowardly. How afraid of death was he? When an ordinary man was angry, blood would splatter 5 steps away. He was a sage-level master, one of the top 5 or even top 3 masters in the world, but he lived such a cowardly life. If it were Yang Dingtian, he would have killed himself long ago. But this was undoubtedly bad news for Yang Dingtian. If Wu Daozi and Walingzi did not have internal strife, Yang Dingtian would not be able to stir up trouble inside, and he would not be able to seize the Vulture Palace. Moreover, Wu Daozi was different from Walingzi. He was extreme and ruthless, but he was not necessarily smart. He was very stubborn and often liked to play games of life and death. Therefore, strategic blackmail had no effect on the Vulture Palace. Dongfang Minmi continued, and there is another piece of bad news. The Vulture Palace and the Snakeman Empire have the intention of formally forming an alliance. As one of the young masters of the evil ways, Dong Li is still the prime minister of the Snakeman Empire and has great power. Not only that, but the lords and sect masters of the human nations who were stripped of their authority have all pledged allegiance to the Naga Empire and have taken up important positions, ready to fight back at the human nations. Qin Wanchou said, not only that, but the Snakeman Empire's fleets and aerial cavalry have repeatedly provoked our Northwest Fleet over the past year. Their winged cavalry has even violated our airspace many times. Moreover, the Snakeman Empire has been spying on the important bases of the Council of Light more and more. They have tried to steal our top-secret intelligence and destroy our secret bases many times. It seemed that Queen Hai Xian of the Naga Empire had completely decided to walk together with the evil ways and completely overturn the human kingdoms. In this way, it would be very difficult to completely unify the human countries and the Vitality continent before the Doomsday War. The alliance between the Vulture Palace and the Snakeman Empire was very difficult to break. Moreover, the Vulture Palace and the Snakeman Empire had a total of 3 half-saint experts. At present, the Council of Light still only had 1 half-saint expert, Yang Dingtian. Before the Doomsday War, the Snakeman Empire and the Vulture Palace must be dealt with. However, Yang Dingtian had to decide whether to deal with the Snakeman Empire or the Vulture Palace first. Then, Yang Dingtian asked, Princess of the Evil Ways, Mudan, and Dongli, any movements? Dongfang Minmi said, these 2 people have disappeared again. Moreover, even Nether Ming has not been seen for a long time. Yang Dingtian asked, has Wu Yu returned to the human nations in the Nether Sea? Dongfang Minmi shook his head and said, I don't know. The gate of the human nations in the Skull Hall has been occupied by the Snakeman Empire. Wu Ying has been seriously injured. Yang Dingtian's pupils suddenly shrank. Next, the senior officials of the Council of Light began to report the general situation of the army and the construction of the secret weapons. After more than 2 years of development, the Tiando League's 3 continents and 9 major defense lines had been established. The number of elite troops in the front line had increased to 20 million, and the size of the navy had reached an unprecedented number of nearly 3 million. There were more than 1,000 large and medium-sized warships equipped with supercritical power arrays, and countless small and medium-sized warships. There were more than 2,000 large and medium-sized submarines equipped with supercritical power arrays, and the number of small submarines was less. As for cannons and shells, it was an astronomical number. As for the most important strategic material, Crystal X, originally called Bloody Black Gold Associated Crystal, an unprecedented huge treasure was found in the depths of the volcano in the land of extreme difficulty. At first, it was estimated to be 100,000 caddies, then it became 200,000 caddies, and then 300,000 caddies. As a result, 500,000 caddies had been mined, and it was still being mined. Of course, it was very thin now, and the daily harvest was very little. However, these 500,000 caddies of X crystal stones were still quite shocking. With these crystals, the rocket technology had advanced by leaps and bounds. The underwater torpedoes, whether it was the speed, the initial attack range, or the explosive power, had undergone a drastic change. It could be said that a ship of 1 to 2,000 tons would be destroyed by a super torpedo. Moreover, the torpedo's underwater speed had reached an astonishing 100 knots, which had surpassed many modern torpedoes on Earth. As for the most important strategic weapon, the large missile, There was no problem with long-range missiles, not to mention 800 miles, 1,000 miles, or even 2,000 miles. However, in terms of accuracy, it was very, very slow. In fact, the accuracy of the large missile's attack was still very, very low. What the warlocks could do was only to constantly correct the mechanical gyroscope. Of course, the shape of the missile was meticulously made to have almost no errors. But even so, the accuracy was still only increased by 70%. This 70% seemed to be a lot, but because the original error was too big, even if it was increased by 70%, the error was still very big. So at present, the large missile could only be used as a deterrent. It was really impossible to hit accurately at present, unless another channel was found to solve the problem of accuracy. Although it was not as good as the large missiles, it had improved by leaps and bounds in the small missiles. Originally, it took about 15 seconds to fly a distance of 4,000 meters. Now, it took less than 8 seconds. Of course, the concept of seconds was also proposed by Yang Dingtian, and it had become the Council of Light's standard unit of time measurement. The highest speed had also directly increased from 2 times the speed of sound to nearly 5 times the speed of sound. The highest speed was not the average speed. The original distance of 4,000 meters, the small missile's error was a few hundred meters, but now it was only a few dozen meters. And such Phoenix-level small missiles were equipped with nearly 200,000 of them. In other words, if they were to fight with the Vulture Palace in the air now, the Tianda League could easily annihilate the entire Black Vulture army of 200,000. However, although 500,000 caddies of Crystal X had been mined, but when it was used, it was still far from enough. Small Phoenix-level missiles, medium and large missiles, large torpedoes, and even large cannons now needed to be used. Therefore, the volcanic mine in the desert of the extreme south was getting thinner and thinner. The higher-ups of the Council of Light could not help but be anxious. For the upcoming Doomsday Battle, no matter how much they estimated, it was not enough. Therefore, the more such weapons of mass destruction were prepared, the better. Once the Doomsday Battle began, there would be no chance to prepare at all. The final report was the problem of martial arts cultivation among the higher-ups of the Council of Light. 2.5 years had passed, and the martial arts cultivation of the entire Council of Light was not very optimistic. Of course, there were a few who were more optimistic, but most people were stagnant. Because they were really too busy. There was really little time for cultivation. Moreover, the density of qi in the human countries at this time was very difficult for experts above the intermediate Great Grandmaster level to make a big breakthrough. When Yang Dingtian left, there were 38 experts above the Great Grandmaster level in the entire Council of Light. Now, there were more than 41. Master Dongfang Minmi, even in his busy schedule, broke through from an 8-star level 1 Great Grandmaster to a 9-star level 1 Great Grandmaster. Qin Wanchou broke through to a 9-star level 4 Great Grandmaster. And Zhu Hongxue directly broke through to a 9-star level 9 Great Grandmaster from a 9-star level 4 Great Grandmaster. He was only one step away from becoming a Great Grandmaster. Qin Huayu also broke through to the Great Grandmaster level. He was waiting for Yang Dingtian's Mystic Fire Lightning to make a real breakthrough. Similarly, Song Chunhua directly broke through to the Great Grandmaster level and was waiting for Yang Dingtian's Mystic Fire Lightning. Wu Maji was originally a 1-star level 5 Great Grandmaster. After more than 2 years, she barely broke through to the 2-star Great Grandmaster level. And Dishi Bian, whom Yang Dingtian was most concerned about, went to cultivate alone more than 2 years ago and had not returned yet. Therefore, he did not know how much she had broken through in her cultivation. In short, before the Doomsday Battle, it was already very difficult for the higher-ups of the Council of Light to make a big breakthrough in their cultivation. However, this time in the Dark Realm, they had gained a lot. There were many energy essences close to level 9, and some close to level 10. One must know that energy essences close to level 9 meant energy essences close to a 9-star level 9 Great Grandmaster level. And energy essences close to level 10 meant unlimited Great Grandmaster level. At this time, in Yang Dingtian's space ring, there were more than 100 energy essences close to level 10, and 80 energy essences close to level 9. This batch of energy essences was enough to make many people's cultivation advance by leaps and bounds. Everyone was stunned when they heard that there were energy essences that could be swallowed directly to break through. Then they finally understood why there were a large number of half-saint level experts in the Little Western Paradise, and there were even many saint level experts. It turned out that they were all obtained from hunting energy essences in the Dark Realm. This batch of energy essences was undoubtedly a huge temptation. Therefore, the distribution became a big problem. However, it was not a big problem. Because this batch of energy essences could only be swallowed by advanced great grandmasters. Even with Yang Dingtian's protection, one had to be at least a 6-star great grandmaster to be able to swallow the energy essences close to level 9. Otherwise, one would be smashed to pieces in an instant. After discussion, they finally decided. They would use this batch of energy essences to create a few top unlimited great grandmasters. Therefore, after discussion, they finally decided on the distribution plan of the energy essences. Anyone above 6-star great grandmaster level could be on the list. From high to low, until the energy essences were exhausted. Among this batch of unlimited great grandmasters, Qin Wanqiu, Dongfang Minmi, Dishibian, Duan Ruyan, Shuqing Qi, and Qingdaibai were all on the list. In other words, these 6 people would break through to the unlimited great grandmaster level regardless of the cost. The remaining energy essences would be distributed. Elder Ning Busi was originally on the list, but because he was too old, he declined. Immediately after, Duan Ruyan also suggested that she was willing to withdraw from the list. The reason was that she had evil energy in her body. Therefore, under the insistence of Yang Dingtian, Dongfang Minmi, and Qin Wanqiu, Duan Ruyan entered the list again. This was because everyone felt that Duan Ruyan's desire to fight was extremely strong and her talent was high enough. They also told Duan Ruyan not to think too much. Although she had evil energy in her body, it seemed that this level of evil energy would not directly control her will. As for Qin Huayu, Zhu Hongxue, Wu Maji, and the other youngsters, they might have high innate talents, but their cultivation was too low. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian's reserve of energy essence that was close to Class 8 and Class 7 was too little. Therefore, it was very difficult to distribute the energy essences to them this time. Therefore, Master Dongfang Minmi took the lead in swallowing the energy essences to evolve, while Yang Dingtian guarded by the side. Master Dongfang Minmi was now a 9-star level 1 Great Grandmaster, which should be equivalent to level 8. Therefore, the first thing he swallowed was an energy essence close to level 9. He closed his eyes and swallowed directly. Everything was normal. After spending a total of 5 energy essences close to the 9th level and 4 energy essences close to the 10th level, his master, Dongfang Minmi, directly broke through to the 3rd rank of the 9th level and entered the ranks of the infinite great grandmasters. Next was Qin Wanqiu. The amount of energy essences he consumed was 1 energy essence close to the peak of level 9 less than Dongfang Minmi. After using 4 energy essences close to level 9 and 4 energy essences close to level 10, he also directly broke through to Infinite Great Grandmaster. Next was Ning Busi. He consumed a total of 6 energy essences close to level 9 and 4 energy essences close to level 10. He also successfully broke through to Infinite Great Grandmaster. Then it was Shuqing Qi, Duan Ruyan, and Qingdaibai. After a few hours, the swallowing of the energy essences ended. Dongfang Minmi, Qin Wanqiu, Shuqing Qi, Ning Busi, Qingdaibai, and Duan Ruyan all entered Infinite Great Grandmaster. Suddenly, the Council of Light had 6 more Infinite Great Grandmasters. More than half of the energy essences in Yang Dingtian's storage had not been used up. Dishibian was not around, so he could only leave them for her. However, he did not know where Dishibian had gone. Even Wu Maji, who was always by her side, did not know. After daybreak, they entered the final topic. How to completely solve the problems of the Vulture Palace and the Naga Empire before the Doomsday War, and should they solve the problems of the Vulture Palace or the Naga Empire first? In the end, Yang Dingtian still decided to solve the problems of the Vulture Palace first. In the afternoon, Yang Dingtian left Cloud Sky City and led Bo Lu and Yaoli to the Vulture Palace. As for the reason, it was to take back his wife, Spirit Rabbit. Note, sorry, this chapter is late again. But Yang Dingtian was right. The Vulture Palace was not only a member of the Tiando League, but also a member of the Council of Light and the supreme commander of the southern barbarian continent. Even now, Ling Chizi was still a member of the Council of Light's supreme commander. When Wu Yuming and Yang Dingtian were competing for the position of the leader of the Hidden Sect and the leader of the Tiando League, the Vulture Palace strongly supported them. All of the key positions were added to strengthen Wu Yuming's reputation. Later, Wu Yuming was defeated. Even when the Council of Light and the Vulture Palace went to war, the Vulture Palace did not withdraw from the Council of Light. Moreover, these agreements were all in black and white and had been signed with mystic seals. But in the hands of a truly powerful person, these things were nothing. Even if they were used to wipe one's ass, they would find them too hard. Wu Daozi couldn't be bothered to argue with Yang Dingtian. In any case, there wasn't any meaning to it. Wu Daozi said indifferently, "Did Yang Dingtian come to my spirit vulture sect just for this?" Yang Dingtian said, "I originally came for another matter. But after I came, I discovered two big things. First, the Vulture Palace's leader is privately accepting. Second, the Naga Empire's forces have entered the Vulture Palace on a large scale. What do you want to do? Rebel?" Immediately, Yang Dingtian rebuked with the imposing manner of the leader of the Tiando League. Wu Daozi trembled with anger. He looked at Yang Dingtian and sneered, "Your Excellency, why are you pretending to be confused?" Yang Dingtian said, "I won't tell you. In the eyes of the Council of Light, there is only one leader of the Vulture Palace, and that is Wolingzi. I will go and talk to him." After saying that, Yang Dingtian suddenly flashed and directly flew towards Wolingzi's lonely peak. Wu Daozi couldn't stop him in time, but he wasn't willing to lower himself to chase after him. He immediately snorted coldly, and his eyes couldn't help but fill with anger and killing intent. Yang Dingtian directly entered Wolingzi's thatched hut. Wolingzi sat cross-legged on the ground. He really seemed to have aged a few decades. He no longer had his white hair and youthful complexion. There were wrinkles on his face. When he saw Yang Dingtian come, his eyelids slightly wrinkled, but he didn't say anything. "Junior Yang Dingtian greets Senior Wolingzi." Yang Dingtian bowed. Wolingzi cursed in his heart. F***ck, I've never seen you so polite before. Why are you so polite today? "I came here today for two things," Yang Dingtian said seriously. "First, why did Wu Daozi become the new master of the Vulture Palace? Did something disobedient happen in the Vulture Palace? Second, why did the Serpentine Empire's forces enter the southern barbarian continent? You must know that the southern barbarian continent is the most important defensive area in the south of the Council of Light. Did the Serpentine Empire's entry inform the Council of Light? This is a rebellion. This is a betrayal." Then, Yang Dingtian said gently, "Senior Wolingzi, I know that there must be internal strife and betrayal in the Vulture Palace. Don't worry, in the Council of Light and the Tiando League, you, Wolingzi, are the true master of the Vulture Palace. As long as you need, we will do our best to help you eliminate the rebellion and bring order to the chaos." Finally, Wolingzi's face twitched violently. He opened his eyes and said, "There's no need, Sir Yang Dingtian. I feel that I'm old, and nephew Wu Daozi is the best in both martial arts and wisdom. Therefore, I've officially passed the position of master of the Vulture sect to him. I'm no longer involved in the sect's affairs." Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "Senior Wolingzi, this won't do. The Vulture Palace hasn't withdrawn from the Tiando League and the Council of Light. As long as I don't approve, this will be a random order. But don't worry, I know that you must be under some kind of coercion and have no choice but to say something against your will. You must believe that the Tiando League will stand behind you and help you eliminate the rebellion and bring order to the chaos." Suddenly, Wolingzi jumped in fright and said loudly, "Yang Dingtian, don't do this to me." Yang Dingtian got up and walked outside. Then he said loudly, "Don't worry, Senior Wolingzi. The Council of Light will give you an explanation for the Vulture Palace's rebellion." Yang Dingtian's voice was so loud that the entire Vulture Palace could hear it. Suddenly, many people's hearts trembled. Could it be that Ancestor Wolingzi was going to join forces with Yang Dingtian to eliminate Wu Daozi? Then, everyone should quickly observe the situation and not take sides. Wolingzi was so angry that his whole body trembled. He was restless and rushed out to deny it. But he was a person who cared about his reputation. If he denied it, wouldn't it prove that he was afraid of Wu Daozi, so he just snorted coldly. Everyone heard him and no longer spoke. Then, Yang Dingtian came in front of Wu Daozi and said, "Grandfather-in-law, I have one more thing." Wu Daozi's face became extremely ugly. He said, "Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, if you act so recklessly, you won't be able to walk out of the Vulture Palace. Although the temple has a no-kill order for you, if you anger me, I will still kill you." "No, no, no." Yang Dingtian said, "Don't talk big. You can't kill me." "Ha ha ha ha." Wu Daozi laughed wildly and said, "2 years ago, you were just a 9-star 9th-rank Grandmaster. Now, you are at most an infinite Grandmaster. You are a frog in a well. Do you know how far the gap between an infinite Grandmaster and a half-saint is? You can't cross it in 100 years. If I want to kill you, it will be as easy as turning over my hand. The reason you are alive is that the temple master doesn't want you to be one now. Don't show off like a clown." Yang Dingtian didn't get angry. He said, "The first thing is that I want to take my wife, Ling Tu, back. 2 years ago, she went back to her mother's home. It's been a long time, and it's time to go back to her real home." In your dreams, in your dreams." Wu Daozi said sternly, "Yang Dingtian, don't force me. Don't force me to kill you here." Yang Dingtian said, "The second matter is that you had once challenged my Radiance Parliament in the Heaven Enlightenment Academy by having a martial arts competition. Today, I challenge you to a duel at the Heavenly Edict Academy 7 days from now. How about it?" Wu Daozi was shocked and looked at Yang Dingtian as if looking at a madman. Was Yang Dingtian stupid? Was his brain flooded with water? Did he know how far an infinite Grandmaster was from a half-saint? He actually dreamed of having a duel with him to get justice. Suddenly, Wu Daozi sneered. "Yang Dingtian, do you know? In the duel between you and me in the Forbidden Sea, how much advantage did you have? It was because of Queen Hai Xian and Wu Yoming's secret help that you didn't die. Otherwise, you would have turned into ashes long ago. Moreover, if we have another duel, I won't show mercy, and it won't be a civil duel. Even if there were 10 of you, or even 100 of you, you wouldn't be my match. I could crush you to death with a single finger. Are you sure you want to have a duel?" Yang Dingtian said, "Yes. I'm sure I want to have a duel." Wu Daozi's face turned cold and he said with a smile, "Well, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Yang Dingtian said, "Since there's an example, how about we make a bet?" Wu Daozi said, "Say it." Yang Dingtian said, "First, if you lose, you will return the position of Vulture Palace Master to Ling Chizi and be completely exiled from the Vulture Palace. Second, if you lose, you will completely release the freedom of the Spirit Rabbit. How about that?" "Ridiculous, the most ridiculous thing in the world." Wu Daozi laughed. Okay, I promise you anything. Now, if I kill you, the Temple of Annihilation can't blame me." Yang Dingtian said, "Okay, then it's a deal." 7 days later, at the Heavenly Edict Academy, we will have a duel to the death. It's not a duel to the death, but I will trample you, the master of the hidden sect, who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, to death." Wu Daozi said coldly. Yang Dingtian ignored him and said loudly, "Senior Wolingzi, you see, I will definitely get justice for you. 7 days later, I will defeat Wu Daozi, and the Vulture Palace will definitely set things right and restore justice." His voice once again spread throughout the Vulture Palace. Everyone heard that Yang Dingtian wanted to compete with Wu Daozi for Wolingzi and expel him from the Vulture Palace and return to Wolingzi's position. It seemed that they were really colluding. Suddenly, Wolingzi felt like he couldn't wash himself clean. Then, Yang Dingtian's expression changed again, and he said gently, "Grandfather Yu, where is the Spirit Rabbit? I want to take her home." Wu Daozi's face twitched. "Anyway, you are going to die soon, you don't need to see her." "No, I still want to see her, or I won't leave," Yang Dingtian said. Wu Daozi said coldly, "Even if you see her, she won't go with you." Yang Dingtian asked, "Where is she?" "I'm here, Sect Master Yang." Then, Spirit Rabbit's gentle and clear voice came from not far away. Last time, she had become a real woman. Another 2 years had passed, but she was still as exquisite as ever, as if she was carved from jade. It was just that the outline of her delicate body was more attractive and mature. Her jade-like face was still incomparably bright, as if she was a teenage girl. "Will you go back with me?" Yang Dingtian asked. Spirit Rabbit came over and looked deeply at Yang Dingtian, then shook her head and said, I want to look after Grandpa." Yang Dingtian said, "You can't look after him. You should know what it means that the Snake People Empire has entered the southern barbarian continent." Spirit Rabbit said, "It's better than no one watching, or the consequences will be more serious." Yang Dingtian reached out and gently stroked her little face, saying nothing more. "Yang Dingtian, let go of your hand, or I'll cut it off." Wu Daozi roared. Spirit Rabbit's delicate body trembled, and she quickly let Yang Dingtian's hand leave her face, and said softly, "Sect Master Yang, you can go back." Yang Dingtian said, "Rabbit, no matter what I do in the future, I hope you can understand." "Yes, I can understand." Spirit Rabbit said, "I won't make any requests. No matter what the result is, it's what we deserve." Yang Dingtian nodded at Spirit Rabbit, and then flew out of the Vulture Palace. On the way out of the southern barbarian continent, Yang Dingtian found that there were already countless Snake People troops on the ground, roaring at Yang Dingtian in the sky, provoking him to fight. A male sea serpent flew into the air and blocked Yang Dingtian's path, pointing at Yang Dingtian with a weapon in his hand. "Lowly human, this is not where you should be. If you want to go over, crawl under my crotch." Then, he used his long snake tail to form a door. Yang Dingtian suddenly drew his sharp sword and slashed down from a distance of a few dozen meters. Swoosh! In an instant, the male sea serpent was turned into a pile of meat paste. Then, Yang Dingtian aimed at the sea serpent army on the ground and cast devil sky-splitting lightning. Pa 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 pa! In an instant, hundreds and thousands of Snake People Empire troops were all turned into charcoal. Yang Dingtian looked at the incomparably huge Snake People tower in front of him, and at the top, there was a statue of Queen Xianxia. He slashed with his sword. Rumble! Suddenly, the 100-meter-tall tower shattered and fell down, smashing the Snake People Empire troops below into meat paste. Then, Yang Dingtian said coldly, "Your Snake People Empire dared to intrude into the territory of the Tiando League. You're courting death. I'll give you 7 days to get out of here. Otherwise, I'll kill all of you." Yang Dingtian's words were like thunder, echoing in the sky for hundreds of kilometers. Suddenly, the Snake People Empire troops trembled. Then, Yang Dingtian whistled away. Less than 100 kilometers away from the southern barbarian continent, there was a black vulture floating in the air in front of him. A woman wrapped in a black cloak was on the black vulture. "Mr. Yang Dingtian, how have you been?" A woman's voice sounded. Yang Dingtian was instantly startled. This voice sounded a little familiar, but it was even more unfamiliar. The woman lifted her cloak and revealed her face. It turned out to be Vulture, the vulture of the little princess of the Vulture Palace. She had changed too much. She seemed to have matured by nearly 10 years, and her face was no longer as delicate as before. Instead, it had become gorgeous. Her chest was still relatively flat, but the curves of her waist and buttocks were very enchanting. The little princess in Yang Dingtian's memory had completely disappeared. "Mr. Yang Dingtian, you once wanted to support Wu Daozi, but he was even more hostile to you than my great-grandfather. You reap what you sow," Vulture sneered. Yang Dingtian said, "You stopped me for this?" Vulture said, "How about we make a deal?" Yang Dingtian said, "At present, you don't have anything I want." Vulture said, "That's not necessarily true. Maybe you'll find something. How about you help me get rid of Wu Daozi, and I'll be your lover?" "A cheating lover?" Yang Dingtian laughed and said, "You overestimate your attractiveness." Vulture said, "A wife is not as good as a concubine, and a concubine is not as good as a thief. I know this very well. I'm now Dongli's woman. You should feel a sense of accomplishment by stealing his wife. Moreover, I promise I won't let anyone else know." Yang Dingtian said, "You really think too highly of me. Why do you think I can get rid of Wu Daozi?" Vulture said, "Of course you can't do anything to Wu Daozi, but Queen Xianxia can. As long as you agree to have sex with her, she will completely break off her cooperation with Wu Daozi and withdraw from the southern barbarian continent. She will even join forces with you to expel Wu Daozi. Then my great-grandfather will once again take charge of the Vulture Palace and continue to be neutral like before, and I will become your secret lover. Isn't this the best result? Note, please support me. Yang Dingtian glanced at Vulture. Although this woman's appearance had matured, her brain was completely rusty compared to before. Although she was not wise before, she was very clever. Now, even her last bit of cleverness had been lost. But it was strange. Even if she was in dire straits before, she would not come to him for help. In the past, she hated Yang Dingtian the most. She would rather be in dire straits than admit defeat in front of Yang Dingtian. Because Yang Dingtian was almost the only man who was good to her. Because of her betrayal, she had to maintain her dignity in front of Yang Dingtian. Unexpectedly, at this time, she actually said that she would be Yang Dingtian's lover. It seemed that she had lived a very, very unhappy life for more than 2 years. Yes, Vulture's life was more than unhappy. Compared to before, it was completely like hell. After Wolingzi lost the supreme status of Vulture Palace, the one who suffered the greatest loss was not Wolingzi, but Vulture. Previously in the Vulture Palace, she was only below one person and above thousands of people. She could call the wind and summon the rain, and there was nothing she could not do. In the Vulture Palace, Spirit Rabbit was completely like an ant. She could hit and scold as she wanted. However, since Wolingzi compromised and surrendered, he was still an expert of the sage level, so naturally, no one dared to provoke him. The status of Vulture had completely plummeted. Although no one dared to directly mock or bully her in front of her. But the whole Vulture Palace was ignoring her and giving her the cold shoulder. On the other hand, Spirit Rabbit was loved and respected by all the disciples of Spirit Vulture Palace. Because she was extremely beautiful and very kind. After Wu Daozi came to power, his means of eliminating dissidents were very cruel. Only Spirit Rabbit's kindness could neutralize his cruelty. In the past 2 years, she had saved countless people. Therefore, Spirit Rabbit was completely like an angel in Vulture Palace, completely replacing the previous position of Vulture's princess. Moreover, the disciples of the Vulture Palace admired her from the bottom of their hearts. Compared to Vulture, no one cared about it at all. Previously, whenever the disciples of the Vulture Palace saw her, they would desperately try to curry favor with her. At most, he would just nod and greet them, or even ignore them. Vulture could not accept such a difference in treatment. She felt more and more unbalanced in her heart due to her disappointment and jealousy. In fact, the contempt the people of the Vulture Palace had for her was not entirely because Wolingzi was no longer the master of the Vulture Palace. After all, Vulture was a celestial spiritualist and was very mysterious and powerful. Everyone looked down on her because of her relationship and marriage. In the beginning, her marriage with Wu Yuming was envied by almost everyone. Although the male disciples were a little jealous, Vulture's position in their hearts was higher. One had to know that Wu Yuming was the master of the Tiando League at that time, at least half of the Tiando League's masters. And after Wu Yuming and Yang Dingtian's duel and were defeated, Vulture's position was not affected much because of the Chaos Times' consecutive month of reports. Although Wu Yuming had been defeated, his reputation were higher. Everyone knew that he was one of the young masters of the evil ways. Moreover, his defeat had nothing to do with his cultivation. His cultivation was still higher than Yang Dingtian's at that time. He remembered that after serializing Wu Yuming's story for a month, his female fans in the human country skyrocketed. Of all the things he should not have done, Vulture should not have left Wu Yuming so heartlessly after he was defeated. This caused her image to plummet instantly. How could a woman be so realistic? Wu Yuming was defeated and lost the Tiando League's master, and she wanted to divorce him. If that was all, it would have been fine. The most fatal thing to Vulture's reputation was her remarriage. After separating from Dongli, she actually remarried to the notorious Dongli. Moreover, she remarried without any status. She was only one of Dongli's concubines. Therefore, in everyone's eyes, she was no different from a broken shoe. In the Vulture Palace, her reputation was bad. There were even people in the Vulture Palace who were openly talking about her behind her back. According to her temperament, she would have killed all those people long ago. However, Wulingzi was not allowed to give Wu Daozi any leverage. Vulture had already seen through Wulingzi's cowardice and was thoroughly disappointed. However, this was the only support she had left. She had once placed her hopes on Dongli and did not hesitate to serve him. However, the perverted Dongli from before seemed to be a completely different person. Although he was still very perverted sometimes, most of the time, he barely spoke, as if he was a cold metal man. The little Princess Vulture suddenly felt as if she couldn't even call for help. Therefore, she placed all her hopes on Queen Xianxia. After all, the Snakeman Empire's forces had entered the southern barbarian continent. Moreover, Queen Xianxia's strength made Wulingzi and Wu Daozi tremble. Queen Xianxia summoned her and requested that Queen Xianxia support Wulingzi and give up supporting Wu Daozi. Faced with Vulture's request, Queen Xianxia chuckled. Then, as if she was joking, she said, "All right, as long as you can pull Yang Dingtian onto my bed, I'll help you. How about it?" This was originally a joke, but Vulture treated it as a life-saving straw. Therefore, she proposed a deal to Yang Dingtian. Hearing her words, Yang Dingtian could not help but say, "Vulture, where is your dignity, your pride?" Hearing this statement, Ling Jiu shuddered while her beautiful face turned pale. She sneered and said, "Sire Yang Dingtian, when everything you have is being stepped on by someone else and you are being tortured by a pervert, all your pride and dignity will vanish." Then, Vulture looked at Yang Dingtian. "I'm serious. As long as you help me take back everything I have, I'm willing to be your secret lover and let you play with me. I'm sure you've had some improper thoughts about me in the dead of night." Yang Dingtian stared at her, and suddenly felt that even the Vulture from 2 years ago, although incomparably vicious and incomparably selfish, was more adorable than this. Suddenly, he saw that there seemed to be a strange pattern on her neck. Vulture suddenly pulled open her collar, revealing most of her snow-white upper body. Her snow-white body was densely covered with tattoos, all of which were tattoos of poisonous snake scales. Then, she smiled cruelly and said, "There are more perverted ones, do you want to see?" "No, I don't want to see," Yang Dingtian said. Vulture lifted her clothes and turned around, only to see that at the cervical vertebrae of her neck, tiny and delicate golden fins pierced out of her snow-white skin. At a glance, it made her look devilishly sexy, and she looked more like a sea serpent. They were planted alive piece by piece, not in the flesh, but in the bones. Vulture said, "You feel sorry for me, right?" Vulture said, "If you feel sorry for me, then help me." Yang Dingtian stared at her and said slowly, "I can't help you." Then, he, Yao Li, and Bolu left. Yang Dingtian, you bastard, you bastard. Vulture said, "Do you want to watch me completely fall into the 18th level of hell? That Wulingzi deserves to die." Yao Li suddenly said. Yang Dingtian was silent and did not speak. Bolu suddenly said, "Sir Yang Dingtian, I feel a very terrifying aura from this woman's body." "What aura?" Yang Dingtian asked. "It's as if an incomparably terrifying Viper King is struggling in the depths of hell and transforming. Once it succeeds, it might become an incomparably ferocious and terrifying flood dragon." Bolu said. Yang Dingtian was stunned and said, "Strange, why do you have such a feeling? She's clearly acting very foolishly now." Yao Li suddenly said, "Yang Dingtian, Bolu has a certain understanding of face-to-face. Therefore, in the dark domain, he can recognize you at a glance." Yang Dingtian said, "She has the talent of a celestial spirit master, 1 in a billion. However, she's lazy, selfish, and vicious. Currently, there's no room for a breakthrough in her cultivation." Bolu said, "From my point of view, she's in her most miserable state right now. You either kill her or take her in. Otherwise, I'm worried that the future will change." Yang Dingtian thought for a while and said, "It's impossible to take her in. My wife and children are all kind and cute. Once I join her, my family will not be at peace." "Then kill her." Bolu said, "I noticed that her eyes are gradually showing signs of blood pupils. Those with blood pupils will bring a huge disaster." Yang Dingtian nodded and did not say anything else. The three of them rode the demon eagle and quickly flew back to Zhongjing. After returning to Zhongjing, Yang Dingtian directly held the highest meeting of the Council of Light. I propose to mobilize the Navy and Air Force to completely seal off the southern barbarian continent and annihilate any ships within 1,000 miles of the coast of the southern barbarian continent. I propose to send the Blazing Fire Legion to follow the fleet and be ready to take off at any time to annihilate all the air forces of the southern barbarian continent in sight. I propose that the medium and large missile troops all board the ships and be ready to carpet bomb all the ground of the southern barbarian continent. I propose that the Southern Barbarian Continent Legion, Yingzhou Legion, and Zhongjing's 1st Legion, a total of 2 million ground troops, be ready to board the ships at any time. Once the Southern Barbarian Continent is destroyed, immediately prepare to disembark. Moreover, all of this is in the name of eliminating the rebellion of the Vulture Palace and expelling the invaders of the Southern Barbarian Continent. Yang Dingtian's words shocked everyone. Xianxia was so excited that his hair almost stood up. Dongfang Minmi said, Sect Master, are we going to use force to take back the southern barbarian continent? Yang Dingtian said, no, this time we're mainly preparing to attack the forces of the Snakemen Empire in the southern barbarian continent. As for the southern barbarian continent, I hope we can take it back without using too much force. I really don't want the entire Black Vulture Legion to die under our Phoenix-level missiles. Qin Wanchou said, then what's your plan? Yang Dingtian said, 1 million troops, in the name of supporting Wulingzi and expelling the invaders, surround the southern barbarian continent. Although our army is ready at any time and is very close to the southern barbarian continent, it will take at least 7 days to complete the encirclement. After 7 days, Wu Daozi and I will have a duel at the Heavenly Edict Academy. What? Dongfang Minmi was shocked. Yang Dingtian said, Master, don't worry. If it's Wulingzi, I wouldn't dare to say it. But if it's Wu Daozi, I'm almost certain I'll win. After defeating him, we'll expel him from the Vulture Palace. Whether Wulingzi acknowledges it or not, we'll put him back in his position. Then, our million troops will only attack the Snakeman Empire's army and not the Vulture Palace. With Wulingzi's personality, he'll definitely be a coward and not offend either side. After destroying the Snakeman Empire's forces in the southern barbarian continent, our million troops will directly land on the southern barbarian continent and truly take control of the southern barbarian continent's defense area. We'll also form a de facto encirclement of the Vulture Palace. Qin Wanchou said, with Wulingzi's personality, he'll definitely be furious, but there's nothing he can do. Yes, he's a coward at heart. He's good at scheming but not decisive. He's timid and greedy for life. He can't be coaxed, he can only be beaten. Yang Dingtian said, after completing the encirclement of the Vulture Palace, we'll disintegrate and infiltrate from the inside. We'll strive to swallow the entire Black Vulture Legion and, in fact, complete the annexation of the Vulture Palace. Then, Yang Dingtian said, of course, this is the most ideal situation. There might be many unforeseen events, and the biggest one is the Snakeman Empire's Queen Xianxia. Once she interferes, the consequences will be severe. Therefore, we have to carry out a greater deterrent to the Snakeman Empire. Send out a large number of troops to the Dongli grassland and conduct a military drill. We'll act as if we're going to attack the Dongli grassland and support the Snakeman Empire's rebel army. Qin Wanchou said, in that case, perhaps the scale of the troops dispatched will be very, very, very large. Yang Dingtian said, send out part of the Western Capital's army, the Northwest Continent's army, the Iron Furnace City's army, the Northland army, and the Cloud Sky City's army. Qin Wanchou clicked his tongue. This might exceed 8 million troops. Yang Dingtian said, just treat it as a drill for the expedition to the Snakeman Empire. Without such a large force, we won't be able to intimidate the Snakeman Empire. And that's not enough. There are 2 other things we need to do. We need to make sure Queen Xianxia understands that the Snakeman Empire is our true target. Dongfang Minmi said, what are those 2 things? Yang Dingtian said, first, the Palace of Skulls is currently being guarded by the Snakeman Empire's experts. I'll lead all of the unbounded martial grandmasters to wipe out the Snakeman Empire and take back the Palace of Skulls. After that, Master, Yu, Bolu, and Demon Li will enter the Snakeman Empire and wait for an opportunity to help the rebel army. We'll carry out large-scale assassinations and destruction in the Snakeman Empire cities. Dongfang Minmi was silent for a long moment. If we do that, we might really anger Queen Xianxia. Yang Dingtian said, yes, she might. But since she needs my help, she won't be able to completely turn on me. Seclord, Qin Wancho said, you're taking a huge risk. But if we don't take any risks, we won't do anything. That's what I think we should do. And thus, the highest echelons of the Council of Light voted to launch a large-scale military operation against the Snakeman Empire in the South Barbarian continent. After the meeting was over, immediately, hundreds of Devil Vulture messengers flew out in all directions. A day later, the Tiando League's 10 million troops began to assemble, indicating that an unprecedented war was about to break out. Everyone was shocked. Just as the Tiando League's army was gathering, Yang Dingtian led many masters to the Taboo continent to take back the gate of the human kingdom and completely block the passage from Little Western Paradise to the human kingdom. Riding on the fastest demon eagle, they arrived at the Taboo continent in just one day. Yang Dingtian saw the 4 sea serpents guarding the entrance almost immediately. Without a doubt, Yang Dingtian did not know any of the 4 sea serpents. But they were all near the level of infinite great masters. However, not only were there experts from the Sea Serpent clan guarding this place, there were also experts from the Netherworld Sea. There were 4 experts from the Netherworld Sea, including Tai Muley, the culprit who cut off Song Zhao's leg. In Yang Dingtian's plan, there was no plan to start a war with the Nether Ocean at the moment. That was because the Nether Ocean was actually the power of Little Western Paradise. Because the master of the Nether Ocean, Wu Yu, was the descendant of the Demon Fox tribe and the Speechless tribe. Yang Dingtian immediately stepped forward and said, Elder Tai Muley, I'm here to take over the gate of the human kingdom, please allow me to do so. Before Tai Muley could say anything, the leading Naga female general suddenly opened her gorgeous mouth and spat out her terrifying snake tongue, making a terrifying roar at Yang Dingtian. Tai Muley looked at Yang Dingtian and said, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, I believe you know the origin of my master. So this gate of the human kingdom belongs to the Nether Ocean, and no one is allowed to offend it. Yang Dingtian said, then why is the Naga tribe here? Tai Muley said, this is the relationship between my master and Queen Xianxia, and it's none of your business. Yang Dingtian suddenly narrowed his eyes. The alliance of the Nether Ocean, the Vulture Palace, and the Naga Empire was a huge disadvantage to him. Your master is from Little Western Paradise, and the Nether Ocean is in the human kingdom, so they should follow the rules of the human kingdom. Yang Dingtian said slowly, this part of the Taboo Continent Sea is in the human world. Naturally, it should be managed by the Tiando League. Tai Muley rolled his eyes and said slowly, words are useless. Mr. Yang Dingtian, you can either do it or get lost. Of course, you have to remember that if you make a move, you will become the enemy of the Netherworld Sea, and even the Little Western Paradise. Tai Muley was right. It was useless to rely on words. However, should he make a move? If he made a move against Wu Yu, it would mean that he had completely fallen out with Wu Yu. Currently, did Yang Dingtian have the qualifications to fall out with Wu Yu? There was another crucial question. Was Wu Yu in the human kingdom, or was he still in the Little Western Paradise? What is it, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian? Have you thought it through? Do you want to scram, or do you want to fight? Tai Muley said. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and thought for a while. Pa, pa pa pa, several demonic sky-splitting lightning bolts quickly hacked over. Before Tai Muley could finish his words, he was directly struck and his whole body was completely charred black. Yang Dingtian's demonic sky-splitting lightning was the signal to attack. Immediately, Yao Li, Bo Lu, and Dongfang Minmi quickly took action. In an instant, the 8 experts guarding the entrance of the Taboo Continent were all killed. Of course, Yang Dingtian did not kill them, so the 8 experts did not die, but were only seriously injured. Tai Muley's body was charred black. He looked at Yang Dingtian and said coldly, kill me if you have the guts. You have offended my master, what will the consequences be? You will know soon enough. Yang Dingtian looked at him and said slowly, that day, you cut off Song Zhao's leg and Zhu Hongshua's arm. Today, I will make you pay for it. After that, Yang Dingtian slashed down with his sword. Suddenly, Tai Muley's arm and leg were directly cut off. Tai Muley did not say a word. He gritted his teeth and stared at Yang Dingtian. The taboo continent sea area was taken down so easily. The next step was to send people to guard it. Originally, Bo Lu and Yao Li were guarding it, but now Yao Li might have another mission. Bo Lu should also go to the Dongli grassland. But now, Yang Dingtian felt that one of the two had to stay. Therefore, Yang Dingtian ordered Bo Lu, Ah Wen, Ah Wu, and Elder Ning Busi to stay and guard the entrance of the taboo continent sea area. Among these 4 experts, 3 of them were powerhouses close to rank 14. Elder Ning Busi was also an unbounded great grandmaster. Unless Queen Hai Xian, Wu Yu, Wu Daozi, and Wu Lingzi came in person, no one in the human countries could break through. Wu Daozi and Wu Lingzi would not come. It was not certain whether Wu Yu was in the Netherworld Sea. It was very likely that he was in the Little Western Paradise. Then, the only one who would come to fight for the entrance of the taboo continent sea area was Queen Hai Xian. However, her motivation to fight for the Skull Hall was not very strong. She did not have much of a good impression of the Little Western Paradise. If nothing unexpected happened, the Queen of the Sea Hearts would come to see him before the next step of the plan. She would also come to see him immediately after knowing that Yang Dingtian had returned to Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian looked at Bo Lu and said, "I'll leave the entrance of the taboo continent sea area to you. But once powerhouses above the half-saint level rush over, do not fight them head-on. Immediately give up and protect yourself." "Yes," Bo Lu said. Then, Yang Dingtian led the experts back to Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian was right. Queen Hai Xian had indeed come. Not only had she come, but she had also entered the valley. At this moment, she was holding her enchanting son, Yang Yi, who had the bloodline of a demigod. Moreover, her expression seemed to be very fond of him. "Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, you're back?" Queen Hai Xian smiled and said, "Your son is really beautiful. I really want to carry him away and make him my son." Then, Queen Hai Xian sweetly said to Yang Yi, "Good baby, come back to the Naga Empire with me and be my son, okay?" Yang Yi only smiled gently and did not answer. Yang Dingtian stood still and looked at Hai Xian's beautiful face. Hai Xian reluctantly returned Yang Yi to Yao Rao and then said to Yang Dingtian, "Let's talk." "Okay." Yang Dingtian directly walked out. After Hai Xian left, Yao Rao immediately hugged Yang Yi tightly and then gasped for breath. She covered her heart and felt waves of pain. When Hai Xian entered the valley, although no one showed it, she had really frightened everyone. Because there was simply no one who could stop her. "I won't ask where you've been for the past 2 years, and I won't ask how your cultivation is," Queen Hai Xian said. "You've made such a big move, are you going to officially attack my Naga Empire?" Yang Dingtian said, "You're thinking too much, it's just a normal drill. Of course, we have to know all the illegal ships that go to the human countries." Then, Yang Dingtian said, "Oh right, I've also caught the 4 female Naga generals you left at the taboo continent sea entrance. You can bring them back to the Naga Empire." Queen Hai Xian's beautiful face suddenly changed, and she said, "Yang Dingtian, are you determined to go against me?" Yang Dingtian said, "Your Majesty, I should be the one saying this. I know that I'm always preparing for the war of destruction, but I insist on allying with the evil ways and trying to destroy the human countries." Queen Hai Xian said slowly, "There's no other way, the Dongli grassland is too small to accommodate the Naga Empire, and it can't accommodate my ambitions." Then, Queen Hai Xian said, "Yang Dingtian, but there's another way to solve my ambitions. That is, I won't invade the human countries as long as you're alive. You and I can give birth to a real Naga, and then in the future, not only can he inherit the Naga Empire, he can also inherit the entire human countries and become the master of the world. Isn't that the best ending?" Yang Dingtian said, "In that case, can you help me deal with the evil ways?" Queen Hai Xian was silent for a long time, then shook her head and said, "Sorry, that's impossible. After understanding the evil ways, after understanding the Demon King Wendian, I won't choose to be their enemy. At most, I'll be neutral and won't interfere in the war between you." Yang Dingtian smiled coldly and didn't reply. Queen Hai Xian suddenly said, "Yang Dingtian, do you still remember Shimin Ningning?" Yang Dingtian trembled and said, "What do you mean?" Queen Hai Xian said, "I know her secret, and I even know where she is. If you agree to my request, then I can tell you where she is." Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's heart beat faster, and then he said coldly, "Who knows if you're telling the truth?" Queen Xianxia said, "Actually, the Naga in this world hasn't completely disappeared. Your Shiman Ningning is a descendant of the Naga." Yang Dingtian was shocked. Of course, he wasn't shocked because Queen Xianxia said this fact, but because this fact came from Queen Xianxia's mouth. How did she know so much? Queen Xianxia frowned slightly and said, "Strange, after hearing this secret, you don't seem to be very, very surprised." Then Queen Xianxia said, "You should know clearly that once you find Shiman Ningning, you won't just get a lover or a wife. You'll get the help of a real Naga. At that time, your power will be like a tiger that has grown wings." Yang Dingtian said, "This is very contradictory. If there's a real Naga in this world, then the one who will suffer the greatest loss should be you. You should be very worried." The Queen of the Sea Heart smiled and said, "You don't know enough." Then Queen Xianxia said, "I heard that in a few days, you'll be competing with Wu Daozi at the Heavenly Edict Academy? I'm very, very surprised. Why would you do this? Could it be that in these 2 years, you've had an incredible encounter? But since you've already decided to compete, then I might as well give you a few more days. I'll wait until your competition is over before I give you an answer. How about it?" Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "Okay." Then Queen Xianxia floated away. After a few hours, the Council of Light made another announcement to the world. 5 days later, at the Heavenly Edict Academy, the leader of the Tiando League, the leader of the Council of Light, and Wu Daozi of the Vulture Palace, would have a glorious battle. In an instant, it attracted the attention of the world. "Husband, the demon spirit you brought is very, very old." Wu Maji said, "It can be made into 2 demon spirit mist robes and 2 demon spirit black armors. It's even better than the one you're wearing." Yang Dingtian asked, "You're done?" "I'm done." Wu Maji pouted. "Who are you going to give it to?" Then, she muttered, "You gave your big grandma Shiman a gift, but the other sisters didn't. Don't think we don't know, you're so biased." Yang Dingtian immediately stretched out his hand and pinched her. "You aren't any smaller than her." "Biased, biased." Wu Maji grumbled. Yang Dingtian said helplessly, "Next, I'm going to make a very magical ring. I'll give it to you first, okay?" "Really?" Wu Maji asked. "Really?" Yang Dingtian. Wu Maji revealed a charming smile and stuck out her tongue to lick Yang Dingtian's lips. "At least you have a conscience." Then, she took out the demon spirit mist robe and demon spirit black armor. Take it, use it to please other women." Then, Wu Maji said seriously, "Husband, this demon spirit black armor is much better than what you're wearing. It can resist and neutralize a lot of damage. Why don't you change it?" Yang Dingtian, this demon spirit mist robe and demon spirit black armor are for Yaoli to carry out dangerous missions in the Naga Empire. The safer they are, the better. Her? Wu Maji said, "She's a bit like Song Chunhua. She's already loyal to you, so don't get involved with her. You'll just give us another competitor." Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. Wu Maji was like this. Song Chunhua, who followed Yang Dingtian because of her ideals, was quite cold to her. She wouldn't make friends with her and wouldn't try to coax her into her room. Only a woman like Dishi Bian who didn't care about anything, like Dishi Bian, could be her helper, so she tried every means to trick Dishi Bian into Yang Dingtian's bed. Speaking of which, this seductive woman was truly snobbish. Yang Dingtian went to send Ali off. He headed to the Dongli grasslands to carry out a secret mission. Of course, the so-called secret mission was basically to help the resistance army of the Naga Empire escape and find Huan Yu, the confidant of the former Queen Xianxia who was exiled by Queen Poisa. At the end of the day, it was to restrain Queen Xianxia and prevent her from focusing on the southern barbarian continent. Remember, if you meet someone with a similar cultivation base as you, don't accept the challenge. Safety first. Yang Dingtian said. Yaoli nodded and said, "Yes, I got it." With the demon spirit mist cloak and demon spirit black armor, unless Queen Xianxia comes personally, no one in the Naga Empire can stop me. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you." Yaoli didn't say anything else. Instead, she rode on a demon eagle and flew towards the Dongli grasslands. Following the orders of the Council of Light, the war machines of the entire human country started to move quickly. In just 2 days, the South Central Continent Army and the Ying Continent Army had finished gathering and were heading towards the southern barbarian continent. Moreover, they were all crystal ships. Dongli clippers. There were more than 1,000 ships of various sizes. The first and second armies of Zhongjing had also finished gathering and were heading towards the south. With all the military forces added together, there were close to 2 million soldiers. They were like a giant beast that was about to surround the entire southern barbarian continent. The southern barbarian continent's gathering speed was relatively faster, but the western continent's gathering speed was much slower. This was because they had mobilized troops from 4 or 5 defense regions. Although they weren't gathering in one place, the total number of soldiers involved was as high as 8 million. The few armies were separated by tens of thousands of miles. It was a huge military operation. From gathering to setting off, it took a long time. Even so, Queen Xianxia didn't seem to be affected at all. She did something that Yang Dingtian didn't want to see the most. She swaggered towards the southern barbarian continent. The new owner of the Vulture Palace, Wu Daozi, came to welcome Queen Xianxia with the greatest pomp and circumstance. Furthermore, in the southern barbarian continent's queen's new city, they publicly signed a lease agreement to lease more than 3,000 miles of the southern barbarian continent to the Naga Empire. If this happened on Earth, there was no doubt that this lease agreement would be despised. This was because it meant the loss of one's country and humiliation. However, most people in the Vulture Palace didn't have this concept. They had always regarded the southern barbarian continent as their territory. However, this area was filled with savages and savage beasts. It was very difficult for the people in the Vulture Palace to feel that this was sacred and inviolable territory. Of course, most of the members of the Spirit Vulture Palace were uncomfortable with the Serpentine Empire interfering in their sphere of influence. However, the Vulture Palace's bloodthirst had long been wiped clean by Wolingzi. They didn't have much of a reaction to this agreement. In the Queen's new city, Wu Daozi had belittled Yang Dingtian to the point that he was worthless. He had described the Heaven Dao Union's army of 2 million that was constantly approaching as a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs and didn't even place them in his eyes. Furthermore, he publicly announced to the people of the Naga Empire and the Vulture Palace that Yang Dingtian would definitely die in the martial arts competition a few days later. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was completely crazy before his death. He could be regarded as a corpse in the grave. Your Excellency Wu Daozi, you should still be careful. Yang Dingtian never lies. Since he agreed to have a martial arts competition with you, it means that he is confident, Queen Xianxia said. Therefore, you should still prepare a foolproof plan, especially for Wolingzi. Your Majesty worries too much. Wu Daozi took a sip of wine and said, I only have one question. Your Majesty, have you heard of anyone who can break through from a 9-star 9th grade Grandmaster to a half-saint in just over 2 years? Queen Xianxia shook her head and said, no. Not even in 20 years. Then that's it. Wu Daozi said, moreover, my cultivation has greatly improved in the past 2 years. Under the guidance of Princess Mudan, I have also spent a long time cultivating in the illusion of the taboo continent. Yang Dingtian is blind to challenge me to a martial arts competition. He is completely seeking his own death. Queen Xianxia frowned slightly. In fact, this Wu Daozi was not a good ally. His arrogance were difficult for even Queen Xianxia to tolerate. In comparison, Wolingzi was greedy for life and afraid of death. Although he was fierce on the outside but weak on the inside, he was easier to grasp. This Wu Daozi in front of her was a man of his word and had a very unyielding personality. If it were not for the fact that she needed him to suppress Yang Dingtian, and that the evil ways behind this person were too powerful, Queen Xianxia would still be very disgusted with this person. Therefore, she endured and said patiently, Your Excellency Wu Daozi. Wu Yuming was also full of confidence that day, but in the end, she was defeated. Suddenly, Wu Daozi's expression changed, and he said, Your Majesty, do you think that I will repeat the mistakes of that useless Wu Yuming? Queen Xianxia said, I just want you to be careful and not underestimate Yang Dingtian. Wu Daozi sneered and said, Wu Yuming's defeat was entirely his own fault. At that time, he was already an infinite great grandmaster, and his cultivation was more than 100 times more than Yang Dingtian's. In the end, he insisted on pursuing a magnificent effect and used the so-called darkness profound flame. In the end, it was devoured by some energy in Yang Dingtian's body. And coincidentally, some energy in Yang Dingtian's body could only devour the darkness profound flame, and nothing else. If he had used any other method, even the stupidest method, Yang Dingtian would have become a pile of rotting bones by now. How foolish. Queen Xianxia was completely speechless. Her patience was limited. She did not like Wu Daozi from the beginning, and seeing him so insolent, she felt even more uncomfortable. Therefore, after exchanging a few more pleasantries, Wu Daozi returned to the Vulture Palace. However, in order to avoid being taken advantage of by Yang Dingtian, Queen Xianxia still stayed in the Queen's new city in the southern barbarian continent. Half of the reason she stayed here was to protect the Snakemen Empire's base here, and the other half was to protect the Vulture Palace. As long as she stayed here, Yang Dingtian's army would not dare to do anything. As for the 8 million troops gathered in the western continent, Queen Xianxia thought that it was a trick to divert the east and attack the west. "Grandpa, please don't fight with Yang Dingtian, okay?" Spirit Rabbit said. "In fact, let's not be the master of the Vulture Palace anymore. Let's go to an extremely remote place where we don't know anyone. It'll just be the two of us living together, and I'll cook for you every day. Isn't that good?" Wu Daozi's eyes were full of tenderness, but his voice was very cold. "My dear granddaughter, as you can see, it's not me who is looking for trouble. It's Yang Dingtian who is seeking his own death." Spirit Rabbit said, "If you didn't ally with the Snakemen Empire and oppose the Tiando League, he wouldn't have become your enemy." Wu Daozi said angrily, "You are my granddaughter, the future successor of the Vulture Palace. Are you going to stand on Yang Dingtian's side? Is Grandpa's position lower than Yang Dingtian's in your heart?" "No, granddaughter is not standing on Yang Dingtian's side, but on the Tiando League's side. I'm standing on the side of justice," Spirit Rabbit said. Wu Daozi was still angry. "Let me ask you, in your heart, is Grandpa more important, or is Yang Dingtian more important?" "Of course Grandpa is more important. Grandpa is my only family, and Yang Dingtian is just a man I admire a little," Spirit Rabbit said. "He's a clown." "Why do you admire him?" "He's a clown who overestimates himself." Wu Daozi said sternly, "From now on, you are not allowed to mention his name, and you are not allowed to see him." Spirit Rabbit said with tears in her beautiful eyes, "Okay, Grandpa, I won't see him. So let's find a place where there is no one and live there for the rest of our lives, and don't get involved in their battle between good and evil. Isn't that good?" "Impossible." Wu Daozi said coldly, "It wasn't easy for me to get back what belongs to me. How can I give it up like this? I lost decades of my life and lived in hell. Since God has let me stand between heaven and earth again, how can I be so lonely and unknown? I want the whole world to know my name, Wu Daozi. I want the Vulture Palace to stand at the top of the world. I want the whole central continent to be your playground in the future. I'd rather die than give up everything and live in seclusion." Spirit Rabbit looked at Wu Daozi's fanatical face, and after a long time, she said sadly, "Grandpa, you don't love me as a person anymore. It's because you want to monopolize me. The only thing you care about is your ambition." "Nonsense." Wu Daozi said sternly, "Do you also want to become a stupid woman? After a few years in the Heavenly Enlightenment Academy, your brain was washed away?" The Spirit Rabbit said, "In the most dangerous and difficult times before, you were still concerned about whether I was happy or not. But now, you just want to imprison me in your cage. You don't care whether I'm happy or not. What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't everything I do for you? I want to expand the foundation of the Vulture Palace tenfold, 100-fold. Isn't it to pass on to you?" Wu Daozi was furious. "You're only doing this for yourself. And you clearly know that because of the evil spirit energy, plus that evil secret technique of yours, you'll live well even after I die," the Spirit Rabbit said. "So, no matter what you do, don't use my name. Shut up." Wu Daozi was furious and slapped her in the face. However, when he slapped her, he regretted it and the strength was greatly reduced. But he still slapped Spirit Rabbit's delicate and beautiful face. Suddenly, half of her delicate face became red and swollen, and blood flowed out of the corner of her mouth. Then, the room fell into a dead silence. Spirit Rabbit didn't cry, nor did she say anything like "you hit me." She just gently rubbed her face and then lowered her head in silence. Wu Daozi's face twitched and his hands trembled. "You'd better reflect on yourself here. And after Yang Dingtian dies, you'll probably wake up." With that, Wu Daozi snorted and turned to leave. Just like that, time passed day by day. The Tianda League's 2 million army had basically surrounded the southern barbarian continent. Then, the two armies were in a standoff. However, Queen Xianxia was still guarding the southern barbarian continent's queen's new city. As long as she was there, the Tianda League's army couldn't attack and destroy the Snakeman Empire's army and cities in the southern barbarian continent, let alone land on the southern barbarian continent. If this situation continued, even if Yang Dingtian defeated Wu Daozi in the martial contest, it would be useless as long as Wu Daozi was eliminated. Queen Xianxia would immediately find Wolingzi and continue the previous alliance and cooperation. Then, Yang Dingtian's plan to completely take over the Vulture Palace would be completely ruined. At this time, Yao Li had already contacted the resistance army and had begun to rescue Queen Poise's confidants. She had even begun to assassinate the higher-ups of the Snakeman Empire. Through the fastest energy flying object, Queen Xianxia received important information about the Snakeman Empire, but she remained unmoved. Until one day, the Snakeman Empire sent a message that made Queen Xianxia unable to sit still. "Queen Poise's body has been stolen and disappeared." Instantly, Queen Xianxia was shocked. Then, she no longer cared about the southern barbarian continent and the Vulture Palace and immediately returned to the Snakeman Empire as quickly as possible. Queen Poise's body had been stolen. This meant that someone wanted to dig out Queen Xianxia's heart and lungs and destroy her foundation. Queen Xianxia finally left, and Yang Dingtian's strategy could finally continue. Soon, the 2 million army had completely surrounded the eastern part of the southern barbarian continent. And the day of Yang Dingtian and Wu Daozi's martial arts competition was quickly approaching. Everyone's attention was on the Apocalypse Academy. Stealing Queen Poise's body was personally done by Yang Dingtian. Because Queen Poise's body was in the core energy formation of the Naga Empire's pyramid. Even a half-step saint would be instantly killed by this energy array. For the sake of this energy formation, the Sea Heart Queen had used countless crystals, darkness crystals, and who knows how many thousand-year-old demon cores to form this incomparably powerful energy formation. And the key to this energy formation was always with Queen Xianxia. It could be said that no one in this world could pass through this energy formation and steal Queen Poise's body. Of course, Yang Dingtian was an exception because he could create a spatial door and directly pass through the energy formation. Yao Li had already caused chaos in the Naga Empire, but Queen Xianxia was still overseeing the southern barbarian continent, unmoving. Seeing that the date of the duel was getting closer and closer, Queen Xianxia didn't have any intention to leave the southern barbarian continent. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had no choice but to use this plan and touch the thing that Queen Xianxia was most afraid of and cared about the most. As expected, after hearing this news, Queen Xianxia first felt that it was impossible. It was absolutely impossible. No one could pass through that energy formation. Then, her heart jumped. Someone wanted to dig out her roots and overturn her Naga Empire. So, how could she care about the southern barbarian continent? She flew to the Naga Empire as fast as she could. The news that Yang Dingtian was going to duel with Wu Daozi at the Heavenly Edict Academy instantly spread throughout the world. Now, the Council of Light had almost controlled all of the human countries, so it could be said that this duel was definitely the focus of the world. More than 2 years ago, Wu Daozi had come to the Heavenly Edict Academy to provoke, defeated all the experts, and trampled on the dignity of the Heavenly Edict Academy. At that time, Yang Dingtian had said that he would get back the dignity that had been trampled on, so the students of the Heavenly Edict Academy didn't have to be dejected. Therefore, even though there were still a few days before the start of the tournament, all the students of the Heavenly Edict Academy were already boiling with excitement. Even the entire Shijing was in a state of frenzy. Apart from Yang Dingtian's family, his comrades, and the students of the Heavenly Edict Academy, the ones who were most concerned about this tournament were none other than Yang Dingtian's family, comrades, and the students of the Heavenly Edict Academy. Without a doubt, it was Wulingzi and Vulture. Even though Wulingzi had told Yang Dingtian not to interfere with the Vulture Palace, he had given up the position of the Lord of the Vulture Palace willingly. But in the depths of his heart, he really wanted Daozi to die. He also heard that the reason Yang Dingtian and Wu Daozi had a martial arts competition was to bring order to the chaos and eliminate the rebels. Although this was Yang Dingtian's bad intentions, Wulingzi's heart still moved. Of course, all the excitement and anticipation only lasted for a moment. Because in Wulingzi's heart, it was impossible for Yang Dingtian to win, and it was also impossible for him to die. Sigh, no matter what? Yang Dingtian, that little thief, offended us too much, so it's good that he's dead. Wulingzi said. Vulture said, is there a possibility that Yang Dingtian will win, just like the duel with Wu Yuming? Everyone didn't think Yang Dingtian would win, but he still won? Wulingzi glanced at Vulture and said, do you think it's possible? That day, when Yang Dingtian and Wu Yuming dueled, the difference in cultivation between them was like heaven and earth. It was only because Wu Yuming foolishly used the dark profound flame that she lost. Do you think that Wu Daozi will give Yang Dingtian a chance? Do you think that Yang Dingtian's dark profound flame can do anything to Wu Daozi? Vulture thought for a while and shook his head. No. Then Vulture said, but if Yang Dingtian knows that he's not a match, why did he accept the challenge? Wulingzi said, because he promised the Heavenly Edict Academy that he would defeat Wu Daozi and regain the Heavenly Edict Academy's dignity. Moreover, it's more of a trick to drive a wedge between me and Wu Daozi. He used millions of troops to surround the southern barbarian continent and fought with Wu Daozi. He's trying to force me to take a side and create an established fact. It's best if I directly start a coup in the Vulture Palace and take back the position of the Lord of the Vulture Palace. Then Wulingzi sneered. Does he think I'm stupid? That I'll be so easily intimidated by him and board his broken ship that's doomed to silence? I've thought about it very clearly. How long can Wu Daozi live? At most, 30 or 50 years. When he dies, the Vulture Palace will still be able to stop me. Even that little girl, Ling Tuer, will be able to sit firmly on the position of the Vulture Palace Lord. So when the time comes, the Vulture Palace will still be mine. Vulture looked faintly at Wulingzi and said, you can endure humiliation for 50 years, but what about me? Wulingzi said, I can endure, why can't you? Remember, evil ways are no longer the evil ways of the past. They already have the power to overturn the heavens. If a mere Yang Dingtian wants to stop them, it'll be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Vulture was silent for a moment and said, that day, I asked him to help me, but he didn't agree. Why did he fight with Wu Daozi later? Wulingzi's eyes turned cold. He said coldly, you think he did it for you? Don't think too highly of yourself. At this time, in his eyes, you're even worse than a prostitute. You only have one path, and that is to serve young Master Dongli well. Only then will your luck turn for the better in the future. Just wait, just wait. Tomorrow, you'll get the news of Yang Dingtian's defeat. Then, the terrifying army of millions in the Tiando League will retreat with their tails between their legs. Yang Dingtian, this clown, wants me to fall into his trap? He's dreaming. Vulture's beautiful face twitched slightly, but she didn't say anything else. At this time, the entire Shijing was packed with people. Although Yang Dingtian said that he would definitely win, the Council of Light still made the most thorough preparations. All the first-line and second-line legions of the Council of Light stopped resting and entered a state of battle readiness. As long as they gave the order, they could easily suppress any rebellion or move to any place. The whole of Shijing had been turned into a huge military camp. Millions of soldiers had entered, completely preventing any possibility of causing any trouble. In the hearts of all the higher-ups of the Council of Light, regardless of whether Yang Dingtian would win or not, he definitely wouldn't die. Even if he lost, it wasn't a big deal in the eyes of the higher-ups of the Council of Light. At most, the southern barbarian continent's strategy would fail temporarily and be delayed. Moreover, Yang Dingtian didn't become the leader of the Tiando League through martial arts. But just in case, they still made all the necessary preparations. At this special time, those vassals who had been defeated, as well as the secret forces of the Sky Demon City, the Naga Empire, and Vulture Palace in the Tiando League, all had to be careful. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. If they moved slightly, it would be a disaster. At this time, the Council of Light would rather kill the wrong person than let them go. It could be said that if Yang Dingtian were to win, it would be fine. But if he were to lose, those people and factions that had a criminal record would be done for. They would basically be dead for sure. Because if Yang Dingtian lost, the entire Tiando League would enter a state of high alert. Then, no matter what, a medium-sized war would definitely be fought. They had to divert everyone's attention from the martial arts competition and regain morale in other places. Therefore, at this time even Sky Demon City and the soldiers on the city walls were all pulled down. They even directly closed the city gates, afraid that any action would cause the Tiando League to misunderstand. Vulture Palace. Wu Daozi had entered Shijing. This news instantly blew up in the entire Shijing. Everyone's hearts were suddenly in their mouths. It could not be helped. Wu Daozi was too ostentatious. He led a few hundred black vultures in a sharp knife formation and directly entered Shijing. Countless pairs of eyes saw him. Moreover, there were thousands of Tiando League's air forces surrounding him as he entered Shijing. Yang Dingtian entered Shijing in a rather low-key manner. He rode a black vulture to the south alone and entered Shijing's Xianxia Academy. The Xianxia Academy did not even have a holiday that day. They still attended classes and practiced as usual. Less than a quarter of the higher-ups of the Council of Light were present. The rest were guarding the various places. The martial arts competition would be held at noon. At this time, there was still about 2 hours before noon. Yang Ningning specially applied for leave to accompany Yang Dingtian. Dad, I am now a 5-star black martial master. I am the strongest person under the age of 15 in the Xianxia Academy, Yang Ningning said proudly. That's amazing. Yang Dingtian said, but even if you are a 5-star black martial master, you shouldn't talk back to your mother. She only knows how to complain. Little. Ningning pursed her lips and said, she only knows how to be a well-behaved young lady every day. It would be best if I could be like Aunt Yan Yan and be just passable in martial arts. Don't fight and kill. Just wait to marry a good husband. This kind of thinking is too useless. Yang Dingtian said, then what do you think is useful? Little Ningning thought for a while and said, Aunt Song Lihua and Aunt Song Chunhua are quite useful. Of course, they are not good enough. At least, they should be like Dongfang Bingling. Yang Dingtian was instantly speechless. His daughter's heart was truly extraordinarily big. Yang Dingtian said, but when you grow up and become powerful, maybe the world will be peaceful. Little Ningning said, Dad, don't worry. The world will never be peaceful. Even if we win the Doomsday War, who knows how much trouble there will be. Moreover, when the time comes, you can't have to draw your sword and charge into battle for everything. As your daughter, I should fight for you. Also, Yang Li, Yang Yi, Yang Yichen, and little Ah Cho will be left to us in the future. Then, little Ningning thought for a while and said, forget it. Little Ah Cho will definitely be a playboy in the future. We can't count on him. Yang Dingtian really felt like his children had grown up. He patted her head and said, that's great. Then I'll wait to enjoy your blessings. Of course. Yang Ningning said. Then, Yang Ningning finally couldn't help but whisper, Dad, that Wu Daozi is a half-saint. Can you win? This was everyone's worry. Could Yang Dingtian win? Yang Dingtian looked at Yang Ningning seriously and said, Girl, over the years, I've been through countless martial arts competitions and duels. Almost every time, it looked like I was bound to lose. I was weaker than the others. Every time, I didn't have any confidence to win. But, this time is an exception. This time, I'll definitely win. Immediately, Yang Ningning was completely relieved. She happily hugged Yang Dingtian's arm and continued to chatter. However, they were no longer talking about big matters. Basically, they were talking about small matters. For example, she was already a tyrant under the age of 15 in the Heavenly Edict Academy. She already had many underlings under her. Moreover, she had never publicly said that she was Yang Dingtian's daughter. Yang Dingtian looked at her delicate little face and then stood up to measure her height. Yang Ningning immediately stood in front of Yang Dingtian excitedly and even tried to stand on tiptoe. The little girl had grown up. She was almost as tall as Yang Dingtian's nose. On Earth, she should be about 1.6 meters tall. Immediately, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask, "Girl, are there any boys in the academy who like you?" Talking about this topic, little Ningning wasn't shy at all. She said, "At first, there were many. They were all 15 or 16-year-old brats. Each and every one of them thought that they were extraordinary and were extremely childish. After that, no one dared to like me?" Yang Dingtian was speechless. "You're only 13 years old, yet you call others brats." He smiled and asked, "Why don't others dare to like you? Did you hit them?" "Of course not." Yang Ningning said, "After I became the boss of hundreds of students, they were ashamed of themselves and didn't dare to like me." Yang Dingtian immediately smiled. Under this kind of happiness, time flew by. Yang Dingtian had never stayed with little Ningning for so long. It really made her excited. For 2 to 4 hours, she was like a little bird, chattering nonstop. Until a voice came from outside. "Sect Master, it's time for the competition." Yang Dingtian got up and walked outside. As he walked, he said, "Girl, do you want to go out with me or wait for Daddy here?" Ningning's little face paled. Although she had always been bold, she really didn't dare to watch. However, waiting here quietly made him even more anxious and fearful. I'd better go out and watch." Little Ningning said, "Anyway, Daddy, you said that you would definitely win." Yang Dingtian nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, I will definitely win." There was already a sea of people around the Heavenly Edict Academy's martial arts arena. Some of the higher-ups of the Council of Light and all the students of the Heavenly Edict Academy had taken a break to watch the competition between Yang Dingtian and Wu Daozi. Yang Dingtian had just walked onto the martial arts arena when countless gazes instantly focused on him. They were filled with anticipation and endless admiration. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was the hope of everyone present. Although it didn't matter if he lost, for the young students present, if Yang Dingtian lost, it would be a devastating blow to their morale. On the other side, Wu Daozi also slowly entered the arena. In the entire martial arts arena, the two of them were separated by 30 meters, quietly facing each other. "Mr. Wu Daozi, before the competition, do you need me to remind you of your promise?" Yang Dingtian asked loudly. Wu Daozi said coldly, "If I lose, I will be exiled forever, return the position of the Vulture Palace Lord, grant my granddaughter freedom, and not be an enemy of the Council of Light." Yang Dingtian, "Then, will you keep these promises?" Wu Daozi said slowly, "I, Wu Daozi, will keep my word." "Then I want to ask, what if you lose?" Yang Dingtian, "What if I lose, do you still need to say it specifically?" Wu Daozi showed a cruel smile and said, "Yes, that's right. If you lose, I will never allow you to live in this world." As soon as these words came out, the faces of everyone present changed. "Well, enough chit-chat, let's start." Wu Daozi said disdainfully, "I really can't stay in this place for half a minute. The sooner it ends, the sooner I can go back to the Vulture Palace." The disdain in his words was undisguised. Yang Dingtian directly pulled out his Emperor-grade soul sword and said, "You are the elder, you go first." Wu Daozi said, "You are courting death, you go first. Of course, you can use the demonic spirit mist cloak, demonic spirit black armor, and guardian ring." Yang Dingtian, "Since it's a martial arts competition, I have already abandoned these things." Then, Yang Dingtian said again, "Since you let me go first, it would be impolite to refuse." Yang Dingtian raised his sword and slashed at Wu Daozi. Swish! A soaring sword light slashed at Wu Daozi's head. Wu Daozi didn't pull out his sword and directly blocked with his scabbard. Boom! In an instant, Wu Daozi's scabbard turned into ashes. His whole body shook violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, Wu Daozi showed a look of complete disbelief, and hissed, You have broken through to the semi-sage realm." Yang Dingtian said, "How would I dare to fight with His Excellency Wu Daozi without breaking through to the half-saint level? Impossible. Impossible." Wu Daozi exclaimed in shock. "The gap between a ninth-order grandmaster and a half-saint is as wide as a chasm. There's no way you could have made a breakthrough in just half a year." Yang Dingtian didn't say anything else. The truth was right in front of him, and he had no choice but to admit it. At this moment, the spectating Heavenly Edict Academy and the other academies were completely excited. His Excellency Yang Dingtian had broken through to the half-step saint realm and became the first half-step saint in the human world. What kind of miracle was this? His Excellency Yang Dingtian was not even 30 years old. Was His Excellency Yang Dingtian really omnipotent? After a long time, Wu Daozi recovered from his shock and sneered, "So what if you've broken through to the half-saint realm? You've been to the Forbidden Continent's illusory realm before, so you should know that a day inside is equivalent to 100 days outside. Do you know how long I've been cultivating inside? Even if you've broken through to the half-saint realm, it's still a dead end." Then, Wu Daozi shook lightly, and the powder of the scabbard on the sword suddenly flew away, revealing the incomparably sharp blade. "Now, you'll take my sword," Wu Daozi said coldly. Then, he gathered all his profound qi and slashed down at Yang Dingtian. Swish! Suddenly, this sword light seemed to pierce the sky, completely covering the light of the two suns. Yang Dingtian suddenly used the demon spirit demon fire energy shield, completely enveloping himself in an instant. Boom! Wu Daozi's shocking sword light slashed on Yang Dingtian's body. With a loud noise, a shocking light suddenly burst out. In an instant, the demon spirit demon fire energy shield on Yang Dingtian's body suddenly shattered and turned into ashes. The remaining profound qi energy suddenly entered Yang Dingtian's body. Yang Dingtian only felt his body shake violently, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the entire huge martial arts arena was smashed to pieces. This Wu Daozi had a full cultivation of rank 16 and above. He was no longer a half-saint. But so what? It was only rank 16. It was impossible to kill Yang Dingtian. Even defeating him was an extravagant hope. Yang Dingtian looked at the dueling platform that had turned into powder and said slowly, "Your Excellency Wu Daozi, this place is too small. How about we go to the sky and fight to our heart's content?" Wu Daozi said, "Fine, so as not to affect your shrimp soldiers and crab generals." Then, the two people suddenly turned into two streams of light and flew directly to the sky above tens of thousands of meters. Boom 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 boom, in the air, the two people slashed crazily and intertwined crazily. Suddenly, a series of loud noises came from the sky. It was as if the entire sky was completely torn apart, and the two suns were completely invisible. When it came to top experts, it was more of a naked exchange of blows, a collision of profound qi. In an instant, the two people exchanged hundreds of moves. Although each move was earth-shattering, tearing the sky, neither side could do anything to the other. Boom! After the last sword light was cut, the two people stopped the meaningless sword light slashing. Tens of thousands of meters apart in the air, they continued to confront each other. Then, Yang Dingtian's body was like a cannonball, suddenly bombarding toward Wu Daozi. And Wu Daozi also turned into a stream of light and fiercely rushed over. This kind of duel was very similar to Queen Lan Qi and Bui Cao in New Naga. The two people were completely like comets hitting the earth, with incomparably astonishing speed and incomparably astonishing light, slamming together. Boom! There was a loud noise that shook the sky. At the place where the two people collided, all the trees on the nearest mountain peak were instantly shattered. The originally lush green mountaintop was suddenly emptied and turned into a patch of gray. The light of the two people's collision almost became another sun. Everyone suddenly looked at the sky desperately in horror, fearing to see Yang Dingtian fall, or even be smashed to pieces. The light gradually dissipated. Both of them were safe and sound. Even if it was a pure energy collision, even if Yang Dingtian did not have any dark spirit black armor, he was completely safe and sound. That's right, Wu Daozi was the 16th level, but so what? Yang Dingtian's Xian veins and Qi had been transformed by the Naga royalty Xian veins. Yang Dingtian had a powerful dark Xian fire that could devour excess energy, and there was no need for the dark dragon to come out. After the collision, the distance between the two people was less than a foot. The sword light could not be slashed, nor could the energy collision. Yang Dingtian immediately brandished his sword and slashed wildly at Wu Daozi. Dang 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 dang, after who knows how many years, Yang Dingtian once again surged with the pig-killing swordsmanship. But at this time, when he used the pig-killing swordsmanship, he was no longer as stupid as before. Because the speed was already extremely fast, slashing out countless swords every second. The naked eye was not interested at all, only a mass of light and shadow could be seen. In an instant, Yang Dingtian slashed out countless swords. In terms of swordsmanship, Yang Dingtian was number one in the world. However, Wu Daozi's cultivation was slightly better, so his speed was also slightly better. Thus, in a close combat, the two were still unable to do anything to each other. Dang, only a crisp sound was heard. Suddenly, the sword in Wu Daozi's hand flew out in half. His treasure sword was cut in half by Yang Dingtian. Although his treasure sword was also a rare treasure, the blood-black gold sword, compared to Yang Dingtian's near-emperor-grade soul sword, it was still a little inferior. After slashing countless swords, it finally couldn't bear it and directly shattered. Taking advantage of this short period of time, Yang Dingtian's sword was like lightning, and every move was fatal, slashing towards Wu Daozi's body. Puff 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 puff, suddenly, blood splattered everywhere. Wu Daozi's body was slashed dozens of times by Yang Dingtian, and blood spurted out wildly. Swoosh, Wu Daozi suddenly exploded with profound qi, and his entire body quickly burst back a few thousand meters. Looking down at the blood all over his body and countless deep wounds, he suddenly raised his head. Suddenly, a green light flashed, and the wounds all over his body instantly disappeared. His body that was riddled with scars suddenly recovered as before. Humph, it's just relying on the sharpness of the treasure sword. What kind of ability is that? Wu Daozi sneered. Yang Dingtian, Senior Wu Daozi, if not for the evil spirit energy, you would have been torn into pieces by now. So what? Wu Daozi sneered. Gently wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Wu Daozi said to Yang Dingtian, your combat strength is far beyond my imagination. You are really worthy of being the number one person in the Tiando League. But unfortunately, you met a possessor of evil spirit energy, you are still a dead end. Then, Wu Daozi suddenly roared. In an instant, his entire body suddenly exploded, turning into more than a dozen doppelgangers. That's right, there were more than a dozen Wu Daozi, and they suddenly formed a formation and directly surrounded Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian had seen this move before. At that time, when Zhu Qingzhu was fighting against a group of heroes, he had once used this move, but his doppelgangers were far less than Wu Daozi in front of him. Whoosh 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 whoosh, more than a dozen Wu Daozi doppelgangers frantically swept towards Yang Dingtian. Of these dozen doppelgangers, only one was his real body, and the rest were formed by evil spirit energy, completely unable to harm him. Moreover, although the evil spirit doppelgangers were doppelgangers, they still had the power to attack, and it was a pure spiritual attack. Whoosh 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 whoosh, more than a dozen Wu Daozi, more than a dozen broken swords, madly attacked Yang Dingtian, and it was impossible to know which one was real and which one was fake. Yang Dingtian alone was completely unable to avoid the attacks of more than a dozen Wu Daozi. Immediately, Yang Dingtian was hit more than a dozen times. Although it was all the energy attacks of the evil spirit doppelgangers, it still made his profound veins tremble, and blood spurted out. The real Wu Daozi was hiding among these dozen doppelgangers, waiting to give Yang Dingtian a fatal blow. Once hit, it would be absolutely fatal, therefore, Yang Dingtian absolutely could not be passive, because it was simply impossible to guard against. Suddenly gritting his teeth, the sharp sword in Yang Dingtian's hand slashed fiercely. Clap 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 clap, an incomparably huge devil sky-splitting lightning struck down incomparably ferociously. In an instant, an incomparably huge bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across the daytime sky, crazily bombarding the bodies of more than a dozen Wu Daozi. One had to know, the evil spirit doppelgangers were completely unafraid of the devil sky-splitting lightning, but Wu Daozi's real body found it very difficult to resist it, but the cunning Wu Daozi made all the doppelgangers have the same reaction, trembling violently in the air. Hurting the doppelgangers was useless, they had to attack the real body. The evil spirit doppelgangers were completely invincible, completely impervious to any harm. But now, using the devil sky-splitting lightning, Yang Dingtian was also unable to distinguish which was the real body and which was the doppelganger. At this time an incomparably strange scene appeared in the sky. More than a dozen Wu Daozi were currently trembling desperately, all floating in the air, motionless. This was the real Wu Daozi recovering. Once it completed recovering, it would launch a fatal blow at Yang Dingtian. Must find the real body. Yang Dingtian suddenly released the million spirit demon fire's resentful spirits, instantly enveloping the entire sky. Let countless resentful spirits go and search which one was the real Wu Daozi. But countless resentful spirits all fluctuated together, intensely fluctuating. Regardless of whether it was the real Wu Daozi or the doppelgangers, countless resentful spirits all had the same reaction. Still unable to distinguish, Yang Dingtian fiercely gritted his teeth and suddenly used his trump card. Swoosh, the demonic spirit that lost its limbs suddenly flew out of the spatial ring, pouncing out like lightning. This was a rank 19 demonic spirit, Yang Dingtian's pet. Could it find the real body? Yang Dingtian didn't know. Because the attraction of the evil spirit energy to him was completely fatal. So it was very likely that it would pounce on the evil spirit doppelganger. However, the source of the evil spirit energy was within the main body, so it was very likely that it would pounce on the real body. Swoosh. The rank 19 demonic spirit suddenly pounced on one of the Wu Daozi. And that Wu Daozi immediately had a horrified look in his eyes. It's you, Wu Daozi, you're finished, Yang Dingtian sneered, and the devil sky-splitting lightning hacked down crazily at him. Because he had to support more than a dozen doppelgangers, the cultivation of Wu Daozi's real body was greatly reduced, and he couldn't withstand Yang Dingtian's full-strength devil sky-splitting lightning. Yang Dingtian was still a step too slow. When the incomparably shocking devil sky-splitting lightning struck Wu Daozi's head, all of his clones had already disappeared, and all of the evil spirit energy had returned to his body. Pah! The huge lightning struck Wu Daozi. With a flash of blue light, his entire body was quickly charred black, and then restored to its original state even faster. Because the moment his true body was recognized, he had already recalled his evil spirit clones. At this time, the devil sky-splitting lightning could no longer hurt him at all. Wu Daozi looked at the rank 19 devil spirit lying on his body in surprise, revealing an incomparably horrified expression, and said in a trembling voice, Yang Dingtian, you're really amazing. You can actually keep a devil spirit of nearly 10,000 years as a pet. But so what? It's just a small trick. What can you do to me? Then, the two people quietly confronted each other again. Both sides had exhausted all means, but neither could do anything to the other. Yang Dingtian stared at Wu Daozi angrily. Damn this evil spirit energy, it was actually so difficult to deal with. If not for this second-class evil spirit energy, even if Wu Daozi was rank 16, he would have died under his sword. Wu Daozi looked at Yang Dingtian and sneered, what other means do you have? Just use it. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and began to release the mystic fire. Whoosh! Million spirit demon fire. Whoosh! Devil spirit demon fire. Whoosh! Void-splitting fire. Of course, he wasn't going to create the mystic fire lightning, because the mystic fire lightning was too slow. Wu Daozi could easily dodge it. He was just purely using the mystic fire. 3 mystic fires began to condense quickly, spinning, and jumping in Yang Dingtian's palm. Wu Daozi's face was slightly aghast, and then he suddenly gritted his teeth. Suddenly, the evil spirit energy emerged from his body, forming a powerful energy shield, enveloping his entire body. Go! Yang Dingtian's mystic fire smashed out like lightning. Whoosh! 3 rapidly spinning mystic fires smashed into Wu Daozi's body with incomparable ferocity. Boom! There was another earth-shattering explosion, and another dazzling light, like the light of a nuclear explosion. Even though they were tens of thousands of meters away, the people on the ground could not see anything on the battlefield and were temporarily blinded. Half a minute later, the light gradually faded. Wu Daozi was still floating in the air, safe and sound. Ha 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 ha. Wu Daozi laughed coldly and said, Yang Dingtian, you've run out of tricks, right? Your 3 heaven and earth obsidian flames are extremely powerful. However, you still can't break my evil spirit energy barrier, ha ha ha. Yang Dingtian immediately gritted his teeth. He originally thought that he would be able to win this battle, and it would be an easy victory. But the power of the evil spirit was far beyond her imagination. Of course, lightning energy could ignore the evil spirit energy shield. However, the mystic flame lightning's attack was too complicated. Furthermore, the location was fixed. As long as one avoided that location, they would be safe. Then, Wu Daozi looked at Yang Dingtian and said, "Now it seems that you can't do anything to me, so your plan is going to fail. If you haven't found another way, I won't play with you anymore. I'm going back to my vulture palace." "Wu Daozi, didn't you say that you want to kill me and tear me to pieces?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Why are you leaving in a hurry now?" Wu Daozi laughed and said, "You know you can't do it, but you're a fool. I can't kill you, but what if I joined forces with Queen Xianxia? What if I force Wolingzi to join me? You'll still die. Then, how about you take one more move from me before you leave?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Is it mystic flame lightning?" "It's useless. You can't hit me at all." Wu Daozi laughed. "No, it's not mystic flame lightning. It's another more mysterious cultivation method. Do you want to try it?" Yang Dingtian said. "Haha, I don't believe you have any other cultivation method. There is no energy in this world that is more powerful than the evil spirit energy." Wu Daozi said, "Let's try it. However, if you can't do anything to me with this move, then I'm very sorry. I won't play with you anymore." "Okay. If I still can't defeat you with this move, then this competition will be a draw," Yang Dingtian said. Wu Daozi raised the evil spirit energy shield again and said with a smile, "What moves do you have? Come at me." Yang Dingtian slowly closed his eyes. This move was definitely going to be a sure win. Otherwise, if he let the tiger return to the mountain, all his previous efforts would be wasted. And Wu Daozi, who already felt Yang Dingtian's threat, would definitely do everything possible to force Wolingzi to join hands and eliminate him. One Wu Daozi, Yang Dingtian was not afraid. But if Wolingzi was added in, or even Queen Xianxia, then Yang Dingtian would find it very hard to escape too. Looking at it now, Wu Daozi's evil spirit energy shield was virtually completely unsolvable. Unless the attack energy far exceeded Wu Daozi's cultivation. But this was impossible. Yang Dingtian was only rank 15, while Wu Daozi was rank 16. The mystic flame lightning's position was fixed. It was simply impossible to hit it. Therefore, the method that Yang Dingtian thought of was the darkness mystic flame. That's right, it was the darkness mystic flame. Of course, just relying on the darkness mystic flame was useless. Because the darkness mystic flame's energy level was even lower than the evil spirit energy. It was completely helpless against the evil spirit. Yang Dingtian's idea was to use the darkness mystic flame to carve out a dark vortex. A true black hole should be able to devour all energy. Then, would it also envelop the evil spirit energy? When the evil spirit energy was inside Wu Daozi's body, Yang Dingtian still had no way to deal with it. But releasing it outside the body and turning into an energy shield, then could the vortex black hole created by the darkness mystic flame directly devour the evil spirit energy shield completely, regardless of whether it succeeded or not. Yang Dingtian had to give it a try. Opening both eyes, Yang Dingtian's left hand once again summoned 3 heaven and earth mystic flames, which began to spin, becoming incomparably terrifying energy. His right hand summoned a powerful darkness mystic flame. But it was not a whole one that was summoned out, but strand by strand, piece by piece. Immediately, these darkness mystic flames formed an incomparably beautiful energy formation. This incomparably complicated and incomparably beautiful energy formation began to spin and rotate at lightning speed. Instantly, it became an extremely profound and mysterious vortex black hole. Huo! Yang Dingtian suddenly shot this vortex black hole out. Wu Daozi was immediately shocked and immediately dodged like lightning. However, this was impossible to avoid. The vortex black hole followed like a shadow, shrouding above his head. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The mystic flame black hole formed by the darkness mystic flame became faster and faster, more and more powerful. It crazily devoured all energy. Wu Daozi was shocked to find that the evil spirit energy on the surface of his body was rapidly dissipating, quickly disappearing into the black hole vortex above his head. Wu Daozi moved frantically, desperately trying to avoid this vortex black hole, but it was completely useless. The vortex black hole that was devouring kept following closely behind. In the blink of an eye, the evil spirit energy shield on his body became thinner and thinner. In the end, all the evil spirit energy shield was swallowed up cleanly. Of course, it did not disappear. It was still closely connected to Wu Daozi, but it was swallowed into another isolated space. Immediately afterward, Wu Daozi was even more shocked to find that the dark vortex above his head was even going to completely swallow him. He suddenly flew into a rage, circulating all the mystic chi energy in his body. Suddenly, the feeling of devouring ended. Because his energy level exceeded Yang Dingtian's cultivation, and also exceeded the maximum devouring power of this energy black hole, the vortex black hole could not successfully devour his body. But for Yang Dingtian, this was enough. The 3 mystic fires in his left hand were rapidly rotating, bombarding Wu Daozi's body. Wu Daozi desperately dodged, quickly dodging. However, the 3 mystic fires quickly chased after him like shadows. Finally, they slammed into Wu Daozi's body. Boom boom boom, once again, like a nuclear explosion, Wu Lingzi's body was hit by the energy of the 3 mystic fires. Almost instantly, his entire body was turned into a mass of charcoal, and then immediately turned into ashes. His handsome and majestic body directly turned into powder. But even so, the evil spirit energy still protected his heart, head, mystic veins, and qi. His entire body was completely turned into ashes. But the most important parts of his body were all protected by the evil spirit energy. The dark vortex could suck away his evil spirit energy shield, but it could not completely suck it away from his body. So, even if he was smashed to pieces, even if he turned into ashes, the evil spirit energy would still make him recover quickly, as good as new. To hell with the evil spirit energy, to hell with the evil spirit energy. At this time, Wu Daozi's body became incomparably strange, leaving only the mystic veins, heart, qi, and head under the protection of a mass of blue light. His whole body seemed to have completely become a mass of energy. Sure enough, under the protection of the evil spirit energy, his sword tip began to recover. First, the head, inch by inch, flesh and blood grew out again, eyes, nose, and even hair. However, because a large amount of evil spirit energy was blocked in the mystic fire black hole, the recovery speed became very slow. Only Wu Daozi's head was intact, and he slowly said, "Yes, Yang Dingtian, I have lost this battle." "Yang Dingtian, then you fulfill your promise." "Promise?" Wu Daozi slowly said, "What promise?" "Return Spirit Rabbit's freedom, return the position of Vulture Palace Master to Ling Chizi, and exile yourself forever," Yang Dingtian said. "Ha ha 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 ha." Wu Daozi laughed and said, "In your dreams, Yang Dingtian. I lost, but it doesn't mean that I will fulfill my promise. Don't you know that for a top expert, promises are complete farts?" Then, Wu Daozi began to gradually recover his neck, and said, "Not only will I not fulfill my promise, after returning to Vulture Palace, the first thing I will do is to force Wu Lingzi and contact Queen Xianxia in the Snakeman Empire. The 3 of them will join forces to kill you. Of course, we can let Queen Xianxia successfully borrow your seed first, and then kill you. You scourge, how can I let you live after humiliating me like this?" Yang Dingtian looked at Wu Daozi and said slowly, "You are even more despicable and shameless than Wu Lingzi. Despicable is the passport of the despicable. Haven't you heard of this saying?" Wu Daozi said slowly, "What can a noble person do? Can a noble person eat him?" "Yang Dingtian, kill me if you have the ability, and I won't take revenge on you like crazy. But you can't kill me. You can't do anything to me. I have second-grade evil spirit energy, I have an immortal body. Even if I'm smashed to pieces, I still can't die." After saying that, Wu Daozi laughed wildly. Yang Dingtian suddenly stepped forward, aimed the sword in his hand at Wu Daozi's head, and slashed down. Wu Daozi's head was easily cut off. However, it was only the bones and flesh. Its brain and profound veins were still protected by the evil spirit energy, and had even become a kind of pure energy body. It was impossible to destroy. This was a second-grade evil spirit. It was completely different from third and fourth-grade evil spirits. Although a third-grade evil spirit had life, it only protected the profound veins, qi, and brain. A second-grade evil spirit actually transformed the profound veins, qi, brain, and heart into an energy body. It was completely indestructible. Pa 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 pa, Yang Dingtian's devil sky-splitting lightning crazily struck Wu Daozi's brain energy body. However, it was still completely safe and sound. Yang Dingtian was really going crazy. Their evil spirit energy was so abnormal. How could they fight it? How could they fight it? Ha 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 ha. The flesh and blood of Wu Daozi's head was still slowly growing. Yang Dingtian, I'm really happy to see you flustered and exasperated. Just you wait, wait for me to bring Wu Lingzi and Queen Hai Xian over and tear you into pieces. I'll kill your Council of Light and Tiando League until chickens and dogs are in chaos, ha 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 ha. Wu Daozi's wild laughter could be heard clearly within a few 100 miles. Not only the Heavenly Enlightenment Academy, but also the Western capital heard it clearly. This voice made one's heart tremble with fear. Yang Dingtian looked at Wu Daozi and slowly said, I originally just wanted to banish you to the edge of the world and not ask about the matters of the human world. But now you are actually so crazy and shameless. Then don't blame me. Ha 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 ha. Wu Daozi laughed wildly and said, What can you do to me? What can you do to me? Yang Dingtian said, Yes, I can't kill you. However, I can imprison you forever, banish you to the dark world, banish you to the death continent. Then, Yang Dingtian suddenly released the void-splitting fire. Boom. The void-splitting fire was released, and it grew bigger and bigger. The black and white flames completely merged into a transparent fire, and then it continued to expand. Finally, the void-splitting fire tore open an energy door, leading to the first dark world, the death continent's spatial door. Go, there will never be any life there, and you will never be able to come out. Yang Dingtian said sternly, You only have yourself to blame. Yang Dingtian firmly locked onto Wu Daozi's energy body while slowly enveloping the void-splitting gate. Wu Daozi struggled desperately in panic, but now he had to use all his evil spirit energy to restore his body. Most of the evil spirit energy was swallowed by the vortex, so he couldn't avoid Yang Dingtian's demon spirit demon fire at all. No, 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 Yang Dingtian, let go of me, let go of me. I promise you, I admit defeat, I will exile myself to the edge of the world, and I will hand over the position of the Vulture Palace Master. Yang Dingtian, let me go, I will return the spirit rabbit to you, Wu Daozi desperately begged for mercy and screamed desperately. When he saw that Yang Dingtian was indifferent, he scolded with extreme resentment, Yang Dingtian, you dare to banish me to the world of death. Once I come out, I will carry out the craziest revenge on you. Your women, your children, I will kill all of them. Ha 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 ha, Yang Dingtian, let me go, let me go. Yang Dingtian used all his celestial qi to push the void-splitting gate and slowly moved forward. Just like this, Wu Daozi crazily cursed and begged for mercy. The void-splitting gate suddenly passed through Wu Daozi's energy body. Whoosh, the strange and terrifying Wu Daozi instantly disappeared without a trace, and was completely exiled to the death continent without any life. If no one opened the dark door of the death continent, he would never be able to come out. Yang Dingtian slowly landed on the shattered arena of the Heavenly Edict Academy, and then raised Wu Daozi's bloody head high. Suddenly, the entire Heavenly Edict Academy was in an uproar. Long live Sect Master Yang Dingtian. The entire Shijing was in an uproar. Note, please vote. Yang Dingtian had won. Even though no one was able to see how he had won, he was able to do so. In fact, most of the people present were unable to comprehend a battle of this level. However, this did not stop them from cheering and going crazy. Their leader, Yang Dingtian, had only spent 2 years to become a half-saint and had defeated another half-saint. This was a miracle. No, this was a miracle, how could they not go crazy? Long live sect leader Yang Dingtian. The entire Xianxia Academy and Shijing had become a sea of excitement. After the victory, Yang Dingtian did not make a speech. He only glanced at all the students of the Xianxia Academy, then flew into the sky and flew toward the southern barbarian continent. Dongfang Minmi and the other higher-ups of the Council of Light also rode on their demon eagles and flew toward Zhongjing. There would definitely be a celebration banquet in the Xianxia Academy and Shijing tonight. However, Yang Dingtian did not have time to attend. Dongfang Minmi and the others did not have time to attend either. The southern barbarian continent had entered the most dangerous stage. Thousands of battleships of the Council of Light and tens of thousands of air troops equipped with Phoenix-level missiles had surrounded the eastern part of the southern barbarian continent, especially the bases and cities built by the Snake People Empire. The Snake People Empire's army did not back down at all. Nearly 1 million half-human soldiers were stationed behind the various defense lines. The higher-ups of the Vulture Palace, who were loyal to Wu Daozi, also led the 200,000 Black Vulture army to confront the Council of Light's army in the sky. Wu Daozi's order was very clear. As long as the Council of Light fired a cannon or a crossbow arrow, it would be considered a declaration of war. The Black Vulture army of the Vulture Palace counterattacked completely and did not back down at all. Therefore, the commander of this battle, Xianxia, was extremely nervous. He constantly ordered all the troops to be careful and not to fire accidentally. Everyone was eagerly waiting for the results of the Xianxia Academy's tournament. They were waiting for Yang Dingtian's final order. If Yang Dingtian won, then the fight would start immediately. If Yang Dingtian lost, he would immediately withdraw his troops. All of a sudden, the army of the Council of Light completely ignored the crazy humiliation and provocation of the warriors of the Naga Empire and remained motionless. You lowly humans, what are you waiting for? Start the war, start the war. Waiting for Yang Dingtian? Yang Dingtian is dead for sure. In a moment, Wu Daozi will deliver his head. Yang Dingtian isn't just going to die. Even those beautiful wives of his are going to be divided up by others? Really? Then let's hurry up and go. We might even be able to grab one or two. I heard that they are all peerless beauties. After you are tired of sleeping with them, you can kill them with a knife, cook them alive, and eat them. I guarantee that they will be very tender, ha 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 ha. What? You are willing to cook them and eat them? I guarantee that I won't be tired of them for 100 years. The half-human race of the Naga Empire, especially the werewolf race, had a deep hatred for Yang Dingtian. Their words were extremely vicious. The army of the Council of Light was so angry that they trembled all over. They wished that they could immediately blow this group of beasts into meat paste. However, under Xianxia's orders, everyone remained motionless and prepared to fight at any time. However, they absolutely could not allow any mishaps to occur. I wonder if the tournament over there has already ended. Vulture could not help but ask. So what if it has ended or not? The result is the same anyway. Yang Dingtian is bound to lose. Wulingzi said indifferently, stop dreaming. That little thief Yang Dingtian is no match for that old thief. Vulture said, then do you think that Yang Dingtian will die? Wulingzi sneered, what? You still can't bear to part with him? No. Vulture said, he better win. If he can't, then he will die. Wulingzi sneered, you will be disappointed. Yang Dingtian can't beat Wu Daozi, but he won't die either. He is very lucky. Vulture was silent for a moment, then said, is there no chance of winning? If he wins, what are you going to do? I have never thought about it because it is impossible. Even Yang Dingtian himself has never thought of winning. Wulingzi said, this is just Yang Dingtian's strategic blackmail. His biggest goal is to drive a wedge between me and Wu Daozi. He wants to lure me into a fight with Wu Daozi. However, his foolish plan will not succeed. On the contrary, he will suffer a great defeat and suffer a great fall in front of the world. Vulture sneered, you want Wu Daozi to win that much? No, I want him to die. I am the person who wants him to die the most in this world. However, this is impossible. Wulingzi said, if you want Yang Dingtian to win, the sun will rise in the west and the sea will flow backward. Just wait, Wu Daozi will be back soon. Yang Dingtian's millions of troops will soon retreat with their tails between their legs. At this moment, there was a sudden whistling sound from outside. This was the sound of an extremely fast-speed sonic boom. Then, there was a very familiar voice outside, saying loudly, the master of the hidden sect, Yang Dingtian, has come to pay a visit to the master of the Vulture Palace, Wulingzi. Please come out and pay your respects. After Yang Dingtian's voice fell, Wu Lingzi did not come out. Instead, the other people of the Vulture Palace poked their heads out and looked around. Everyone in the Vulture Palace had no suspense about the result of the competition. They all thought that Yang Dingtian would lose without a doubt. However, they were still very, very concerned about the result. At least, they wanted to make sure that Wu Daozi had won. When Yang Dingtian's voice sounded, everyone in the Vulture Palace was shocked. How could it be Yang Dingtian's voice? Could it be that he had won? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yang Dingtian was at most an infinite great grandmaster. He was still far from the half-saint. It was impossible for him to break through to the half-saint in less than a few decades. Moreover, their master Wu Daozi's cultivation was not only at the half-saint level, but he also had the evil spirit energy. Yang Dingtian would not only lose, but also die. However, it was really Yang Dingtian's voice outside. The first one to rush out was none other than Spirit Rabbit. The moment she rushed out, she was full of joy. She was really, really worried that Yang Dingtian would die. She really hoped that Yang Dingtian would win and stop her ambitious grandfather. However, after rushing out, the first thing she saw was Yang Dingtian, and the second thing she saw was her grandfather's bloody head. Suddenly, Spirit Rabbit's eyes turned black. The world was spinning, and she was completely unconscious. The two middle-aged women behind her hurriedly came forward to support her. Although Yang Dingtian felt guilty, he did not go forward. Gradually, more and more people flew out from various peaks and pavilions. In the end, almost all the masters of the Vulture Palace flew out. Hundreds of masters, the highest level of the Vulture Palace, were all here. They also saw the safe and sound Yang Dingtian and the bloody head in his hand. Yes, this was Wu Daozi's head. It was so vivid, majestic, and domineering that it made people shudder. Then, the whole Vulture Palace trembled completely. How was this possible? Yang Dingtian really defeated Wu Daozi, a half-saint master, and killed him. This was completely impossible. Even if the sun rose in the west, it was impossible for such a thing to happen. However, the fact was that it happened. Truly, everyone was completely and utterly shocked. All the masters of the Vulture Palace felt that their heads were exploding. For a moment, they could hardly think or react. Wu Daozi, who was so majestic and invincible before, who forced their ancestor Wu Lingzi to retreat, was now dead, and his head was cut off. This was completely related to their lives. One had to know that there were many people present who had betrayed Wu Lingzi and sought refuge with Wu Daozi. Now that Wu Daozi was dead, didn't that mean that they would be punished in the future? Finally, Wu Lingzi came out with Vulture. When he saw Yang Dingtian and the head in his hand, he still didn't dare to believe it even though the truth was right in front of him. He even shook his head vigorously as if he wanted to wake himself up. God, how was this possible? He just said that Yang Dingtian would only win if the sun rose in the west and the sea flowed backward. But now, Yang Dingtian really won. Suddenly, Wu Lingzi almost lost any ability to speak. Vulture was completely in ecstasy. Although she was curious about Yang Dingtian's ability to defeat Wu Daozi, she didn't care. She only cared about the result. Wu Daozi was dead. Great, great. Now, the Vulture Palace was back in the hands of her great-grandfather, which meant that it was back in her hands. She could call the wind and summon the rain in the Vulture Palace again. Those who had offended her and neglected her before would all be punished and punished. That bitch rabbit spirit was going to turn from a phoenix to a pheasant. Vulture was so excited that the blood in her body seemed to be boiling. She even felt like she was floating. This feeling was too good, too good. I, Vulture, am back. I will take revenge. I will definitely take revenge. I won't let a single one of them go. Yang Dingtian directly came in front of Wu Lingzi and threw Wu Daozi's head to him. He said slowly, I have killed the traitor of the Vulture Palace. From today onwards, the Vulture Palace will set things right. Ling Chizi is once again the master of the Vulture Palace. You are still the Grand Palace Master of the Vulture Palace. Do you have any objections? At this time, Wu Lingzi came to his senses and picked up Wu Daozi's bloody head. Yes, this was Wu Daozi. Whether it was his eyes or his expression, it was 100% Wu Daozi. Even if he turned into ashes, he would still recognize him. Wu Daozi was really dead. He was really dead. Wu Lingzi had looked forward to Wu Daozi's death countless times. He couldn't let him die in his hands, and he couldn't be suspected of anything. Otherwise, the evil ways would crazily take revenge. Now, Wu Daozi was killed by Yang Dingtian. This was almost the perfect ending. Then, Wu Lingzi was shocked. He thought, the Temple of Annihilation won't think that I colluded with Yang Dingtian to kill Wu Daozi. Please don't. I must draw a clear line with Yang Dingtian. Suddenly, Wu Lingzi's face turned cold. No matter how wrong Wu Daozi is, he's still a member of the Vulture Palace. It's not up to you to discipline him. Now that you've killed him, you've killed a pillar of the Vulture Palace. You must give me an explanation. In order to draw a clear line with Yang Dingtian, Wu Lingzi really went all out. These few words were extremely harsh. Yang Dingtian's eyes turned cold. He said slowly, Your Excellency Wu Lingzi, are you also rebelling? Wu Lingzi said sternly, What rebellion? Yang Dingtian said, Don't forget, the Vulture Palace is still a member of the Council of Light and is under my leadership. Now, the Snakemen Empire's million troops have entered the southern barbarian continent without the Council of Light unifying them. Don't you think this is a rebellion? Wu Lingzi said loudly, This matter was caused by Wu Daozi alone. Yang Dingtian said, Good. Now, I want to destroy the Snakemen Empire's army invading the southern barbarian continent. Your Vulture Palace's Black Vulture Legion is actually blocking my path. Let me ask you one thing. When I attack the Snakemen Empire's army, are you going to attack? If you attack, it's a rebellion? After I wipe out the Snakemen Empire's army, I'll also slaughter the Vulture Palace. You dare? Big words don't slander. Wu Lingzi laughed. Yang Dingtian sneered. Even Wu Daozi, who is evil spirit energy, died in my hands. Do you think I can do it? Suddenly, Wu Lingzi felt a chill under his teeth and immediately shut up. Wu Lingzi, Yang Dingtian said coldly, We have more than 10,000 cannons, thousands of large-caliber missiles, and tens of thousands of Phoenix-class missiles aimed at your Vulture Palace and your Black Vulture Legion. Let me ask you one thing, do you want to live or do you want to die? If you want to die, I'll give the order to wipe out the 200,000 Black Vulture Legionnaires and raze the Vulture Palace to the ground. Then I'll lead a dozen or so unbounded Grandmasters into the Vulture Palace, and use my martial arts skills to slaughter your Vulture Palace. Yang Dingtian's words were filled with bloodthirst and undisguised murderous aura. You want to die, or you want to live, Yang Dingtian said, his voice booming like thunder. Your choice. All of a sudden, the entire Spirit Vulture Palace shuddered. As for Wu Lingzi, his face was ashen, and he was trembling. This wretched old villain was both greedy for life and afraid of death. In private, he was willing to drop to his knees. But in front of all the experts in the Vulture Palace, it was impossible for him to admit defeat. Seeing that Wu Lingzi wasn't saying anything, Yang Dingtian chuckled coldly, then unleashed the Million Spirit Demon Fire, Devil Spirit Demon Fire, and Voidrant Flame, all of which were primal chaos type. They shot up into the air toward Wu Lingzi's mountain. Then, they slammed into each other, rumble, it was like the explosion of a nuclear warhead. The sky seemed to be ripped apart, and the two suns lost their light. A special type of flame that surpassed the 19th order exploded. Even from tens of thousands of meters away, the experts present felt a shockwave so powerful that they couldn't even breathe. Then, the mountain peak that Wu Lingzi lived in was directly torn apart, smashed into pieces. The enormous mountain was flattened by hundreds of meters, such power was enough to destroy heaven and extinguish the earth. Wu Lingzi was completely shaken. This lone peak was Wu Lingzi's residence. It was the symbol of his supreme position in the Vulture Palace. Even when Wu Daozi took over, he did not deprive Wu Lingzi of his position. But now, Yang Dingtian had actually shaved off the entire mountain peak by relying on his strength. How shocking was this? Wu Lingzi's entire body was completely numb. He was confident that he was stronger than Wu Daozi. The reason why he did not start the battle was that he was afraid of the evil ways behind Wu Daozi. He also felt that Wu Daozi would not live for long and that the Vulture Palace would eventually fall into his hands. But he really could not cut off a mountain by 1,000 feet. But Yang Dingtian had done it, so how could he not be shocked? As for the remaining experts of the spiritual vulture palace, they were completely divided. They even had a vague feeling that the world was about to change. And the key was that Yang Dingtian was so powerful, but he was not even 30 years old yet. How powerful would he be in the future? It was completely unimaginable. Perhaps, the world was really going to change. After Yang Dingtian performed a shocking attack, he said to Walingzi, "My army has already surrounded the Snake People Empire's army in the southern barbarian continent. They are just waiting for my order to fire. If you want your Black Vulture Corps to be wiped out, then stay here and don't move. Otherwise, come with me and bring the Black Vulture Corps back to the Vulture Palace with Wu Daozi's head." After saying that, Yang Dingtian flew toward the east of the southern barbarian continent without another word. Walingzi was definitely the kind of person who would not leave until he was led. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, he snorted coldly and flew toward the east of the southern barbarian continent with Wu Daozi's head in his hand. The eastern battlefield of the southern barbarian continent had entered the most tense state. When the generals of the Naga Empire saw that the Council of Light Corps did not dare to make a move, their provocations became more and more frenzied. At first, it was just verbal humiliation. Then, some male half-humans took out huge objects and peed on the Council of Light Legion. Then, he used the most vulgar and vicious words to profane Yang Dingtian's women and family. In the end, he decided to role-play. He found a few extremely ugly female half-human race and put them on women's clothes. Then, he wrote the names of Yang Dingtian's wives on them. Then, these ugly female half-humans played the role of Yang Dingtian's wives. On the city wall, they flirted with the Council of Light Legion, took off their clothes, and did countless indecent things. Then, they made many male half-human half-humans take turns to do those dirty things with them. Suddenly, the people from the Council of Light Legion were so furious that their stomachs were about to explode. He really wanted to rush up and tear these beasts to shreds, tearing their bodies into 1,000 pieces. However, Xianxia floated in the air and did not move. Therefore, the Council of Light Legion was full of murderous intent, but they did not move. When the Naga Empire saw that the Council of Light Legion was so tolerant, they despised them even more. Finally, there was a human that appeared out of nowhere, and he actually looked 30 to 40% similar to Yang Dingtian. After putting on makeup, he looked even more like Yang Dingtian. Then, they dressed him up like a clown and humiliated him on the city wall. The human who played the role of Yang Dingtian cried and begged for mercy. He shouted, "I'll give you my wife, my mother-in-law, and my butt. Don't kill me, don't kill me." At first, the Black Vulture Legion of the Vulture Palace was very respectful of Yang Dingtian and the Council of Light Legion. However, when they saw how the Radiance Parliament's army was being humiliated and didn't retaliate, they started to look down on Yang Dingtian and laughed heartily. They had even joined the group that was humiliating Yang Dingtian. When Yang Dingtian arrived at the scene, the drama on the city wall of the Queen's new city of the Naga Empire had reached its climax. The fake Yang Dingtian, who had been stripped of his clothes and was being humiliated, had his head chopped off by the axe. Blood spurted out, and his head fell from the city wall hundreds of meters away. His body was still being humiliated. Then, the entire Naga Empire went completely crazy. They waved their swords and opened their giant crossbows. Kill, kill, kill. The Naga Empire's barbarian army, who had been set ablaze, did not care anymore. They directly shot arrows at the fleet of the Council of Light. Yang Dingtian flew directly to the coastal city wall of the Queen's new city like a flash of lightning. In an instant, countless arrows were shot at him. They were like a storm and dark clouds. Yang Dingtian suddenly opened his palm. Suddenly, tens of thousands of arrows were frozen in the air, motionless. It was as if a movie had been paused. Then, Yang Dingtian clenched his fist. Tens of thousands of arrows were instantly crushed in the air and turned into nothingness. Yang Dingtian was back. Seeing this scene, all the anger in the hearts of the 1,000,000 troops of the Council of Light were swept away. All their worries were gone. Xianxia breathed a long sigh of relief. Yang Dingtian's return meant that he had won the competition with Wu Daozi. Then, Walingzi and many experts of the Vulture Palace flew over. Lingzi saw the 200,000 black vulture troops on his side and suddenly felt a little emboldened. He said to Yang Dingtian, "Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, you and I will mind our own business. The Naga Empire's garrison in the South Barbarian continent is the internal affairs of the Vulture Palace. I will naturally interfere. Please withdraw your troops and leave." Yang Dingtian stared at him coldly, full of disdain and contempt. He said coldly, "Either get lost or die. Don't force me to completely trample on your old face in front of everyone. Don't force me to slaughter your Vulture Palace and leave no one alive." His voice was very loud, and everyone heard it. Suddenly, everyone looked at Lingzi. It was a great humiliation. The ancestor of the Vulture Palace was humiliated like this in front of hundreds of thousands of black vulture troops. It was absolutely a great humiliation. Lingzi's face instantly lost all color. He really wanted to immediately give the order to fight to the death with Yang Dingtian. However, if he had the courage, he would have fought to the death with Wu Daozi. Yang Dingtian's bones would have been turned to ashes. This person was extremely proud, but he could also endure humiliation. He was really an extremely contradictory weirdo. Then, Yang Dingtian came to the front of Queen's New City and said loudly, "Who is the city lord of Queen's New City?" "It's me." Suddenly, a woman's voice sounded. It was another unfamiliar female Naga general. She was half an adult and only had a snake tail left. She had a bewitching face and a deep scar on her face, which made her originally gorgeous face look even more ferocious. Another Grand Master of the Naga clan, another Naga clan member who had broken through by force through evil means. However, Yang Dingtian firmly believed that there wouldn't be a second half-sage in the Naga Empire. This was because Queen Xianxia didn't allow any Naga to be on the same level as her. Only when she broke through to the saint level would she allow her subordinates to become half-sages. Yang Dingtian spoke unhurriedly, "If you bring the half-human race and your clansmen and lead the South Barbarian continent under the surveillance of my Radiance Parliament, leave the human kingdoms, and return to the Snake Men Empire, then everything will still be in time. Otherwise, don't blame me for disregarding my old relationship with Queen Xianxia and exterminating all of you, bah. Lowly human." What answered Yang Dingtian was a mouthful of saliva that was as sharp as a sword. It directly spat at Yang Dingtian's face. Yang Dingtian flicked his finger lightly, and the poisonous snake's saliva instantly turned into ashes. Then, he waved his hand and ordered, "Kill. Don't leave a person, a blade of grass, or a tree alive in Queen's New City. Yes, don't leave a person, a blade of grass, or a tree alive in Queen's New City." The supreme commander of this battle, Xianxia, repeated Yang Dingtian's order word by word. Then, he waved the order flag and roared, "Kill." Boom 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 boom. Suddenly, the sky and earth completely changed color. The entire earth seemed to be completely torn apart by extremely fierce flames. On thousands of warships, tens of thousands of cannons were all fired. This wasn't an adjective, but a real simultaneous firing of tens of thousands of cannons. Hundreds of large short-range missiles suddenly whistled from the warships and smashed toward Queen's New City with long tails of flame. In an instant, it completely covered the sky. Countless cannons formed a metal rainstorm that completely covered the light in the sky. Just less than a minute later, countless cannons violently smashed onto the incomparably huge city wall. Boom 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 boom. In an instant, the incomparably solid city wall that was like a mountain was completely torn apart like a child's toy. Boulders of thousands of kilograms and tens of thousands of kilograms were violently thrown into the sky. The half-human army on the city wall, regardless of whether they were werewolves or leopard men, no matter how agile or powerful they were all smashed into pieces. In an instant, all of them were smashed into pieces. Not to mention dying without a complete corpse, they were completely smashed into pieces. The incomparably huge Queen's New City that looked completely indestructible was completely as fragile as a flower in a storm. It was constantly being torn apart and smashed into pieces. And this simultaneous firing of tens of thousands of cannons was definitely not just once, twice, or even 8 or 10 times. It was never going to stop, round after round, round after round. It was completely the most thorough, the craziest metal frenzy, the most complete storm of destruction. The incomparably arrogant and crazy half-human army that was previously incomparably arrogant and crazy couldn't even be seen, let alone counterattack. The terrifying giant crossbows placed on the city wall were instantly shattered, let alone counterattack. One round of tens of thousands of cannons, one round of tens of thousands of cannons. Just like that, like a rainstorm, they crazily smashed onto Queen's new city. In the beginning, they used Phoenix-level cannons with X crystals. Later on, they used cannons with ordinary crystals. In the end, they used intense gunpowder cannons, as well as solidified fire oil and white phosphorus cannons. It was completely, a devastating blow. It was a complete carpet bombing. Xianxia in the Vulture Palace and the hundreds of thousands of Black Vulture troops were completely stunned. Even the ferocious Black Vulture, who didn't know what fear was, couldn't help but tremble at this moment. The scene of hundreds of thousands of cannons bombarding and exploding. No matter who saw it, even the Naga people, they would tremble all over. This was the first, most grand performance after the combination of science, industry, and crystal mystery. In this battle, the power that Yang Dingtian had in his hands was more than 1,000 times that of when he fought against Qin Chichi in Cloud Sky City. It was more than 100 times that of when he fought against Zhu Qingzhu on the sea. This incomparably shocking carpet bombing was only a small part of the production of the entire war machine of the Council of Light in these few years. The Council of Light had hundreds of secret munitions factories. If they were fully operational, they could produce more than tens of thousands of cannons in a few days. Xianxia and all the masters in the Vulture Palace saw this scene. It was completely two waves of tremors. The ground within 100 miles was instantly turned into nothingness, and instantly shattered into pieces. At this moment, there was only one sentence in Xianxia's mind. The times have changed. The times have really changed. We are going to fall behind. At least in terms of war, it had been completely overturned. The only thing that Yang Dingtian hadn't overturned was the power of martial arts. But it should be soon. He wasn't even 30 years old, but he had already killed a half-saint expert. Moreover, it was a half-saint expert with evil energy. Suddenly, a strange thought appeared in Xianxia's mind for the first time. Perhaps Yang Dingtian could really defeat the evil ways, defeat the Temple of Annihilation, and even defeat the demon King Wendian. Finally, the deafening bombing ended. The frenzied bombardment was over, and the carpet bombing was over. When the smoke gradually dissipated, everyone saw that the incomparably grand and huge city walls had long disappeared without a trace. The ground within 100 miles seemed to have been completely plowed by demons. Everywhere, it was distorted. Even the stones and soil were completely burned. Everywhere, there were distorted signs of being burned. Because the Council of Light Corps had thrown hundreds of thousands of large-scale napalm bombs on this land. As for the densely packed half-human race army, those crazily clamoring half-human race army that looked incomparably powerful had disappeared. Even their corpses couldn't be seen. They were completely smashed into pieces. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly flew up from behind the Queen. It was the main air force of the Snake People Empire, the Dark Bats. Tens of thousands of them flew into the air from 100 miles away and madly rushed toward the Council of Light Corps. Zhu Qingqi smiled disdainfully and waved the command flag. In an instant, the Golden Condor Legion, numbering less than 1,000, charged forward with a whistling sound. Seeing that the Council of Light had only sent out 1,000 Golden Condors, the Bat Corps of the Snake People Empire suddenly roared. The people of the Vulture Palace were also shocked. This Council of Light was too arrogant. Even if you had small missiles, 1,000 Golden Condors rushing up was simply courting death. One must know that these dark bats were second only to the Black Vulture Corps, and they could also spray venom. However, when there were still 40 to 50 miles between them, 1,000 Golden Eagles and warriors heading north all carried small launchers. Whoosh 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 whoosh, 1,000 of the latest Phoenix-level missiles with X crystals were shot out. Their speed was as fast as lightning. It was impossible to see clearly with the naked eye as they whizzed past. Just a few seconds later, 1,000 Phoenix-level missiles violently hit the countless Dark Bat Corps. Boom, in an instant, the entire sky seemed to be torn apart. Today's Phoenix-level missiles, regardless of the X crystal content, were much higher than before. Moreover, the proportion of wind-type and fire-type demon cores had been changed, so the lethality had been doubled. Not only that, but there were also a considerable number of incendiary bombs. Even if the black vultures were touched by a little, they would not be spared. After the shocking explosion of thousands of Phoenix-level missiles, in an instant, a large space was emptied in the middle of the Snake People Empire's Dark Bat Army. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Then, the second and third wave of Phoenix-level missiles quickly came. After only 5 waves of attacks, less than half of the Snake People Empire's dense Bat Army was left. Under the command of the female Snake People General, the remaining Bat-flying cavalry quickly dispersed. Once the targets in the air were scattered, it was no longer cost-effective to use Phoenix-level missiles. The lethality and cost-effectiveness would become very low. Thousands of Golden Eagle Army immediately changed their formation and formed a circle in the air at the fastest speed. Then, all of them put down their Phoenix-level missile launchers and replaced them with mid-sized crystal crossbows. After 2 years of development, the technology of mid-sized crystal crossbows had completely improved by leaps and bounds. The biggest breakthrough was the mass shooting. 10 corrosive poison arrows could be shot at a time, and they were shot out in a fan shape. Not only that, but the interval between each shot was also shortened by many times. More than 5 or 6 shots could be fired per minute. After thousands of Golden Eagle Army formed a large circular formation, they immediately rotated quickly in the air, waiting for the Snake People Empire's Bat Army to approach. The remaining 10,000 bats surrounded the Golden Eagle Army from all directions. Each bat was dozens of meters away from each other, and they were constantly changing their direction. They were getting closer and closer to the Golden Eagle Army. When they were 2,000 or 3,000 meters away, whoosh 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 whoosh, thousands of Golden Eagle Army began to shoot wildly. Each Golden Eagle Army to the north had 2 to 3 mid-sized crystal crossbows. So in each wave, there were tens of thousands of poison arrows shot out crazily. Moreover, this shooting did not have a standard aiming process. It was completely a whole action. The entire circular formation was constantly changing its direction. So, countless arrows were shot out from every direction. It was a complete coverage attack. Suddenly, a burst of poison arrows was seen in the air, like a rainstorm. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the rain of poison arrows was madly shooting. Every arrow here was poisonous. Currently, the Council of Light's team of mysterious warlocks had more than 10,000 members. As for poisons, it was the most thoroughly researched field. It could be said that other than the deep-sea Xian poison which was forbidden, countless other poisons had been researched and discovered. Moreover, the arrowhead of each poisonous arrow was plated with a layer of bloody black gold. That's right, the current Council of Light was rich to this extent. Even the arrows were plated with bloody black gold. It sounded shocking, but in the giant mine in the extreme south, besides Crystal X, there was also a large amount of bloody black gold. Moreover, every poisonous arrow was plated with bloody black gold, which sounded quite astonishing. But in reality, an ordinary piece of bloody black gold ore could be plated with 1,000 poison arrows. That's right, there were 1,000 of them, and they were just a thin layer on the outside. Before this was impossible because it was impossible to melt the bloody black gold. Only the mystic flame could do it. But the experts of the Council of Light couldn't use the mystic flame to melt the bloody black gold every day. This was all thanks to the warlock team of the Council of Light. They used Crystal X and various demon nuclei to build a large-scale reaction array. The temperature that this reaction array could release was actually not inferior to the earth fire generated by nature, or even higher. As a result, the forging standards of the Council of Light had completely increased by several levels. Now, how much bloody black gold did the Council of Light have in storage? Although it was very rare, with the power of the entire human kingdom, the current storage of bloody black gold was an astronomical figure. Therefore, every warrior of the Demon Vulture Legion and the Demon Dragon Legion were equipped with bloody black gold swords and bloody black gold armors. All of this became a reality. The poisonous arrows of the Air Ace Legion were plated with bloody black gold, and all of them were plated with bloody black gold. And the arrows plated with bloody black gold were highly toxic, which was researched by the warlock team. The power of such poisonous arrows was completely unimaginable. In short, as long as they were hit, they would basically die. No matter where they were shot, even if they hit the claws of the winged cavalry, they would basically die. Therefore, the bat-winged cavalry of the Snake People Empire was completely destroyed. Although the hit rate of the poisonous arrows was very low, the dark bats of the Snake People Empire were like raindrops, constantly falling. Moreover, the closer they got, the higher the chance of being hit. After only 15 minutes, the Bat Legion of the Snake People Empire had lost more than half of its members. At this time, they were only less than 2,000 meters away from the Golden Condor Legion. The commander of the Golden Condor Legion ordered, "Destroy them one by one." Suddenly, the Golden Condor Legion spread out, flying out in groups of 5 to hunt. The Bat Legion of the Snake People Empire sadly discovered that their combat power was not inferior to the Golden Condors at all. In fact, they were even stronger. Whether it was flying speed or combat power, they surpassed the Golden Condors. However, they couldn't get close to the Golden Condors at all. On each Golden Condor, there were a total of 3 medium-sized crystal crossbows. They didn't stop at all, and wave after wave of poisonous arrows were fired. Basically, 1 against 2, 3, or even 5 was no problem. Creak, creak, the Dark Bat Legion in the air screamed and fell continuously. Finally, after just half an hour, there were no longer any traces of the Bat Legion in the air. 1,000 Golden Condor Legions, armed to the teeth, had slaughtered tens of thousands of powerful Bat Legions. There were no casualties at all. Of course, the number of poisonous arrows fired by the Golden Condor Legion was in the millions. However, most of these poisonous arrows could be recovered from the battlefield and reused. In this battle, the Council of Light was completely showing off to the Vulture Palace. This was only the Golden Condor Legion and not the Demon Condor Legion. The trump card of the Council of Light, the Demon Condor Legion, was more than a few times more powerful than the Golden Condor Legion. Now, the Council of Light had a total of 4,000 Demon Condor Legions and more than 10,000 Golden Condor Legions. The remaining winged cavalry, together with the first-line aerial legion, totaled more than 100,000. If the second-line and third-line winged cavalry, such as the Griffins, were included, the aerial legion controlled by the Council of Light could exceed 1,000,000 when necessary. It could be said that the Council of Light under the leadership of Yang Dingtian was more than several times more powerful than the Tiando League 200 years ago. If this doomsday battle was of the same level as the one 200 years ago, it could be said that the Legion of Doom would be annihilated before they could even penetrate 500 miles into the northwest mainland. It was even more likely that the Legion of Doom would not even be able to land. 1,000 Golden Condor Legions equipped with Phoenix-grade missiles and medium-sized Crystal Group crossbows could destroy tens of thousands. How many would it take to destroy the hundreds of thousands of Black Condor Legions in the Vulture Palace? 20,000? 30,000? How many aerial legions of the Council of Light were equipped with group crossbows and small rocket launchers? A full 100,000. Therefore, the Council of Light was now completely fearless of the Black Condor Legions. They just could not bear to destroy everything. Because of these 200,000 Black Condors, the number of ace aerial legions of the Council of Light could instantly increase by tenfold. The way of war was completely different. The city lord of the Queen's new city, this ferocious female Naga general, looked at the half-ruined city, the countless half-human race soldiers whose bodies could not even be found, and the corpses of the dark bats all over the ground. She was instantly enraged. Yang Dingtian, you despicable person, shooting arrows in the air and firing cannons on the sea. What kind of ability is that? Hiding the head and showing the tail is not what a hero should do. If you are so capable, put your army on the ground and let everyone fight face to face. I will show you the power of the Naga Empire. Your army will definitely be smashed to pieces. Faced with such foolish words, Yang Dingtian did not even bother to refute. At this point, more than 80% of the Naga Empire's army in the southern barbarian continent had been annihilated. The remaining 20% were all behind the city, where the cannons could not reach. Moreover, most of them were cavalry, mainly the demonic wolf cavalry, the blood leopard cavalry, and the barbarian bull cavalry. The Naga Empire originally wanted to use these 100,000 cavalry as the final killing machine, waiting for the Council of Light's army to land so that they could determine the outcome of the battle. However, the Council of Light's way of fighting was completely incomprehensible to the Naga Empire. Before they landed, they had completely destroyed the city. Millions of astonishing cannons and incendiary bombs instantly wiped out the hundreds of thousands of powerful half-human race soldiers from the ground. Now, the Naga Empire was only left with this last trump card, the 100,000 demonic beast cavalry. The commander on the battlefield, Xianxia, suddenly waved the flag signal. Following his command, Li Muqiu said, "Whoosh whoosh 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 whoosh." One by one, black dots suddenly rushed into the sky from the warships. A total of 10,000 golden condors rushed into the sky and charged toward the demonic beast cavalry of the Naga Empire behind the city. Suddenly, the entire sky was densely filled with the golden condors. There was only one warrior on each of the golden condor legion's backs, and the rest were all square objects. All of them were incendiary bombs, and they were poisonous fire incendiary bombs. When they burned, not only could they not be extinguished, but they would also release poisonous smoke. Therefore, these 10,000 golden condors and warriors were all wearing special gas masks. The 10,000 golden condors quickly flew over the demonic beast cavalry of the Naga Empire. The 100,000 heavy cavalry completely covered the sky and earth, and even birds could not cross them. They covered dozens of miles. Therefore, there was basically no need to aim. Whoosh 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 whoosh, countless poisonous fire incendiary bombs suddenly fell from the backs of the 10,000 golden condors like raindrops. The demonic beast cavalry of the Naga Empire on the ground was shocked when they saw this, and they immediately fled in all directions. However, it was useless, after countless poisonous fire incendiary bombs fell to the ground. Boom 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 boom, they suddenly exploded, and then the area within dozens of meters was instantly engulfed by green flames. Each incendiary bomb was a huge wall of fire. Tens of thousands of poisonous fire incendiary bombs exploded at the same time. Suddenly, the area within dozens of miles was turned into a sea of fire. These poisonous fires were very, very terrifying. Once touched, there was no way to extinguish them, and they would continue to burn. Even if they were wearing armor, they would be directly burned through alive. Even if the flames were only the size of a palm, they could not be extinguished. They would directly burn into the flesh, burning into the body. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the Golden Condor army was constantly hovering in the air. Countless incendiary bombs were completely like raindrops, constantly falling to the ground. Yang Dingtian could be sure that the incendiary bombs dropped by the Council of Light's Golden Condor Army's attack this time far exceeded the scale of the U.S. Air Force's air raid on Tokyo during World War II. And it was not just dozens of times, but hundreds of times. Such an astonishing scale of air raids within dozens of miles. That could be said to be completely barren. No matter how powerful the Naga Empire's demonic beast cavalry was, it was impossible for them to escape. No matter how fast they could not be faster than the Golden Condors. Moreover, a poisonous fire incendiary bomb fell, and the area within dozens of meters was all covered in flames. Within hundreds of meters, there was all poisonous smoke. Each Golden Condor threw down not one or two, but dozens of them. Therefore, in the end of the battle, there was no movement on the battlefield at all. Because the ground within dozens of miles was all covered in flames, and the area within hundreds of miles was all covered in thick smoke. Under such a carpet attack of poisonous fire incendiary bombs, it was impossible for any of the demonic beast legions to survive. In half an hour, the 10,000-strong Golden Condor army had thrown down more than 500,000 poisonous fire incendiary bombs, which were tens of thousands of tons. Then, following Xianxia's order, all the Golden Condor army turned around and whistled back. One by one, they landed on the large warships in an orderly manner. That's right, Yang Dingtian's Chaotic Worlds version of the aircraft carrier battle group had been completely formed into an army. In terms of scale and number, it had completely defeated the United States aircraft carrier battle group. Even if all the aircraft carriers on the Earth's plane were added together, there were not as many aircraft carriers as the Council of Light. After the Golden Condor army withdrew, Song Chunhua suddenly flew into the sky, and then whistled. Then, from a special warship, a beautiful living phoenix flew out. It was a heavenly fire demonic phoenix that was dozens of meters in size. This thing had been devouring magma in the crack of the northwest continent for several years. It had devoured all the magma in the crack of the northwest continent for thousands of miles, and now it had completely become a behemoth. It whistled, flew to the battlefield, and plunged into the raging fire. It was not here to kill, but to clean up the battlefield. Devour, devour like crazy. Wherever it passed, all the green poisonous fire was completely devoured. Although the fire was poisonous, it did not reject it. Those flames that could not be extinguished completely disappeared after being devoured by it, and even the ground instantly became cold. In just a quarter of an hour, the poisonous fire on the ground for dozens of miles was completely devoured by it. Only a little green seeped out of its body from the fiery red. Its body also grew from dozens of meters to hundreds of meters in size. After devouring, it returned to the army of the Council of Light and became smaller and smaller. In the end, it was less than a meter in size and landed on Song Chuanhua's shoulder. At this point, the battle of the southern barbarian continent was over. The million-strong army of the Naga Empire in the southern barbarian continent was completely wiped out. This was a true annihilation. The entire process of the battle was completely over in less than half a day. As for the million-strong army of the Council of Light, only a little more than 10,000 troops were mobilized. Other than the crazy bombardment at the beginning, only the Air Force was mobilized. The ground troops were not mobilized at all. Not only that, but all the ace troops were also not mobilized. Even so, the Council of Light still fought a battle with close to zero casualties. In fact, this battle still felt like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. There was no need to use so much strength at all. However, Yang Dingtian saw this battle as a live-fire exercise, and they were getting closer and closer to the Great War of Extinction. This was a very precious live-fire exercise. Facts had proven that the Council of Light's new way of warfare, the air dominance tactics and artillery coverage tactics proposed by Yang Dingtian, were very, very effective. Especially in large-scale battles, their power was endless. This proved that in the new era of warfare, the army of the Council of Light had earth-shattering combat power. Finally, taking advantage of the aftermath of the shocking victory, Yang Dingtian directly ordered the battleships to approach the southern barbarian continent and the army to disembark. Immediately, under the shocked and unwilling gazes of the people in the Vulture Palace, the million-strong army of the Council of Light landed in the southern barbarian continent. From now on, the last piece of land in the human countries was completely in the hands of the Council of Light. Note, please vote. Seeing that the Council of Light's army was about to land on the southern barbarian continent, Wulingzi was anxious. He stepped forward and said, "Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, I'm very grateful for your help in eliminating the Naga Empire's invading army. In that case, you should leave the rest to the Spirit Vulture Palace." Yang Dingtian glanced at him and said, "Most of the Naga Empire's army has been eliminated. However, the Naga Empire doesn't just have the Queen's new city in the southern barbarian continent. There are many castles and half-human soldiers left, as well as countless half-human slaves. How can I just give up like this? Of course, I have to completely eliminate the Naga Empire's forces in the southern barbarian continent." Wulingzi said, "Leave this to us." Yang Dingtian said, "If I leave it to you, will you attack the Naga Empire's army?" "Of course." Wulingzi said, "As long as you withdraw your army, I'll find a way to completely eliminate the Naga Empire's military power." Yang Dingtian immediately said, "Good, it's very good that you have this ambition." Then, Yang Dingtian went directly to the Vulture Palace's Black Vulture army and pointed at one of the Vulture Palace experts. "You're called Spirit Crane?" This was a middle-aged man. He was slightly startled and said, "Yes, I'm Spirit Crane." Yang Dingtian knew this person. The Council of Light's intelligence had highlighted this person's importance. First, his fiancée had been snatched away by Spirit Rhinoceros as a concubine, and his right arm had been broken at that time. Therefore, this person had a lot of resentment toward Wulingzi. Moreover, after his arm was broken by Spirit Rhinoceros, he was directly expelled from the position of the third commander of the Black Vulture army and exiled to the southern barbarian continent to catch savages. It could be said that he was extremely down and out. Therefore, people from the Council of Light had already started to contact him early on, preparing to instigate him to defect. However, before the instigation really started, Wu Daozi took over. After Wu Daozi took over, he began a purge, promoting Wulingzi's haters and opponents. This spirit crane was one of the first few names on the list. Of course, he had immediately pledged his loyalty to Wu Daozi, and thus became the third general of the Black Vulture Legion, in charge of 10,000 black vultures. After the spirit crane regained his position, he had publicly expressed his dissatisfaction with Vulture and Wolingzi many times. Furthermore, he had wantonly roped in high-ranking officers who were dissatisfied with Wolingzi in the Black Vulture Corps. Therefore, no matter if it was Wolingzi or Ling Jiao, they both hated him to the bone. Daozi was finished, and Wolingzi was back in power. He was definitely going to retaliate. Basically, he would not be able to survive. Since Wolingzi wanted to destroy him, Yang Dingtian would protect him. Yang Dingtian patted him on the shoulder and said, "Old Palace Master Wolingzi said that he wanted to help the Council of Light Legion eliminate the remnants of the Naga Empire. I think you are suitable. Lead your 10,000 Black Vulture Legion and help the Council of Light eliminate the remnants of the Naga Empire." Spirit Crane was stunned, and then he immediately understood that this was his best and only chance to save his life. He immediately nodded loudly and said, "Yes." "Return to the team," Yang Dingtian said. Following Yang Dingtian's order, Spirit Crane led his 10,000 Black Vulture Legion and immediately flew toward the battlefield. Wolingzi was so angry that his whole body trembled. This was too much. This was too much. Yang Dingtian actually tried to poach him in front of everyone. He immediately said coldly, "Who dares to go? Without my order, who dares to go? Everyone, stop. If you dare to take another step forward, you will be executed immediately." Yang Dingtian's eyes narrowed. He slowly said to Wolingzi, "Wolingzi, you are not the master of the Vulture Palace yet. And even if you do, you will hand over the Vulture Palace Master to Ling Chizi." Then, Yang Dingtian raised the Vulture Palace Master's token in his hand and said to Spirit Crane, "You can enter the battlefield." Spirit Crane was not a fool. He knew that even if he stopped now, he would die. He immediately gritted his teeth and led his Black Vulture Legion to join the Council of Light Legion. Of course, a small part of his 10,000 Black Vulture Legion did not choose to enter the battlefield. Instead, they stayed in the air. However, Yang Dingtian did not care. Spirit Crane was just an example. One must know that after Wu Daozi took over, he cleaned up the entire Vulture Palace. All the key positions were replaced. Therefore, after Wolingzi regained power this time, he would definitely clean up again. When everyone was in danger, Yang Dingtian would become their life-saving straw. Wolingzi was so angry that his whole body trembled. He pointed at Yang Dingtian and said coldly, "You, don't go too far." Yang Dingtian turned around and ignored Wolingzi. With such a great victory, who could stop the Council of Light Legion from landing? It was impossible. Unless Wolingzi ordered the entire Black Vulture Legion to attack. But would Wolingzi dare to do so? Not even if he was given 10 vets. Moreover, even if Wolingzi dared to do so, these Black Vulture Legion officers would not dare to do so. They would be courting death. On the contrary, the Black Vulture Legion officers who were originally in danger felt lucky. The Council of Light Legion's army entering the southern barbarian continent might be a good thing. Oh, no, this was definitely a good thing. The landing of 1,000,000 soldiers would take a very long time. Of the 2,000,000 soldiers on the battlefield, only the 1st Legion of Zhongjing would return to Zhongjing. The rest would be stationed in the southern barbarian continent. In particular, the southern barbarian continent's army, including the fleet, would be stationed in the southern barbarian continent. This was because the southern barbarian continent's defense zone was established for only one purpose, and that was the southern barbarian continent. Once the southern barbarian continent was obtained, the southern barbarian continent would be meaningless. This was because there would be no enemies in the entire south. As for Yang Dingtian, he did not leave the southern barbarian continent and return to Zhongjing. Instead, he entered the Vulture Palace again. This was because he was going to preside over the great ceremony of bringing chaos to the Vulture Palace. He was going to use a grand ceremony to return the position of Vulture Palace Lord to Ling Chizi. Of course, whether it was Wolingzi or Ling Chizi, they did not welcome Yang Dingtian to preside over this ceremony. This was because their hearts were following the evil ways, not Yang Dingtian. However, damn it, the Vulture Palace Lord's token was in Yang Dingtian's hands. Without this token, the position would not be legitimate. Therefore, they could only hold their noses and let Yang Dingtian preside over this great hall. Moreover, Wulingzi was a weak-hearted person. Under strong pressure, he would half refuse and half accept anything. Of course, the Vulture Palace Lord's token had been destroyed in the battle between Yang Dingtian and Wu Daozi. The one in Yang Dingtian's hands was a fake, but it could also be passed off as the real thing. The Council of Light had been plotting to take over the Vulture Palace for a long time. Therefore, the Warlock team had long made many fake Vulture Palace tokens. In fact, this token was very difficult to imitate. The Warlock team of several hundred people had used countless crystals and methods. Who knew how many treasures had been scrapped? Until recently, they had barely managed to make a fake token that could pass off as the real thing. However, they still could not achieve 100% consistency. However, since the real token had been destroyed, this 99.9% of the token had become the real thing. Moreover, Wulingzi was a petty person. He was worried that Yang Dingtian would hand over the position of Vulture Palace Lord to Spirit Rabbit. That would be troublesome. Therefore, the whole process at the Great Hall seemed a little funny and strange. Ling Chizi had no enthusiasm for this position. Because even if he sat on the Vulture Palace Lord's seat, he would be a puppet. Wulingzi was a little excited. The power of Vulture Palace had finally returned to his hands. However, this great hall was actually presided over by Yang Dingtian. He was really sick of it. One must know that in the past, Yang Dingtian was nothing. He could crush him with one finger. He would not even look at him in the eye. Now, 5 or 6 people had climbed over his head. However, this did not hinder Yang Dingtian's enthusiasm at all. In this great hall, the Council of Light had given him a lot of face. All the higher-ups of the Council of Light's High Command, the Sovereign, and the City Lord were all present. There were dozens of people, which completely accounted for half of the people present. Moreover, these higher-ups of the Council of Light were very enthusiastic. Almost everyone held the hands of the higher-ups of Vulture Palace, expressing their infinite closeness. The meaning behind their words was very clear. They were all one family, and they all worked for the Council of Light. They must not be estranged. In Yang Dingtian's speech, he directly pulled the Vulture Palace into the highest ranks of the Council of Light. Moreover, he emphasized again that Ling Chizi's position in the Council of Light's High Command was second only to Yang Dingtian, Dongfang Minmi, and Shui Qingqi. He was directly ranked 4th. The 4th big shot in the world. Moreover, Yang Dingtian very generously handed over many important positions. For example, the southern barbarian continent's defense zone was to be readjusted. The highest commander appointed was a great elder of the Vulture Palace. Many important positions in Zhongjing and the western continent were also handed over to some of the higher-ups of the Vulture Palace. Half of the important positions in the southern barbarian continent's defense zone were handed over to the higher-ups of the Vulture Palace. All of a sudden, the higher-ups of the Vulture Palace were both surprised and delighted. They were surprised, of course, because of Yang Dingtian's strategy of sowing discord. This was undoubtedly a strategy of sowing discord, especially when Wulingzi was so narrow-minded. Moreover, not long ago, these people had abandoned Wulingzi and pledged their loyalty to Wu Daozi. Therefore, this strategy of sowing discord was bound to succeed. They were delighted, of course, because the positions given by Yang Dingtian were very, very important. Previously, because of Wulingzi's closed-door policy, the higher-ups of the Vulture Palace were basically empty positions. Their range of activity was limited to a few hundred miles outside the Vulture Palace, and they did not have many subordinates. Therefore, they did not have much power. Now, Yang Dingtian waved his pen, and each of them had at least 100,000 troops, hundreds of miles of territory, and millions of people under their command. That's right, Yang Dingtian also directly announced a policy at the ceremony, which was the policy of naturalization. It was a pity that the land of thousands of miles in the southern barbarian continent was uninhabited. Therefore, the surviving barbarians must be protected. They could no longer be used to feed the black vultures. They must be allowed to cultivate and return to the embrace of civilization. Not only that, but more than 10 million people from the central continent must be immigrated to the southern barbarian continent. The southern barbarian continent must be built into a rich and prosperous paradise. This explained that the Vulture Palace would truly have thousands of miles of territory, tens of millions of people, dozens of cities, and endless wealth. Yang Dingtian's words completely swayed the hearts of the higher-ups of the Vulture Palace present. Damn, in the future, each of them would be a city lord, in charge of 100,000 troops, and millions of people. Then, what was the point of being an elder of the Vulture Palace now? They had no more than a few thousand subordinates. Those who were quick-witted immediately realized that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't give Wolingzi a chance to purge them. Directly lean towards the Council of Light. Of course, Wolingzi and the others wanted to rely on evil ways. They feared the evil ways and felt that Yang Dingtian would undoubtedly lose in the Great War of Extinction. However, the ordinary higher-ups of the Vulture Palace did not know so much. They only saw how terrifying the combat power of the Council of Light was in the southern barbarian continent battle. They were completely invincible and undefeatable. In the face of Yang Dingtian's attempts to sow discord, rope, and poach, Wolingzi's heart was filled with hatred, but he still endured it. There will be a day when you, Yang Dingtian, will leave. When you leave, it will be time for me to raise my butcher's knife and cleanse you. Therefore, before the banquet was halfway through, Wolingzi left with the excuse that he was not feeling well. As soon as he was gone, the Council of Light's attempts to rope in and bribe became even more blatant. It directly made the higher-ups of the Council of Light excited. In the face of all this, Ling Chizi did not have any reaction. And Yang Dingtian did not try to rope him in. This person's heart was completely gloomy, and there was nothing that could arouse his hot-bloodedness. This person was basically useless. Of course, such a person would make a good puppet. Since he could be Wolingzi's puppet, he might as well be the Council of Light's puppet. The banquet went on until late at night. Throughout the entire process, Yang Dingtian had been concerned about one person, and that was, of course, Spirit Rabbit. He had sent many people to look for her, but in the end they did not find her. Because her appearance was needed at this banquet. When Yang Dingtian and her appeared as husband and wife, they could make the higher-ups who were loyal to Wu Daozi feel at ease and have the motivation to continue to be loyal. One had to know that Spirit Rabbit's status in the Vulture Palace was really like an angel. Halfway through the banquet, Ling Bai found the Spirit Rabbit in a forest. She had been there alone for a few hours. Yang Dingtian saw Spirit Rabbit in the small room at the back. She did not cry, but her little face was pale. In order to reassure the higher-ups who are loyal to your grandfather, the result will be better if you appear with me. Yang Dingtian, of course, all of this is up to you. Now that you are completely free, no matter what decision you make, I will support you. Spirit Rabbit finally raised her head and said, Sect Master Yang Dingtian, I don't blame you, really. I can imagine that even if grandfather loses in the duel, he will definitely not fulfill his promise and hand over the position of Vulture Palace Master. Instead, he will think of ways to take revenge even more crazily. So, his death may be the best result. Then, Spirit Rabbit finally could not hold back her tears and said, but, this is only the rational answer. And everyone can't always be rational. They are often swayed by emotions, so I'm really sorry. I can't accept all of this calmly. Although I don't blame you, but it is really difficult for me to maintain a close relationship with you. Just now, I was alone in the forest and thought for a long time, just to persuade myself to let go of my obsession, but I really can't do it. Taking a deep breath, Spirit Rabbit said, Of course, I can appear with you to appease the higher-ups of the Vulture Palace. But after that, please forgive me, I may need to leave the Vulture Palace. Yang Dingtian instinctively wanted to tell Spirit Rabbit that Wu Daozi was not dead, but was completely exiled to the Death Continent. But soon, he immediately gave up this idea. Because if this secret was leaked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Dongli had the void-splitting fire, so he could also go to the Death Continent and take Wu Daozi out. Once Wu Daozi was taken out, how crazy would he be? How unscrupulous would his revenge be? Even the heavens did not know, the consequences were completely unimaginable. This Wu Daozi was extremely paranoid, and even a little perverted. Even if there were evil ways of not killing, he would kill Yang Dingtian. If he was allowed to come out of the Death Continent, the first Dark World, he would definitely use the most cruel means to retaliate against Yang Dingtian's family. With his half-step cultivation, who could stop him? So, to ensure that nothing went wrong, Yang Dingtian still needed to find Dongli. Even if he could not kill him, he had to completely cripple him. Yang Dingtian knew that if he told the truth that Wu Daozi was not dead, then Spirit Rabbit would be able to put down her heart and would not leave him. After taking a few deep breaths, Yang Dingtian still did not say it. He just said gently, then there's no need. Don't make it difficult for yourself to do something you don't want to do. Although you are young, you are very smart. I believe that the decision you made must be smart. So, I respect your decision. No matter where you go, I hope you stay true to your heart and pay attention to your safety. Spirit Rabbit's tears fell, and she nodded and said, I will. Thank you, Sect Master Yang Dingtian. Then, she said, then, I want to leave now. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, okay. Suddenly, Lingbai walked out and said, Sect Master Yang, I want to go with Rabbit. Yang Dingtian was stunned. He did not know why Lingbai had such an idea. But thinking that she was not comfortable in the Vulture Palace, she was also not comfortable in the central capital. So, he nodded. Lingbai's cultivation was high, and Spirit Rabbit was smart. The two of them would be much safer together. So, Lingbai and Spirit Rabbit took advantage of the night and left the Vulture Palace. Then, a familiar figure came in and came behind Yang Dingtian. Like a snake, a small hot hand reached into Yang Dingtian's clothes. Ignore them. I will be your secret lover. This familiar voice became hoarse and seductive. Note, a 5,000-word chapter, asking for support. There was no doubt that this woman was Vulture. Tonight, she had been staring at Yang Dingtian, and even when Wu Lingzi left, she did not pay much attention to him. And the departure of the Spirit Rabbit made him even happier. I promised you, as long as you can help me get rid of Wu Daozi, I will be your secret lover. Vulture's little hand caressed Yang Dingtian's face as she said in a hoarse voice. This voice reminded Yang Dingtian that Vulture was no longer a 16 or 17-year-old girl, she was almost 23 years old. But, I really didn't expect that you could kill him, I didn't even dream of it. Vulture said, in fact, I didn't have any hope of killing him. A demi-saint with a second-class evil spirit is almost immortal. You actually managed to kill him. This result is too good, too wonderful. Yang Dingtian finally opened his mouth and said slowly, I killed him, it has nothing to do with you. I just thought that I killed him for the benefit of the Tiando League. Vulture said, yes, I know, but so what? I have already sworn in my heart that I will be the lover of whoever can get me out of this hell. Yang Dingtian said, don't you hate me to the bone? You can compromise with anyone in the world, but not me, right? Vulture said, people are childish and stupid sometimes, but people will always grow up. Compared to survival, everything else is useless. Don't you see my great-grandfather, in order to survive, he can do anything, endure any shame? Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment and said, he is no longer a normal person, why do you want to be like him? Hee hee. Vulture suddenly laughed and said, I am his daughter, of course I want to be like him. Then, Vulture said, well, let's not waste this beautiful night. Yang Dingtian held her hand and said slowly, what do you want? Vulture thought for a while and said, I want to have a supreme position in the Vulture Palace. Next, I want to become the mistress of the Vulture Palace. Yang Dingtian shook his head and sneered, don't you know that the hearts of your people in the Vulture Palace are already gone? I know. Vulture said, but with your support, I don't believe anyone would dare to disagree. I know that the old ancestor's backer is no longer reliable. Yang Dingtian, what about Dongli? Isn't he your new backer? He has already disappeared for a long time. Vulture said, moreover, he is no longer the real Dongli. His will and mind have been completely controlled by a first-class evil spirit. Yang Dingtian, Dongli has a first-class evil spirit, so he can give you a second-class evil spirit. With a second-class evil spirit, you can break through to the Grandmaster level. Why not? Vulture's breath suddenly stagnated, and then her hot little hands became cold, full of infinite resentment. This lunatic, this pervert. I have paid a great price for a second-class evil spirit, and suffered humiliation. But in the end, his answer was still no, and he still refused. But he turned around and begged Dishi Bian to have a second-class evil spirit, but he was disdainfully rejected by Dishi Bian. Dishi Bian? Yang Dingtian was stunned. Yes, Dishi Bian. Vulture said, my great-grandfather dreamed of having a second-class evil spirit, so that he could live forever and have an invincible immortal body. But it was useless even if he knelt until his knees were broken. Not only did he refuse to give it to Princess Mudan, but he also refused to give it to Dongli. Even if he gave me, his biological daughter, it was useless. Dongli, that bastard, even refused to give me a second-class evil spirit. Yang Dingtian suddenly smiled and said, you want to be a ****** now, but what if one day Dongli comes back and wants to give you a second-class evil spirit? What will you do? Vulture suddenly fell silent. Of course, she wanted to say that she would definitely ignore Dongli and be his lover wholeheartedly. But when she said this sentence, not only did Yang Dingtian not believe it, but even Vulture herself did not believe it. Not to mention the future, if Dongli said that he wanted to give her a second-class evil spirit now, she would do anything no matter what. She now deeply understood that only her own strength was true strength, and all the backers were unreliable. But it was too slow to become strong by herself. She really did not have the patience or courage. In fact, she had lost her patience after the failure to fight for the Netherworld Ghost Fire last time. Therefore, the evil spirit energy became her only trump card to become strong. Who knows what will happen in the future? Maybe Dongli is already dead. Isn't it good to enjoy the present? Vulture kissed Yang Dingtian's neck and said, you should know that although I have been tortured, I am still pure and flawless, because Dongli has been castrated by you. In fact, I am very curious. If the evil spirit energy can bring the dead back to life, why can't Dongli recover his ability as a man? Yang Dingtian grabbed her hand again. In fact, although his heart could not bear another care and love. However, he didn't really care about the fact that there was another woman in his house. In particular, bringing Vulture into the house would directly bring huge benefits. However, Vulture's twisted mentality and greed for instant success made him completely flinch. If such a woman entered the house would definitely be restless. Yang Dingtian, don't pretend anymore. You must have special feelings for me. Vulture chuckled and said, I now understand the mentality of a man very well. A wife is not as good as a concubine, and a concubine is not as good as a mistress. And I used to be very close to you and regarded you as a brother, but later I betrayed you. If this kind of woman can be with you, because it can satisfy some unknown hobby in your heart. As it spoke, Vulture stuck out its tongue and licked Yang Dingtian's ear. I'm not as perverted as you think. Yang Dingtian grabbed Vulture's hand and pushed Vulture away and walked straight out. Yang Dingtian, don't be pretentious. All men are the same. Vulture said loudly from behind. After the ceremony, Yang Dingtian still did not leave. He did not sleep for the second half of the night. He kept thinking about Vulture's problem. How should he deal with Vulture's problem? It was impossible to keep Vulture. If it was a few years ago, he could still change it. But now, it was completely fixed and twisted. It was impossible to change it. Then, should he kill it? According to Bolu, he could either keep it in his house or kill it. But now, it seemed that killing it was impossible. If he killed Vulture, it would completely enrage Wolingzi. He might really do something desperate. At that time, it would be troublesome if he fought with the Council of Light. Could not keep it in his house? Could not kill it? Then, what should he do? If she was allowed to stay in Vulture Palace, would she be able to stir up trouble? He would definitely encourage Wolingzi to purge and retaliate against the higher-ups of Vulture Palace. At that time, these higher-ups would have to rely more on the Council of Light. So, it seemed that Vulture had some effect again. Then, it might be more beneficial to keep it as it was. In the following time, Wolingzi had been waiting for Yang Dingtian to leave so that he could purge the higher-ups of Vulture Palace. However, Yang Dingtian did not leave. He basically stayed in Vulture Palace every day. Not only did he not leave, but many of the higher-ups of the Council of Light still stayed in Vulture Palace as guests. They were not polite at all. The work of drawing them in and dividing them had been in progress. Lingzi was burning with anxiety, but there was nothing he could do. He did not have the guts to purge and kill people in front of Yang Dingtian. At the same time, the Council of Light's efforts to draw the Black Vulture army to their side became even more intense. More and more Black Vulture army officers led their troops to join the Council of Light's army. In fact, under the Devil Dragon Army's massacre, the remaining forces of the Snake People Empire in the southern barbarian continent were quickly wiped out. The remaining half-human slaves had also been released. They also hated Queen Xianxia to the core. Furthermore, they did not want to return to the Snake People Empire. Going back would mean death. So, Yang Dingtian made the decision to let these half-human slaves become the first batch of immigrants in the southern barbarian continent. Many people were worried about this order. They were afraid that it would cause racial conflict. However, after seeing these slaves, they gave up on this idea. This was because all the half-human slaves were a very docile race. Furthermore, they had characteristics very similar to humans. Most importantly, their appearances were not bad. Especially the Foxman race and the more human-like Leopardman race. They were very beautiful. Therefore, perhaps the integration of humans and half-human races could start in the southern barbarian continent. It had to be known that most half-human races could reproduce with humans. Furthermore, the genes of the offspring would be more obvious. If this continued, the characteristics of the half-human race would gradually disappear after a few generations. After the Snake People Empire's remaining army was wiped out, all the slaves were released and settled down. After these millions of half-human slaves obtained land, houses, and food, they immediately became the Council of Light's greatest supporters. Previously, these millions of half-human slaves had built Queen's new city. There were also many villages and towns. These intact villages and towns, as well as many castles, could be used directly. The Council of Light's army could be stationed there. As for Queen's new city, it was basically in ruins. Only less than half of it was intact. Then, the next step was to rebuild a large city on these ruins. When the time came, this city would become the largest city in the southern middle continent. Furthermore, a large port would be built to serve as the headquarters of the southern middle continent's fleet. After the war ended, other than gathering materials from all over the place, countless materials from Zhongjing, Xijing, and other places had been loaded onto large ships. Countless craftsmen also boarded the ships and headed to the southern barbarian continent from all directions. They were prepared to rebuild the southern barbarian continent as quickly as possible. The naming rights of this large city that was about to be rebuilt were given to Yang Dingtian. He racked his brains and named it Southern Barbarian Bright City. This name was rather ordinary, but at least it represented a certain characteristic. It represented that the southern barbarian continent had moved from barbarism to civilization. Of course, the Council of Light's millions of soldiers were already stationed in the southern barbarian continent. They had also incited the Black Vulture Corps to rebel. However, there was still a long time before they could completely annex the southern barbarian continent and the Vulture Palace. At the very least, all the masters and above in the Vulture Palace had to pledge their loyalty to the Council of Light and isolate Lingzi. At the very least, all the Black Vulture Corps had to enter the Council of Light's formation and be reorganized. Moreover, the Council of Light's forces had already completely surrounded the Vulture Palace. This was a very long process. It would take at least half a year. At the very beginning, Yang Dingtian had remained in the Vulture Palace to prevent Lingzi's purge process. Lingzi was burning with anxiety. His expression became more and more unsightly. However, the higher-ups of the Vulture Palace had also slacked off because of this. They were also less enthusiastic about the Council of Light's instigation. Moreover, the asking price was getting higher and higher. In the end, they had basically proposed that the southern barbarian continent would be directly under the control of the Vulture Palace's Elders Guild. Moreover, they would be directly infeft with territories, not just the position of city lord. Dongfang Minmi sternly proposed that the Council of Light had already stopped infecting feudal lords. Therefore, he told the Vulture Palace's Elders Guild not to have such extravagant hopes. However, the Vulture Palace's Elders Guild believed that the southern barbarian continent was different from other places. It had never belonged to the Council of Light before. Therefore, it should be given special circumstances and special treatment. Therefore, the negotiations between the Council of Light and the Vulture Palace's Elders Guild fell into a stalemate. Moreover, under the influence of the Elders Guild, the instigation of the Black Vulture Corps also fell into a slow pace. The number of Black Vulture Corps defecting to the Council of Light decreased. Obviously, the Vulture Palace's Elders Guild gradually calmed down after not feeling the threat of Wolingzi's purge. Once they were at ease, their greed also rose. They no longer completely treated Yang Dingtian as a life-saving straw. In the end, the entire negotiation came to an end. This group of people is really insatiable, Qin Wancho said angrily. Previously, they only wanted to cling to our thighs to save their lives. Now that they have saved their lives, they are actually asking for more. Each of them wants a few hundred miles or even 1,000 miles of direct territory. They even said that the southern barbarian continent's matters can only be managed by the southern barbarian continent's own people. Dream on. Song Xiao said angrily, if you ask me, what's there to talk about? Nothing is as practical as fighting. Let's just fight. Yang Dingtian said, fighting is easy. Destroying the Vulture Palace's Elders Guild is also easy. However, unless it is absolutely necessary, we must not force Wolingzi into a corner. Once the fish dies and the net splits, the consequences will be very serious. At this moment, a demon eagle flew into the southern barbarian city's castle. It was Yun Zhenu. Sect Master, Yaoli has returned to Cloud Sky City. She brought back important information about the Snakeman Empire. It is very important and requires you to review it personally, Yun Zhenu said. Yang Dingtian stood up and said, if that's the case, I will return to Cloud Sky City. Let these greedy people in the Vulture Palace see the reality and feel Wolingzi's butcher's knife. Then, Yang Dingtian rode on the Demon Eagle King and flew towards Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian returned to Cloud Sky City as fast as he could and immediately met Yaoli. The first sentence that Yaoli said almost made Yang Dingtian stumble and almost fall to the ground. Hai Xian's only disciple, who is also your wife, Huang Yu, led the resistance army and hid in the Holy Valley. She expressed her disobedience to Queen Hai Xian and did not need to eat Queen Hai Xian's food. Her life has been very difficult. Yaoli said, that's nothing. The key is, she already has your child. She's already 4 years old and it's a daughter. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was completely shocked. Huang Yu actually had a daughter. He actually had a daughter who was over 4 years old. Moreover, she had been suffering in the Holy Valley with Huang Yu and he did not know at all. And Queen Hai Xian had never mentioned this matter? Shouldn't she be using this as a bargaining chip to threaten him? Immediately after, Yaoli continued, after Queen Hai Xian came to power, the purge of the original power class of the Naga Empire never stopped. It turned out that the 4 commanders and 16 generals under the Venomous Queen had all disappeared. They were replaced by new 9 marshals and 39 generals. Their cultivations all surpassed the previous 4 commanders. Yang Dingtian could not help but be shocked. He said, although the Naga race is stronger than humans, they also cultivate for a very long time. How did the Naga Empire produce so many limitless grandmasters in just a few years? Yaoli said, I found a forbidden area. That should be the reason why Queen Hai Xian and the other Naga race became so powerful. But I can't go in. There's a very, very powerful energy formation there. Other than Queen Hai Xian's lead, no one can enter. Yang Dingtian asked, that forbidden area, where is it? Yaoli said, in the center of the Dongli grassland, under an extremely huge lake. Yang Dingtian immediately realized that this was the place where the million-spirit demonic flame had bloomed. Queen Hai Xian actually placed this forbidden area there. Could it be that there was something special about it? Yaoli said, furthermore, Queen Hai Xian will be in this place most of the time. Furthermore, I also discovered that the current population of the Naga tribe has been reduced by half compared to Queen Poise's time. Queen Hai Xian seems to have eliminated all unstable elements. Those who remained were all personally nurtured by her. They were all personally transformed by her and became extremely powerful. Yang Dingtian frowned. This meant that even if Yang Dingtian resurrected Queen Poise, the higher-ups of the Naga Empire would still obey Queen Hai Xian's orders. Therefore, the only way to take back the Naga Empire was to kill Queen Xianxia. Yang Dingtian asked, "What do you think Queen Xianxia's current cultivation is?" Yaoli was silent for a moment, then shook her head and said, I don't know. Maybe it's very, very high. This Naga queen makes me tremble. In fact, I feel that she seems to be stronger than many experts in Little Western Paradise. Previously, Queen Poisa's body had been stolen by Yang Dingtian. In other words, Yang Dingtian could resurrect Queen Poisa at any time. However, Poisa refused. She said that Queen Xianxia would definitely engrave her on the Naga astrolabe. Once she was resurrected, the gem that belonged to her on the astrolabe would light up. That way, Xianxia would know that Poisa was not dead. In that case, she would go on a killing spree. She would rather kill 30,000 innocents than let one live. Yang Dingtian did not expect that there would be something like the Naga astrolabe. However, once Xianxia knew that Queen Poisa was not dead, she would be in mortal danger and would do anything. Moreover, Queen Poisa's body could no longer be placed in Cloud Sky City. Queen Xianxia would definitely be able to sense it. She could not be placed in the interspatial ring because there was already a Naga Xuan in it. In the end, Yang Dingtian placed her in the safest place, which was the Li Water Manor, beside the demon mother of illusory spirits. That was the safest place and no one could enter. Gigi, is the demon spirit mist robe and demon spirit black armor ready? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, it's ready. Are you going to use it to curry favor with that lover again? Wumaji fiddled with the demonic crystals that Yang Dingtian gave her and said, Husband, this thing looks good, but it doesn't match our clothes at all. Yang Dingtian said, Take off your outerwear and pants, let down your hair, and wear this demonic crystal. It will match very well. Wumaji immediately did as she was told and took off all her clothes. You don't have to take them off completely. Leave your undergarments. Yang Dingtian said hurriedly. Then, Wumaji was only left with the silk undergarments that Yang Dingtian had designed. Then, she let down her hair and put on the crystal sunglasses that he gave her. She walked in front of the mirror and was stunned. So beautiful, so beautiful. It feels completely different from before. Wumaji said in a trembling voice. Yang Dingtian was also stunned. A mixed-blood beauty in a bikini was right in front of him. She had such a devilish figure, such an enchanting face, and a natural seductive and domineering aura. God, this kind of beauty and sexiness could kill any supermodel on earth in seconds. Yang Dingtian's breathing immediately became heavy. Then, in the next second, Yang Dingtian was pushed down. Do you want the demonic mist clothes? It's very simple. Let me change my clothes, 3 shots for 1. Wumaji pressed onto Yang Dingtian's body and bit onto his lips with her fragrant little mouth as she spoke viciously. Immediately, Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. This seductress was truly capable of saying anything. Vixen emoji always did what she said. Yang Dingtian wanted to change into 2 sets of clothes. One was the demonic mist clothes, and the other was the demonic black armor. Also, she said that the demonic black armor was better, so the price was higher. So, if little Acho didn't want to stick to his mother again, Yang Dingtian would still be in hell and heaven. Mother, mother, little Acho kept shouting outside. What are you shouting for? Emoji, who was crazily squeezing Yang Dingtian, couldn't help but shout. Little Acho didn't reply. Still mother, 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 so annoying, so annoying. Emoji laid down her beautiful devilish body and fiercely bit Yang Dingtian's chest. It's all your fault. You made me give birth to this annoying person. My feelings are all gone from his shouting, mother, mother, mother. Little Acho was like a repeater as he kept shouting. Coming, coming, little ancestor. Wumaji flipped over and impatiently put on her clothes. And Yang Dingtian quickly escaped from the back door. If he didn't leave now, he would really be squeezed dry. When Wumaji hurriedly put on her clothes and opened the door to carry little Acho. Who knew, when little Acho saw his mother, he hugged his mother's thigh and said, Mother, I love you. Then, he ran away without a trace. Emoji immediately gritted her teeth and shook her head with all her might. What kind of tricks are these brats playing? Very quickly, little Ah Cho ran into Yin Yan's room and stretched out his hand. Mother Yin Yan, I've already called my mother out. Yin Yan carried little Ah Cho and placed a cute snowflake candy in his hand. Then, she kissed his chubby little face and said, baby, little Ah Cho is so obedient, so great. If Emoji knew that her own son was bribed by a candy to ruin her and Yang Dingtian's happy occasion, she would definitely explode in anger. Yang Dingtian was lying in the hot water. Yan Yan bathed him while giving him a massage. Compared to alluring, Umaji is really a vixen. Yan Yan grumbled. Who said she isn't? Yang Dingtian said. You still like her the most. Don't think that I don't know. Yan Yan pinched Yang Dingtian and said, although you also want to be fair and love everyone, the one you love the most is Wumaji. Yang Dingtian said, who said so? The one I love the most is you. You're lying. Yan Yan said. It's true. Yang Dingtian said, my body loves Wumaji the most, but my heart loves you the most. Yan Yan immediately beamed with joy. Actually, it's not like I don't know how to act like a vixen like her. But I love you, and I'm the first wife. I have to be virtuous and can't be so seductive. That's reasonable. Yang Dingtian said, you're the most virtuous among the vixens, and also the most vixen among the virtuous wives. Yan Yan was instantly elated. She kissed Yang Dingtian's lips and said, husband, where's Sister Ling Tuer? The matter at the Vulture Palace is already over. She should be in Cloud Sky City. This is her home. Yang Dingtian said, she has her own thoughts. Because of her grandfather's matter, she went out to relax. She's gone. Yan Yan said, do you want me to persuade her? Although we don't have many chances to meet, our relationship is very good. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, she looks weak, but her will is very firm. It can't be changed. Yan Yan was silent for a moment, then said, then, does that mean she's not your wife anymore? She's going to leave our family completely. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, it should be. It can only be blamed that the two of them are not fated enough. Moreover, leaving before love is deep, it won't hurt each other much. It's a relatively good ending. Yan Yan did not speak. She hugged Yang Dingtian's neck tightly and said softly, I don't envy their determination and intelligence at all. If someone wants to tear me away from you, then my whole body will be covered in blood, and then I won't be able to recover. I'll bleed to death. Yang Dingtian reached out and stroked her face, saying, me too. Yan Yan said, this time, you're going to the Naga Empire again, right? Yang Dingtian nodded. Will it be dangerous? How long will it take? Yan Yan asked. Yang Dingtian thought for a while and said, I'm not sure yet because I'm not sure if I should completely tear apart Queen Xianxia. I haven't figured out her background yet. However, it shouldn't be too dangerous. She can't bear to kill me. I'm her only chance to have children. Yan Yan thought for a while and said, then will she force you to have children with her, and then, she won't. Yang Dingtian said, she doesn't want to have children now because once she has children, her cultivation will stagnate or even drop. She's very greedy. She doesn't want to give up on having children, but she also doesn't want her cultivation to drop. Yan Yan said, people who are too greedy will not have a good ending. Yang Dingtian kissed her little mouth. This sentence was very ordinary, but it was definitely the truth. Wow, this is great, Yang Dingtian, I love you so much. I love you so much that I love you so much. Yaozi hugged Yang Dingtian's neck and jumped with all her might. She kissed him as if she didn't need money. Yang Dingtian tried his best to dodge, but he couldn't. In the end, Yaoli pulled her sister by the ear and took her away. Yaozi was so excited. Because Yang Dingtian had agreed to take her to the Naga Empire. He had even let her wear the Dark Spirit black armor and Dark Spirit mist cloak. As Yaoli pulled her by the ear, she said, Yang Dingtian, I've already decided not to like you because you have so many wives. However, now that you've given me the Dark Spirit mist cloak and Dark Spirit black armor, I've decided to like you again. Now, Yang Dingtian was completely immune to her words. I'm borrowing them, not giving them away, Yang Dingtian said. Then I still love you, Yaozi said. However, it's not easy to take back anything that's in my hands. Yao Li looked at Yang Dingtian helplessly. She wanted him to reconsider whether it was a good idea to take this crazy girl to the Naga Empire. Don't worry. Although she's naive, lively, and a little wild, she's very smart. She won't be a burden at a critical moment, Yang Dingtian said. This was the truth. When Yaozi was in the Dark Realm, she had never been a burden at a critical moment. Whether it was escaping or fighting, she reacted quickly. Even when they were captured by Yao Ming, Yaozi wasn't the first one to be captured. Moreover, Yaozi was a rank 13 expert. Her cultivation was very high. She would be of great use to the Naga Empire. Yao Li nodded reluctantly. Then, she said fiercely, when we go to the Naga Empire, listen to my orders. Otherwise, I'll really beat you up. Do you hear me? I know. You're so annoying. You're my sister, not my mother. Be careful that you won't be able to get married in the future if you keep nagging like this, Yaozi said impatiently. Yao Li couldn't take it anymore. She pressed Yaozi down on her legs, locked her profound veins, and gave her a good spanking. Meanwhile, Yang Dingtian quickly left. It wouldn't be good to stay here and persuade them, but it wouldn't be good to not persuade them either. 15 minutes later, Yao Li and Yaozi came out. Both sides ignored each other. Yaozi covered her back and rode on the demon eagle. She complained to Yang Dingtian, "You didn't help me when you saw me get beaten up. I hate you." Then, the three of them rode on the demon eagle and flew toward the Naga Empire. The three demon eagles flew very high, completely exceeding the limit of the Snakemen Empire's aerial reconnaissance cavalry. But even so, when they were a few thousand miles away from the Snakemen Empire, the three immediately got off the demon eagles and dived into the sea, waiting for the sky to darken. The three demon eagles then returned to Cloud Sky City. After the sky darkened, the three flew to an altitude of 20 to 30,000 meters, directly using Xian's skill to fly, and entered the Snakemen Empire without anyone noticing. It had been almost 3 years since Yang Dingtian last came to the Snakemen Empire. Although it was night, the entire Dongli grassland had completely changed. It turned out that most of it was still covered by forests. At this time, countless forests had disappeared, replaced by countless castles. Looking from the sky, the ground was full of fire. The Snakemen Empire's crude forging factories and the shipyards by the sea were producing and manufacturing day and night. Like the Council of Light, everything in the Snakemen Empire since 2 to 3 years ago was to prepare for the future war. The war machine was turning to the extreme. But unlike the human countries, the population under the rule of the Yang Dingtian Council of Light was in the billions. The Snakemen Empire spanned tens of thousands of miles, and all the half-human clan added together barely exceeded 100 million. While the Council of Light was preparing for the war, most of the people were living better and better lives. Not only did the number of cannons, ships, and armor increase, but the increase in grain, meat, fruits, and vegetables was even more shocking. Countless people, after receiving their land from the feudal lords, erupted with a passion for production that was completely astonishing. Therefore, in the past few years, if one could calculate the GDP of the continent under the rule of the Tiando League, the GDP growth would be incomparably terrifying. Countless laborers were liberated, and countless lands were opened up. Therefore, many people were even joking. The so-called Doomsday War was simply fake. Yang Dingtian used the Doomsday War as a gimmick to carry out the biggest reform in the human countries. Because many problems could not be solved by normal means, and there were too many benefits involved. But under the theme of saving the world, everything had to give way. Yang Dingtian's left hand was righteous, and his right hand was military force. In the past few years, he had carried out earth-shaking reforms in the human countries. Moreover, the whole process was bloody. Countless corpses were crushed under the gears of the Council of Light's violent machine. But under the theme of saving the world, under the theme of Doomsday War, everything appeared righteous. Therefore, despite the extreme state of war preparations, the prosperity of the Snakemen Empire. However, the Snakemen Empire was different. Almost all of the races that didn't have any fighting power had been turned into slaves to build cities, excavate ores, forge weapons, and so on. All the races with combat power had become soldiers. Therefore, the current Snakeman Empire was no different from hell. Most of the production had stopped. Herding and harvesting had been interrupted for a long time. If it weren't for the Sea Heart Queen building a large number of fishing boats and fishing in the vast sea, the Snakeman Empire would have run out of food already. Even so, there was still a large-scale famine in the Naga Empire. There was no longer any fairness or justice in this place. In this place, strength was king. It was the most naked pyramid structure. The docile races had been reduced to worse than pigs and dogs. According to the Council of Light's intelligence, since the establishment of the Snakeman Empire, more than 8 million half-humans had died in the hands of Queen Poisa. And in the hands of Queen Xianxia, more than 40 million half-humans had died, and this was a very conservative number. In other words, in the years after Queen Xianxia ascended the throne, 30 to 40% of the Snakeman Empire's population had died. Now, the Empire's war machine was still expanding. She had no choice. She had to maintain a certain level of strength with the human countries, lest the army of the Snakeman Empire be reduced to a supporting role in the upcoming Doomsday War. How many people were left in the Snakeman Empire? How many troops did they have? Of course, this was top secret. Except for Queen Xianxia, no one knew. But the Council of Light had general information. The Snakeman Empire had an army of 20 million. Yes, it was 20 million. The entire human countries had a population of more than 2 billion, but there were only 20 million first-line troops. The current population of the Snakeman Empire was less than 100 million, but they still had an army of 20 million. Yang Dingtian was completely unable to imagine how the Sea Heart Queen was able to support an army of 20 million soldiers. There were tens of millions of slaves in the Snakeman Empire. Most of them were manufacturing weapons, mining, and warships. Only a few were involved in food production and herding. In fact, this had become the biggest mystery for the Council of Light and the biggest problem for the Council of Light's intelligence organization. Many people suspected that someone in the human countries was smuggling food. In the end, after a long investigation, they did not find any smuggling. It should be known that the Radiant Parliament's control over food was extremely strict. Under the surveillance of hundreds of thousands of winged cavalry warriors and countless ships, even if one wanted to smuggle food, the ships would not be able to go out to sea. So many people suspected that Sky Demon City was supplying food to the Snakeman Empire through secret channels. However, all of Sky Demon City's food was now supplied by the Council of Light. It did not produce food itself. Moreover, the extremely domineering Council of Light had almost deployed its army to the outside of Sky Demon City's walls. The reason why Sky Demon City was abnormally prosperous before was that the transactions between the Council of Light and the Evil Ways were carried out in Sky Demon City. So, almost all of the world's shady transactions were gathered in Sky Demon City. Now, the Evil Ways territory was only left with a few thousand square kilometers of territory and less than 10 million people. The two leaders of the Evil Ways, one Du Gushao and the other Lone Wolf, no longer cared about worldly affairs. The Tiando League had been completely unified, so there was no need for any secret transactions. So, Sky Demon City withered rapidly. Now, most of the brothels could no longer operate in Sky Demon City, and most of the civilians could no longer survive in Sky Demon City. They fled to the Council of Light's territory and became ordinary citizens under Yang Dingtian's rule. It was impossible for such a desolate Sky Demon City to provide food for such a huge Snakeman Empire. Of course, it did not matter how Queen Xianxia fed her army of 20 million people. But in short, such an abnormal power country could not exist for too long. If the Great War did not happen, the Snakeman Empire would collapse on its own. From this, it could be seen that Queen Xianxia did not care about the life and death of the half-human race. She also did not want the wilderness of the Dongli grassland. She had always wanted to invade the human countries and enjoy the beautiful lands of the West Continent and even the Central Continent. Yang Dingtian and the other two crossed half of the Snakeman Empire's territory and quickly flew to the sky near Sacred Valley. It was ironic that when Queen Poisa ruled the Snakeman Empire, Saintess Xianxia led the resistance army into Sacred Valley for the final resistance. After Xianxia became the queen, her cruelty and evil deeds were 100 times more than Queen Poisa's. So, her disciple, who was also Yang Dingtian's wife, Huang Yu, led the resistance army into Sacred Valley again and continued the resistance. The outside of Sacred Valley was not only surrounded by a city wall, but also by a huge city. It was a huge military city. Queen Xianxia built a huge city on the border of the defensive line outside Sacred Valley. The scale of this city was second only to the royal city. Xianxia named it Mijing. The Snakeman Empire had 3 cities named Jingjing. The first was the royal city, Jingdu, also known as Xianjing, named after Xianxia's heart. The second was the huge city under the celestial Red Sea, named Haijing. Firstly, it was named after the celestial Red Sea. Secondly, it was named after Queen Xianxia's name. The third was Mijing on the west side of Sacred Valley. This name was also named after Queen Xianxia's other name, Midi. From this, it could be seen that her mentality was one of absolute supremacy. The 3 Jingjing of the Snakeman Empire were named after her. Mijing was hundreds of miles long and wide. There were castles one after another and layers of defensive lines. There were at least 2 million troops stationed there. Yang Dingtian didn't know why Queen Xianxia would build such a huge military city or why she had to station such an astronomical number of troops. Was it for the hundreds of thousands of resistance army in Sacred Valley? It could not be. Queen Xianxia could crush all the resistance army with a single finger. If it was not for the resistance army in Sacred Valley, it would be the vast sea to the east. Moreover, this sea was infinite and overlapped with space. Even if one flew out for 100,000 miles or 200,000 miles, there would be no end to it. It was impossible for the human kingdoms to attack through this area of the sea. However, Queen Xianxia made this the most important defensive area. She must have her reasons. To enter Sacred Valley, one must pass through Mijing. Even though it was night and they were flying 10,000 meters above the ground, Yang Dingtian did not dare to be careless. He carried Zhao Li in his left hand and Yao Zi in his right. Then, he used his invisibility mystic skill and demonic spirit mist cloak flash to pass through Mijing. Without a doubt, Yang Dingtian was right to be careful. Because Queen Xianxia had set up a huge energy formation in the sky above Mijing. Any energy that passed through would be detected. Even if it was 10,000 meters above the ground. After Yang Dingtian entered invisibility, he entered a pseudo-isolated space and could not create any energy waves. That was why he could pass through Mijing without being detected. After passing through Mijing, Yang Dingtian arrived outside Sacred Valley. Immediately, he saw a crude city gate and a mountain pass. There were dozens of Foxman race warriors guarding it. It formed a stark contrast with the colossal Mijing. Yang Dingtian did not alert anyone and directly flashed into Sacred Valley from the sky. After entering Sacred Valley, Yang Dingtian saw an incomparably miserable scene. Almost all of them were dressed in rags. Everyone was sallow and emaciated. Fortunately, the people here were no longer just living in tents. They were basically all living in wooden houses. Furthermore, the entire Sacred Valley had been extensively transformed, reclaiming many fields. Even many forests had been cut down and turned into arable land. There were densely packed houses, one after another. The entire Sacred Valley had already become a huge village. No less than 100,000 rebels who were unwilling to obey Queen Xianxia lived in this densely packed village. It was already different from the Sacred Valley in Yang Dingtian's impression. Yang Dingtian walked on the dilapidated but orderly village roads, wanting to find Huang Yu's residence. This was obviously not an easy task, because the densely packed houses here were all similar. Deep into the center of Sacred Valley town, by the side of a river, Yang Dingtian saw a small square. There, Yang Dingtian saw a small castle, a house made of stone. Furthermore, there were several Foxman race warriors guarding the outside of the house. The owner of this house was either Day by Day Bella or Huang Yu. Yang Dingtian turned invisible and quickly flashed into the small castle. Soon, he heard a familiar voice from inside. However, it was not Huang Yu's, but Princess Xianxia of the Foxman race. Yang Wuer, you piss me off. Do you know how scarce food is now? How can you throw food on the ground? Apologize immediately. Princess Xianxia's voice sounded flustered and exasperated. Yang Dingtian jumped out of the window and saw Princess Xianxia carefully picking up the coarse oatmeal on the ground, carefully wiping it and putting it into her mouth. Yang Dingtian could not help but feel sour in his heart. Princess Xianxia, the daughter of the Foxman race's chief, Juri Bela, was the pearl in the palm of the entire Foxman race. She used to be so plump, but now, she was so thin that her eye sockets were sunken and her chin was so sharp. Her delicate body seemed to be as light as a feather. Furthermore, the clothes on her body were also very tattered and had many patches on them. Xianxia was the princess of the Foxman race. If even she was like this, it could be seen how scarce the resources in Sacred Valley were. In front of Xianxia, a little girl about 4 years old stood there angrily. She raised her little chin and pouted her little mouth as she confronted Xianxia. However, her back was facing Yang Dingtian, so he could not see her face clearly. However, from the back view, she was a very stubborn little girl. Although her clothes were very exquisite, they had been worn for a long time. Moreover, the corners of her clothes were worn out. Yang Wu, how can you be so insensible? How can you waste food? Do you know how many people don't have enough to eat now? Xianxia said angrily, you must apologize to Auntie. The little girl said crisply, I don't want to eat, I want Mommy to feed me. Who told her to not be at home every day? Mommy is very busy. Can't Auntie accompany you? Xianxia said. No, I want Mommy, I want Mommy. The little girl said loudly. She clenched her teeth and did not cry. Xianxia went over and hugged the little girl. She gently coaxed, good baby, Mommy will be back tonight. At this time, Yang Dingtian finally saw the little girl, the daughter he had never seen before. After taking a look, Yang Dingtian was instantly stunned. This daughter of his didn't look like Huang Yu. She didn't look like him, a living little Dugufengwu. That's right, no matter if it was her eyes or her nose, she looked exactly like Dugufengwu. This tall and exquisite nose was filled with willpower, and Yang Dingtian could see it with a single look. Furthermore, when she raised her chin, that domineering and powerful look was exactly the same as Dugufengwu. Yang Li was Dugufengwu's son, but he only inherited a portion of Dugufengwu's characteristics. The other half was Yang Dingtian's, which was a little arrogant. This little girl in front of him was a complete copy of Dugufengwu. However, because of the lack of resources, the little girl was a little skinny. Her small face was sharp, and her eyes were very big. However, Yang Dingtian recognized the heroic spirit that belonged to Dugufengwu with a single look. What was going on? Yang Dingtian was truly confused. Wasn't it already proven that Huang Yu wasn't Dugufengwu? In fact, Yang Dingtian had already reconfirmed that Yun Zhenu was actually Dugufengwu. Why was there a reversal now? The daughter that Huang Yu gave birth to was actually a small copy of Dugufengwu. That could only prove one thing. Huang Yu was Dugufengwu. Even if her soul spirit wasn't, her body was definitely Dugufengwu's. Her child was the irrefutable proof. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian thought of a possibility. Then, he clenched his teeth. If that was the case, then Queen Hai Xian's intentions were truly unforgivable. If you aren't obedient, father won't come and visit you. Xianxia couldn't convince her daughter and was instantly angry. So be it. You guys only know how to lie anyway. Yang Wu said loudly, I know. My father doesn't want mother and me anymore. I don't care. Since she doesn't want us, we don't want her either. Afterward, she threw the small bowl on the ground again and even stepped on it with her little feet. Bad father, bad father. I don't want father anymore. I don't want father anymore. The little girl stepped on it and finally couldn't hold it in anymore as she cried out loudly. Xianxia couldn't hold it in either. She hugged the little girl and also started crying. At this moment, Yang Dingtian couldn't hold it in anymore. He quickly rushed in and hugged the little girl tightly in his arms. Good girl, good girl. Father is here. Sorry. Yang Dingtian's tears couldn't help but flow out. He hugged the little girl tightly and kissed her hair with all his might. She was really skinny. She was already over 4 years old, but she didn't even weigh 10 kilograms. Yang Dingtian was so heartbroken that he was about to suffocate. He really regretted not coming to the Snake Men Empire earlier. Of course, the reason was because he didn't want to completely anger Queen Xianxia. He also felt that Huang Yu was Xianxia's disciple and her only family. Queen Xianxia probably wouldn't do anything to her. But in reality, he still didn't care enough about Huang Yu. In the end, he let his wife and daughter suffer from the moment they were born. The little lass was in Yang Dingtian's embrace and was immediately scared silly. At this moment, the sound of the door opening came from below. Huang Yu's voice sounded. "Good girl, mother is back. Are you good?" Huang Yu's voice was filled with intimacy, but it was also filled with fatigue. Note, please vote. Baby, stay at home with Auntie Xianxia and play. Mommy and Daddy are going out, Huang Yu said gently. Oh. The little girl did not even turn her head as she began to distribute the snacks on the bed. As she distributed the snacks, she muttered, "This is for Mommy, this is for Auntie Xianxia, this is for Daddy, this is for Sister Nyonyo." She was really amazing. At such a young age, after receiving such a large pile of snacks, she did not monopolize them but began to distribute them to others. Yang Dingtian could not help but go over. He picked her up and kissed her. Then, he saw that Xianxia was sitting in a slightly awkward position on the bed. Thinking that he had not greeted her since he came, he immediately said, "Xianxia, thank you for taking care of baby Wu all these years." It's my pleasure." Xianxia said softly as she clamped her legs even tighter. "Then I'll go out with Huang Yu first. I'll talk to you about other things when I come back, okay?" Yang Dingtian said. Okay," Xianxia said. Then, Yang Dingtian turned invisible and went out with Huang Yu. After Yang Dingtian left, Xianxia finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she quickly got off the bed and fetched a basin of water to wash her body. "Auntie, what are you doing?" The little girl Yang Wu asked curiously. "No, nothing." Xianxiang Bela jumped in fright and said, "Good baby, you can't tell anyone about this. Do you remember?" "Oh," the little girl answered casually. Yang Dingtian turned invisible and followed Huang Yu out of the Holy Valley. Yao Li and Yao Zi remained in the air above the small castle to protect baby Wu. Suddenly, Yao Zi opened her mouth and transmitted sound directly into her sister's ears. She said, "That woman was screaming so fiercely just now. She even said that she was going to lose her soul. Is that kind of thing really that fun?" When Yao Zi said this, her eyes were bright and filled with curiosity. Yao Li did not say another word. She went over and twisted Yao Zi's ear. She scolded angrily, "Is this something you should know?" Yao Zi pursed her lips and said, "You're already so old, yet you're still avoiding this topic. How hypocritical." Then, she complained, "Yang Dingtian is really too much. It's fine if he wants us to risk our lives for him, but he even wants us to listen to his sex scenes. This is too much." Without another word, Yao Li went to pinch Yao Zi's mouth. Outside the Holy Valley, Yang Dingtian immediately saw Queen Xianxia's envoy. It was an old acquaintance, the traitor of the Black Heaven sect, Queen Xianxia's loyal servant, and Dongli's direct subordinate, Gue Wuzi. Speaking of which, he was really amazing. He played all three roles so successfully. Old slave greets Princess Huang Yu. When Gue Wuzi saw Huang Yu, he immediately bowed deeply. "I don't dare, Mr. Gue Wuzi." Huang Yu said, "I don't have the guts to be the princess of the Naga Empire. You can call me Lady Yang." Gue Wuzi's brows twitched slightly. It was obvious that he did not have a good impression of Yang Dingtian. In fact, he was filled with hatred. However, he still lowered his head and said, "Yes, Lady Yang." Gue Wuzi said, "Her Majesty wants to see you and your daughter." Huang Yu said, "No need. I've already severed all ties with her. We have nothing to do with each other." Gue Wuzi said, "If I'm not wrong, the Holy Valley has run out of food. People are dying constantly, right?" Huang Yu said, "So what?" Gue Wuzi said, "Her Majesty the Queen can bestow this valley to the resistance army led by Juribela. Furthermore, she can provide sufficient food to support them every year. The only condition is that you bring your daughter back to Her Majesty the Queen's side." Huang Yu sneered, "Since when did she care about me so much? Unbelievable." Gui Wuzi said, Her Majesty has always cared about you. Otherwise, your little resistance army wouldn't even be able to pick up a weapon. The Naga Empire could destroy them with a single finger. The only reason the Holy Valley still exists is because of your existence. Huang Yu said, Thank her for me. Tell her that there's no need. I've already severed all ties with her. Gui Wuzi said, Are you just going to watch everyone in the Holy Valley starve to death? Huang Yu said, This is the path they chose. They would rather live standing than die kneeling. Gui Wuzi sighed and said, In that case, I'll report to Her Majesty as it is. However, it might be difficult for them to starve to death. If you refuse, in a few days, the army of the lost capital will invade the Holy Valley and kill everyone inside, turning their flesh into food. Huang Yu suddenly trembled, and said in a hoarse voice, Shameless, you're all shameless. Gui Wuzi said, So, please think about it carefully. You have about 3 days. After 3 days, not even a chicken or a dog will be left in the Holy Valley. After saying that, Gui Wuzi left directly. After the other party left, Huang Yu instinctively wanted to lean behind. Although she didn't know where Yang Dingtian was hiding, she still instinctively wanted to lean on him. Be careful, he hasn't gone far. Let's go back and talk. Yang Dingtian said. After returning to Huang Yu's small castle, Huang Yu called the other leader of the resistance army, the Naga Patriarch, Day by Day Bella. After seeing Yang Dingtian, the Foxman Patriarch was very excited. She hugged Yang Dingtian and patted him on the back. I'm sorry, Patriarch, I'm late. Yang Dingtian said. No, it's never too late. Day by Day Bella said. After calming down, Huang Yu told Day by Day Bella what Gui Wuzi said. Xianxia wants me to bring Bao Bao to her side, otherwise she will kill everyone in the Holy Valley. We only have 3 days. Huang Yu said. No. Day by Day Bella said, Don't overestimate Xianxia's feelings for you. She must have a very special reason for doing this. It's definitely not because she misses you. Yes. Yang Dingtian said, Her Excellency is right. She's doing this because Queen Poise's body is missing. It hurts the most in her heart. Huang Yu immediately looked at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, Yes, I was the one who stole Queen Poise's body. She wants to use you and your daughter as hostages to force me to hand over Queen Poise's body. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Huang Yu's eyes trembled and she almost burst into tears. At this moment, when Queen Xianxia summoned her, even though she refused to admit it, she still felt a little comforted. She felt that her master still missed her, but she didn't think that she would be taken hostage to force Yang Dingtian. She really didn't care about her family anymore and had lost her mind. Yang Dingtian said, Also, Xianxia sent Gui Wuzi here to try peaceful means before resorting to force. Within 3 days, he will definitely send troops to destroy the Holy Valley and forcibly take Huang Yu and Bao Bao away. Huang Yu gritted her teeth and said, I'd rather die than submit. Yang Dingtian held onto her small hand and asked her not to be agitated. He continued, Lord Patriarch, there are 2 other experts who came with me. We both have the Devil Spirit Mist Cloak while I have the Invisibility Mystic skill. So, we can take 3 or 4 people back to the human countries. My original plan was to take Xianxia and Bao Bao Wu back to the human countries. Then, I will deal with Queen Xianxia and try to save everyone in the Holy Valley. But now, it seems that this plan won't work. Queen Xianxia has completely lost her patience. She will launch a fatal attack on the Holy Valley in 3 days. Day by Day Bella said, Sect Master Yang, actually, we've lived for a few years and it's completely enough. As long as you can bring Huang Yu, Xianxia, and Bao Bao Wu back to Cloud Heaven City, I will be satisfied. No. Yang Dingtian said resolutely, I will definitely save the hundreds of thousands of people in the Saint Valley. No matter the price, I will save them. You and Huang Yu have persevered for a few years and didn't abandon them. It doesn't make sense for you to abandon them as soon as I come. So, the next thing we need to discuss is how to save them. Yes. Day by Day Bella said, Please speak. Yang Dingtian said, The first plan is that the 8 million soldiers of the Council of Light have already gathered and are conducting military drills in the Northwest Sea. As long as we give the order, we can reach the coast of the Snakemen Empire within 3 days and attack the Empire's southern defense line. It can be said that the strength of our 8 million soldiers of the Council of Light exceeds the strength of the Snakemen Empire's 20 million soldiers. At that time, Queen Xianxia won't have the mind to deal with the Holy Valley and can only focus on defending the southern defense line. No. Day by day Bella said, it's not worth it to work so hard for just a few 100,000 people in the Holy Valley. If there are huge casualties, we won't hesitate to die. Yang Dingtian said, that's right, this plan is not feasible. Because the Council of Light's army exists to defeat the Legion of Doom. If we have no other choice, we don't want to go to war with the Snakemen Empire. We want the entire Dongli grassland to be part of the resistance against the Legion of Doom. And even if we have no other choice, now is not the best time to go to war with the Snakemen Empire. Day by day Bella nodded. Yang Dingtian said, the second plan is to kill Queen Xianxia. As soon as these words came out, everyone suddenly trembled. Kill Queen Xianxia? These words were so loud that even the apathetic could hear them. Because, whether it was Huang Yu or Day by Day Bella, they knew very well how powerful Queen Xianxia was. Defeating her and killing her was something they didn't even dare to think about. Day by day Bella organized her words and said, Sir Yang Dingtian, you might not know, but Queen Xianxia is completely different from a few years ago. Through some kind of evil technique, her cultivation is very, very powerful. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, that's right, I really don't have the confidence to kill Xianxia. I don't even know what her cultivation is like. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win 100 battles. Moreover, this is not a competition to determine the winner or loser, but to kill. If you can't kill her, the consequences will be unimaginable. So, in a situation where I don't have the confidence, I don't dare to fall out with her. So, the two plans that Yang Dingtian mentioned would not work, therefore, it seemed that there was nothing else he could do. The only thing he could do was to take away Xianxia, Yang Wu's baby, and Xianxia. It was impossible to save hundreds of thousands of people in the Holy Valley at once. Unless there was an all-out war with the Snake People Empire. Suddenly, Huang Yu and Day by Day Bella fell into despair. Towards Yang Dingtian, no one blamed him. Husband, take our precious daughter and leave. Huang Yu said softly, I will stay with the resistance army. I already feel very happy that you came to see me and take our daughter with you. Yang Dingtian grabbed her hand and said, listen to me. I've said it before, I must save these hundreds of thousands of people. I'm just talking about the plans. Huang Yu said, but the first two plans will not work. It's impossible to save hundreds of thousands of people at once. Besides, there are only 3 days left. Only Princess Xianxia stared at Yang Dingtian with her beautiful eyes wide open. She was romantic and naive. Since a long time ago, she felt that Yang Dingtian was omnipotent. Therefore, she did not speak pessimistically and desperately, but waited for Yang Dingtian to tell her the third plan. Yang Dingtian said, the third plan is also the last one. That is, we pin all our hopes on the vast sea behind the Holy Valley and escape from the Snake People Empire through this sea. Huang Yu hurriedly said, husband, that's impossible. The sea in the east of the Dongli grassland is endless. Many people have tried it. Whether it's tens of thousands of miles or hundreds of thousands of miles, it's still an endless sea. Logically speaking, we should have reached the northwest continent, but it's still an endless sea. Moreover, there are no islands. I know. Yang Dingtian said, this is actually a kind of spatial folding and spatial repetition. It's endless. As long as you enter, you'll never reach the end and will only be lost forever. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the boundary between the Vitality continent and another world. It's just that because they're in different planes, there's this kind of spatial overlap. Juri Bela was still able to understand some of Yang Dingtian's words. However, his Phoenix language was already completely blurred, and he couldn't understand it. So, next, I'm going to explore this endless sea. If it's really as I imagined, then I have a way to jump out of this plane and go to another space. And if that space is safe enough, I'll find a way to evacuate everyone in the Holy Valley to that space. Yang Dingtian said. At this time, Yang Dingtian's words were completely fantastical to everyone present. Day by day Bella thought for a while and said, Sir Yang Tian, if we go to another space, will Queen Hai Xian be able to chase us there? Impossible. Yang Tian said bluntly, in this world, except for me, there's no second person who can jump through space. Suddenly, Huang Yu and Xianxia's beautiful eyes were enchanted. Although they didn't understand what Yang Tian was saying, they couldn't stop their worship. Yang Tian said, so, although the third plan is very unlikely, it's the only way. Without further ado, I'm going to set off immediately to explore the Endless Sea in the east of the Dongli grassland, the Endless Sea behind the Holy Valley. Yang Tian's plan and idea were really crazy. Because they were worried that there were spies in the resistance army, they did not announce any rescue in the Sacred Valley. Furthermore, the pills were not distributed directly. Instead, they were dissolved in water and mixed with the roots of the plants to be boiled together. Finally, they were distributed to everyone. Yao Li and Yao Zi were still hiding in the shadows of the small castle. Yang Tian went to the Endless Sea in the east to explore. Huang Yu wanted to go with him, but it was obviously impossible. The entire Sacred Valley was less than 100 miles deep. It was surrounded by towering mountains on both sides. The entire huge valley stretched all the way to the sea. Houses were densely packed on both sides of the valley. All kinds of crops were planted on the barren land. They looked completely listless. There was still a long time before they could be harvested. Moreover, it seemed that there was basically no harvest. However, the resistance army still meticulously took care of each plant. Near the valley of the Endless Sea, there was a city wall that was also guarded by the resistance army. Of course, no enemy would attack from the Endless Sea. This city wall was to prevent the resistance army from entering the Endless Sea. This was because in the past few years, many of the resistance army had set their sights on the Endless Sea. They hoped to find a way to escape from here. At the very least, they hoped to find a source of food here. However, when they were in despair, there were no living creatures in the sea. There was not even seaweed, let alone fish and shrimp. However, this still could not stop countless resistance army from exploring the sea. As a result, there were countless casualties. Left with no choice, they could only build a city wall to block it. Yang Tian easily passed through the city wall and immediately arrived at the beach. This was an extremely dreamy sea. The sand on the beach was very uniform and fine. It was snow-white sand. The seawater was the most dreamy blue. There were no impurities. However, there was no wind, so there were no waves. It did not look like a sea. Instead, it looked like a yin-yang mirror. Yang Tian grabbed a handful of sand and observed it. He did not find anything special except that it was very beautiful. Then, he scooped up a puddle of seawater. There was nothing special about it except that it was very clear. He stuck out his tongue and licked it. It was slightly salty, but there was no special energy. Yang Tian floated into the air and flew toward the east. After flying for several thousand li, Yang Tian entered a very strange state. It was as though he was not moving forward at all. That's right, there was no sense of advancement. Because the sky was clear, there were no clouds, the sea was blue, and there were no waves or islands. The scenery was unchanging. Even the sea was absolutely blue, and the sky was absolutely blue, as if they had completely blended together. Yang Tian seemed to be in a huge blue crystal. There was no evidence of Yang Tian's movement. But in front of him, it was still boundless. Yang Tian continued to fly forward. His speed was very, very fast. In just 6 hours, he had flown over 10,000 miles. Then, he stopped. He began to use the darkness profound flame to carve out a dark vortex. The black hole created by the dark vortex isolated a space. Then, Yang Tian used a special energy attribute and a special frequency to make the two mystic flames collide in the isolated space at the fastest speed possible. Boom! Suddenly, a magnificent space door appeared in the air. Yang Tian took a deep breath and jumped into the space door. Immediately after, Yang Tian prepared himself mentally. No matter which space or plane he traveled to, he wouldn't be completely shocked or astonished. However, he did not reach any space or travel to any plane. He was still on the surface of the Endless Sea. Eh? That's strange, it shouldn't be like this. Yang Dingtian exclaimed, this endless sea is definitely abnormal. It must be the effect of space folding. Why can't I travel through the space door? Could it be that he had not really reached the end of the endless sea? So, Yang Dingtian floated on the surface of the sea and sat down cross-legged. He took the mystic gathering pill to recover his mystic chi. Half an hour later, he had fully recovered his combat mystic chi. This time, Yang Dingtian did not only use the mystic technique to fly, but also used the mystic flame to fly. This speed was faster, but of course, the consumption of mystic chi was more shocking, so, Yang Dingtian flew east for another 10,000 miles. After recovering his combat mystic chi, he created another space door and jumped over. However, he was still in the endless sea. There was no change. This was really strange. Yang Dingtian continued to fly east. After an entire day and night, Yang Dingtian used the mystic flame to fly out for 100,000 miles. According to the geographical distance, he had even surpassed the eastern cloud state. However, it was still the endless sea. Fortunately, this place was different from the end of the world in Nunaga. It was a void. Once his mystic chi was exhausted, he would fall and be lost. This was a boundless sea, and he could recover his mystic chi. When he reached 100,000 miles, Yang Dingtian created a space door, but he still could not jump. Yang Dingtian was really surprised and puzzled. He was completely at his wits' end. He could not go any further. There was no point in going any further. And if he went any further, he would not have enough time. He had to go back. So, what should he do? Go back without any gains and wait for the Snake People Empire's army to attack. Yang Dingtian directly led Yao Li and Yao Zi to fight the Snake People Empire, and then fight with Xianxia. He really did not have a plan yet. He at least wanted to know what cultivation level Xianxia was at now. For example, he wanted to compete with Wu Daozi, so he knew the general level of his cultivation level. Even so, Yang Dingtian won easily. However, because of the second-grade evil spirit, Yang Dingtian almost risked his life to completely exile Wu Daozi. Otherwise, he could not do anything to him. Yang Dingtian floated above the sea and looked at the absolutely pure sea water. He suddenly wondered if the boundary between the two planes was not in the air above the sea, but at the bottom of the sea. With this thought, Yang Dingtian immediately dived into the sea. He kept diving, and diving. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 100,000 meters, 1,000,000 meters. Yang Dingtian was sure that this was definitely not a normal ocean. Even if a normal ocean was 1,000 kilometers deep, the pressure would be incomparably shocking. However, Yang Dingtian had already dived 1,000,000 meters, but the pressure of the sea water could only be said to be very ordinary. It was no different from 10 meters. And most importantly, it was still endless below. It was as if there was no way to know how deep it was. Well, even in the chaotic world, there would not be such a deep ocean. This ocean itself was some kind of spatial folding and repetition. Yang Dingtian began to summon the dark profound fire in the water and carved a dark profound fire. Even if this was seawater, the black hole created by the dark vortex was enough to swallow everything into nothingness and then create an isolated space. Using two dark profound fires, he quickly and shockingly created another beautiful spatial door. Then, Yang Dingtian suddenly jumped and passed through the spatial door. Whoosh! That familiar feeling came again. The familiar feeling of passing through planes came again. In a flash, Yang Dingtian entered a brand new spatial world. First of all, this world was not that beautiful, nor was it that beautiful. It was not Yang Dingtian's imagination. The best result was a beautiful grassland that stretched as far as the eye could see. Of course, it was not the worst result that Yang Dingtian imagined. It was not like the third dark realm, where there was a thick swallowing fog everywhere. And Yang Dingtian's prediction that it was very likely to be the first dark realm was not the case. This spatial world was a completely dead world. The entire world was fragmented. At a glance, there was an endless abyss. There was no complete land. It was all torn apart and turned into floating boulders. The small ones were only the size of a house, while the large ones were hundreds of kilometers in diameter. And the boulder that Yang Dingtian was standing on was hundreds of kilometers in diameter. These boulders filled the entire space and were moving slowly. Occasionally, they would even collide. Once they collided, they would shatter, and the large ones would become small boulders. However, in this space, there was air and celestial chi energy. He just did not know if there was any life or powerful demon beasts inside. Yang Dingtian immediately shuttled and flew in this space. He flew at a very fast speed for thousands of kilometers. He did not find any demon beasts or living creatures, not even energy creatures. And he released countless vengeful spirits, which proved that there were no living creatures here. There was no energy fluctuation. Yang Dingtian was surprised. In his knowledge, this world was either the Vitality Continent or the Dark Realm. And the space in front of him seemed to be nothing. It was called the Vitality Continent, but there was no life in it. It was called the Dark Realm, but there was air and celestial chi energy inside. Of course, Yang Dingtian could not see the two suns or the sky here, because all the space was filled with floating boulders. However, the sunlight could barely shine in a little. There was some light inside. Then, could it be that this world was a boundary between the Dark Realm and the Vitality Continent? Or, was it similar to the product of the Little Western Paradise's destruction? It should be like this. The world of the Little Western Paradise was completely torn apart, but there were living creatures inside, and the celestial chi energy was very rich. Thousands of miles of land were floating in the air. And if the Little Western Paradise was destroyed again, it might become like this. All life would disappear. The originally large piece of land had become like this because of the constant collisions. And all the soil had been scattered, so only boulders were left. Then, what should it be named? Let's call it the torn space. Yang Dingtian originally wanted to explore how big this torn space was, but because of time constraints, he could only give up for the time being. Because the next retreat would take a very long time. Yang Dingtian came to the place where he first appeared, which was the edge of the torn space. He opened a space door and jumped out. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian's eyes lit up. He jumped out of the torn space and came to the bottom of the endless sea. Then, he quickly floated up. After just a few dozen meters, he came out of the water. Sure enough, the thousands of miles of the endless sea was the effect of space folding. After coming out of the water, Yang Dingtian was shocked to find that the beach was not far ahead, only a dozen meters. What a scam. The sea surface was only a dozen meters wide, but it was folded into infinity, and Yang Dingtian flew 100,000 miles. So, this endless sea was not an ocean at all, but just a puddle of water. Yang Dingtian sighed at the inconceivable world, and then used the fastest speed to return to the sacred valley. At this time, Huang Yu and Day by Day Bella were waiting anxiously. A day and a half had passed. When Yang Dingtian quickly appeared in the house, Huang Yu and others were shocked, and then very surprised. He should have succeeded. If he hadn't, he wouldn't have returned so quickly. The plan works. Yang Dingtian said straightforwardly, this endless sea is actually only a dozen meters wide and a few dozen meters deep, and there are countless overlapping illusions behind it. 29 meters underwater, you can open a space door and enter another world. Huang Yu and Xianxia's beautiful eyes widened to the maximum. This is too unbelievable. You can enter another space? Yang Dingtian, Huang Yu, Your Excellency clan leader, from now on, gather everyone in the sacred valley and go to the endless sea as quickly as possible. Not to mention going to another space, just say that there is a kind of energy water in the endless sea that can provide energy for the human body without the need for food. Also, after entering the endless sea, everyone has to pass through the space door blindfolded. Yes. Day by Day Bella said. Yang Dingtian, Yao Li, Yao Zi, come with me to the endless sea. I will send the two of you to the new space. The two of you wait there and welcome the Sacred Valley Resistance Army. Yes. Yao Li and Yao Zi's voices came from the space. Then, the few of them quickly divided up the work. Huang Yu and Day by Day Bella began to gather everyone in the Sacred Valley. Yang Dingtian, on the other hand, brought Yao Li and Yao Zi to the endless sea. This time, Yang Dingtian only flew a few dozen meters and dived a few dozen meters before opening a space door. Then, he had Yao Li and Yao Zi jump over. Yaozi was extremely excited. She almost jumped over while screaming and cheering. In the end, Yang Dingtian jumped over. As soon as he arrived at the 100-meter-long rock that tore through space, Yaozi pounced on Yang Dingtian and hugged his neck. She cheered loudly, "Yang Dingtian, I love you so much. You can even jump through space. This is the most wonderful and exciting day of my life." While she was excited, she kissed his lips as if she didn't need money. End of chapter 870. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.